Li Qi was cast into another world by the goddess of revolution, a realm teeming with deities and demons, where extraordinary powers abound. Struggling to carve out a life of comfort amidst such chaos proved arduous. Yet the goddess demanded he incite a tumultuous revolution among mortals. In this land, there are no witches, only sorceresses. Firearms and explosives are ineffectual against divine incantations and magical energies thus. One must wield the weapon of faith. Raised in an atmosphere of righteousness, Li Qi can only rely on the most progressive ideologies to vanquish gods and demons, battling the heavens and the earth, aiming to imbue the entirety of Fehn with virtue. Behold, this is Fehn. The heavy burden of racial, religious, and class oppression weighs down upon billions of souls, and the spark of revolution ignites across the land. At the pinnacle of a castle, a girl with ebony hair, porcelain skin, and a crimson gown gestured grandly, illuminating the state of the material plane of Fehn from east to west and from south to north. It is true that mortals are oppressed by these three mountains. Li Qi cautiously adjusted his gaze, ensuring he could discern the girl's commanding form without directly confronting her visage. Even though he had become her earthly representative, gazing upon a deity's face would still sear his very soul. However, Fehn is a high magic world, where extraordinary power signifies advanced productive forces. A level 10 Archmage's forbidden spell could rival that of several great Ivans, and there is no radioactive contamination here. Summoning his courage, Li Qi voiced his thoughts. Is it truly wise to incite a mortal revolution in such a realm? Logically, Li Qi should not have been so forthright. He had once lived in the concrete jungle of 21st century Earth, a humble office worker toiling from 9 to 6. One fateful day, he saved a little girl from the path of a speeding truck, only to be crushed and sent spiraling into an abyss of nothingness. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the void, accompanied by a melodious voice. It is decided, you shall be the one. At that moment, whether it was the delicate hand of a beauty or even the tentacles of Cthulhu, he would have considered it, for the sensation of being the chosen one was irresistible. Thus, he was drawn into this world named Fehn, becoming the newly titled Viscount Li Qi Prel. The task bestowed upon him by the goddess was to ignite a fervent revolution among mortals in this land rife with gods and demons. A mortal revolution? Li Qi regretted taking the goddess's hand. The odds of winning the lottery upon reincarnation to become a certain wealthy heir seemed far greater than succeeding in a revolution in Fehn. I recall you are not an engineering enthusiast. Why do you interpret a mortal revolution as a mere agrarian endeavor, climbing the technological tree, and in bourgeois revolution of steam engines and execution by firing squad? In another world, a prince is already engaged in a witch card-collecting game. You need not join that fray. The goddess turned to face him, prompting him to quickly lower his gaze to her fiery dress. What color is my gown? This is the essence of revolution. Do you understand? Her voice resonated in his mind, reminiscent of a national broadcaster, each word striking like a hammer upon his chest, powerful, yet oddly melodious. What is revolution? It is the substitution of outdated production relations with advanced ones, liberating and developing the productive forces, ultimately achieving a harmonious society where everyone can contribute according to their abilities and receive according to their needs. Li Qi suppressed the urge to raise his head, as if he heard the sound of pages turning. The goddess responded with a rising intonation. Since extraordinary power symbolizes the advanced productive forces of Fehn, we should begin by examining whether the existing production relations align with the needs of these productive forces. It is evident that the extraordinary powers of Fehn are monopolized by institutions such as churches, mage organizations, and hereditary bloodlines. These systems have been corroded by power and wealth, riddled with countless wounds. They have not only failed to promote the proliferation of extraordinary powers within mortal society, thereby making the world a better place, but they have also stifled the growth of mortals, resulting in no fundamental change in this world for thousands of years, and even a regression. Is this not the fertile ground for revolution? Li Qi felt a desire to kneel. How profoundly reasonable her words were. Although Fehn's world is advanced, it has remained in this dismal state for tens of thousands of years. The history of Fehn that the goddess imparted to him revealed that the civilizations from millennia ago were far more splendid, indicating that those representatives of advanced productive forces have merely been living off past glories. Based on the education he received under the Red Banner, is this not a decayed and backward world in dire need of revolution? The goddess spoke with a hint of pride. Do not mistake me for a dogmatic ideologue. The materialism of revolution respects objective facts and adheres to objective laws. We must seek truth from facts, for practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, and specific issues require specific analyses. I understand all this. You're correct. I have been too superficial, Li Qi asserted, secretly thinking that he did not hear the last statement. He did not concede. So, your goal is for everyone to become like dragons. No, to become gods? The goddess's tone grew uncertain. What? Is this not a magnificent ideal, worthy of all mortals standing up and devoting their lives to fight for? It is true, but according to the second law of thermodynamics, the expansion of extraordinary powers will inevitably accelerate the increase of entropy in the world of Fehn. If everyone were to become a god, the world of Fehn would surely explode. Fortunately, having studied a bit of deceptive physics, Li Qi wiped the sweat from his brow. Wait a moment. The sound of pages turning echoed again, and shortly after, the goddess softly exclaimed, "The issue you raised has a premise. Fehn must be a closed system. However, it is not closed. I am right at the breach. No, the outlet of this system. The increase in entropy triggered by the expansion of extraordinary powers will instead become my sustenance. I am that fortunate entropy-reducing system." With one hand clenched into a fist, she rested it upon the palm of her other hand. No wonder I felt the necessity for revolution upon arriving here. It all makes sense now. Li Qi was speechless. What could he do when confronted with a deity who could articulate philosophy and science so eloquently? The goddess delivered her divine decree. In conclusion, Li Qi Pearl, your mission in this world is determined. As the embodiment of the goddess of revolution, let the blazing fire of revolution sweep throughout the entire world, renewing Fehn. Great goddess, I truly find myself incapable of such a task. Li Qi knelt, pondering the absurdity of a mortal revolution in a realm teeming with divine beings, questioning how he could possibly succeed. Supernatural powers exceeding level 10 cannot exist in the primary material plane, meaning you need not fear deities directly confronting you. I have secured a secular identity as a viscount for you, distancing you from major powers. What more could you desire? The goddess, growing impatient, remarked, I've only just arrived, and the new divine realm is still in disarray. The time and divine energy I have expended on you is considerable. It seemed he could not escape this predicament. Li Qi sighed inwardly, yet recognizing the formidable task ahead, he resolved to extract further resources. As your pope, surely I should possess something distinctive. It would be rather embarrassing to face others without any notable traits. Distinctive? The goddess waved her hand dismissively. Earlier, you mentioned the servant. Is this what you seek? An unsettling chill coursed through Li Qi, accompanied by a loosening of his belt and a swelling in his chest. Realization dawned as he glanced down, exclaiming, "No!" His voice escalated to a high pitch by the end. Not that. I refuse to become a woman. The goddess waved her hand again, restoring his original form. I'm still pondering how to alter the memories of the relevant parties so that Miss Prell can assume the title of Viscount. Your lack of desire is fortuitous. Li Qi panted, relieved to have narrowly avoided a transformation. The goddess, with her hands clasped behind her back, asked on tiptoe, what other request do you have? He dared not express any further desires. Realizing he was under the goddess's subtle threat, Li Qi quickly shifted into a professional demeanor. What shall your divine name be? If it directly connotes revolution, while trivial on earth, in the heavens, I fear various deities may take notice of your divine realm. The goddess hesitated. That is a valid point. Rivenluo? Too overt. Camulizant? Too obscure. Akuya? Sounds decent. Wait. Divine retribution. This whispered musing was unfortunately overheard. Following a brief rustle of pages, a bolt of lightning struck Li Qi's nose, leaving him with a frozen grimace for quite some time. After much deliberation, the goddess declared, let us call her Lady Crimson. It bears revolutionary connotations without attracting undue attention from the gods. Li Qi inquired further, and the doctrine? We cannot simply state that everyone shall become a deity, can we? Study diligently, strive for improvement, was promptly dismissed. Liberate all Fehn face the same fate. Offer blessings to a beautiful world earned him a reprimanding jolt. Shared ownership, collaborative governance, was rejected after a minute of contemplation for being too solemn. Each for all, and all for each, however, received approval. Compared to the overtly action-oriented slogan of everyone becoming a deity, this phrase, imbued with ideals of harmony, friendship, and mutual assistance, was markedly gentler. Many benevolent deities espoused similar tenets, ultimately promoting a collective well-being. Little did they know, the slogan championed by Lady Crimson aimed to overthrow the old gods and forge every individual into a new deity. And what of the divine emblem? What about the divine statue? What are the specific articles of the divine scripture? Confronted with a series of requests from Li Qi, the goddess merely uttered, "Handle it and then submit it for my review," before vanishing into thin air. In the realm of Fehn, within the primary material plane, southeast of the Old Continent, lies the Hadron Bay, south of the Hadron Kingdom. In the territory of Viscount Prell, at the summit of Prell Mountain, stands Prell Castle. Li Qi surveyed the otherworldly scenery and exhaled a sigh of relief. This protracted interlude had finally come to an end. In the year 1225 of the Fourth Era of Fehn, in July, Li Qi traversed from Earth, serving as the earthly representative of the otherworldly goddess, the Crimson Lady. He was poised to unleash a crimson tempest that would instill dread in the hearts of deities and demons alike, though he himself was reluctant to embrace this destiny. Rubbing his numbed face, Li Qi descended the stairs to acclimatize to his mundane identity. He despondently mused, before the game concludes, there should be a beautiful maid, and of course, the rite of the first night. This fleeting fantasy slightly lifted his spirits when suddenly, a translucent light screen materialized before him with a buzzing sound. Initially, a line of text appeared. I almost forgot about this. It then transformed into a notice board format. Take the first step mission. Acquire your first devout follower. Current progress, 0-1. Time limit, 10 days. Completion reward, 10 points of divine grace. What to do with it is yet to be determined. No rush. Failure penalty. Change of personnel. Miss Prell takes the stage. Is this still a system, or is it merely a death warrant? Chapter 2. The Witch Treads on Thorns. Behold, this is Fehn. The weight of racial oppression, religious tyranny, and class struggle bears down upon countless souls, while the sparks of revolution ignite across the land. At the pinnacle of the castle, a young girl with raven hair, alabaster skin, and a crimson gown unfurls a tapestry of light and shadow, revealing the state of affairs in the material realm of Fehn from east to west and from south to north. It is indeed true that mortals are crushed beneath the weight of these three burdens. Carefully, Li Qi adjusted his gaze, ensuring that he could observe the girl's commanding presence without directly confronting her divine countenance. Even though he had become her earthly representative, gazing upon the visage of a deity would still scorch his very soul. Yet Fehn is a world of high magic, where extraordinary power signifies advanced productivity. A 10th-level Archmage's forbidden spell could rival several great Ivans, all without the taint of radioactive pollution. Li Qi courageously voiced his thoughts. Is it truly misguided to stir a revolution among mortals here? Logically, he should not have been so forthright. Having lived as a humble office worker in the concrete jungle of 21st century Earth, he had one fateful day saved a little girl from an oncoming truck, only to be crushed and sent spiraling into an abyss. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the void, accompanied by a melodious voice. It is decided, you shall be the one. At that moment, he would have considered any hand, whether that of a beautiful maiden or even the tentacles of Cthulhu, for that sensation was simply irresistible. Thus, he was drawn into this realm known as Fehn, where he became the freshly minted Viscount Li Qi Prell. The goddess had bestowed upon him the task of igniting a grand revolution among mortals in a world teeming with gods and demons, overflowing with the extraordinary. A revolution among mortals? Li Qi found himself regretting the moment he grasped the goddess's hand, pondering that the odds of winning a lottery in his next life far outweighed the chances of successfully inciting a revolution in Fehn. I remember you are not an engineer. Why, then, do you interpret a mortal revolution as merely a venture into agriculture and technological advancement, akin to a bourgeois revolution of steam engines and firing squads? The goddess turned to him, prompting him to hastily lower his gaze to her fiery gown. It seemed he heard the rustle of pages turning. With an upward inflection, the goddess continued. it is evident that the extraordinary powers of Fehn have been monopolized by the church, the mage organizations, and hereditary bloodlines, all of which have been corroded by the decay of power and wealth. These systems have not only failed to promote the proliferation of extraordinary abilities within mortal society, thereby enhancing the world, but have instead stifled mortal growth, resulting in millennia of stagnation and regression. Is this not the very fertile soil for revolution? Li Qi felt compelled to kneel. Her words resonated with profound truth. While Fehn may possess advanced elements, it has remained in this dismal state for thousands of years. The history of Fehn, as imparted to him by the goddess, revealed that civilizations thousands of years ago were far more glorious, suggesting that those who embody advanced productivity have long been living off past glories. Is this not a decayed and backward world crying out for revolution? The goddess spoke with a hint of pride. Do not mistake me for a dogmatist. The revolutionary materialism respects objective facts and adheres to objective laws, seeking truth from facts, and practice being the sole criterion for testing truth. These principles I comprehend. You are correct. I have been rather superficial, declared Li Qi firmly. He did not concede defeat. So, your goal is for everyone to become a dragon, or rather, for everyone to attain divinity? The goddess's tone wavered slightly. How so? Is this not a grand ideal, worthy of every mortal's lifelong struggle? Well, yes, but according to the second law of thermodynamics, the total expansion of extraordinary power will inevitably accelerate the entropy increase in the Fehn world. If everyone were to become divine, the Fehn world would surely implode. Li Qi secretly wiped his brow, thankful for his knowledge of some deceptive physics. Wait a moment. The sound of pages turning echoed again. And soon the goddess softly exclaimed, "The issue you raised has a premise. Fehn must be a closed system. Yet it is not closed. I stand at the breach of this system. No, at the exit. The entropy increase caused by the expansion of extraordinary power will instead become my sustenance. I am that fortunate entropy-reducing system." She clenched one fist and placed it in the palm of her other hand. No wonder I felt the urgent need for revolution upon my arrival. It makes sense now. Li Qi was left speechless. Encountering a deity who could articulate philosophy and science so coherently left him at a loss. The goddess delivered her decree. In any case, Li Qi, Viscount Prel, your mission in this world is thus determined. As the spokesperson for the goddess of revolution, let the flames of revolution engulf the entire world and renew Fehn. Oh, divine one, I truly cannot accomplish such a feat. Li Qi knelt, realizing that although the reasoning was sound, instigating a revolution for every mortal to attain divinity in a world teeming with gods and demons was beyond him. Extraordinary powers above level 10 cannot exist in the primary material plane, meaning you need not fear the deities directly confronting you. With your secular identity as a viscount secured and distanced from major factions, what more could you desire? The goddess appeared increasingly impatient. I have just arrived. The new divine realm is still in disarray, and I have invested ample time and divine power in you. It seemed he could not escape this predicament. Li Qi sighed inwardly, yet recognizing the arduous task ahead, he resolved to extract more resources. After all, as your pontiff, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to face others without something special? Something special? The goddess waved her hand. Earlier, you mentioned is this what you desire? Li Qi felt a chill beneath him, and simultaneously, his belt loosened, causing his chest to swell. Realizing what was happening, he glanced down at his trousers. "No," he cried, his voice reaching a pitch. "Not this. I do not want to become a woman." With another wave of her hand, the goddess restored him to his original form. I was rather troubled about how to alter the memories of those involved, so that Miss Prel could assume the viscountcy. Your refusal is just as well. Li Qi patted his chest, gasping for breath. He had narrowly avoided a transformation. The goddess, with her hands clasped behind her and her toes pointed, inquired, "Are there any further demands?" Realizing he was under her threat, Li Qi hastily entered a work mode. "What shall your divine name be? If it directly pertains to revolution, it may be trivial on earth, but in the heavens, I fear all deities will vie for your divine dominion." The goddess hesitated. "Indeed. Acqua? That sounds quite pleasant. Wait, divine punishment." Li Qi muttered this softly, yet it was overheard. After a brief rustle of pages, a bolt of lightning struck Li Qi's nose, rendering his grimace rigid for quite a while. After much deliberation, the goddess declared, "Let us call it the Lady of Crimson, for it carries the essence of revolution while evading divine scrutiny." Li Qi continued, "And what of the doctrine? We cannot simply proclaim that everyone shall become a deity, can we? Daily learning and striving upwards were dismissed. The liberation of all fines was also rejected. Offering blessings to a beautiful world earned a reprimanding strike of lightning. The notion of shared ownership and mutual governance was deemed too solemn after a minute of contemplation. The phrase everyone for me, and I for everyone was approved. Compared to the more direct call for everyone to ascend to divinity, this slogan, imbued with harmony, friendship, unity, and mutual assistance, is far gentler. Many benevolent deities possess similar tenets. After all, it is simply a matter of ensuring the well-being of all. Who could have anticipated that the Lady of Crimson's slogan was aimed at overthrowing the old gods and transforming every individual into new divinities? What about the divine emblem? And the statue? And the specific articles of the divine canon? Faced with Li Qi's numerous inquiries, the goddess tossed aside. You handle it, and then submit it to me for review, before dissipating into light. In the world of fines, the primary material plane. In the southeast of the Old Continent, at the Hadron Gulf, in the southern part of the Hadron Kingdom, within the territory of Baron Prell, in the town of Prell. Atop the castle of Prell Mountain, Li Qi surveyed the scenery of this alternate world and let out a sigh. This prolonged transition had finally reached its conclusion. In the fourth era of the Fines world, in July of the year 1225, Li Qi, having traversed from Earth, stood as the earthly representative of the otherworldly goddess. The Lady of Crimson, poised to instigate a crimson tempest that would instill fear in all the divine and demonic beings, although he himself was quite reluctant about it. Rubbing his numb face, Li Qi descended to acclimate to his mundane identity. In a moment of self-pity, he mused, before the game ends, there should be a lovely maid. Oh, and the rite of the first night. This small flicker of hope slightly uplifted his spirits when suddenly, a transparent screen materialized before him with a buzzing sound. At first, it displayed a line of text. I almost forgot about this. And then transformed into a notice board format. Take the first step. Task. Acquire the first devout follower. Current progress 01. Time limit 10 days. Completion reward 10 points of divine grace. What this entails has yet to be determined, so do not rush. Failure penalty. Replacement. Miss Prell will take the stage. Is this still a system-driven narrative? Li Qi yearned to overturn the entire realm of Fehn, perceiving it not as a mere system, but rather as a harbinger of doom. The castle of the Prell family, with its centuries-old history, boasted stone steps polished to a brilliant sheen, compelling Li Qi to tread cautiously as he descended, lest he tumbled down in a farcical manner. Upon reaching the grand hall on the ground floor, a visage adorned with a bushy beard and eyes that resembled those of a corpse almost collided with him. The figure bellowed in a gravelly voice, "Young master, everyone is awaiting your presence. What sights did you behold above? Beauties, perhaps?" Avoiding the spittle of that individual, Li Qi nodded. Indeed, beauties. This face was familiar to him, or rather, to his original self, the family knight, Karlser, who had come to fetch him from the noble academy. A boorish yet reasonably loyal brute, Sadur was a figure of little intellect. "Mr. Sadur, you should refer to me as your lord. Li Qi is now the master of the Prell estate." Master, Xia Wen Sabadian, the steward of the estate. Seemed to Li Qi as though he were a devotee of some deity of stewardship. Should his conduct diverge from the ideal of what a master ought to be in the steward's eyes, he would not hesitate to cast him aside. Seated at the elongated dining table, Li Qi cast a glance at the line of men and women standing behind the steward, the castle's servants awaiting the new master's audience. Waving a hand to silence the clamor regarding where the knightly beauties were, he languidly intoned, "Well then, Sabadian, let us commence." Having been resurrected, encountered a goddess, traversed dimensions, and prepared for revolution, Li Qi's psychological fortitude had reached extraordinary heights, allowing him to seamlessly inhabit the identity of Li Qi Prell. However, with each introduction by Sabadian, he found himself increasingly resistant to this identity. It was clear that harboring expectations for a mundane life in a world reminiscent of the Middle Ages was futile. The vanished Li Qi Prell had relinquished any guilt for occupying this body. The men were utterly unremarkable, while the women, whether engaged in menial tasks or culinary endeavors, were either stout and round or painfully thin. Their features ranged from painfully flat as if ground by a millstone to grotesquely disproportionate. Those who were somewhat presentable flashed toothy grins, revealing a mouthful of crooked, yellowed teeth. Li Qi sighed and nodded, signaling the conclusion of the introductions. Next, he contemplated inquiring about his marital status, perhaps hinting at the matter of the wedding night. But first, he decided to request a more attractive maidservant. In his previous life, at the age of 25, Li Qi had been a wizard, as ordinary as the vast majority of the city's populace. It was only in the fleeting moment of rescuing a young girl that his humanity shone brightly. The task assigned by the goddess filled him with despair, devoid of any sense of reality. He thought it more prudent to leverage his current identity to fulfill the wizard's advancement quest, thus addressing the unfulfilled regrets of his former life. At this moment, he found himself rather base. The steward coldly remarked, "My lord, you may need to consider pawning or transferring certain rights to the estate to settle debts. I have compiled a list of items in order of value: the tax rights of the town, the rents from serfs and freeholders, the rights to recover bodies at the river mouth, the logging rights of the estate, the transit trade tax rights, and the right of the first night." What? It was only at the last moment that Li Qi came to a realization. Debt? Am I still owing money? It turned out to be so. The steward retrieved a document from his pocket, donned his spectacles, and subjected Li Qi to half an hour of psychological torment. The situation was thus: to put it simply, the late Viscount owed a total of 9,400 gold pounds to 7 gentlemen, including His Majesty the King. This debt must be settled within 3 months. Yet your treasury currently holds but 40 gold pounds. The steward spoke in a tone reminiscent of reading the dinner menu. "My lord, given that the annual net income of the estate is less than 200 gold pounds, you are now bankrupt. Surrendering the rights within the estate is merely a proactive beginning, yet it falls far short of the debt amount. Should you fail to repay this sum, your estate will be seized in 3 months, your title revoked, and you will become the private property of the king." Li Qi's sense of reality and anger surged in tandem. The previous Viscount truly was a wretched father. Gambling, excessive drinking, and indulgence led him to amass a mountain of debt before he absconded. No wonder Li Qi inherited the title with such ease, without any relatives to contest the inheritance. The goddess was equally a source of frustration, not even granting a farewell, starting off in negative equity. Was this not a disgraceful poverty? The night further exacerbated the situation. "Young master, marry a wealthy widow. With your looks, obtaining 1,000 gold pounds would be effortless." The steward added insult to injury. Mr. Sottle's suggestion holds considerable merit. Li Qi ignored these remarks, akin to a drowning man grasping at straws, anxiously inquiring, "Is there any movable property that can be sold? I mean, apart from the land and that pile of rights." The steward cleared his throat. "Your father." "I see." Li Qi cradled his head in despair. Anything worth selling had already been disposed of. What could possibly remain? There are still dozens of prisoners in the dungeon, their health generally satisfactory. If one were to contact slave traders promptly, a few gold pounds might be procured. The steward's tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing the number of pigs in a sty. Even when met with Li Qi's astonished gaze, he displayed no sign of perturbation. Prisoners? What crimes have they committed? Li Qi's moral compass had yet to be updated, instinctively eliciting a sense of aversion. Tax evasion, avoidance of labor, illegal logging, insulting the Lord, urinating beneath the notice board, theft, brawling, engaging in unspeakable acts with sheep and pigs. The steward enumerated a series of offenses. And as for serious crimes such as murder, those were typically hanged the following day, not kept indefinitely. The prospect of selling slaves for a meager sum was not only morally repugnant to him, but also contradicted the noble path the goddess had set for him. Just as Li Qi contemplated releasing these individuals under the pretext of a new ruler's amnesty, certain dangerous elements excluded, the steward interjected, "There are a few young girls who should fetch a good price." After a moment of silence, Li Qi turned to the knight and said, "I shall go see for myself. Lead the way." The castle of Viscount Prell was originally a military fortress. Though dilapidated, it was quite sizable, boasting a relatively spacious underground dungeon. Li Qi, accompanied by Sardar and the guards, arrived at the prison. The prisoners, clad in tattered garments and with disheveled appearances, were indistinguishable in gender, plunging his spirits into despair, even leading him to contemplate the worth of their lives. The stench within the prison made Li Qi feel nauseated, and as he pinched his nose to leave, a timid voice, reminiscent of a frightened mouse, called out, "My lord, please release my grandfather. He is on the brink of death." It was a young girl, imprisoned alongside an elderly man, both equally ragged, yet her demeanor starkly contrasted with the subjects under Li Qi's jurisdiction. The guards, rifling through the prison records, remarked that they could not afford the toll while passing through. Li Qi was at a loss for words. Was the nobility in this world merely a band of highwaymen? Well, perhaps the aristocrats were simply organized brigands. "Please, my lord," I would do anything, just save my grandfather. The girl, around 10 years of age, rushed to the bars, extending her hands toward Li Qi. A tremor coursed through Li Qi's heart. The little girl he had saved in his past life must have been of a similar age. He approached the cell, crouching before her, gazing into her dirt-streaked, tear-filled visage. He was reminded of dew rolling on green leaves. The dams separating his past life from the present began to crumble silently under the weight of her tears, rendering the world vividly real. He grasped the girl's hand, yearning to speak, yet words eluded him. The girl's grandfather lay in a corner, too frail to move, weakly calling out for her to stop. Stop what? Li Qi paid little heed. He harbored no malevolent thoughts. Then he discerned the elderly man's plea. Do not cry. Perhaps it was the warmth of his hand or the kindness in his expression that caused the girl's tears to overflow. What unfolded next provided Li Qi with a profound insight into this mystical realm, though he was utterly bewildered at that moment. A dense black mist erupted from the girl's form, weaving into swirling, pitch-black wings, while a crown-like ornament emerged on her forehead, with tendrils of black mist swirling around it. Her eyes shone like two cool, full moons, and her tears, like pearls on a broken string, glimmered as they cascaded down. In that moment, Li Qi also began to weep, overwhelmed by a searing pain. The agony dismantled the barriers between him and this world. Memories from the original owner surged through his mind, intertwining with his past life recollections, rendering them indistinguishable. A witch, a true witch. Mother, I am no longer pure. Sardar and the guards behind him wailed, seemingly enduring torments even more harrowing than Li Qi's own. A witch? But what was the nature of the girl's anomaly before him? Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared in his vision, swiftly displaying a line of text. Stable state of discrete divinity detected. The voice of the goddess echoed in his mind, exclaiming, wonderful. I knew casting you here was the right choice. You found the fallen deity so quickly. Quickly, make her my devout follower. Then I shall secure my first divine office, and your divine grace will be assured. No, the witch hasn't even grasped the concept. And now comes this talk of divine nature, fallen deities, divine offices, and divine grace. Moreover, the young girl remains an enigma, neither divine nor demonic. Certainly not of mortal origin. Are you suggesting that I extol her virtues to elevate her to godhood? I can only utter. It is painful. Tears streamed down Li Qi's face, startling the young girl into withdrawing her hand and retreating in haste. As the dark mist dissipated, her pupils returned to their normal state, leaving her bewildered and disoriented. Witch. Sato brandished his longsword, trembling as he approached the cell. Despite his quaking, his loyalty was unwavering as he stood protectively before Li Qi, exclaiming, Young master, the witch is a being more malevolent than the devil. She must be eliminated at once. From the corner, the elderly man struggled to voice his protest. Fehn is the saintess of the fallen god, not a witch. Well, adding the title of saintess complicates matters. Sato and the guards shouted accusations of witchcraft, while the goddess in his mind clamored about her descent into darkness. The old man continued to chant her sanctity. Chapter 3. The goddess trapped among mortals delivering the witch to the church of the true faith could yield at least 3,000 golden pumice stones. In the grand hall of the castle, the steward, Sebastian, remarked, It is indeed prudent not to kill her, but confining her within the castle poses a grave danger. What if she is not merely a witch, but rather a holy maiden of some bizarre deity? Such an affront would be intolerable. Leech, seated in the principal chair, absent-mindedly replied, considering that the goddess had indicated the young girl was a precious asset crucial to the revolutionary cause, while simultaneously being perceived as an embodiment of evil by mortals. He refrained from making any hasty decisions and instead transferred the pair from the dungeon to a secluded tower within the castle for solitary confinement. Sebastian's explanations helped him to better understand the concept of witches. In the realm of Fehn, extraordinary powers abound, and those possessing such abilities are not inherently deemed as wicked witches, in stark contrast to the plight of witches collected by a benevolent prince from another world. The witches of Fehn find themselves in a far more dire situation. They are hunted by the church, reviled by mortals, and even demons shun association with them. Malevolent necromancers or liches would rather reveal their true forms than be mistaken for witches. As for the rationale behind this, Sebastian relayed the official pronouncements of the various churches. Witches are vessels of divine aberration, tainting faith and corrupting souls. According to the church, divine aberrations are strange entities born from the chaotic unions of deities, essentially, all manner of unnatural occurrences. If one were to liken deities to matter, then divine aberrations would be akin to antimatter, entities that should not roam among mortals. However, Fehn is a highly active world of potent magic, where the barriers of the primary material plane frequently fracture, leading to invasions from various elemental tides and beastly surges. It is not uncommon for divine aberrations to slip through these cracks. For a divine aberration to persist among mortals, it must inhabit a suitable vessel, with young and vibrant women being the prime candidates. Their existence is to taint and corrupt all divinity, ultimately leading to the annihilation of all gods. Upon entering the mortal realm, they naturally target the very source of divinity, human faith. Thus, the churches of various deities, whether openly operating or functioning clandestinely, have made the pursuit and capture of witches their highest, perpetual priority. Yet, Leech remained perplexed as to why mortals could so easily identify witches. Had it not been for the goddess's hint, he might have assumed she was merely a practitioner with special skills, enhanced by some effects. My lord, though I have not witnessed it firsthand, the accounts of Mr. Sidarl and the guards suffice to confirm her identity as a witch. Sebastian raised 3 fingers, stating, firstly, while witches may take various forms, they universally possess dark wings. This attribute is present, albeit it may be considered merely an effect, as dark-affiliated practitioners or flamboyant sorcerers could easily replicate it. Secondly, witches are invariably beautiful young women or girls. What constitutes a standard here? Is beauty equated with wickedness? Thirdly, and most crucially, when a witch reveals her true form, regardless of the deity one venerates, mere proximity to her presence taints faith and corrupts power. As Sabatian cast a glance at the adjacent Sadur, he observed the knight drenched in sweat, wielding his long sword with a thick neck and bulging eyes. The sword flickered like a glow stick with a depleted battery, shimmering yet failing to unleash the knight's signature cleaving strike. No, your majesty Shuma, my faith in you remains unshaken. The knight knelt, clutching his sword, fervently invoking the knightly deity, Shuma, vividly embodying the third point articulated by the steward. This was indeed pivotal. The witch was deemed a public enemy of Fehn precisely for this reason. The indiscriminate corruption of extraordinary powers naturally incited divine wrath and instilled fear among mortals. Li Qi, still puzzled, pondered, I have direct contact with the witch. Why am I unscathed? The pain was palpable, yet devoid of lingering effects, even suggesting some unclear benefits. It appeared that the church's claims were but one-sided rhetoric. Li Qi feigned a cough, for he was but an egg, unchanged whether in multiplication, division, or square roots. My lord, the influence of faith and power is merely one facet. The witch's most terrifying aspect lies in her various malevolent curses. I believe. Sabatian sought to persuade Li Qi to promptly escort the young girl to the church for monetary exchange, yet the sound of pages turning in Li Qi's mind finally ceased. This was the root of his distraction. The goddess, a novice herself, was at a loss to address his myriad inquiries and was currently perusing her references. He was left to wait for the goddess's insights. Sabatian needed to maintain a facade, and after contemplation, Li Qi opted for the steward's most aligned perspective. There are dozens of Orthodox churches within the kingdom. We must identify the one offering the highest price. You should inquire about the market conditions first. Sabatian raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Li Qi's sudden clarity. He bowed respectfully. You are indeed correct, my lord. I shall attend to it promptly. Before Li Qi could respond, he added, rest assured, my lord, I shall not divulge any information. Li Qi could not help but feel his impression of the steward transforming, even grateful that his late father had left behind some vestige of utility. Once Sabatian departed, Li Qi turned to the knight, who was still posing as a statue. Sadur, have you been demoted? Demoted? Sadur scratched his head. No, indeed. His Majesty Shuma merely spat at me. He hasn't kicked me away yet, ha. His Majesty still favors me. This fellow seemed somewhat useful, though his carefree demeanor resembled that of a goldfish with a 7-second memory, thus not warranting lofty expectations. Go fetch the witch's grandfather. What is there to fear? Just call through the door and tell him I offer an opportunity for explanation. After sending Sadur away, Li Qi redirected his focus to communicating with the goddess. The matter must begin with the essence of the Fehn world. Please, your majesty, let us keep it concise. Avoid transforming the introduction into a treatise. Well then, let me articulate it this way. In the Fehn world, extraordinary powers are born of divinity. The revolution of mortals becoming gods does not contravene the fundamental laws of this realm. Every mortal possesses a divine essence. This is a premise commonly found in most fantasy worlds. Otherwise, how could mortals ignite the divine flame and ascend to the divine throne? Do not interrupt. Where was I? Ah, divinity. The goddess imparted a concise yet profound lesson on Fehn theology to Li Qi, often reading from a prepared text. It is likely that her knowledge, along with her characterization of witches as fallen deities, was derived from an alternative perspective outside the church, which further diminished Li Qi's trust in her reliability. In Fehn, the ancient gods, once reliant on nature, have waned, giving way to a pantheon sustained by faith. This faith crystallizes the divinity of mortals, creating a priesthood that simultaneously dictates the flow of transcendent power, with divinity serving as the vessel for such power, thus forming a closed loop. Ideally, this loop would function in an orderly manner. However, the actions of deities wielding their priestly authority often deviate from this ideal. As history has unfolded, deities have succeeded one another, and the priesthood has continuously evolved. The allowance for dual faith, where one may worship multiple deities, is quite prevalent in Fehn, resulting in a chaotic spiritual landscape. For instance, the knightly god of the Sadal faith is shaped by the veneration of the 7 virtues of knighthood. However, upon attaining priesthood, the mortal Shima intertwined his faith with his own identity, competing for devotion with war deities and gods of battle, leading to the decay of the true veneration of the 7 virtues. These withering faiths, as long as they do not vanish entirely, still hold the potential to coalesce into divinity, birthing new priesthoods. Yet, the deities who preside over the existing priesthood maintain their dominion, preventing the emergence of new priesthoods into the divine realm, relegating them to wander in the mortal world as opportunities for awakening among the populace. Moreover, in terms of their vessels, the notion of fallen deities aligns with that of witches. Only maidens are deemed worthy of such a role. This is the essence of fallen deities, Li Qi pondered, stirred in thought. This implies that they are. In fact, the goddess affirmed his deduction. They are goddesses trapped in the mortal realm. She hastily added, of course, their essence differs from mine, and they can never ascend to the divine realm. Indeed, they are the indigenous wild, while you are a sophisticated talent introduced through unorthodox means. Li Qi grasped another truth. They have been rendered like outcasts whenever they inadvertently or consciously channel divine power in the mortal realm. It is akin to drawing electricity from the hallway of a dormitory, unrecognized by the legitimate deities and the power systems they govern, thus resulting in phenomena of corruption and decay. Precisely, what does this signify? The goddess shifted to a broadcast tone. It signifies that the current pantheon of deities in Fehn consists entirely of usurpers. They have seized the fruits of the people's revolution, stifling the metabolic processes of Fehn and obstructing the progress of history. Is it just to leave them unchallenged? Li Qi felt a pang of discomfort in his liver and gallbladder. The revolution of mortals had yet to commence, and she was already contemplating a celestial upheaval. Stay steady up there, the goddess encouraged. You focus on your work down here. There was something amiss in her words, but Li Qi deemed it best not to delve deeper. He formulated a new hypothesis. Did the deities, through the church, propagate the image of fallen deities as witches, seeking to absorb their priestly essence? The priesthood of fallen deities, or witches, has not ascended to the divine realm, making direct absorption impossible for the deities. However, the pure divinity they possess serves as exceptional sustenance for amplifying divine power. The goddess swallowed and candidly stated, of course, it is also my sustenance. I can use it to forge new divine offices. However, you cannot consume it directly, as you are an undocumented entity who has illicitly crossed over from another world. You must partake of what I have already chewed. Li Qi wisely refrained from voicing these thoughts. The goddess seemed only able to vaguely sense his ideas, unable to read his mind directly. He then inquired about a practical matter. You mentioned converting her, absorbing her into a devout follower. How is that to be accomplished? In truth, you do not understand either, do you? After calling out several times, the goddess offered no further response. Li Qi sighed. Lamenting his misfortune in having such a supervisor, he would surely face repercussions in the future. At that moment, Sadal brought the old man into the hall. Upon entering, the old man fell to the ground, lamenting, "My lord, the Viscount, please do not hand Fehn over to the church. She is truly not a witch." After a moment of gasping for breath, he continued, She is the saintess of the goddess of suffering. Chapter 4. High Priest Terence, the goddess of suffering? Who might that be? In the realm of Fehn, there exists a rather perplexing predicament. From the inception of civilization by the elves and the emergence of the first oracles, a history spanning at least 1,000,000 years has unfolded. Within the mere 1,000 years of the Fourth Era, the transitions of deities have become an entangled mess. The fallen, the obscure, and the rather niche gods are shrouded in mystery. Li Qi could only recall the Lady of Pain, the goddess of torture, and the god of suffering, but had never heard of the goddess of suffering. The goddess Anma, who emerged in the Third Era, was a benevolent deity whose doctrine espoused the tasting of suffering to obtain the strength to redeem oneself and others. Her divine name once resonated throughout all of Fehn, extending into the Fourth Era. However, nearly a millennium ago, Her Majesty Anma tragically perished in a divine conflict, and her divine portfolio was subsequently divided among numerous gods. The old man's fragmented narrative left Li Qi gasping in astonishment. Who was this individual, possessing such profound knowledge of divine transitions? I am Terrence, once a high priest of the Lady of Pain. The old man divulged his origins, causing Li Qi to retract slightly, while Sadal unsheathed his sword with a clang, followed by the sound of his teeth chattering. The Lady of Pain's renown is not solely due to her formidable nature, but rather because of her eccentric doctrine that pain is the essence of life, and thus, one should devote their limited existence to an endless cycle of self-torment. Ultimately, a life is considered fulfilled only when concluded in an excruciatingly memorable manner, either through a glorious battle or a significant event, leaving witnesses haunted by the agony endured. Her followers are infamous for their ascetic practices and have devised various exceedingly dramatic methods of suicide, which are largely prohibited from public exhibition in most regions. However, the practitioners, undeterred by peril and operating at minimal cost, are highly favored within the mercenary and adventuring industries. What startled Li Qi and Sadal was not merely the Lady of Pain herself, but rather the title the old man claimed. The extraordinary powers in Fehn are categorized into 10 tiers. As a novice knight, Li Qi had yet to enter the ranks, rendering him at Tier 0. Those at Tier 3 are colloquially referred to as strong, while Tiers 4 to 6 are deemed heroes, Tiers 7 to 9 are legendary, and Tier 10 signifies a demigod. Powers exceeding Tier 10 do not belong to the material plane, but reside within the domain of the divine. In the church, a high priest holds a prestigious position, and no church would confer such a title upon one who has not even reached the level of a hero, implying that this old man possesses power at least at Tier 4. The most formidable individual within the Viscount's territory, Sadal, is merely at Tier 2, and his vocation is a common knight, ranking just below warriors. Given Li Qi's rudimentary understanding of the tiers of extraordinary power, he surmised that this old man could easily vanquish 100 Sadals. Noticing their astonishment, the old man sighed. As I mentioned, I once was. He produced a small object, roughly the size of half a palm, and handed it to Sadal, who then passed it to Li Qi. It resembled an animal bone, and following the old man's guidance, when held at a certain angle to the light, intricate patterns formed by complex lines became visible. The old man remarked, "This is a divine symbol utilized by high priests, inscribed with the emblem of the Lady of Pain. Regrettably, I have severed ties with the church and can no longer activate it. It is crafted from the skull of a martyr of the church." With a tremor in his hand, Li Qi nearly hurled the object at the old man's face. He steadied himself and placed the skull upon the table, clearing his throat and nodding. "Please continue, but be succinct." The tale of talents was not intricate. Originally a high priestess of the Lady of Suffering, she witnessed the church ensnared in the art of self-destruction, with her carefully nurtured disciples perishing in vain, even humorously so. Gradually, she began to doubt the tenets of the Lady of Suffering. In the church's secret texts, she uncovered that the foundational faith of the Lady derived from a goddess of suffering a millennium prior. Thus, she severed ties with the church in search of the goddess's traces, striving to comprehend the essence of pain. Fehn was a discovery made during her quest for the goddess's relics. What perplexed her was that this girl, seemingly fated to the goddess, was indeed a witch. The old man lamented, "I have lost the favor of the Lady of Suffering. The goddess of suffering has not awakened, leaving me a mere shell of my former self." Li Qi inquired, "You assert that Fehn is the saintess of the goddess of suffering. Where is your proof?" The old man straightened his back, his voice gaining strength. "The relic of the goddess still retains divine essence, resonating with Fehn, a truth that even the highest deity cannot contest." Li Qi raised his hands in exasperation. "Then why is she simultaneously a witch? Once Fehn reveals her true witch form, she will corrupt the surrounding supernatural forces. You are well aware of this, which is why you caution her against weeping." The old man's vigor deflated. "She is not a witch. Why this occurs is a mystery, perhaps. It could be the Lady of Suffering's scheme." He buried his head in his hands, Groaning, "I do not know." It appeared that the old man, or rather, the high-ranking priest, remained oblivious to the notion that a witch is essentially a fallen deity. Li Qi considered that perhaps the old man was aware but chose not to believe it, or perhaps feared to reveal it. Unveiling the true nature of witches would simultaneously expose the true visage of the gods of Fehn, including the goddess of suffering he sought, rendering them all null. Simply negating Fehny's identity as a witch with mere words would not suffice. Li Qi resolved to conclude the meeting and confine the old man elsewhere, allowing him to pursue the witch independently. The old man misconstrued Li Qi's intentions. "Your Excellency, I possess knowledge of numerous fallen deities' relics. They are worth a fortune in gold. As long as Fehny is not sent to the church, I shall divulge everything I know." Sadalar exchanged frantic glances with Li Qi, who paid him no heed. What use were the relics? He was a destitute bankrupt viscount, barely a level above weakness, devoid of the resources and strength required to excavate relics. However, from another perspective, the old man still held potential value. After some contemplation, it indeed seemed a pity to relinquish him to the church. Perhaps Fehny was truly a saintess? Li Qi donned what he believed to be his most amiable expression. "From the first moment I beheld Fehny, I was smitten. If you can persuade her to heed my words, I shall not surrender her to the church. I am in need of a maid." A sudden chill swept through the hall, and Sadalar stared incredulously at Li Qi, his mouth agape. The old man, tears streaming down his cheeks, exclaimed, "Your Excellency, she is but a child." Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. What had he just said that was erroneous? Every word seemed utterly normal and innocent. Sadal exclaimed, "Young master, she is a witch." Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He understood that in the future, when the young master encountered other young masters, he could boast, even witches. "Silence." Li Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. "You know nothing." Turning to Talons, he added, "I am also at significant risk. Not to mention what the church says. I have heard that witches bring forth malevolent curses. Such talk is merely the church's deceit," Talons replied bitterly. "The only consequence is the corruption of extraordinary powers. It has no effect on the average person. I have wandered with Fehny for 2 to 3 years. If there were truly an evil curse, would we still be alive now?" He bowed his head and implored, "Your Grace, please spare her. Whatever you desire, I shall bear the burden." Li Qi shuddered. This misunderstanding seemed insurmountable. He casually remarked, "Is being a maid truly more terrifying than being sent to the church?" Talons trembled, as Li Qi was bewildered. The elder lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and said, "I understand now. I will persuade Fehny to serve you well. Please, treat her with kindness." What? The threat of being sent to the church held such power? Li Qi curiously inquired, "How does the church deal with witches? Do they hang them or burn them?" The elder closed his eyes and replied, "They are turned into living statues for purification." Living statues? Li Qi was astonished. Could it be that in this world of Fehn, there was also a rotund individual named Rog? Regardless of the deity's church, upon capturing a witch, they would employ petrification to seal her body, extracting all her internal organs, leaving only the heart. They would use divine magic to sustain her life and consciousness, while high concentrations of holy water circulated within and around her body. Every wrinkle on the elder's forehead trembled, yet his words were calm. "Your Grace should know that mortals cannot endure excessive divine power. High concentrations of holy water, akin to concentrated acid, do not harm the body but can sear the soul, even gradually dissolving it." A chilling sensation surged from Li Qi's tailbone to the crown of his head. He felt not only his hair, but every pore on his face standing on end. This aligned with the goddess's explanation. This was the process by which deities absorbed divinity from witches. In a parched voice, Li Qi queried, "How long will this last? A few hours? Days?" The elder shook his head slightly. "The shortest duration is 2 to 3 years, the longest. I have heard that in the loyal sanctuary of the guardian god came, there are witches who have not been purified for over a century." Chapter 5. The Tears of the Witch Before the Castle's Corner Tower. Talons entered the room with a visage of profound despair. While Sadal and a group of guards lingered at a distance, peeking out from behind a pillar, their loyalty stretched to its limits. Moments later, a young girl named Fehny emerged from the door, and in the sunlight, it was the first time that Rich beheld her true appearance. Her attire was nothing more than tattered rags, and her exposed skin was so filthy that her natural color was indiscernible. Her short, grimy gray hair resembled withered grass. Yet her emerald green eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence. The girl timidly stood before Rich, so light that she seemed as if she might float away with a mere breath. She gazed at him with a blend of courage and yearning, declaring, I will not cry. My lord, as long as you heal my grandfather, I am willing to do anything. Rich refrained from voicing that her grandfather was not gravely ill, merely suffering from hunger, which could be alleviated with a few pieces of white bread. The girl, however, was already mentally prepared to submit herself to the whims of the strange man, and her gaze unsettled him. Rich contemplated calling a maid to wash her, but hesitated. Talons had warned him that if Finney shed a tear, her true witch form would be revealed, and allowing a maid to tend to her could lead to calamity. Gritting his teeth, Rich said, "First, let us take a bath together." From behind the door came the sound of the old man's suppressed sobbing. The servants quickly prepared the bathwater. Dismissing the eager buck-toothed maid, Rich removed the girl's beggar's garb and gently lowered her into the tub. At that moment, Rich felt an inexplicable clarity. Her age and her frail, refuge-like physique left little room for deeper thoughts. Moreover, lifting the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the sensation he had experienced in a past life when he had pushed a small girl away from the wheels of a cart. Both felt as light as a feather. Finney appeared both bewildered and anxious. "My lord." Rich handed her a towel. "Wipe yourself in front. I shall wash your back." She obediently accepted it, turning to wash while drying herself. As her skin gradually revealed its original hue, its pallor, due to malnutrition, was striking, marred by various old and new whip marks and scars, all converging on her diminutive frame, causing Rich's heart to ache. Talons had mentioned that Finney hailed from a peasant family. Since childhood, she had endured abuse from her lord, parents, and brothers. When Talons found her, she had been offered to the lord by her father, who was preparing to sell her to a brothel in the city. Perhaps it was the warmth of the water or Rich's gentle touch, but Finney's small body trembled slightly, and her stifled sobs were unmistakable as she struggled to hold back her tears. To divert her mind, Rich inquired, "Do you know that you are a witch?" Finney responded with a heavy nasal tone, "Grandfather says I am not a witch, but a saint. But when you cry, you transform into something else." "Which is not that of a saint," Rich replied gently, as if conversing with his own niece. "Grandfather says that is because my faith is not yet strong enough. I have not yet awakened the goddess." "Faith? What do you believe in?" "The goddess's doctrine teaches that suffering is inescapable. We must face it with strength to gain the power needed to rescue ourselves. This must be what Terence taught you, but do you truly comprehend it?" "I understand. Not much. The doctrine of the goddess of suffering is not entirely flawed. However, how does one derive strength from suffering? And how does one save oneself?" "I do not know." Feeney turned her head slightly, peering cautiously at Richie through her hair. "You want to cry, will you? Oh goddess, could you grant me a task that is more reliable? One that helps a mere girl comprehend the revolutionary principle of becoming divine?" Richie sighed inwardly. The goddess had merely bestowed upon him a revolutionary target in Fehn and a doctrine of divinity for all, while neglecting the specifics entirely. It was akin to converting Feeney into a devoted follower, providing only a goal without addressing the process. In any realm, superiors are indeed detestable beings. Devotees. Even this pope is uncertain of what to believe, possessing only a singular objective and a slogan. Enough of that. Richie resolved to abandon all reservations and simply connect with the young girl. Crying is natural. Sorrow demands tears. Pain requires tears, for it signifies an awareness of the suffering one endures. If one never cries again, it would imply an absence of sorrow, an absence of pain. Consequently, one would also cease to experience sweetness and happiness, for both sweetness and happiness can evoke tears as well. He merely spoke whatever came to his mind. Yet as he heard the growing sound of sniffling, he realized the situation was dire. "Master, I simply cannot hold it in any longer." The glimmer in Feeney's eyes danced like dew upon the tips of leaves, with nothing left to restrain it. "No one has ever spoken to me like this besides grandfather." Feeney shrank into the corner of the bathtub. "Master, you must leave." Meeting Feeney's gaze, which was a tumult of inferiority, pain, reluctance, guilt, and fear, Richie was reminded of a little girl from a past life. If a brother saves once, he can save a second time. Moreover, how could one advance in her heart by fleeing when she weeps? Richie came to an understanding, reaching out to grasp Feeney's arm. "Do not worry, cry. I can endure it. After all, it is merely pain." A piercing wail penetrated through the door. Even from a distance, Sadal could hear it distinctly. "Young master." He lifted his leg, ready to rush over, yet could only take one step before finding himself stuck. "O Majesty Shuma, grant me strength." His face flushed crimson as he shouted, yet he felt as though he had been petrified, his feet glued to the floor, his body writhing in defiance. "No, I will not succumb to the demons within. I will not yield to fear." Sadal cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. In the next moment, Richie shouted, "I am fine. Do not enter." Sadal paused, then collapsed to the ground. Rubbing his nose, he murmured in confusion, "What new trick is the young master playing?" Indeed, it was a novel trick. The last time, it had merely targeted the pain of the soul, but this time, Richie felt as though he had thrown himself into a thicket of thorns, the intensity magnified several-fold. Goodness, he found himself oddly enjoying this sensation. The delicate, slender arms in his grasp twitched as if attempting to break free, prompting him to instinctively tighten his hold. Transformed into a dark angel, Phineas's billowing black wings soared high, and her silver moon-like eyes, capable of piercing through all, fixated on Li Qi, her previously indifferent expression gradually softening. She leaped into Li Qi's embrace, bursting into tears, each droplet cascading down like a stream of luminescent light. "Ah, easy now." Li Qi sensed a surge of power within him, enveloping the pangs of pain, which morphed into a searing warmth, coalescing into a torrent that surged outward. When he finally mustered the strength to open his eyes, he was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? A gentle white light illuminated the previously dim room, emanating from the young girl in his arms. She wore a crown of thorns woven from radiant light, and a pair of ethereal white wings fluttered gently behind her. Surrounding her wings was a swirling darkness, visibly being consumed by the radiant light. "It seems I have accomplished something extraordinary." In his astonishment, Li Qi could barely entertain this singular thought. Phineas lifted her gaze, tears still glistening in her eyes, her petite red lips parting into a smile as she exclaimed, "I think I have seen the goddess." "Huh?" Then she realized something was amiss. "What is happening to me?" A holographic screen buzzed to life before Li Qi, revealing the task panel previously issued by the goddess. Take the first step, task, acquire the first devout follower. Task completed. Reward, 10 points of divine grace. Such divine grace was beyond even the goddess's comprehension. So Li Qi paid it no mind. The crux of the matter was, had he completed the task already? Where was the promised devout follower? "My lord, what is this?" Faced with Phineas's expression filled with confusion and uncertainty, Li Qi resolved to inquire with the goddess later. He reassured Phineas, "You are now a true saint." The following words only deepened the new saint's bewilderment. "Do not call me my lord. We are now comrades in revolution." Chapter 6. Recognizing suffering as the cornerstone of revolution atop the castle, the goddess in crimson descended, hands on her hips, embodying an air of righteous indignation. Li Qi stood bewildered, believing she had come to bestow grand praise. Innocently, he remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? Though I cannot comprehend why the process unfolded this way, the outcome seems quite favorable, does it not? I was not bestowed with pure divinity, but rather with a ready-made divine office, suffering." The goddess was aflame with indignation, as if she had just embarked on the revolutionary path, only to be struck by a vehicle. "I am the goddess of revolution. I have come to overthrow the entire old order of the world. What then? Is the cornerstone of revolution?" She pounded her chest, which bore considerable weight. Surprisingly, Li Qi found he could now gaze directly at the goddess. Though her countenance remained as blinding as a solar corona, other aspects were no longer so obscured. The goddess posed a rhetorical question to herself. Is it not the spirit of resistance against the multitude of divine and demonic forces? Is it not the exhilarating conviction of battling both man and heaven? She then inquired, "Do you know what the first divine office I intend to concentrate is?" Li Qi began to piece it together. Lindenman? As the name of the leader of the random rebels within Peace Society's quartet, he felt it aptly replaced the notion of rebellion. After all, names like Chun Sheng and Wu Guang felt jarringly out of place here. That is, the sound of pages turning flashed momentarily, and the goddess swiftly deciphered the origin of this reference. Very well, it is somewhat akin to that. Yet her fury remained unabated. But why must it be so? This, Li Qi thought to himself. How would I know how you absorb divinity and concentrated divine offices from above? Upon reflection, it seemed the goddess was not blaming him, but was genuinely perplexed. Since her area of understanding was beyond his grasp, what was lacking was the portion that Li Qi comprehended, although he understood very little. Wait, regarding the cornerstone of revolution. Li Qi felt he had a semblance of understanding. I believe this is quite satisfactory, in comparison to Lindenman. No, the spirit of resistance. Recognizing one's own suffering ought to be of greater significance, should it not? To regard the spirit of resistance as the cornerstone of revolution is merely to rebel for the sake of rebellion. Should it not be more profound and sustainable to discern the root of suffering and understand the reasons behind rebellion? Upon articulating this, the goddess emitted a surprised "oh." She circled Li Qi, her gaze penetrating like X-rays, and he felt as though she could see through him entirely. Your transformation is quite remarkable. Her fervor somewhat abated, though she remained unconvinced. The reasoning is sound, yet this divine office is not the all-seeing eye that penetrates reality, but pure suffering. Many deities in the realm of Fehn possess such divine offices, employing them for torment, intimidation, and self-harm. How can this be considered the cornerstone of revolution? Cough syrup is intended for healing, yet many misuse it as a drug, dealers include it on their sales lists, often altering its composition for deceptive purposes. Correct guidance. The goddess murmured, "Are you referring to me? That makes sense." Li Qi silently wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for her imaginative leaps. However, the goddess was still somewhat perplexed. Was not the first line, "Arise, you who refuse to be slaves? Do you suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Insisting on adhering to the order of the lyrics? Li Qi mused silently. This question was rather easy to address if people were unaware of their status as slaves. Oblivious to the fact that they were, in essence, slumbering, prostrating, or kneeling. What then? This is not a debate competition. Although the goddess reprimanded him, she seemed to be persuaded. Finally, she expressed her innermost thoughts. As the architect of revolution, if I cannot define my own divine role, am I not being led by the dictates of this world's celestial laws? No, the divine laws? My goddess, have you conducted revolutionary experiments in the realm of immortals? Li Qi pondered for a moment and recited a couple of lines from a book, respecting objective facts, adhering to objective laws, and based on a profound understanding of the objective world. The goddess and he echoed in unison, exercising subjective initiative to transform the objective world. Under my meticulous guidance, your revolutionary theoretical prowess has markedly improved. The goddess remarked with a tone of satisfaction. Very well, we have taken the first step. We have finally registered your divine status in the realm of Fehn. All glory be to my lord. The designer. Li Qi wisely refrained from contradicting the first part of her statement, pretending not to hear the latter. Ultimately, the first step was merely to secure her household registration. Li Qi descended the stairs in high spirits as the screen before him finally displayed substantial content. Name, Li Qi Prel. Age, 17. Gender, male. Editable. Identity, Viscount Prel of the Hadron Kingdom. Faith, Lady in Crimson. Occupation, Priest Pope. This was his essential information. The goddess had already registered his household in the divine realm of Fehn, transforming him from an apprentice knight, who could not awaken extraordinary powers, into a cleric. Below this were details related to his extraordinary powers, akin to a professional panel. Priest level, 1, standard divine skills, healing, blessing, divine light, detect evil. Exclusive divine skill, thorn of the mind. Pope level, constant, divine skills, divine vision, divine punishment, divine oracle, divine descent. Each item came with its own explanation, which Li Qi skimmed briefly. The priesthood was his fundamental vocation, while the papacy indicated his standing within the church. However, this segment of information remained gray, indicating that the goddess had yet to finalize matters in this regard. Li Qi was more concerned about his extraordinary powers. The revolution could wait, as this was crucial to his enjoyment of life in Fehn. In the world of Fehn, the extraordinary powers possessed by mortals were generally divided into two categories. One part comprised standardized powers, while the other consisted of unique powers bestowed by different deities. For instance, a priest, regardless of which deity they worshipped, would possess healing, blessing, and detect evil as divine skills, though their manifestations would vary based on level and the deity's alignment. In addition to standard divine skills, priests of different deities would possess distinct exclusive powers. The goddess registered as the Lady in Crimson and Fehn, having absorbed the divine office of suffering from Fehn, which gave rise to the exclusive divine skill, Thorn of the Mind. As I was about to closely examine the description of this divine art, a luminous screen suddenly flickered to life before me. It is time to establish a revolutionary stronghold. Task, establish a church, current progress 03. Condition 1, absorb 100 lay believers and 10 devout followers. Condition 2, construct a temple. Condition 3, complete the first doctrine of the sacred text. Time limit, 90 days. Reward 1, 100 points of divine grace. Do not rush, keep the previous ones safe. Reward 2, officially attain the status of Pope. Failure penalty, replacement, this time, replace with Saint Prelar. The goddess is indeed impatient, yet the establishment of a church is essential. Compared to my mindset when accepting the first task, I felt considerably calmer. 3 months is ample time. Wait, 3 months. My heart skipped a beat. I still owed a substantial debt. and failing to repay it within 3 months would lead me to a life of servitude. Within these 3 months, I was expected to repay a debt equivalent to 50 years of net income from the territory, construct a temple, and develop a congregation. This was akin to being thrown into boiling holy water to extract oil. In the hall, the elderly man, Talons, disregarded my grimaces of pain and seized me, pointing towards the brilliant light source in the chamber. There was yet another dilemma. I sighed as I observed Fehn, now clad in clean garments, who, under the soft white wings and thorny crown, appeared as an embodiment of light, justice, and beauty. Why was she crying again? What have you done to her? Talons gripped my arm with such force that I feared my bones might fracture. Grandfather. Fehn leapt into my embrace, exclaiming, "You are a good person. The spokesperson of the goddess, I can feel it." She wiped her tears, and as the wings and crown dissipated, her delicate face emerged, enchanting and pitiful. Talons was elated. Indeed, Fehn's divinity has awakened. The deity has favored her. She is truly a saint. I told you so. Then, he fell into despair, releasing me and muttering in confusion and agony. But I cannot sense the presence of her majesty, Anma. Well, since the matter was exposed, I too had to speak the truth. I winced at the pain while rapidly engaging my mind. More importantly, Talons had once been a high-ranking priest and was undoubtedly an expert in church construction, a valuable asset. I needed to persuade him to remain and join in this revolutionary endeavor. As I was formulating my thoughts, a sudden chill followed by warmth enveloped my waist, the pain gradually dissipating. Fehn's small hand gently massaged my side. "Does it hurt here, my lord? Oh, what is this light?" A soft white glow emanated from her palm, seeping into my body like fireflies. Healing magic. I had forgotten I could also. I ruffled Fehn's hair. "You are a saint now. Everything a priest can do, you can do too, and what a priest cannot do, you will be able to." Saints are high-ranking clergy present in most churches, typically youthful and beautiful maidens, serving as the embodiment of deities and the church, tasked with spreading divine grace and proclaiming doctrines. The most devout saint possesses abilities akin to those of the Pope, capable of issuing oracles, enduring divine manifestations, and maintaining a profoundly intimate relationship with the deities. In terms of external appearance, the saint resembles a sanitized version of a witch. However, in essence, witches are goddesses who linger in the mortal realm, while saints are merely propaganda tools nurtured by the church. The Lady in Crimson is a revolutionary goddess who has clandestinely crossed over. Her saintly persona remains that of a goddess. It is merely because her guardian has obtained legal status that they, too, have been registered as saints. Reflecting on the goddess's explanation to Phoebe, Richie remarked, "From now on, call me Richie. You are the saint, and I am the Pope. Our relationship is one of equality." Phoebe blinked, her small face revealing clear disappointment. "Master, Richie, do you not want me to be your maid anymore?" Richie replied with a smile, "You can take on a dual role." "Pope!" Terence exclaimed in shock, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 7. Faith begins with the tears of the saint, the Crimson Lady. Is that so? In the study of the castle's 3rd floor, Talons gazed intently at the young Viscount, seeking to glean more from the expressions upon his face. The youth's straight black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his gray eyes appeared languid and unfocused. His complexion was fair, his features delicately chiseled. Devoid of the white powder that nobles often favored as cosmetics, even his eyebrows remained unkempt. The leather garments he wore were quite aged, lacking any adornment save for a belt and sword buckle, rendering him even more austere than the foolish knight he had previously encountered. The belt hung loosely, indicating the boy's aversion to constraints, and his posture was casual, prioritizing comfort above all. Viscount Richeprel bore no resemblance to a noble. He seemed more akin to a Navii youth born of a wealthy, freeborn family, lacking ambition and oblivious to the world's harsh realities. Such a lad. How could he possibly excel in the art of deceit beyond someone with decades of experience like Talons? Yet, Talons found himself partially believing Riche's account, at the very least. A fragment of it rang true. A tale had long been passed down within the Prel family, recounting that thousands of years ago, their ancestor worshipped a deity known as the Crimson Lady. Before her fall, this deity left a mark upon his bloodline, promising her return when the time was ripe. Riche, unaware of any connection between Fehn and the Crimson Lady, merely felt that the mark within his lineage had been stirred by Fehn, prompting him to seek her out for further confirmation. Talons held little faith in the notion of a millennia-old family history. However, he firmly believed that Fehn was the saint of the fallen goddess. The ministry of suffering had been derived from the goddess of suffering. whose divine authority traced back to even more ancient deities, which made sense. Yet, why did he feel no connection to any divine power associated with Her Majesty, the Queen? This was the very reason Talents could not fully trust Riche. Although he had lost the favor of the deities, he still possessed some sensitivity to divine energies. The divine power coursing through Fehn was utterly unfamiliar, entirely disconnected from the Lady of Suffering and the Goddess of Suffering. I do not know, perhaps. Riche's words struck a chord within Talents. This was the authentic power of suffering. All he had sensed previously was distorted or counterfeit. I mean, a mere imitation. Indeed, such a possibility existed. Talents bowed his head. When Fehn cried, it was not the manifestation of a witch, but rather a divine power more pure than that of a saint, clearly revealing a miracle of the true God. Countless questions arose, merely stemming from his lack of knowledge and understanding. Accepting this narrative allowed Riche to extend a sincere invitation. In the future church, you shall be the second in command beneath the Pope. What is that title? Talents murmured. Cardinal? Typically referred to as a cardinal. Tears of anguish streamed down his face. At last, he could embark on the rightful path. Indeed, the position of cardinal was quite admirable. What kind of life had that individual in the church led back in those days? Grandfather, Fehn said beside him, please stay, old man. We shall do whatever Richie says, shall we? The table before her was laden with an abundance of food, white bread, cured meats, fine porridge, milk, and fruits. Each item a delicacy she had never savored in her life. As Richie conversed with Terence, she quietly indulged, resembling a small kitten with her eyes half closed. Fehn. Terence hesitated, his reticence palpable. The elderly gentleman, having lived for decades, felt the weight of dignity. He could not simply bow to a callow youth. Despite the youth being a viscount, he himself had once been a man of stature, conversing jovially with the king. Fehn's eyes clouded with a mist of sorrow. Is grandfather going to leave me all alone? Terence quickly reassured her. I promise. I promise. Please, do not cry. Time was of the essence. Radiant wings unfurled, a crown materialized, and gentle light bathed the entire room. In the corner, a faint wisp of black smoke began to rise. A sign of divine power dispelling impurities. Well done, Fehn. Both Richie and Terence silently bestowed a thumbs up in their hearts. Since the Viscount was the foremost devotee of the goddess, matters would become straightforward. Once Fehn was calmed and emotions were steadied, a glimmer ignited in Terence's eyes. The construction of a temple, transforming the populace into followers, gathering artifacts and tales related to the goddess, and establishing a comprehensive canon of scripture. However, the task was no small feat. Rubbing his temples, Richie articulated his predicament. 9,400 gold pence. Terence stared, astonished. The Church of the Lady of Pain only cost 8,000 gold pence to establish. He turned with difficulty, and Richie could almost hear the creaking of his neck. Fehn. The old man seemed to harbor thoughts he dared not voice. Richie sensed he might wish for Fehn to weep into her saintly form once more, thus solidifying his resolve. Saldar called from outside. Although Richie had already declared to the castle dwellers that Fehn was not a witch, Saldar remained apprehensive, unwilling to appear where Fehn was present. Who have they caught? Richie pondered. The body fetchers. They fled yesterday. The river mouth is piled high with corpses, reeking abominably, and no one dares to retrieve them. Richie recalled, that fellow. The territory of Viscount Prell lay to the south of the Hadron Kingdom, with numerous rivers flowing from the noble lands in the north and the royal capital of Iron Crown City, eventually draining into the fog-laden marshes further south. The Viscount's domain functioned as the kingdom's sewer, receiving all manner of refuse, including corpses, from upstream. The town of Prell and its castle were situated near the river mouth, where several bodies would wash ashore daily, necessitating the presence of professional body fetchers. This profession was lucrative, as the belongings of the deceased, including clothing, held value. Theoretically, these items belonged to the Lord, but the Lord could not personally retrieve the bodies. Thus, the right to collect the bodies was granted to the fetchers, who paid a fixed tax. The disappearance of a body fetcher indicated the discovery of substantial wealth or valuables among the corpses. After all, once the Lord became aware, he would invariably find various justifications in the lease agreement to seize those assets, a common practice among lords possessing body-fetching rights. Such trivial matters did not pique Liqi's interest. What had he discovered? A mere handful of golden ears would suffice for a few lashes, without confiscating his money, urging him to hastily retrieve the other bodies. Sadal reported that the man had been drinking in a tavern in the northern village, and in his drunken stupor, claimed to have found a treasure map on the body of a professional, asserting it was a relic of a fallen deity. A relic of a fallen deity. Li Qi exchanged glances with Terrence, recalling Terran's earlier words. You mentioned knowing many such relics? Indeed, Terrence affirmed confidently, though then tempered his enthusiasm. The nearest one lies over 1,000 miles away, within the territory of a marquis. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we might unearth something, Li Qi mused, harboring little hope, yet feeling it prudent to tempt fate. Terrence nodded. Now bound to Li Qi as closely as a grasshopper on a string, without resolving Li Qi's financial plight, his own cardinal aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Fehn, observing Fehn, who stood with a loaf of bread, nibbling while preparing to accompany them, Li Qi initially wished to leave her behind, yet felt uneasy with her not by his side. He sighed, stay close, but no crying. The young girl nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Li Qi's castle perched upon a ridge, with the undulating mountains to the east extending towards the Hadron Fjord, while the western side overlooked a river. A winding mountain path, nearly a kilometer long, led to the town of Prail. The town boasted over 100 households. Dilapidated wooden houses sprawled chaotically around a modest central square, where humans and livestock mingled freely, partaking in sustenance and excretion in the same space, the suffocating stench detectable even from the mountainside. It was this. Sadal presented a putrid sheepskin, causing Li Qi's features to contort in disgust as he gestured for Terrence to take it. Observing his demeanor, Terrence mused that this was indeed the behavior of a noble, nonchalantly accepting the offering. Sadal cast a sidelong glance at the little girl behind Li Qi. Fehn looked up at him, startling him into retreat. Nothing transpired, yet Sadal scratched his head and inquired of Li Qi. Sir, how shall we deal with that fellow? The usual protocol, Li Qi waved dismissively, pinching his nose, his focus entirely on the sheepskin scroll in Terrance's hand. There lay a map, annotations, and symbols reminiscent of divine insignia. Indeed resembling a treasure map marked with locations. This insignia belonged to the Lady of the Night, and the terminology and the annotations closely mirrored that of her clergy. The site was not far, only a few days' journey. Whether it was genuine or merely another game of intrigue by the Lady of the Night remained uncertain. Terrence quickly drew a conclusion. The Lady of the Night was one of the few deities leaning towards the darker realms, yet still able to traverse the church openly. The clerical duties encompassed schemes, secrecy, and various elements intertwined with the beliefs of fear, pain, and death. Terrence inquired, what of the bodies? They should not have been sent to the church yet, correct? The guard pointed to a nearby cart covered with burlap. Typically, the church would collect nameless corpses, offering a small fee to those who delivered them. Prail's territory lacked an established church, thus the body collectors would transport them to the nearest temple. I must take a look. As Talents unveiled the cloth, a potent stench of decay surged forth. Do not gaze. Liqui gestured for Fehn to step back. Yet he himself leaned in for a closer view, nearly retching at the sight of what seemed to be a grotesquely fused giant form. The old man dared not utter a word against Lady Night, and Liqui comprehended his unspoken concerns. Lady Night possessed not only formidable powers and a widespread following, but also a peculiar demeanor. She was indeed a source of incessant trouble. To avoid a series of calamities or an untimely demise, it was best to maintain distance. The crack of a whip and the sound of anguished cries resonated as Sadar dutifully executed Liqui's orders, adhering to the customary protocol. A sobbing sound emerged from behind, and upon turning, Liqui gasped in shock. Fehn gazed at the man being whipped, her small hands covering her mouth, yet tears brimmed in her eyes, poised to spill. Fehn. Talents noticed as well, softly admonishing her. Liqui pondered for a moment, then waved at Talents, approaching to gently pat Fehny's shoulder, saying, Let your tears flow. Do not hold them back. It is time for the truth to be revealed. Let the faith of revolution commence with Fehny's tears. In an instant, Fehn transformed into a vision of sanctity. Unlike before, her luminous wings soared and extended over 10 meters, as if she were levitating. A gentle holy light radiated in all directions, seeping into the hearts and minds of everyone present, expelling tendrils of dark energy from the mound of corpses, which were then devoured by the divine illumination, faint cries echoing in the background. The saint. It is the goddess. Mother, I have seen an angel. The guards knelt in reverence, and Sadar ignited his combat spirit, witnessing the brilliance of his sword-esque radiance, leaping with joy and exclaiming the name of the saint. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the corpse collector, whose bloodstains gradually faded from his back, though not entirely vanished. The marks diminished as if a priest had cast a healing spell, leaving the man to emit sounds of relief. Chapter 8. The mystery behind dead moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting the shadows of two figures that intertwined upon the wall. Why do you cry? The sting of the whip upon my skin is excruciating, as if I too am being beaten. Terence mentioned that you are often struck at home. Why is that? They say my tears are bothersome, and when they strike me, they feel pain as well, compelling them to strike harder. Since meeting Terence, does your weeping transform you into such a state? During your wanderings with him, did you not frequently embody the visage of a witch? Thus, my grandfather seldom took me into town and forbade me from conversing with others. Now you are free to do so, yet do try to weep less. Maintaining the guise of a saint is quite taxing. Today, you fainted, startling both Terence and me greatly. Well, Richie, you tell me when to cry, and I shall comply. I promise. Fehn nestled beneath the covers, while Richie sat at the edge of the bed, engaging her in gentle conversation. Hearing her childlike vow, Richie chuckled. You are not a faucet. Such promises are not easily kept. Then what shall I do? Fehn responded, visibly distressed. From now on, strive to refrain from shedding tears. If it proves difficult, control them, ensuring they do not flow excessively. Fehn fell into silence for a moment, then vigorously nodded. I understand. My strength must be utilized to assist you, Richie, and I cannot squander it recklessly. Furthermore, I wish to employ my healing abilities to aid others. Good girl. Richie affectionately ruffled her hair and planted a kiss upon her forehead. This is the Pope's blessing for the saint. Now, sleep well. Richie. Fehn tugged at the blanket, revealing only half her face, her emerald eyes shimmering with emotion. Could I receive the Lord's blessing for the maid? Very well. This is Richie's blessing, he replied, graciously kissing her again. As for the Lord's blessing for the maid, you are still young. Do not dwell on that. The room fell into a tranquil silence, enveloped by the warmth and softness of the mattress, pillows, and blankets. Fehn's eyes began to glisten once more. In her life, she had never experienced such a comfortable bed. The food she had previously only beheld from a distance, relishing the scent without ever savoring it. Yet, these were not the reasons for her tears. The Lord, her parents, her siblings, everyone around her had always met her with scorn, reproach, and violence. Grandfather Terence treated her kindly. Yet his gaze was not directed at her as an individual. Rather, he perceived her as a mere portal, always envisioning the goddess beyond the door. She was acutely aware of this. Only Richie focused solely upon her, from the moment her true witch form was unveiled, to her transformation into a saint. Initially, in the confines of the prison, when Richie clasped her hand, she glimpsed the kindness and even affection within his gray eyes, a sentiment that has remained unchanged. Compared to witnessing the goddess within Richie, the feeling of being seen and cherished by him made her sense of warmth akin to happiness. Whether as a saint or a maid, the paramount concern was to bring joy to Richie. Either role would suffice. Fehn pondered over her earlier inability to maintain the guise of a saint, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame and frustration. No, she must not weep. That is merely milk. Tears threatened to spill over, and she admonished herself. The warmth lingering on her forehead from the kiss of Rick reminded her of his words. That sweetness and happiness could indeed provoke tears. As the tears cascaded down her cheeks, the bed shimmered with light, fortunately, after a day of excessive exertion. Her movements were subdued. The young girl reassured herself. Just a sip, merely a tiny sip. In the study on the third floor of the castle, candlelight flickered as Rick sat behind an ancient rosewood desk, marred by countless scars from swords and blades, rendering it unsellable. With one hand propping up his chin and the other wielding a quill, he scribbled on parchment. He finally grasped the utility of the skill thorns of the soul, akin to a form of rigorous self-discipline, leaving his mind exceptionally clear. Perhaps it served other purposes for different individuals, but for him, employing this technique meant he would not close his eyes that night. Fehn's public display of her saintly form, albeit brief, marked a significant advance in their revolutionary endeavor. The name Crimson Lady could now boldly emerge. Seizing the moment, Rick resolved to formulate specific tenets of doctrine, prioritizing the task of addressing the followers. As for debts and temples, those could be dealt with gradually. However, he found himself at a loss on how to establish the doctrines. The notion of everyone for me, and I for everyone felt too vague, detached from the essence of suffering. A knock resounded at the door, and Rick initially assumed it was Sadal. Upon granting entrance, he was surprised to find it was Terence. Under the neon. No, forget about the neon. Our goddess does not concern herself with such trivialities. And this title will surely be scrutinized by scholars. What is it you seek? The latter part of Rick's statement was lost on Terence, Yet he comprehended the first half. Nodding in affirmation, "I understand, my lord." Taking a deep breath and straightening his posture, he declared, "I have come to offer counsel to my lord." A spark of interest ignited in Rick's eyes. "Oh?" The candlelight in the castle's third floor burned throughout the night. To the north of Preler town lies Conrad City, a small settlement with a population barely exceeding 10,000, yet in the impoverished southern reaches of the kingdom. It stands as a place of relative prosperity. In a lavishly adorned and impeccably clean tavern, listening to the gentle strumming of a three-stringed instrument, Sabadian swallowed a small sip of 50-year-old Wesley Royal Old Winery wine, exhaling a deep breath. Even the esteemed Viscount of Preler seldom indulged in such fine wine. The fact that he, a mere steward, could savor a full glass was worth several silver pennies. However, this was insufficient to compromise his family's honor and professional ethics. "Sir Mager, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Rick, no, the Viscount, was devising ways to raise funds. He was more self-disciplined and rational than his father. Perhaps a solution could be found. "Xiaowen, you should know that I hold your talents in high regard and believe you are more than capable of assuming a significant position within the municipal hall of Wangdu." However, the gaunt middle-aged man seated opposite me toyed with his wine glass, speaking in a tone that was either nonchalant or perhaps deliberately concealing something. "You are rather oblivious to the shifts in circumstances, which is not entirely your fault, as you are neither a shrewd noble nor a formidable professional. If young Master Li Qi is indeed as self-disciplined, rational, and capable as you claim, His Majesty will find himself troubled. The king has always favored straightforward and forceful solutions to his headaches." Sir Migel set down his glass and fixed a piercing gaze upon Sabadian. "Are you still burdened by guilt for not preventing his father from accruing such a substantial debt? This is not your fault, nor is it within the realm of your capabilities. The very fact that you can sit here and share a drink with me is a testament to that." Sabadian drew a sharp breath. The concealed suspicions in his heart finally validated, which signified he buried his emotions deep beneath a stoic facade, realizing the immense peril that lay ahead. The king still shows mercy. As long as young Master Li Qi relinquishes his fief and title, marrying into the royal family, he could not only erase his debts, but also retain his noble title of knight and secure a respectable position within the municipal hall or the royal guard. The middle-aged noble licked his lips. "I encountered Li Qi Puriel in the city yesterday morning. Indeed, he is a refreshing young lad. The conditions have changed, becoming more lenient than before." Disregarding the blatant rudeness of his companion's unmasked preferences, Sabadian began to strategize for his master. The new terms appeared highly advantageous. However, one must consider the prospective bride in the case of a marriage arrangement. Clinging to a shred of hope, he ventured, "If it were Princess Telesia, I believe the Viscount would not refuse. The king's eldest daughter, Telesia, is both beautiful and gracious, possessing an enchanting grace that endears her to her father. Rumors even suggest that he intends to pass the throne to her." "Ha ha." Migel laughed exaggeratedly. "I, too, would not refuse. No noble in the kingdom would dare to." Yet, his expression swiftly turned somber, adopting a countenance akin to mourning as he uttered, "It is Princess Catherine." Sabadian's proud composure shattered. He clenched his fists, struggling to suppress a scream. "Young Master Li Qi is still a child. How can this be? Princess Catherine is the king's second daughter, the twin sister of Telesia. In stark contrast to her moonlit sister, she embodies the dark depths of the abyss. Her temperament is volatile and deadly, and it is said she possesses the divine power of the god of slaughter, which, due to her mortal form, inflicts upon her a body riddled with sores and a visage marred by festering wounds. The king, with no other choice, has concealed her deep within the palace. There are also tales of her leading a cadre of black-armored knights to vanquish those who defy the king. I, too, find this to be quite a test of will." Migel spread his hands in a gesture of sympathy, then added, "However, compared to the prospect of the Viscount becoming His Majesty's slave and subsequently being delivered to Princess Catherine, this is indeed rather merciful. Wouldn't you agree?" Sabadian's trembling could no longer be contained as he laboriously inquired, "Why? Why is there such animosity towards the Viscount? Truly, Xiaowen, your perception is rather dull." Major Gadu downed the exquisite wine in his cup and exhaled a breath heavy with the aroma of alcohol, stating, "I can only tell you that the kingdom is about to embark on a new path, and Viscount Prel is merely the beginning. If it were not for the stance of the divine court, His Majesty would not engage in such painstaking efforts. After a restless night of tossing and turning, he ultimately arrived at a difficult decision, not for the position of assistant tax officer in the municipal hall, nor under the pressure of the king's second attendant, but rather for the honor of his family and his professional ethics. He must protect Lequy Prel, not merely the viscount or the domain, but Lequy himself. By the way, he was dragged out for drinks by the second attendant yesterday, neglecting matters concerning the witch. However, there was little to be done. He could casually hand it over to any church in exchange for some gold coins, allowing Lequy to enjoy a taste of the viscount's life before the impending day arrives. As they approached the town, Sabatian was astonished by the scene before him. The townsfolk were bustling towards the castle, each person animatedly discussing something. Many were driving donkey carts and oxen or dragging wooden sleds, transporting timber, stones, mortar, and other building materials up the ridge. Could it be that the witch had collapsed the castle? Sabatian pondered, then considered another dreadful possibility. Had the Viscount perished in the explosion? Such a scenario alone could explain the townspeople's exuberance. Chapter 9: The Essence of Thorn Souls. My lord, what construction is underway outside the castle? Sebastian entered the grand hall of the castle, and, upon seeing Richie seated comfortably, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he inquired about the peculiar occurrences he had observed. Ah, Sebastian, you have arrived just in time. Richie yawned and greeted him. This is Talons, the priest of the Crimson Lady. They are erecting a temple dedicated to her outdoors. The Crimson Lady? A temple? Indeed, Sebastian. I have garnered the favor of the goddess and have become her chosen one. There is a path to resolve that debt. The situation had shifted dramatically. Despite having spent the night without rest, Richie appeared remarkably alert. Last night, Talons had offered him 3 strategic plans, which Richie regarded as nothing short of a brilliant stratagem, befitting someone with profound insights into both the church and the nobility. The first strategy was to delay proclaiming himself king. No, to postpone declaring himself the pope. The saintly guise of Phineas was sufficient to affirm that the Crimson Lady is a benevolent deity, and thus the church is indeed orthodox. Yet this does not imply an absence of complications. To establish an imposing presence and deter nefarious elements, no church would rashly expose its core before it possesses adequate strength. It would be prudent for Richie to conceal his identity as the first chosen one, that is, the Pope, and to operate solely as a chosen one. The temple being constructed, therefore, would not be a cardinal cathedral, but rather a modest branch temple. The second strategy was to amass resources, which entailed attracting followers, cultivating clergy, and strengthening the church. This was not only a prudent course of action, but also aligned with the goddess's desires. Richie would publicly declare his devotion to the Crimson Lady, pledging his wealth and lands to the church. In comparison to the secular identities of the nobility, the church represented the true resource upon which Richie could rely. In the world of Fehn, both the church and the mage towers serve as incubators for extraordinary power. Clergy endowed with such powers could yield substantial benefits. Even mere healing services could significantly alleviate his debts. Talons explained that holy water imbued with divine energy was also a commodity, akin to potions, indispensable to mercenaries, adventurers, nobles, and the affluent. Of course, its value would depend on whether the divine attributes were in demand. The holy water of the Lady of Pain found no market, as few desired the experience of stomach hemorrhaging. The third strategy involved erecting a metaphorical wall, not a physical barrier, but one of faith. It was imperative to gather the goddess's relics and refine the doctrine, thereby elevating the faith and granting the clergy higher ranks. This was merely a directional guideline. For now, Richie could only lay the groundwork and devise further strategies when more resources became available. Richie recounted the embellished narrative to the steward, yet Sebastian's mind, already spinning from the previous night's revelations, now struggled to comprehend. Goddess? Saint? Is she not a witch? Phineas. Richie beckoned to the young girl at the dining table, who had just finished a chicken leg and was sipping milk. All right, hick. The girl, embarrassed, covered her mouth and approached Sebastian, her small face scrunching up as she began to gather her emotions. Noticing her sorrowful expression, the steward felt a twinge of unease and instinctively took a step back. Richie sighed. Silly girl, just use a healing spell. Ah, right. With a full belly, there's no reason for tears. Fehn stuck out her tongue and extended her palm towards the steward. A soft white light burst forth, streaming into the steward's body. He let out a shriek and began to roll on the ground. Li Chi, Talons, and Fehn stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. I'm so sorry. I've messed up again. Feeney's tears cascaded down, Her eagerness to prove herself had led her to exert too much force. "It's all right. I'm perfectly fine. Truly." The steward raised his hand to assure them, yet his mouth remained tightly shut. The soft white wings unfurled, and the thorned crown shimmered, embodying the essence of a goddess descending from the heavens. Moments ago, his mind had felt as if it were pierced by a multitude of thorns, causing immense pain, but it swiftly transformed into comfort. Once he regained his composure, the steward shared his experience. He felt mentally rejuvenated, his mind exceptionally clear and even. He glanced at Li Qi, realizing he had experienced a profound sense of compassion for him. Compassion? Was this the mindset that a steward should possess towards his master? Indeed, she was a saintess, not a witch. "However, my mind is in disarray. Please allow me a moment of silence." The steward felt an unprecedented clarity within himself. Yet too many thoughts surged forth, creating chaos in his mind. "Very well, Sabadian, go and rest well." Talons, being a pragmatist, instructed, "Fehn, use your healing technique on me just as you did before. It's fine to exert all your strength." A flash of light erupted, and the old man began rolling on the ground. "Ah, that feels delightful." After a while, Talons rose, rubbing his chest and sighing deeply. Fehn, unaware of the proper application of divine arts, had not employed a healing spell but rather unleashed pure divine power. Talons, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, "The thorns of the mind are a unique divine characteristic of the goddess, that pain can lead to greater clarity. Could this be the essence of suffering?" "Truly." A former high priest, Fehn pondered, pointing her finger, "How can one properly wield divine arts? I am beginning to doubt whether you are indeed a goddess incarnate. For even a saintess can only utilize fixed divine spells. It is impossible to wield divine power directly." Talons regarded Fehn with a curious gaze. Or perhaps the saintesses of epochs past possessed such abilities. My lord, you certainly cannot." Li Qi, attempting to emulate Fehn, sought to release pure divine power towards Talons, only to manifest a simple healing spell instead. In that moment, a sense of disappointment washed over him. As the rightful pope of the revolutionary goddess, he found himself unable to channel pure divine power like Fehn could. Reflecting on this, he realized that Fehn was, after all, a goddess trapped in the mortal realm. His superior had registered divine status in the realm of Fehn through the suffering divine vocation that Fehn bore. How could he possibly compare himself to this true goddess? Though he grasped this truth, Talon's subtly disdainful smile irked Li Qi, prompting him to hurl a mental thorn in his direction. Judging by the divine power expended, he could surely cast 20 or 30 of them in a day without issue. The old man rolled on the ground once more. Li Qi then directed Fehn to use Talons as her experimental subject, and the old man began to dance on the ground as if performing street dance, bouncing about incessantly. Indeed, the notion of healing wounds and ailments equates to the art of therapy, while the desire to awaken the spirit reflects the thorns of the mind. The principle is remarkably simple. All that Fehn needs to do is to continue honing her self-control. Furthermore, she must. "Grandfather, you're drooling." The old man, now addicted to his pursuits, has become insatiable. He believes that by experiencing the divine power of the goddess, he can attain faith and formally submit to her service. Amidst the commotion, Sadar timidly edged into the hall. "Young master, the rabble outside has begun to stir." Li Qi had already heard the ruckus but paid little mind, assuming it was merely the townsfolk's clamor. Following Fehn's revelation as the saintess yesterday, Li Qi seized the moment to declare his intention to build a temple on the nearby ridge. The townspeople, by contributing building materials and labor, would receive a complimentary healing session, with subsequent treatments and blessings offered at discounted rates. In such a desolate and dilapidated place as the Viscount's domain, the prospect of a temple and the care of a cleric represented an immense boon for the villagers. They had commenced gathering materials and excavating the foundation since early morning. Many local farmers had arrived, eager to meet the saintess. How presumptuous of these lowly peasants! Do they think the saintess is so easily accessible? Sadar exclaimed in frustration. "I merely wish to inform you, young master, that getting rid of them will create quite a commotion. It is high time to transform this wretched stone, steeped in the filth of noble ideology. The goddess's holy light shines upon all, regardless of rank or lineage." Li Qi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. They should indeed have the chance to see her." At the castle's entrance, a throng of over 100 clamored and shouted. The guards formed a barrier at the door, wielding shields and unsheathed swords to disperse the crowd, yet the masses lingered like flies drawn to fresh meat. "The Viscount has emerged. The saintess, Behold the saintess. Saintess, have mercy. Grant me a piece of dried fish and a loaf of bread. Accompanied by Fehn and talons, Li Qi approached the entrance, greeted by a dismal sight of human beings whose faces and attire resembled that of the undead. Most were local farmers or serfs, emaciated and diminutive, their expressions vacant, with dull eyes flickering with faint embers of warmth. Li Qi recognized that warmth all too well. In his previous life, he had witnessed it countless times, often succumbing to its pull, unwittingly merging into the crowd, forming a sociological phenomenon akin to a horde of zombies. He could assert with absolute certainty that after being crushed beneath a truck in his past life, no matter how gruesome the scene, a crowd would invariably gather, their eyes glimmering with that same warmth as they gawked at his lifeless body, pointing and murmuring. Numbness, indifference, detachment, and a penchant for chaos. They reveled in the spectacle, for it had no bearing on them. If they could snatch a few apples along the way, all the better. The onlookers. Li Qi raised his voice. The saintess does not conjure dried fish or bread. She heals the sick and saves lives. But I am not ill, my lord. I am merely hungry. Have pity on us, dear saintess. It is cold, my lord. May the saintess bestow a warm embrace upon us. The townsfolk extended their hands and cried out, reminiscent of a scene from a film where zombies claw at the protagonist. No, you are all unwell. Each and every one of you is afflicted. Li Qi remarked that this was indeed a splendid opportunity, whether it could attract a large following, or rather, garner devoted followers, hinged upon this crucial step. Let that green-haired young man in. He commanded the guards, instructing them to admit an individual. What is your name? He inquired. The young man, of a similar age to Li Qi, stared blankly at Fehn, seemingly incredulous that such a doll-like girl could be a saint. The guard, striking the back of his head with the hilt of his sword, pressed, My lord is asking you a question. Cow tongue grass, stand, my lord. He finally stammered. The green-haired youth suddenly realized the presence of a nobleman before him, and with practiced grace, he bent his knee and knelt on the ground. The name was not peculiar. Even those called dung egg existed. After all, they were but commoners. Li Qi turned to Fehn and instructed, use the thorns of the mind on this stand. And be resolute. Chapter 10. The painful awakening stand writhed on the ground, causing the guards and the muddy-footed men to scatter like startled wasps. After a moment, he rose, gazing blankly at his palms as if struggling to comprehend his own identity. He turned towards the crowd, his bewildered expression gradually transforming into clarity. And then tears streamed down his face. Such pain. Stan recalled the nights of his childhood, around 6 or 7 years old, when hunger drove him to tears. His cries echoing in the dark. His father's slap had left him seeing stars. The pain on his face was eclipsed by a deeper ache within. In time, the physical blows became mere sensations while his heart grew numb. He could endure the lashes while secretly savoring the stolen sweet potatoes. Stan remembered the day his sister succumbed to illness, her frail body discarded into the river by their parents. A perverse thrill surged within him at the thought of one less mouth to feed. Yet the image of that small head he had once tenderly caressed bobbing in the water pierced his heart with an inexplicable sorrow. Later, when his brother died, he cast him into the river with his own hands. A sigh of relief was the only emotion he felt. He recollected the passing of his parents, a time when he rejoiced in the absence of those who had once chastised him during the day, yet was haunted by the desolate silence of the grass hut at night, a stranger to him, leaving his heart feeling pricked by needles. He stood before peers who still had their parents, wearing a smile, for the grass hut was now his alone, free from scolding. Stan recalled an encounter with the Viscount on the mountain path a few years prior, when a guard's kick had struck him painfully in the waist. A sensation akin to boiling water splashed upon his heart. Just moments ago, when the guard had struck him with the hilt of a sword, he felt no emotion, even feeling fortunate not to have suffered a severe injury. When had he become so devoid of pain? Stan, what do you feel? Is it pain? Stan turned to the Viscount, who was of a similar age. Yes, my lord, it is indeed painful. The Viscount inquired further, aside from the pain, do you perceive any differences compared to before? There are. A significant difference. Stan furrowed his brow, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The Viscount observed his chin and asked, is it akin to the feeling after shaving with a dull blade? Precisely. That's it. Last night. Everyone spoke of visiting the Saintess, and I had to prepare myself by shaving. The blade had been dull, the initial coolness had been pleasant. A liberation from a thick shell, yet the breeze that followed had brought sharp discomfort. Then, the Viscount gazed intently into his eyes. Do you not feel as if you were ill before? Those gray eyes sparkled with clarity and wisdom, as if they could see through his very soul. Stan felt as though his innermost being had been laid bare. Yes, my lord speaks the truth. I was indeed unwell. At that moment, Stan realized his current existence felt so tangible, the world around him so vivid. Even the gnawing emptiness in his belly felt sharper than before, no longer dulled by indifference. In contrast to his former self, he felt undeniably authentic now, leading him to conclude that his previous state had been profoundly abnormal. With urgency, he asked, "My lord, what was that illness?" The Viscount narrowed his eyes and replied, "That illness is known as numbness. Your soul is enveloped in layers of filth, rendering you incapable of perceiving reality, and thus, you feel no pain." Stan looked towards the saintess, a petite and delicate girl gazing at him with a compassionate expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears that tugged at the heartache he had just experienced. Suppressing the urge to kneel, he inquired, "Am I well now? Was it the saintess who saved me?" It was indeed the saintess who allowed you to touch your own soul, enabling you to experience authenticity, yet this is not a permanent state. The Viscount turned his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. He continued, "Only by adhering to true faith can one continuously cleanse their soul, preventing it from being obscured by grime." True faith? Stan fell to his knees. What is that? Can someone like me truly believe? The Viscount smiled gently. The crimson light shines upon all, regardless of status or origin. Yet, you must take it step by step, beginning with maintaining clarity and recognizing the truth. Crimson. Clarity. Truth. Stan murmured, a spark of yearning igniting in his eyes. Elder Talon stood behind Fehn, observing Stan, the planton, eager to discern the differences between this subject and himself. Upon witnessing the resolve that settled in Stan's gaze after it had cleared, Talon's felt a tremor in his heart. With decades of ecclesiastical experience, he deduced that Stan had grazed the edge of doctrine, qualifying him as a budding believer. Should he continue to study the tenets and deepen his faith, he could very well ascend to the ranks of clergy. This perplexed Talons. How could a mere peasant, having rolled in the dirt, awaken so easily, while he, a once high-ranking cleric, had not basked in the goddess's radiance? At that moment, as Talons looked into Stan's eyes, they glistened with a hint of redness. How could this be? A profound sense of crisis followed by jealousy enveloped him. Rich had bestowed upon him the title of priest, promising that he would preside over the temple once it was completed. If he remained unable to awaken, that title would become meaningless. Noticing Fehn preparing to approach one by one, Talon sought to make one last attempt, suggesting, "My lord Viscount, perhaps we might have Fehn reveal her saintess form, to impart the thorns of the spirit upon everyone." Rich commended, "Excellent idea." While clergy could only wield sealed divine arts, Fehn, embodying the goddess, could freely channel divine power. By transforming the single-target skill of the thorns of the spirit into an area of effect skill, efficiency would see a significant enhancement. Upon hearing this, the young girl understood what to do. Instead of merely crying, she would now cry with the intention of awakening everyone. With her wings unfurled, the air resonated with the echo of angelic hymns. Unlike merely revealing her saintess form, as tears flowed gently from the corners of Fein's eyes, the tips of her wings extended ethereal shadows that penetrated the hearts of those around her. Except for Rich, everyone clasped their hearts and knelt. Before Rich's eyes, a transparent screen unfolded, displaying the number of budding believers. The initial figure was 100, steadily rising until it ultimately settled at 37,100. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Such results from the first promotion were commendable. Moreover, observing Stan's expression, there was a newfound determination in his pursuit, indicating that a devout follower was surely on the horizon. Turning his gaze to Terence, the confusion and inner turmoil etched on the old man's face astonished Rick. Had he still not awakened? Perhaps the goddess was unwilling to embrace someone like him. After all, he had once strayed onto a misguided path. Noticing Rick's attention, Terence bitterly remarked. Rick held high hopes for Terence. If the old man could not become a priest of the goddess, then he would be unable to seize control of the temple and manage the church's affairs. In this regard, Rick was at a loss. Within the realm of Fehn, he was bound to the goddess, and the role of a priest was merely a derivative of the papal identity. He had no idea how others might become priests of the goddess. However, he was certain of two things. First, the goddess harbored grand ambitions. Even a devil, if possessed of revolutionary consciousness, would find a place within her revolutionary ranks. Terence's identity would certainly not be dismissed. Second, for Terence to become a priest of the goddess, he would need to confront the suffering associated with Phineas. Reflecting on Stan's situation, Rick inquired, "Do you truly feel pain? I mean, on a soul level." Terrence modestly nodded. "Indeed, with my experiences, could I be compared to those common folk?" He had once been a high-ranking priest, in terms of life experiences and divine encounters. He was incomparable to those of lower standing. Perhaps, he pondered, these pains were of little concern to the goddess? Her focus was on the suffering of mortals, not that of high-ranking priests. Rick vaguely sensed that Terrence's extensive experiences had led him to dwell on his once exalted status. The suffering of mortals. Terrence contemplated. Recalling how he had consumed many heart-pricking thorns, his mind remarkably clear, life scenes unfolding with exceptional clarity. His thoughts delved deeper into the layers of memory, unearthing buried life experiences. Suddenly, as if something had been unearthed, Terrence's face contorted, his body trembling slightly. That was, at least 50 years ago, when the young Terrence was merely a small apprentice of the Branch Temple. On a dark and stormy night, he had been summoned by a priest under the pretense of tutoring. That night, his heart ached and his backside throbbed. 40 years prior, while adventuring in the world, he had believed that life and death experiences would earn him trust, only to be ruthlessly betrayed. When he struck down a former companion, his heart must have shattered into pieces. 30 years ago, due to unavoidable circumstances, he had betrayed others once more. Feeling such pain that he wished to throw himself into the flames, Terrence clutched the stone pillar of the castle gate, vigorously banging his head against it. Producing a dull thud, Rick's mouth fell open in astonishment. Before he could voice a protest, the old man struck his own face again, spitting and grimacing as if he had just tasted something repugnant. The old man, after colliding with the wall, slapping his face, bowing and rolling about, suddenly sprang up as if ignited by an inner fire, shedding his garments to reveal a lean yet not decrepit physique. In a moment of instinct, Li Chi swiftly shielded Fehny's eyes. "Ah!" The old man pounded his chest and howled to the heavens. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, a soft white light surged from within him, coalescing into a luminous halo that spiraled from his feet to his head, dissipating into sparkling motes of light. The hue and aura indistinguishable from the divine power exhibited by Fehny. Talons had awakened. A light screen emerged, revealing the unexpected delight. Cleric 1. Li Chi was nearly rendered speechless. Is this truly possible? Chapter 11. The 5 Principles of Beauty and the 3 Loves the Loyal Divine Court. Composed of the deities such as the guardian god Kame, the night god Shuma, the noble god Sif, the lady of joy Circe, and the goddess of arts, the elegant lady formed an alliance at the twilight of the Third Era. They united with other deities to overthrow a multitude of old gods, championing the Tudorian kingdom to dominance across the continent, ultimately establishing the Tudorian Empire, thus heralding the dawn of the Fourth Era. The splendor of the Tudorian Empire endured for a mere 2 centuries before fragmenting into countless kingdoms, duchies, and autonomous regions, with the Hadron Kingdom emerging from the southeastern territories of the once mighty empire. Presently, the empire clings to a small remnant in the central part of the continent, a mere shell that persists in a state of stagnation. This shell remains unconsumed, owing to the profound influence of the empire's culture, which is deeply rooted in the deities of the loyal divine court. The headquarters of this court resides in the Empire's original capital, now the only remaining territory, the city of Urxiong. Countless memories of Urxiong flooded into Liqui's mind. Prior to inheriting his title, he had studied at the Noble Academy in Urxiong. He was no stranger to this force. Our goddess, though not widely recognized, would likely not capture their attention. Liqui instinctively sought to distance himself, for this divine court, in a certain sense, resembled the Church of Light found in numerous fantastical tales, representing the established order of the world in the name of light, goodness, and loyalty. The loyal divine court in the Hadron Kingdom was merely a branch. Its so-called official church status was not as domineering. Yet the Hadron Kingdom's insular and conservative nature constituted the court's fundamental base, rendering it acutely sensitive to heretical beliefs. His goddess, with revolutionary aspirations, was precariously engaging with the loyal divine court before even establishing her foothold, a perilous endeavor. My lord is a benevolent deity. They must take heed. Talon subtly discerned Liqui's concerns. Even if my lord's doctrines were not yet fully formed, the divine light was sufficient to affirm allegiance to the camp of benevolent gods. Rather than allowing the court to approach uninvited, it would be prudent to leave them with a favorable impression. Li Chi mused that this old man was indeed astute, grasping his apprehensions. Perhaps it was his extensive experience in the Church of the Lady of Sorrow that made him so adept. This was a splendid idea. Sabatian concurred wholeheartedly. It would be an opportune moment to invite the indebted nobles to discuss their obligations. A distant, benevolent deity settling in the kingdom would likely inspire the Church of the Lady of Joy to generously contribute to such a meaningful banquet. Li Qi was taken aback. The church would sponsor a banquet. The ministry of the Lady of Joy encompassed love, gourmet delights, gatherings, and revelry, with feasts serving as a form of worship. Talons elucidated. The Church of the Lady of Joy relished hosting banquets, and the more significant the occasion, the greater the delight for the lady. Witnessing a deity become a neighbor would surely encourage the church to sponsor the event. Sabatian exchanged a knowing glance with Talons, the former clearing his throat to say, the church typically provides the host with some funds for venue arrangements. Li Qi adeptly patted the steward's shoulder. Go negotiate. I shall grant you a 20% commission. Is the master decided? The steward feigned ignorance of Li Qi's words, as if his master had utterly forsaken all semblance of dignity. As realization dawned upon Li Qi, he acknowledged that his exuberance had inadvertently unveiled the mannerisms of his previous life. He feigned ignorance of his earlier remarks and began to stroll with his hands clasped behind his back. After pacing a few times, he inquired of the old man, is the doctrine of the goddess still incomplete? We have only discovered the sections pertaining to suffering. Might the divine court grow suspicious? Torrance shook his head. The fluctuations of deities are intricate and multifaceted. Aside from the omniscient Anufert, no one can elucidate them clearly. The omniscient has no church, and other churches base their allegiance on the attributes of divine power. Our Lord's holy light is sacred and pure, undeniably aligned with the good faction. This point is indisputable. Therefore, he asserted with certainty, unless the doctrine possesses an exceedingly explicit target, I cannot fathom why the loyal divine court would perceive our Lord as an adversary. This posed a dilemma for Li Qi. Yet upon reflection, he considered that if the Lady of Pain could transform suffering into self-harm and demise, why could he not transmute it into solidarity and camaraderie? This would perfectly resonate with the notion of each for all and all for each, with fortunes often found amidst peril. And driven by debts in the upcoming banquet, Li Qi resolved to take the risk. Let it be so. The temple shall be completed within a month, with the banquet scheduled for a month and a half hence. Please liaise with Sabatian regarding this matter. Sabatian bowed deeply. Very well, my lord. I shall see to it. After the steward's departure, Li Qi summoned Torrance to the study to deliberate on the doctrine. Torrance cautiously asked, is there perhaps a doctrine of our Lord that is not suitable for public revelation? How should I know? Li Qi retorted, I possess only vague legends and the markings of my lineage. The majority of the information rests with you and Fehn. Our Lord radiates brilliance and divine majesty. Undoubtedly a powerful, benevolent deity, Torrance reverently proclaimed. Torrance then discussed matters that filled Li Qi with genuine relief. Indeed, having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. The churches of all deities in Fehn categorize their doctrines into 3 segments, which need not strictly mirror one another nor adhere to logical coherence. Firstly, there exists a slogan, summarizing the doctrine and proclaiming the deity's alignment. Citing the markings of his bloodline, Li Qi presented the concept of each for all and all for each, which Torrance found unobjectionable. Secondly, there are the common scriptures, intended for evangelism and general instruction of the faithful. Except for deities clearly aligned with darkness and malevolence, other deities express themes of unity and friendship, aspiring to attract as many superficial believers as possible. Lastly, there are the true scriptures, serving as the foundation for devout followers and clergy to enact divine will and uphold their faith, wherein the authentic doctrine is inscribed. The task assigned to Li Qi by the goddess should pertain to this aspect of doctrine. Li Qi pondered, what shall it be named? Torrance remarked that other churches bestow unique titles upon their true scriptures to distinguish them from the common ones. For instance, the guardian god Cain's ode to loyalty, the god of sin Sherlock's record of all evils, and the widely recognized pink book of the Lady of Purity, Yon. Let us call it the Crimson Book, thought Li Qi, initially inclined to name it the Red Treasure Book. However, as the name crossed his mind, an inexplicable chill of dread, seemingly from another realm, gripped his heart, compelling him to retract his words. That deity possesses the power to obliterate the very existence of the world, and even the slightest transgression of taboo must be avoided. The content of the Crimson Book may be refined gradually. The ordinary scripture is intended for external use and must be established first. The essence lies in being a good person, fostering unity amongst all to collectively pursue goodness. Li Qi decisively proclaimed, What could be more fitting than the principles of 5 virtues and 4 beauties and 3 loves? Advocating cleanliness, humility, order, unity, and love. Beauty in speech, beauty in actions, beauty in the soul, beauty in the environment. Cherishing life, embracing existence, and valuing labor. Localizing the code of conduct for the successors of the revolutionary cause from a past life to serve as the guiding principles for the revolutionary preparatory team of the Fehn world is indeed sound. Is there anything amiss? Noticing the peculiar expression on Talon's face, Li Qi inquired. No, it is splendid. Talons inhaled deeply. The radiance of our Lord shall undoubtedly illuminate the entirety of Fehn. Li Qi nodded in satisfaction. Let us strive together. Upon exiting the study, he carefully descended the polished spiral stone staircase to the 2nd floor. Talons pushed open a door, entering a small, dimly lit room. Until the temple's construction is completed. This unused storage room serves as Talon's office. The mark within the bloodline? Talons chuckled coldly. Li Qi's ability to deceive was woefully inadequate. He had previously claimed it was merely a mark, yet the scripture's title and precepts flowed from his lips with ease, indicating he had long been aware. The principles of 5 virtues, 4 beauties, and 3 loves, so straightforward that even the most unrefined could comprehend, struck Talons as exceedingly peculiar. Li Qi's evident apprehension towards the loyal divine court was also laid bare. Talons sensed that the enumeration and arrangement of the principles, encapsulated within the 5, 4, and 3, concealed a profound rationality and an unfamiliar order. He deduced that the goddess to whom he had converted his faith was certainly extraordinary. Yet, is that not splendid? What superstitions surround the mysterious? The deranged deity he had originally followed was equally enigmatic. The latter scurried like a rodent, needing to conceal itself in most circumstances, whereas the former could walk in broad daylight. More crucially, to be the second in command within the church, directly beneath the Pope, who also holds a secular noble status, implies that the affairs of the church will largely be under his control. Such a future shines brilliantly. He must personally oversee the temple's construction and the new apprentices. The light is ahead, and there can be no trace of negligence. Chapter 12. The glory of labor. As the sun descended at an angle, a loosely formed line of individuals meandered along the ridge. Bittergrass. Today you have once again cushioned my steps. The black sheep, Gambit, strode forward with large strides, his grass shoes flapping high. Laughter erupted, causing the line to become even more disordered. Gambit, if you continue to disrupt the order, you'll be the one to clean the latrine today, Stan frowned. Gambit scratched his head and replied, Oh, come on, it's just a joke. Don't take it too seriously, Stan. Stan remained serious. No one appreciates being trampled upon. Such jests are unwelcome. My apologies, Gambit stuck out his tongue, yet persisted. But these shoes are truly made of bittergrass. Stan sighed. When we are able to wear leather shoes, I shall have priest Talons provide you with black sheep leather. Laughter erupted once more, and even Stan joined in. Compared to the days of going barefoot or wrapping rags around their feet, the sensation of soft, dry earth beneath them was indeed delightful, albeit the bitter grass incited frequent jests from his companions. After donating their fields and huts to the church, Stan became an apprentice to the institution. Their dwelling was a stone house they constructed under the guidance of a stonemason, with beams so high that one could not reach them even when stretching. The roof was covered with felt to ward off rain, and windows were installed for ventilation, allowing the morning sun to stream in. Although the single room housed 8 individuals, it felt considerably more cramped than before, yet the sturdy wooden beds provided each person with neatly sewn straw bedding, and the carpenter had crafted cabinets for them. Everyone donned clean linen garments, finally distinguishing between shirts and trousers to cover their bodies. Priest Talons mandated that they shave and groom themselves daily, bathe in the river every 3 days, and learn laundry from the castle matron, with anyone whose clothing tore responsible for mending it themselves. The grass shoes were a source of great fascination for them. On the first day, when the noble lord addressed them and noticed their lack of footwear, he inquired about the price of leather shoes. After a moment of silence, he instructed them to make their own grass shoes. Stan had never before heard that grass could be fashioned into shoes, and even priest Talons displayed a look of astonishment. When asked for specifics on the process, the noble lord merely mentioned weaving and assigned the task for everyone to contemplate how to proceed. They crafted various oddities from dry grass but could not produce reliable, wearable shoes. Eventually, the noble lord sent a maid from the castle who had experience in weaving grass mats to provide guidance, leading them to discover the method. Now, each person donned comfortable grass shoes, and even priest Talons had woven several pairs for himself. The most significant change, however, was the daily provision of 2 hearty meals, including a bowl of oatmeal and a piece of roasted sweet potato in the morning, an existence akin to paradise. In the initial days, they toiled alongside others, moving stones and constructing shelters, believing they must labor for at least 2 or 3 years for the church to acquire further knowledge. In the town, the tailors' apprentices, blacksmiths, stonemasons, and carpenters toiled for several years before they began to acquire knowledge. These apprentices were once the object of envy and jealousy for others. Now, their circumstances have improved. And even with additional years of labor, no complaints arise. Unexpectedly, after the construction of the house was completed, the noble lord began to engage in various peculiar activities. The 31 of them were divided into 4 groups, each with a leader. Stan was appointed as the temporary captain, guiding everyone in practicing orderly lines, counting, and marching, while also studying the tenets of the teachings. Those who embody the principles of the 5 talks, for beauties, and 3 loves would attract the favor of the goddess. Each day, before their meals, Terence would recite the rules, and upon hearing the teachings, the group dared not overlook a single word. Under the watchful eye of priest Terence, their initial trepidation began to wane. Encouraged by his peers, Stan mustered the courage to inquire of Terence whether understanding these teachings would grant him the status of a cleric. The old priest replied that such a question ought to be directed to the noble lord. The lord often brought the saintess to meet them, and Stan and the others had grown bold enough to stand tall before him. However, when it came to asking questions, aside from Stan, none had the audacity to do so. Stan himself, haunted by their previous conversation, found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was the noble lord who noticed this and inquired of Stan. Upon grasping the question, the noble lord smiled and assured him that by taking it step by step, one day he would indeed become a priest of the goddess, spreading her sacred light far and wide. That night, excitement kept everyone awake. They could truly become clerics. They could bask in the reverent gaze of others. They could wield the powers bestowed by the divine. They could summon forth holy light to heal the wounded and vanquish evil spirits. The noble lord had declared that every lesson imparted to them held significance. They must listen attentively and act diligently. They were to maintain the clarity of their souls and progress with measured steps. What they were currently undertaking was both foundational and honorable. In formation, each individual carried a wooden frame filled with firewood and hay, their afternoon task. Sometimes they chopped wood or mowed grass. Sometimes they paved paths, and at other times, they practiced their drills in the open square. As the formation began to falter, Stan rallied them once more, and the apprentices shouted in unison, "Labor is the highest honor." On the terrace of the castle's 2nd floor, overlooking the ridges, the once scattered ant swarm now moved in orderly lines, prompting a satisfied nod from Rick. "Noble lord, does this truly hold significance?" asked Terence, frowning beside him. In his view, employing the most obedient individuals in the construction of the temple would hasten the completion of the project. Yet, the tasks Rick assigned seemed devoid of purpose. Of course, it is meaningful. In time, you shall understand. To be candid, manipulating the apprentices in this manner, aside from instilling a sense of collectivism, lacked true significance. This is a world where extraordinary power resolves all. With strength and golden ears, no problem is insurmountable. For instance, the spirit of collectivism could easily be fostered by recruiting priests of the god of abuse, who excel in using whips and pain to swiftly create conditioned reflexes. Even the most obstinate individuals can be transformed into the most compliant and docile servants within mere days. As for doctrines and teachings, the priests of the god of knowledge, Sigma, possess the ability to inundate minds with vast amounts of information through collective thought-sharing. The acquisition of literacy, mathematics, and languages, as well as the mastery of enlightenment spells, can all be accomplished through this means. Richie harbored a certain degree of spiritual fastidiousness. He believed that employing extraordinary powers to hasten the cultivation of faith bore an unsettling resemblance to genetic modification, and thus it was best avoided if possible. Even if he presently regarded the goddess's revolutionary endeavors as the eccentric adventures of a madwoman from another realm, he still hoped the seeds sown initially would flourish in a more natural and pure manner. "My lord, power is paramount. You should concentrate your efforts on this," Talons remarked, oblivious to Richie's sentiments. In recent days, the old man had undergone a transformation. His manner of speaking to Richie was no longer as humble as it once had been. "So what if you've leveled up again?" Richie thought sourly. Talons had now ascended to the rank of 2nd-level priest, capable of casting blessings and mental thorns upon groups. In addition to acquiring a strength spell, while the efficacy of his healing spells had significantly surpassed Richie's own, Richie could only mend minor wounds, whereas Talons was now adept at addressing grievous injuries. Previously, Talons had been a high-ranking priest, attaining a remarkable level 5. His experience and expertise in divine arts were extraordinary, making his swift progression hardly surprising. Talons believed this was a sign of the goddess's favor, while Richie suspected it was linked to Fehn. For instance, the collective mental thorns might have been developed by Fehn herself, from whom Talons, through his profound mastery of divine arts, had acquired new spells, thus elevating his rank. Richie was convinced that until Fehnn's power level increased, Talons would forever remain a second-level priest, incapable of ascending to the third. This raised two pertinent questions. How could Fehn be elevated? And how could Richie himself advance? Regarding Fehn, Richie had inquired of the goddess, who lamented the lack of sufficient data for analysis and insisted on the necessity of further practical research. Concerning his own advancement, Richie had consulted Talons, who indicated that the goddess's faith remained incomplete, and the experiences he had gained while under the Lady of Pain were not applicable to him. Thus, Richie resolved to focus his efforts on Fehn. On the lawn beneath the terrace, Sadal brandished a wooden sword, causing Fehn to scurry about in a state of disarray. This was Richie's experiment. He aimed to encourage Fehn to further develop her abilities. However, the atmosphere did not seem conducive to instilling seriousness in her. This was training, not a game of hawk and chicks. Summoning Fehn to the terrace, Richie adopted a stern demeanor to admonish her. Fehn, with her gaze lowered, rubbed her toes together. "Milk is precious. I cannot bear to waste it," she murmured. Richie raised his hand, eyes wide with seriousness, declaring, "I am quite earnest. It will hurt." With that, he swung his palm towards her small posterior. Fehn shut her eyes, her delicate face scrunched in anticipation, as a faint silver serpent of light emerged from his palm. Reaching toward her rear, the luminous serpent writhed, seemingly attempting to weave a protective barrier. Richie's hand dispersed the light serpent, landing upon her behind, merely grazing the rounded form without delivering any real impact. Alas, Liqui sighed in resignation. The little girl only had a bit of flesh in that area. How could he bear to truly strike her? Fehn had even learned to mock him, exclaiming, "Liqui, you're not serious. I am fully prepared." Yet, even if it came to a real confrontation, she could hardly muster any seriousness. Liqui wished for Fehn to develop a protective function for her thorny heart. But the method bordering on cruelty was neither reliable nor bearable. Just as he was about to continue his educational efforts, the buck-toothed maid arrived to report that guests had come. Liqui instructed Fehn, "Take a break and then tidy up the room. Remember." The little girl nodded earnestly, declaring, "Labor is the most glorious." She had officially taken on her role as Liqui's personal maid, tidying the bedroom and study, organizing Liqui's clothes and personal belongings. Her daily workload was considerable. In this regard, Liqui did not perceive it as mistreatment. More work meant more food and faster growth. After Liqui departed, Talons quietly inquired, "Fehn, what was that milk you mentioned earlier?" Chapter 13. The Earl Grey Lady Milk? Fehn gazed at the old man in bewilderment. "You mean the milk we drink at the breakfast table?" Terence averted Fehnn's gaze, feigning nonchalance. "Or is it the Viscount who feeds you at night?" A riddle lingered in his mind. He dared not inquire with Leech and found it awkward to ask Fehn directly, so he danced around the subject. "There's milk in the morning, but at night." Fehn smiled and replied, "Every evening, Leech bestows upon me his blessings." Fehn resided in the outer chamber of Leech's bedroom, and each night she requested a blessing. This blessing brought her tranquility and vitality throughout the day. When tears were necessary, they flowed abundantly, unlike that time she fainted. Tears equated to milk. With the blessing came an ample supply of tears, thus, one could indeed say blessings were akin to milk. Clever Fehn added, "Just like milk, sweet and delightful." Every night, Terence struggled to maintain his composure and inquired further, "Is it painful?" "Painful?" Fehn tilted her head in contemplation. "Not at all, but I do cry. Tears of joy." The old man took a deep breath, holding on to a final thread of hope as he asked, "How did the Viscount first awaken your divinity? Was it akin to what he does with you at night?" Recalling the moment when Leech, despite his pain, held her tightly, Fehn felt her heart enveloped in a warm sweetness. Indeed, Leech was in agony, yet he endured. And in that moment, I beheld the goddess. The old man wiped away his tears and murmured, "I understand." Leech felt a chill creeping down the nape of his neck. This sensation was unsettling. Upon descending to the hall, his eyes widened in delight. What a beauty! A tall figure adorned in an intricately embroidered aquamarine gown exuded elegance and grace. Her cinched waist and the voluptuous curves above created a breathtaking silhouette, infused with a hint of devilish allure. With alabaster hands, she removed her wide-brimmed hat, allowing cascades of chestnut waves to tumble down, reminiscent of a certain chocolate advertisement. The visage that emerged caused Leech's mind to flash with 4 words: unparalleled beauty. In a past life, having beheld countless women on screens, he was momentarily struck dumb by her radiance, oblivious to Sebastian beside him and the maid behind. The butler cleared his throat and announced, "Countess Bohemia has come to visit." "My lord." "Oh, Leech, I arrived unannounced. Please forgive my impertinence." The stunning countess swayed her hips, enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance as she approached Leech, winking playfully. Her light blue eyes sparkled mischievously, igniting a flutter in Leech's heart. "We've met before, have we not?" As the countess was led into the sitting room adjacent to the hall, the butler whispered to Leech, "The countess has been commissioned by the Society of the Amorous Ladies to conduct an investigation here." Leech recalled that the lady, whose full name was Aurora Bohemia, had indeed crossed paths with him about 5 or 6 years prior. At that time, his rather unrefined father had been drooling, fixated on the young Aurora. Then still a countess's daughter, forgetting to introduce them. It was she who had sweetly smiled and greeted him. His heart raced like a startled fawn. This enchanting countess was of considerable stature, being the foremost socialite of the kingdom. Li Qi steeled himself, shaking off the thorns of distraction, his mind suddenly clear. While beauty can indeed be intoxicating, the looming specter of financial crisis was far more pressing. The success of the banquet hinged upon this very interview. In the drawing room, the countess scrutinized the dilapidated furnishings, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "Li Qi, you are but 17. The responsibilities of a lord weigh too heavily upon you." The term pauper sounded almost affectionate when uttered from your lips. Behind her, a stoic maid diligently wiped the chair multiple times with a handkerchief before laying down another one, allowing the countess to finally take her seat. Throughout this process, both women regarded Li Qi as if he were invisible, their expressions and movements flowing with an effortless grace. Such disdain could be displayed with such elegance. As the cold-faced maid pushed aside the tea she had brought and arranged an elaborate tea set, Li Qi found himself devoid of any further retorts. The amber liquid of the tea wafted steam, swirling gently in the porcelain cup. The countess cradled the cup in both hands, sitting upright, and took a solemn sip, letting out a satisfied sigh before reciting, "Thanks be to my lord for bestowing fragrance and sweetness." Noticing Li Qi's dazed expression, she laughed lightly. "Li Qi, you haven't forgotten that I am a priestess of the Lady of Elegance, have you?" Realization dawned upon him. The priesthood of the Lady of Elegance encompassed etiquette, attire, cosmetics, and black tea, assuming the role of a socialite within the loyal court of the divine. Li Qi masked his thoughts. "Your grace, your prayers were indeed noble and sacred. I was utterly mesmerized." The countess chuckled delicately. "Li Qi, have you merely adopted the demeanor of a dandy while at the incense pavilion?" "No, I have also rediscovered the lost faith of my family." Under the gentle reprimand of such a devastatingly beautiful woman, Li Qi, who had once been a sorcerer in a past life, found himself somewhat overwhelmed and promptly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Fortunately, the countess was only there to gauge the situation, not to further bewitch him. As she inquired about the origin of the lady in crimson, Li Qi elaborated on the tale he had previously recounted to Talents, detailing an encounter with a peculiar bookseller during his studies at the Noble Academy in the imperial capital. "He told me, 'Young man, I see a rare potential in you. My lord must have a connection with you,' and he gifted me a book." The contents of the book eluded his understanding, yet he felt something deep within awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, the book had turned ash. Li Qi continued, "The church insists that I must garner more divine favor for my lord to unveil further secrets." Truly, a mysterious sovereign. Such occurrences frequently populate the annals of legend, for the actions of deities remain inscrutable to mortals. The countess maintained her elegant posture and serene smile, embodying the tranquility of a refined lady as she listened to his tale. Her sentiments were far from mere pleasantries. Indeed, the deities of the Fehn realm operated in such enigmatic ways, always shrouding their intentions from mortal eyes. Rising once more, she surveyed the drawing room. "Yet I see nothing that pertains to that sovereign." The once tightly wrapped gown now bore a miraculous slit that extended to her waist. As the countess swayed her body, a fair, exquisite leg emerged from beneath her skirt, swaying tantalizingly within mere inches of Li Qi. He nearly spat out the tea he had in his mouth. For in the place where one would expect to find artificial fabric, there was naught but the natural beauty, subtly revealing itself. Countess, do you truly believe in the elegance of a lady or the allure of a temptress? Despite Li Qi's extensive experience from his previous life, he struggled to swallow the tea, ultimately coughing aloud. He turned his face away and remarked, "The temple of our Lord has yet to be completed. Everything must commence anew." In his peripheral vision, he noticed the Countess taking a seat, and that long scene mysteriously vanished. Though tinged with regret, a warning bell rang in Li Qi's mind. The essence of his youthful, reclusive nature had been laid bare before this woman. What an unexpected test. Might there be another chance? The Countess waved her hand, and a shimmering dust settled upon Li Qi. The hue, a soft yellow reminiscent of candlelight, enveloped him, inducing a languid bliss. As if mere existence was the pinnacle of happiness. "This is a blessing bestowed by our Lord," the Countess proclaimed with a visage of purity, asserting that the earlier display of springtime was but an illusion in Li Qi's mind. She continued, "I too wish to receive the blessing of the Scarlet Lady." This was a test of divine attributes, prompting Li Qi to rein in his wandering thoughts. The Countess had cast upon him a blessing spell with a minuscule amount of divine power. Weighing the intensity, he reciprocated with a gentle blessing of his own. Compared to the radiant light of the elegant lady, the goddess's illumination felt distinctly cooler. The Countess, with her eyes closed, savored the moment, emitting a soft, alluring sigh. She nodded in satisfaction. How refreshing. It is akin to immersing oneself in a cool spring on a scorching summer day. Upon concluding her words, she beckoned, and the stoic made approach to replace the tea set. Miraculously, she produced a kettle that seemed to contain tea just boiled, evidently an extraordinary item imbued with spatial properties. The Countess inquired, "Li Qi, you must be familiar with the blood of chastity. Would you care to try?" At the mention of this name, the butler standing nearby raised an eyebrow. Li Qi had heard whispers of this enigmatic substance at the Noble Academy, known to be a refined delicacy among the upper echelons of society. Naturally, he did not wish to appear timid before the Countess, and with a smile, he nodded. "It would be my honor." Sebastian's mouth opened slightly at Li Qi's response, only to close once more. The stoic maid poured the tea, then produced a crystal vial containing a flowing, crimson liquid, exuding a hazy glow. The viscous, blood-like substance did not dissolve into the tea, but instead formed swirling crimson strands, slithering through the liquid like serpents. A chill ran down Li Qi's spine as he re-examined the memories of the original owner, ensuring this was no poison. And recognizing that the Countess had no reason to harm him, he raised his cup in a gesture towards her, taking a delicate sip. Ah, how delightful. The sensation, markedly different from the smooth warmth of the tea, felt almost tangible, gliding from his tongue down to his throat, settling in his stomach. Li Qi imagined that if he were to use a shrinking spell on Fehn, stripping her bare and having her swallowed whole, it would evoke a similar sensation. Though the imagery would take on an absurdly arcane twist. It is precisely for this reason that the repressed taboos buried deep within the soul are unleashed, causing the sense of reality to gradually shatter, and the sensation of the world revolving around oneself grows ever more intense. Could you elaborate on the doctrines of His Crimson Majesty? The voice of the Countess, akin to a warm tongue, caresses and swirls around Rich's ears, despite her being seated at least half a meter away. Chapter 14. The blood of chastity. As the words "everyone becomes a god" were about to escape from his lips, Li Qi was suddenly jolted by a startling realization. He almost fell into the trap. Our Lord, a benevolent and compassionate deity, perceives the world as fraught with suffering. She believes that humanity must embrace one another, casting aside barriers to offer mutual solace. The name crimson symbolizes the fusion of hearts. Our Lord yearns for the divine light to illuminate all, where each exists for the other. Li Qi recited the carefully crafted lines, internally cursing the cunning nature of this lady countess, who dared to make him drink a truth serum. How infuriating it was that he had dug his own grave, presenting himself as intimately familiar with the blood of chastity, while generously inviting others to test his honesty, leaving him without grounds to retract his statements. Of course, he lacked the confidence to turn against her. Suffering? The Countess's gaze flickered. That sounds remarkably akin to the doctrines of the god of suffering. The deity is smart. Known throughout Fehn, holds a reputation comparable to that of the god of guardians, Fehn. Regarded as the god of the poor, Smart's teachings advocate for the oppressed, striving to eradicate suffering. Li Qi maintained a serious demeanor as he stated, "Your Majesty is smart, is a revered deity of our Lord. However, our Lord does not believe that vengeance is a just means to alleviate suffering, and she sincerely hopes that violence may one day vanish from this world. Revolution, of course, transcends the baseness of revenge. It seeks to establish a wholly new order. The ultimate goal of revolution is to create a society devoid of class and violence, albeit through the eradication of violence itself. The Countess nodded thoughtfully. It was evident that if Lady Crimson leaned more towards the camp of the god of suffering, she would not be a suitable ally for the loyalist court, as a smart represents the impoverished, while the loyalist court embodies the aristocracy. May I receive the divine insights of Lady Crimson regarding suffering? As the Countess rose to pour more tea for Li Qi, her garment miraculously split open, revealing a deep chasm that seemed capable of engulfing him entirely. Once she sat down, the fissure vanished. Li Qi suddenly realized that the Countess's long gown must be an extraordinary artifact, and her graceful demeanor belied the fashion trends of the day. The memories of the original owner revealed that in Erxiang, one could find numerous women adorned with merely 2 flowers on their upper bodies. In contrast, the Countess appeared quite conservative. What a depraved world it is. The Countess spoke with subtlety, implying her desire to witness the unique divine arts. The manifestation of a deity's divine office rests upon internal doctrines and exclusive divine techniques. Internal doctrines are the Church's secrets, before any specific actions are taken. Alignment is determined through divine power and exclusive divine arts. In this regard, Li Qi harbored no concerns. Talons had elaborated that many deities' jurisdictions were entwined with suffering, predominantly belonging to neutral or even malevolent factions. For instance, the Lady of Torment, who leans towards evil, emanates a faint blood-red divine light. In contrast, Lady Crimson's divine light is silvery, distinct from the pale gray light of Ismart, the god of suffering. The exclusive divine technique known as Thorns of the Mind inflicts no tangible harm upon the psyche or body, and coupled with the ubiquitous doctrinal slogans, it suffices to affirm Lady Crimson's alignment with the benevolent faction. As you wish, Li Qi cast a remarkably gentle mental thorn upon the Countess. Oh, MMM. With her eyes tightly shut, the Countess clutched her chest, resembling a delicate flower, emitting a faint and fragile moan. Upon reopening her eyes, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. I recalled the moment of bidding farewell to my first love, when my heart truly felt as if it were being cleaved asunder. The memories of the seniors at the Noble Academy remain indelibly etched in my mind. Looking into Li Qi's eyes, shimmering with emotion, she remarked, Li Qi, the Scarlet Lady is indeed a merciless sovereign. She has laid bare the myriad scars upon my soul. I once believed I was incredibly fortunate, yet the sovereign has presented the cold and unyielding reality before me, revealing the profound suffering I endured in the past. Li Qi quickly employed his eloquence, honed through debate competitions. My dear Countess, those are not scars. They are your treasures. Indeed, they are treasures, which is why Her Scarlet Majesty desires for everyone to unite in sharing such wealth. The Countess, with her lips slightly parted as if struggling to contain her tumultuous emotions, made Li Qi yearn to swallow. Address me as Aurora, she panted softly, raising her hand to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair. Casting a bewitching glance at Li Qi, it has been a long time since anyone has stirred my heart so profoundly. She continued, if Her Majesty could bestow upon us music or literary works imbued with divine inspiration, I believe it would swiftly open doors within the kingdom. Our Lady of Joy, the Muse of Arts, and the God of Music would surely rejoice at the prospect of new friendships. Has this passed the test? Li Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for music and literature, should I include the March of the Volunteers, Indestructible Alliance, and the collected works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao? Li Qi also wished to summon Talents and Phineas, but the Countess decisively declared, Her Scarlet Majesty will undoubtedly bring new vitality to the kingdom. Of that I am certain. The Church of Joy would be delighted to host a banquet here at your behest, Li Qi, bearing all expenses and even willing to contribute funds to enhance the venue. Before Li Qi could express his gratitude, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, but do not harbor too great expectations regarding the identities of the banquet guests. You must understand, your troubles extend far beyond that debt. Her tone was grave, and the weight of her words resonated deeply within Li Qi. Then, feeling a warmth at his earlobe, he was unexpectedly enveloped by the Countess's lips, who playfully tugged and sucked a few times. Alas, it was still a frivolous encounter. The Countess giggled delicately as she departed, leaving Li Qi to rub his ear, lost in contemplation for quite some time. Splendid. As Li Qi accepted the pouch, the clinking of gold coins evoked visions of spring. Sebastian inquired further, My lord, is your health in good condition? Why do you ask? Does not my lord already know? That pure blood. The steward mused, The raw material is derived from women. It dissolves the defenses of the heart through the desires of flesh and blood, allowing one's true self to emerge. It is quite popular among the nobility. You are still quite young. Consuming such substances can be detrimental to your health. What? The steward's words, spoken in the universal tongue of the Fey world, whirled in Li Qi's mind several times before he grasped the implication of unspeakable blood. Li Qi cast aside his purse, covering his mouth as he rushed out the door. The carriage glided down the mountainside like a phantom, its four magnificent steeds raising no dust as they swept past the dilapidated and chaotic village. Within the opulent carriage, the countess held a teacup, the surface of the liquid as undisturbed as the expression of the maid opposite her. The countess inquired, "The blood of chastity is of no use to him. Much of what he says is a fabrication. You have not even glanced at the saintess, and yet you are so assured of the situation?" The maid, seated casually, clearly not a true attendant, replied coldly, "The divine light is certainly aligned with the benevolent deities, and has no direct ties to the mad gods of smart and rolled. That suffices. As for the saintess, are you not the saintess of the elegant lady? What is there to behold? Everything worth seeing is already apparent in Prel. The might of the Crimson Lady is not particularly impressive. Her affinity for mental powers is merely unique." She exhaled deeply, speaking of which, the Crimson Lady is rather intriguing. Perhaps she could alter the kingdom's circumstances. "Do not place too much hope in that young fool," the maid retorted disdainfully, with a shallow will and feeble divine power. "He lacks the decorum befitting a noble. Most of the time, he stares unabashedly at your bosom. He is unfit for great responsibilities. Yet, the fact that he can withstand the effects of the blood of chastity indicates that his mental sorcery possesses merit," sighed the countess. "You must understand. The headquarters of the divine court does not support us. A friend gained is a strength multiplied. The lot at headquarters has long since fallen into decadence. Colluding with merchants and mages, solely indulging in riches, they are the disgrace of the divine court." The cold-faced woman unconsciously clenched her hand, as if grasping an invisible sword hilt. "The death knell of the fourth era is tolling. Darkness has enveloped the kingdom, and the king is sliding into an abyss of evil. We must prepare swiftly. Do not involve me in such trivial matters in the future. It is a sheer waste of time." The countess waved her hand dismissively. "I am merely a messenger. Sylvie, you are the judging paladin of His Majesty Selim. The decision rests with you. This is merely the divine court's procedure for observing emerging churches. If you have objections, take them up with the bishop." She rubbed her chest, lamenting, "What you just said truly unsettled me. You mentioned the divine war of Eris, while Tracia speaks of the common folk. I can hardly find anyone to converse with. It sounds like you harbor some special expectations for that young fool." The cold-faced woman retorted sharply, regretting not staying to engage in deeper discourse with him. "He is but a pawn for the Crimson Lady's advance. What is there to anticipate? As for deeper exchanges," the countess's lips curled into a faint smile, "I have no penchant for tender grass. Only men who are elegant, mature, composed, and possess the wisdom to soothe the heart deserve a place on my menu." In a study on the third floor of the castle, Li Qi was still sputtering in disgust. Talons, observing from the side, smirked slightly. After all, what was the blood of chastity? A relic from the Tudu Empire. Nobles who shunned it were not true nobles. Terence felt a twinge of envy towards Li Qi. The purity of blood was categorized into various tiers, with the purebred high elves reigning supreme. In this era, unblemished purebloods were as rare as witches among the youth. The purity of blood presented by the countess was certainly not of the highest caliber, yet it was at least contributed by a maiden of noble lineage and striking beauty, akin to someone of Feeny's stature. Contemplating Feeny brought a shadow over the old man's heart, adding a layer of reproach towards Li Qi. How could he indulge in such young innocence while disdainfully rejecting the purity of blood? How hypocritical! Nevertheless, reproach aside, Li Qi had successfully passed the scrutiny. The successful hosting of the banquet would signify that the Crimson Lady had garnered the recognition of the loyal divine court, thus becoming a legitimate faith permitted to roam freely throughout the kingdom. With fervor, Terence declared, "We must present something at the banquet, something that resonates with our master's teachings, to further propagate his name." Indeed, it was imperative to showcase an offering. Terence reminded him that it needed to align with the doctrine of their master while being acceptable to both the divine court and the nobility of the kingdom. "No problem. I have a plan," Li Qi replied, having thoroughly searched through the remnants of the original owner's memories. He confirmed that the Fey world had yet to encounter the notion he was contemplating. Filled with anticipation, he declared, "They will soon come to embrace pain, I assure you." Chapter 15. This is not a game of seduction. The visit from the Countess has proven to be quite advantageous for Li Qi, as the looming debt crisis appears to be on the verge of resolution, and the recognition from the loyal divine court is imminent. The 200 gold coins served as a timely boon, effectively alleviating the expenses of the temple and granting Li Qi the luxury to embark upon multiple plans. However, he also felt an immense pressure emanating from the Countess. A mere cup of the blood of purity nearly exposed his true identity. And later he discovered that the Countess was also a saint of the elegant ladies. Li Qi could only express relief that this enchanting saint did not employ any high-level divine spells to unveil his secrets. The power resides within oneself. A truth that Li Qi has come to deeply appreciate. Young master, I am the one who handles the fighting. Why do you need to join this fray? In the training ground beneath the castle, Sadal expressed his dissatisfaction towards the armored Li Qi. Li Qi removed his helmet, panting heavily. The blessing spell had only slightly increased his strength and stamina. And donning over 20 kilograms of full armor while wielding a 4 to 5 kilogram flail left him exhausted within minutes. Only a second-tier priest possesses the brute strength spell, akin to the fortitude spell of second-tier knights, allowing them to engage in prolonged combat while clad in heavy armor and wielding cumbersome weapons. I am a priest. Priests are also combat professions, Li Qi retorted, unwilling to accept defeat. Most priests of Fehn possess melee capabilities that are not significantly inferior to those of knights and warriors. He was not a mage. If he lacked prowess in close combat, even the most insignificant opponent could easily dispatch him, which would be utterly disheartening. The Countess's parting words instilled a sense of urgency in him regarding this matter, if he truly faced a conspiracy and could not even guard against common assassins. How could he aspire to revolutionary endeavors? You should devote more effort to pleasing your deity. With divine favor, your rank will naturally ascend, Sadal remarked, articulating a well-known axiom of Fehn. However, this advice held little relevance for Li Qi, as he had yet to pass the second exam of his goddess. With all his might, Li Qi executed the shattering strike, eager to ascertain the limits of a second-tier knight's abilities. Very well, young master. Sadal approached the stone wall, raising his sword high above his head, and shouted with fervor, "Shatter!" The sword glimmered with a faint aura as Sadal swung it downward. The luminous energy coalesced into a vibrant arc, etching a deep scar over a meter long into the stone wall, its depth exceeding 10 centimeters, leaving Li Qi astounded. The shattering strike, designed to inflict damage upon solid materials like rock and metal, is a knight's exclusive divine technique. It is no wonder that knights are regarded as the vanguard on the battlefield. Ordinary armor is utterly inadequate against such divine abilities. And this was merely the standard of a second-tier knight. Dejected, Li Qi removed his armor, which, devoid of enchantments, felt as insubstantial as paper before professionals. He inquired of Sadal, "How have you trained?" "By constantly wielding my sword while beseeching the strength bestowed by His Majesty Shuma." Sadal replied, equally disheartened. "Combat is the finest form of training, yet unfortunately, I have been idle for too long." Asking him was akin to asking for naught. During his time at the Noble Academy, Li Qi had engaged in a plethora of rituals and training exercises, while this fellow seemed only to know brute force. It was no wonder he remained a second-tier knight at nearly 30 years of age. Upon leaving the castle, Li Qi made his way to the nearly completed temple. The main structure of the temple bears a resemblance to a quaint medieval chapel in Europe, encompassing roughly 100 square meters dedicated to the veneration of deities and the conduct of rituals. Above this sanctum, a spire serves as the abode for the clergy, while a basement beneath functions as a storage facility. Nevertheless, this establishment represents the goddess's initial point of arrival, addressing the fundamental issue of existence. Behind the primary temple structure lies a pair of stone houses reminiscent of traditional Chinese sihiyuan, already constructed to serve as residences and classrooms for the apprentices. As dinner time approaches, the courtyard resonates with the melodious recitations of the apprentices, who are diligently memorizing the codes of conduct. The original principles of 5 virtues, for beauties, and 3 loves have been expanded by talons into an extensive set of over 100 regulations, which must be recited before each meal. Teaching apprentices is Talons' forte. He regards these young aspirants as the first seeds of the clergy, investing great care in their education. Lord Viscount. Lord Viscount. Li Qi appeared at the doorway, prompting Talons and the apprentices to bow respectfully. Employing divine perception, he assessed the apprentice's progress, finding no significant improvement compared to 2 weeks prior. The promising candidates, particularly the one named Stain, showed no discernible change. Li Qi beckoned Talons to step out of the classroom, engaging him in conversation as they walked alongside the temple. Previously, Within the Church of the Lady of Suffering, the Blood Music Chapel enrolled around 100 apprentices annually. It possessed a comprehensive doctrine. Alongside a complete set of practices and rituals, at most, only one-third could ascend to the rank of apprentice priest within a year, and among that group, perhaps 2 or 3 would achieve the status of first-level priest after 3 years. Talons himself was growing anxious, and Li Chi's urgency only compounded his confusion. The Lord's Crimson Book had yet to fully articulate its first doctrine, as they were merely laying the groundwork. Of course, Li Chi was anxious. The power truly resided within himself, yet whether in commerce or revolution, the more allies one had, the stronger one became. More critically, the second task assigned by the goddess was far from completion. The temple was nearing its completion, and it was relatively easy to gather shallow believers. With the combined efforts of Talons and Phineas over the past few days, the number of shallow believers had swelled to 51, yet not a single devout believer had emerged. While the primary task was simply to gather a devout follower, it had been diverted towards the purification of Phineas. The essence of Phineas was the goddess herself, and thus did not count as a true believer. Li Chi furrowed his brow. Is doctrine truly the foundation? Doctrine is the gateway to power. It undoubtedly forms the core of the church. If through necessary rituals or extraordinary opportunities one could garner the attention of the divine, this would expedite the process. Talon sighed. The current issue is that the visage of our Lord remains concealed deep within the divine realm. We have yet to discover additional avenues to connect. The old man lamented the divine artifacts. Previously, through the relics of the Lady of Suffering, he had triggered the divine essence within Phineas. However, as Phineas had transformed into a witch, those artifacts had become corrupted, bringing misfortune, necessitating their abandonment. Now that Phineas had awakened as a saint, Talons believed that if he could discover more relics of the Lady of Suffering, the goddess's visage would undoubtedly become clearer, thereby elevating the rank of the clergy and granting access to greater divine arts. Talons remained unaware that Phineas was not merely a saint but the goddess herself. Nor did he comprehend the intricate relationship between Li Chi and the goddess, as well as that between the goddess and Phineas. His words did not resolve Li Chi's confusion. Yet Li Chi subtly sensed that a thread of understanding was beginning to emerge, though he was still a little short of grasping it fully. During dinner, Li Chi inquired of Fehn, "Can you feel the goddess?" Fehn nodded and then shook her head, saying, "I can feel her when using divine power, but not in ordinary moments." After pondering further, she added, "I can also feel her when I am embraced by Li Chi or during blessings." Indeed, Fehn's connection to the goddess was entirely through herself, confirming Li Chi's initial notion that the goddess could only consume what she had tasted herself. Li Chi delicately rephrased his hypothesis and presented it to the goddess, who appeared quite irritable. "This is merely a coincidence. I am currently researching how to escape this pattern. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. Do you think I converse with you for free? Free? It should be divine power, right?" Understanding the goddess's meaning, Li Chi felt dispirited. Realizing that all this time, she had been pondering how to execute a drift park for her second subject. The goddess had long comprehended the situation but was resistant, unwilling to submit to the harsh realities of the Fehn world. "Do not presume that this is solely your achievement. You are merely a conduit. My will resides within you, enabling the purification of the demoness. Only after her purification will the fallen goddess be compelled to obey my will and manifest divine power in her office." The goddess's subsequent explanation left Li Chi utterly perplexed. "Your will?" The goddess, exasperated, exclaimed, "Revolution. I came to Fehn for the purpose of revolution. This is my will." Li Chi contemplated for a moment, then realized with an enlightened "oh" that Fehn's connection to the goddess was established through herself, and her pain-laden divine duty must also yield to the goddess's revolutionary will to transform into divine power. In this reaction process, he was merely a medium, or rather, more like a router. To elevate his own level, it was essential. Though I am reluctant to articulate this, it can indeed be interpreted as cultivating affection. Only by earning her greater trust can one gain more power, and I too would benefit from this. The goddess's tone was decidedly displeased. Why has my revolutionary cause devolved into this? Li Chi's mind cleared. So this was the case. Wait, was his current rapport with Fehn still insufficient? He hastily asked, "Could you possibly quantify my rapport with Fehn? That would certainly facilitate matters." The goddess fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a chilling tone unfamiliar to Li Chi. "Do you truly wish to reduce the sacred revolutionary cause to a mere otherworldly goddess dating game? Should you make such a request again, even if my long dress transforms into a short one, I shall project myself down and smite you." Li Qi dared not utter another word, perplexed as to why the goddess had mentioned skirts. Chapter 16. Commencing the training of the goddess. The world of Fehn is composed of countless dimensions, with the divine realms merely serving as a collective term that encompasses numerous subdimensions. These subdimensions resemble drifting islands, suspended in the outermost layer of the Fehn world, reaping the benefits of the controlling extraordinary powers while shouldering the vital responsibility of safeguarding the barriers of the Fehn world. Amidst the chaos at the pinnacle of the divine realms, a faint and delicate glow shines dimly, piercing through the extraordinary fog woven by the laws of dimensions. One can discern a small landmass, measuring only a few dozen square meters. Upon this minuscule isle sits a girl with raven hair and porcelain skin, clad in a crimson dress. Behind her is a tent fashioned from the thin, gentle light, and before her flickers a silvery campfire. She rests one arm around her knees while propping her chin with the other, her figure exuding an aura of solitude and desolation, puffing her cheeks in a sulky manner. The girl mutters, "I ought to transform that lad into Misprel. He would undoubtedly treat it as a game to woo the goddess." Casting another glance at the campfire, she sighs. After all, one cannot expect too much when forced into a situation. 37, 38, 51, unchanged, still 51. The dancing flames of the fire consist of dozens of smaller flickering lights, which the girl inspects repeatedly, akin to jewels within a jewelry box. Still 51, and the faintest of the lot, that foolish Li Qi. After several rounds of inspection, the girl grows weary and curses under her breath, only for her stomach to emit a strange sound. Rubbing her belly, she laments, "Why does one feel hunger even after becoming a deity? Has my penchant for cooking noodles resurfaced?" Though she is alone, she glances around, removes one shoe, and whimsically forms a glowing mass akin to modeling clay, which, moments later, transforms into a pot brimming with clear water, placed atop the fire. Next, she discards the other shoe, her cheeks slightly contorted, and, with closed eyes, stretches and twists it into noodles, which she then casts into the pot. "O divine power, when shall you cloak my form?" The girl recites an obscure phrase as she tears down the sleeves of her crimson dress, fashioning them into chopsticks. The original long-sleeved gown transforms into a strapless dress, revealing her arms and shoulders like white jade. "O noodles, how much must I consume to satiate my hunger?" The girl gazes at the pot, swallowing her saliva and continuing her chant. The white froth bubbles in the pot, the cooked noodles rising and falling. The girl gleefully scoops them up when suddenly a light screen pops up above the pot. Startled, she loses her grip, and the noodles tumble to the ground. Li Qi. Fire ignites in her eyes as she presses the connection button on the screen, gritting her teeth while listening to the other party. "Do you take my words lightly? Have you come to bother me again, and for this matter? If you are so bored, why not claim your rights of the first night? Are you dissatisfied with the head above, or is the one below superfluous?" The girl unleashes a torrent of ire, and after a prolonged silence from the screen, a timid voice finally responds, "Your Majesty, allow me to explain." "I do not," just as she intends to cover her ears. A sudden realization of her identity dawns upon her. She coughs lightly and coldly states, "I am listening. This is your final opportunity." After a moment of chattering, the girl's expression gradually softens, even hinting at a smile. "How amusing. It's quite impressive that you thought of this." She waved her hand, saying, "Well, considering your intentions are for the greater cause of the revolution, I shall overlook this matter this time. The items you desire will be provided to you in due course." As the luminous screen faded away, her countenance darkened upon seeing the fallen noodles. "Truly, I am a benevolent goddess. However, I must withhold some divine grace, at least half a sleeve." Shaking her head, she reached into her chest, conjuring a sizable hardcover book, which she began to flip through with a rustling sound. It was already late at night. Li Qi rubbed his chest, his heart thumping erratically until it eventually settled. The goddess's unfriendly demeanor puzzled him. Was it that time? The thought made him feel nauseous, further hindering his ability to sleep. Li Qi decided to step outside for some air. As he passed by Fehny's room, he noticed her tossing and turning, softly murmuring "Grandpa," seemingly trapped in a nightmare. "Grandpa. Indeed, I am still not the one she trusts the most." Sitting at the edge of her bed, Li Qi tucked Fehny in, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Gently stroking her silvery hair, which had grown to her neck, he pondered how he could earn her trust more fully. Should he provide her with better food and clothing, treating her like a princess every day? Logically, this seemed the most effective approach. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense that such actions might not be right. Given Fehny's past experiences, her current life was already akin to paradise. However, her trust in him fell short of that which she placed in talents. Fehn had been rescued from her dire circumstances by talents, enduring 3 years of hardship together. Yet she viewed talents as family, indicating that her concerns were not merely about material comforts. The young girl was astute. Despite her past abuse, she bore only superficial scars, suggesting that she had learned early on to seek benefit and evade harm. This cleverness was also directed towards Li Qi. She skillfully feigned innocence, using his affection to sidestep tasks she wished to avoid, leaving him at a loss for reprimands. This was not to suggest that Fehn was lazy, whether studying doctrines, healing ailments, inspiring followers, or attending to Li Qi's needs. She was diligent and earnest. The crux of the matter was that Li Qi's expectations of her extended far beyond that of a mere maid or even a saint. While she seemed content to remain a servant, lacking the dedication required for the role of a saint, the notion of enhancing her own abilities appeared to be a distant consideration for her. Li Qi sighed quietly. It was hardly surprising. Like many girls her age, Fehn wished to cling to a pillar of support. A life of dependence on others felt to her the safest and most blissful. Yet, she was a living goddess. Fehn's breathing became somewhat labored, and Li Qi playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Stop pretending to sleep. Wake up and talk with me." The young girl opened her eyes, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. "Fehn, what do you wish to do in the future?" Discussing life with a 10-year-old girl left Li Qi uncertain of how to begin. So he resorted to the most clumsy of openings. Her expression shifted, and she timidly asked, "Li Qi, do you no longer want me to be a maid? Don't you think that being a saint is more revered than being a maid? Perhaps one could even ascend from a saint to a goddess?" Li Qi tempted her with a beautiful future. "Have you never considered becoming a goddess?" "How could I be a goddess when a goddess is present in Li Qi?" Fehn, indeed, failed to comprehend the distinction between a revolutionary goddess and a mere goddess. With a hint of grievance, she replied, "If Li Qi wants me to be a saint, I will strive to be one, but—" The young girl's eyes glistened with moisture. "But I fold my blankets neatly and sweep the floor clean." Li Qi scratched his head, realizing he had misjudged the direction of their conversation. "Fehn, do you still remember the hardships you endured as a child?" The girl nodded, grasping Li Qi's hand in search of comfort. Li Qi continued, "Have you ever thought about preventing other children from suffering those same hardships?" "Yes," she replied naturally. "Just as the doctrine states, everyone should be happy and joyful." Seizing the moment, Li Qi pressed on. "If you possessed enough power, wouldn't you be able to ensure that all children in the world no longer endure such pain? Isn't that a magnificent and noble endeavor, one worthy of your utmost dedication?" Fehn tilted her head, cautiously reaching out to touch his forehead. "Li Qi, are you feverish?" Li Qi was at a loss for words. Indeed, to expect a young girl to harbor revolutionary aspirations was rather foolish. "If that is Li Qi's wish, I will attempt to fulfill it. However, that seems exceedingly difficult. If I fail, please do not blame me, all right?" Noticing Li Qi's silence, Fehn hurriedly added, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety, which stirred a slight tremor in Li Qi's heart. It wasn't that Fehn lacked trust in him. Rather, she harbored a profound fear of the future. It was akin to suddenly acquiring a vast fortune. Yet due to past sufferings, she struggled to believe in its reality, terrified of losing it at any moment. Thus, she endeavored to please herself while simultaneously avoiding what she felt would never satisfy her, to shield herself from disappointment. Realizing this, Li Qi felt enlightened. There was no need to burden her with an excessively grand and noble mission, nor was it necessary to hastily thrust her into the world alone. Everything should commence with rectifying her relationship with herself. "Fehn, do you know? By signing a soul contract with me, you transformed from that which into who you are now, a testament to the goddess." "Soul contract?" The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you saying we will never be apart?" Li Qi jested. "Thus, I hope Fehn can be of some use. Otherwise, dragging around a burden would be quite tiresome." Fehn pouted. "I am not a burden. I perform household chores better than Lily. And I surpass Grandpa in healing and inspiration. A maid could be replaced at any time, and a saint was not unique. Fehn, you are my witch, irreplaceable by anyone else. You should be doing more for me." Li Qi's words rendered Fehn silent. After a moment, she nestled deeper into her blankets, her voice barely a whisper. "Can we wait until I grow a bit more? Look, I don't even have any curves. What have you truly experienced to possess such understanding at such a tender age?" Li Qi, gripping her delicate face, exclaimed in frustration. "There are numerous responsibilities concerning the territory and the church. What are you daydreaming about?" The little girl tugged the blanket over her head, emitting a whimper reminiscent of a small puppy. From tomorrow onwards, you shall train diligently according to the plan. Li Qi declared fiercely, if you fail, I shall truly spank you. And no crying is permitted. Just as he was about to depart, Fehn lifted the blanket and anxiously uttered, blessing. Li Qi pressed a familiar kiss upon her forehead and retorted, without progress, there shall be no blessing. Once Li Qi had left, Fehn stared vacantly at the ceiling for a while before pulling the blanket back over her head, rolling about beneath it, and faintly giggling. Chapter 17. The Goddess as the Primary Productive Force. Ah, no, please stop. Rish, it hurts. As the whip struck her palm, the young girl emitted a wail that echoed as if the apocalypse had arrived. Her luminous wings fluttered, seemingly poised to ascend at any moment. Who boasted they could withstand this? Again, on the castle terrace, Rish, with an impassive expression, wielded the whip. Phineas, sobbing, conjured a delicate, transparent shield of holy light in her palm. The whip sliced through the air, shattering the shield like a soap bubble, prompting another high-pitched scream from her. With a heart hardened, Rish admonished, do not expand the holy light so much. You are not the saint of the guardian god. Use your skills, continue. Having established a training regimen, Rish devoted himself entirely to Phineas. After a fortnight, some progress was evident. At least Phineas was now willing to train proactively. However, she still struggled to grasp the concepts, and with each bout of punishment, her tears flowed abundantly, causing her resolve to waver. But I cannot weave. Phineas sniffled, attempting to braid strands of holy light extending from her wings, yet failing to form anything substantial. The intertwining light dissipated swiftly. When Phineas upgraded her solitary divine technique to a collective one, Rish was convinced that her suffering holy light possessed vast potential for development. Defense should be the simplest to cultivate, with the highest practical value. Yet, the barriers she faced were far from creating an effective shield. The holy light of the guardian god, came, required only a thin layer, as solid as an iron shield. Phineas needed to refine her manipulation of the painful holy light. Did you not learn to weave straw sandals? Rish suggested. Simply follow that method. Straw sandals, she thought. I'll give it a try. Ever since Rish introduced straw sandal weaving to his apprentices, both Talents and Phineas had mastered the craft. Rish believed this noble tradition should flourish in Fehn, instituting straw sandal weaving as a routine task, ensuring that apprentices would weave whenever they had free time, Phineas included, thus honing her skills. Practice makes perfect. Phineas applied her newfound dexterity in sandal weaving to the crafting of holy light. A small shield of holy light, resembling a straw sandal, was swiftly completed, complete with straps. What I meant to say was, never mind. Rish initially intended to instruct her to weave a shield in the manner of crafting sandals, not to create a sandal itself. Yet, upon reflection, why should he be concerned with the shape of the shield? Just as he raised the whip, the straw sandal shield dissolved. Smack! Ah! Phineas clutched her bottom, her wings raised high, only to vanish. She had exhausted her tears for the day. In the bedroom, the young girl lay on the bed, gasping for breath as Rish applied a soothing ointment. With the healing divine technique, her minor wounds healed in an instant. Those scars remained. Now that Rish had acquired wealth, he purchased ointment from merchants to erase her old and new scars. Despair flickered in the young girl's eyes. Will it be like this every day? Rish flicked her wound playfully. Are you ready to give up? Phineas cried out in pain, her palm bursting forth with silvery holy light, instinctively beginning to weave sandals. Yet, she remained unaware that the holy light dissipated swiftly. This stirred something within Rish. Indeed, as a worldly goddess, she had absorbed the knowledge so seamlessly it had become second nature. He suddenly rose, raised his hand, and exclaimed loudly, I will strike. Observing his movement, it appeared as though he exerted all his strength. Phineas let out a shriek. Would a slap on the backside split into 4 parts? Silver light surged forth, rapidly intertwining and weaving. By the time Li Qi's hand descended, a radiant grass sandal shield, emanating a halo, had already taken shape. With a thud, Li Qi's palm was deflected, the prickling pain causing him to grimace. Noticing Phineas's panic-stricken expression, he gently rubbed her head, reassuring, it's all right, it's all right. With a cheerful tone, he declared, you succeeded. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the shield woven by Phineas was no longer a mere bubble, but a protective membrane with reflective properties. Have I truly succeeded? Phineas gazed in disbelief at the grass sandal shield that still shimmered on her palm. The silvery light illuminated her form, bestowing upon her a lustrous, jade-like sheen. Li Qi covered her with a blanket, his heart brimming with emotion. He had anticipated a prolonged training period to achieve any results, yet Phineas, embodying the essence of enlightenment, had grasped it in an instant. Such was the potential of a goddess. Indeed, I have mastered a new divine art. Phineas waved her hand, the grass sandal shield fluttering as she laughed joyfully, her face radiant with delight. Observing the shield, Li Chi parted his lips but held his tongue. After all, a grass sandal was merely a signature of revolution. I feel invigorated all over. Li Chi, what shall we train next? Phineas exclaimed with exuberance. Li Chi, perceiving her divine aura, hastily closed his eyes as it intensified. Level 3. Phineas had actually leveled up so swiftly. Do not rush. Familiarize yourself with this divine art first. Yes, I will train diligently. Phineas exclaimed, tightly embracing Li Chi's arm. Once I master more divine arts, I will be able to assist you with even greater tasks. An unknown surge of warmth stirred within Li Chi, compelling him to suppress his rapidly quickening heartbeat as he unfolded the light screen. Priest level. Level 2 standard divine arts. Healing blessing divine light detect evil exorcise evil might exclusive divine arts. Mental thorn thorny sacred shield Li Chi exhaled a breath of relief. He had leveled up as well. It was not merely Phineas's advancement that propelled his own, but rather the elevation of her trust in him. Indeed, fostering goodwill proved to be the true path to success. In Phineas's eyes, his status must now rival that of talents. From the upgrade of mental thorn to the successful manifestation of thorny sacred shield, coupled with Li Chi's own advancement. What had once been a vague threat in his mind now crystallized into clarity, empowering Phineas to develop her capabilities for advancement, elevating himself through the cultivation of Phineas's fondness, perfecting doctrine, allowing Phineas, a living goddess, to expedite the ascension of both followers and clergy. This was nothing short of a production line of extraordinary power. Li Chi nearly leaped with joy, fists raised in triumphant cheer, realizing the truth. In the world of Fehn, it was not witches, but goddesses who constituted the primary force of production. The young girl nestled into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Li Chi, can you tell me what my new task is? Gazing upon Finney's countenance, radiant with happiness, Richie found that witnessing such a smile was far more gratifying than any advancement he could achieve. The new tasks before him, whether the looming debt crisis, the enigmatic schemes hinted at by the Countess, or the divine assignments bestowed upon him, felt largely abstract, mere obligations he was compelled to confront and accept. It was only Finney who imbued Richie with a genuine sense of reality. Her fate was now irrevocably intertwined with his. And this newfound sense of responsibility stirred within him a sincere desire to take action. If the future could be likened to an adventure, Richie believed the foremost principle should be the safeguarding of oneself and those dear to him. Finney's newfound ability, the holy shield of grass sandals, was designed for protection. Yet, in this world of Fehn, who could truly be deemed a friend, and who an adversary? Contemplating this, Richie conveyed to Finney, "Your new task is to discern the true nature of this world." Finney, perplexed, retorted, "I am not blind." Yet, Richie understood that many things could not be perceived merely with the eyes. He gently tapped her chest, instructing her to feel with her heart, and then tapped her forehead, urging her to think with her mind. After Richie departed, Finney, rubbing her blessed forehead, murmured, "Just understanding is already quite taxing. Now you want me to think for myself." She closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in concentration. "I want to." Before long, a soft snoring sound escaped her lips. Richie sought out talons and shared, "I have grasped the first tenet of our Lord." With newfound conviction, he effortlessly fulfilled the goddess's task. This revelation stemmed from the insights he had gained through Finney. Perhaps the revolutionary aspirations of the goddess were not at odds with Finney's life and his own responsibilities. In fact, the latter resonated with Richie on a more tangible level. If a revolution among mortals were to emerge, its genesis would undoubtedly be Finney, and for that, it was imperative to ensure the foundation was sound. Suffering compels the soul to confront reality, to pursue truth, and to contemplate existence. It is an open narrative, more philosophical than doctrinal. After a prolonged reflection, Talons displayed a look of astonishment. He reverently declared, "My soul trembles. This indeed is the path of our Lord. The goddess of suffering merely comforts tormented souls, while our Lord seeks to unearth the truth and discover answers. This is the source of his power." Richie offered a wry smile, recognizing that the goddess was not in search of answers. She had long possessed them along with solutions. What she required was for him to lead them in localization efforts. Chapter 18. The Temple and the Miracles. As August swiftly approached, 1 month after Risha's arrival in Fehn, the temple was finally completed. Within the modest hall, a crowd of over 100 people gathered, with even more outside. Drawn by the anticipation of miracles that might manifest with the temple's inauguration, villagers and nearby peasants alike flocked to witness the spectacle. Inside the hall, Rish, Talents, Fehn, and their apprentices donned burlap robes and straw sandals, standing solemnly before the idol. This so-called idol was merely an ancient wooden post, as thick as a person and 2 men tall. Rish had previously conferred with the goddess regarding the idol and the emblem. The goddess was quite dismissive of the elaborate emblem used for the deity of Fehn. Initially, she intended to employ a sickle, hammer, and pentagram. But Rish cautioned her that the sickle belonged to the god of death and the hammer to the god of forging, which might create misunderstandings. Thus, she reconsidered. Ultimately, the goddess opted for a yellow pentagram adorned with a smiley face composed of 2 circles and an arc, exuding benevolence and an innocuous charm that pleased Rish. Though peculiar, it was at least unlikely to attract the ire of other churches. The goddess was adamant regarding the idol's representation. Our revolution must not indulge in idol worship. I, as the goddess, you as the pope, and our church exist merely to adapt to the realities of Fehn, making localized adjustments for the revolutionary cause. My essence is that of a designer and a helmsman. I must not be idolized. Although Rish's revolutionary awareness was minimal, he concurred with the goddess on this matter. Nevertheless, in the world of Fehn, where deities and demons were venerated, it was essential to provide something for the masses to revere, given their low awareness in the early stages of the revolution. In light of this, the goddess chose to replace the idol with a stele and agreed to manifest a miracle during the temple's inauguration, bestowing a blessing upon the wooden post. Before the post, a brazier was set up, filled with ashes, the remnants of the emblem, the sacred texts, and the singular doctrine encapsulated in the crimson book, which Rish had burned. Initially, Rish thought the goddess's earlier mention of the burning was a jest, but it turned out to be a necessary ritual. In Fehn, communication between gods and mortals must transpire through such formalities. While Rish could converse with the goddess at any moment, it was essential for other clergy and believers to engage with the divine light through the emblem, sacred texts, and doctrine via established rituals, thereby gaining the deity's public acknowledgement of these symbols. Talents had initially prepared a plethora of intricate ceremonies, intending to create an air of mystery and solemnity, essentially an aura of grandeur. However, both Rish and the goddess were indifferent to this notion. A simple burning sufficed. As for taboos, the goddess was utterly unconcerned, advocating for whatever was most convenient. Are you ready? Just a moment, pondering where to cut. Shall we begin with him? Sure. But this is my first time, so please don't rush me. After communicating with the goddess, Rish nodded at Fehn. The young girl stepped beneath the wooden post, gathered her emotions, and tears streamed from her eyes as the form of the saint began to manifest. Compared to before, Fehn's luminous wings appeared more voluminous, stretching farther and soaring higher, while the crown of thorns atop her head gleamed even more radiantly. Except for Richie, Terence, and the apprentices, including the steward Sabadian and the knight Sadar, hundreds of people knelt both inside and outside the temple. A little girl began to sing. Her voice, though tender, resonated with fervor and strength. Aside from Richie, no one comprehended the lyrics, yet all felt a swell of emotion. Arise, you who are hungry and cold. Arise, you who suffer across the globe. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on kings or deities to create the happiness of mortals. It is solely up to us. Fireworks coalesced into the silhouette of a towering woman, a sacred and solemn thrill penetrating the bodies and hearts of all present. Terence and the apprentices also knelt, for the temple had been completed to the delight of the deity. She had bestowed a divine miracle. Richie feigned kneeling as well. His papal identity remained undisclosed, and even a pope must not stand when a deity reveals her miracles. Phineas continued her song, the silver-white fireworks enveloping her, merging with her radiant wings. The wings extended higher and farther, rippling like waves, exerting a force more intense than when Phineas had previously cast a collective psychic thorn, stirring the hearts of the onlookers. When the song ceased, the fireworks and wings dissipated simultaneously, and Richie stepped forward to support Phineas. The earlier surge of power bestowed upon her by the goddess had been no small burden. The others, including Terence, remained oblivious to Richie and Phineas, gazing blankly at the old stump, from which wisps of blue smoke floated. The silver-white fireworks danced like luminous serpents, and as they vanished, a line of text in the common tongue of Fehn appeared from top to bottom. All for one, one for all. Terence prostrated himself, exclaiming loudly, Divine grace has descended upon us. We have been acknowledged. Richie retreated to a corner with Phineas, sharing in the ecstasy of the moment. On the screen, the numbers of the shallow believers surged rapidly, reaching 224 in no time, indicating that, apart from a few ignorant or steadfastly faithful individuals, all others present had been inspired. Glancing at the devout believer section, he noted 1, 2, 5, 6. Richie was elated. Devout believers were rare, as one must not only wholeheartedly believe in the deity but also grasp the tenets of faith, serving as a preparatory cadre for the clergy. He scanned the crowd. And indeed, Terrence's faith had elevated, with the other three also hailing from the apprentices. One was the promising plant, the cow-tongue stand, and another he recognized as the black sheep, Gambit. The third was, his former maid Lily, the girl of decent looks but with prominent buck teeth. Having shared most of her burdens with Phineas, she had also become an apprentice at the church. Observing Lily's somewhat bewildered demeanor, Richie surmised that her faith was not particularly fervent, nor her understanding of doctrine profound. She was merely drawn to Phineas. Even in revolution, one cannot escape the allure of favoritism. Looking at the remaining two, Richie found them quite intriguing. One was a fisherman and grave digger named Roundhook Hall, the first to openly accept Phineas's healing, and the most active laborer during the temple's construction. Due to the overwhelming stench of fish and decay, Talon found himself ostracized by others. Unable to bear the sight, he imparted the principles of integrity and love to him, transforming him into a model disciple. Another individual, a castle guard named Carl Wilson, had previously struck Stan with the hilt of his sword. However, upon witnessing Stan ascend to the position of apprentice leader, Carl, whether out of concern or guilt, frequently sought to connect with him, ultimately leading to unforeseen opportunities. Rich, still skeptical about the prospect of initiating a mortal revolution in Fehn, felt a surge of pride as he observed the swift growth of the seeds planted and the gradual transformation of those around him. With only 4 more faithful disciples needed, he believed the challenge was no longer formidable. A light screen materialized, revealing that the temple had been completed and the first tenet established. Only the matter of disciples remained. Rich inquired of the goddess, "The results are commendable. May I receive a portion of the rewards in advance?" In the divine realm, the land, initially a mere 100 square meters, had expanded 2 to 3-fold, no longer a flat expanse, but now featuring a small hill at its center. A figure clad in alternating red and white stood atop the slope, proudly surveying her kingdom with hands on her hips. The maiden's red dress had transformed into a pair of shorts and a tank top, revealing large swathes of skin as smooth as jade. The recent miracle had evidently drained much of her divine power. Beside her stood a fire pit, now ablaze with flames far grander than the small fire used merely for cooking. Countless sparks danced around 6 large, fist-sized flames that combined into a roaring inferno. The maiden beckoned with her hand, drawing forth burning threads from the fire, which wove themselves into garments. In no time, a fiery red gown enveloped her graceful form. The flames in the pit barely diminished. Although she dismissed the light screen conjured by Rich, she bore no annoyance at his interruption. Recognizing his utility and deciding against rebuking him, after contemplating further, she extracted another fiery thread, beginning to craft something akin to a rope. Rich's suggestion indeed pointed in a promising direction, purifying more which kind could yield greater divine authority, thus fostering hope for the revolutionary endeavor. However, the notion of witches as fallen deities posed certain dilemmas, necessitating a deeper understanding of their true origins. A silver light thread pierced through the mist, extending into the depths of chaos. Tracing nearly 100 kilometers upstream along the river of the Viscount's territory led to the capital of Hadron, Iron Crown City. With a population exceeding 100,000, it paled in comparison to the 10-fold larger city of Urshiang, yet in the southeastern part of the continent. It stood as the most prosperous metropolis. In the evergreen silver-shirt forest south of the capital, several grand edifices were sparsely scattered. Before the central structure stood a resplendent golden statue of the guardian deity, cane, sword and shield in hand, gazing skyward. The Grand Hadron Cathedral, dedicated to the god of guardians, also served as the branch of the loyal divine court. Within the opulent lounge of the cathedral, the beautiful and graceful Countess Bohemia engaged in conversation with the venerable bishop of the branch. "Miracles, you say?" The bishop remarked to the countess. "Aurora, your perspective holds merit. This crimson lady indeed warrants our attention." Beside them stood a heavily armored female knight, her originally delicate and refined features rendered striking and majestic by the gleaming armor and the faint halo of divine light that enveloped her. Her expression remained cold, her tone dismissive. Merely erecting a modest temple and invoking divine miracles suggests that this lady's resources are rather limited. Sylvie, you always possess the ability to perceive the unvarnished truth, and I am pleased by that. The bishop chuckled softly. Yet, mere truth is insufficient. It must serve our purposes. He continued thoughtfully. This also indicates that the lady in crimson places great importance on the development within the kingdom of Hadron, thereby increasing our chances of collaboration, or even her joining us. The bishop consistently imbues us with unshakable confidence, and the countess's eyes sparkled with admiration. Splendid. However, the countess's expression darkened. Might this provoke His Majesty the King? If he were to respond with fervor, how should we proceed? Aurora, you perpetually ponder the intricacies of diplomacy. Your mind softened by the allure of fine tea, the paladin Sylvie rolled her eyes. We must refrain from action, otherwise. How can we truly gauge the strength of this lady's church? Is it related to the matter that Catherine has been preoccupied with? No wonder she has not made an appearance for such a long time. The countess offered a sympathetic smile. Poor wretch, it would be best for her to remain underground, dealing with those decaying remnants. The sunlight is our divine radiance. Exposure would be too painful for her. Chapter 19. The noble banquet. The carriages were drawn by a diverse array of magical beasts. Indeed, magical beasts. Horses were the most prevalent. Some adorned with horns while others bore armored flanks, unmistakably peculiar breeds. Some appeared rather ordinary, yet their carriages floated effortlessly above the ground, devoid of wheels. In addition to horses, there were the ground dragons resembling gigantic lizards, land birds with legs thicker than those of horses, and heavy, robust iron constructs. The townsfolk, unaccustomed to such sights, gazed in astonishment. When they beheld a figure resembling a griffin soaring overhead, the elders of the town marveled, exclaiming that the Viscount was truly exceptional to host such esteemed guests. Others remarked that this was hardly surprising, for the Viscount was favored by the goddess. Had they not witnessed her divine manifestation in the temple days prior? Contrary to the townspeople's naive assumptions, Li Qi, who awaited the guests outside the castle, was utterly bewildered. He felt akin to a small business owner anticipating congratulatory visits, only to be met by guests arriving in tanks or aircraft. Indeed, there was an aircraft. A green-headed griffin descended, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped Li Qi in a coat of grime. The green-headed griffin was the most common mount, typically priced around 400 to 500 gold per, encompassing purchase, training, and 3 months' provisions, all efficiently arranged by the druid merchants of the commercial guild. Talents, well versed in the ways of the world, regarded this with indifference, yet the way his eyes roved about, as if selecting a mount, revealed the envy and jealousy brewing within. The coachmen and attendants were in a ruckus, even drawing circles in anticipation of a brawl, while Sidarl and the guards dared not approach the magical beasts, rendering any attempt to quell the chaos futile. It was only upon the arrival of Countess Baimi Xia that the situation took a significant turn. The appearance of her paladin mentor quelled the unrest, as those causing the ruckus fell silent. Although the druid she brought along was merely an apprentice, he managed to pacify the magical beasts with great finesse. I told you, Li Qi, these matters are indeed a heavy burden for you, the countess remarked, linking her arm with his as if they were long-standing confidants. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Li Qi was grateful he had fortified himself with mental resilience beforehand. The countess, capable of maintaining her position as the kingdom's foremost socialite, was not merely reliant on beauty and charm. It was evident that she possessed profound expertise in event management. Were she in the world of Earth, she would undoubtedly be the star of a premier event planning company. The countess guided him to greet each guest, whose standings left Li Qi somewhat astonished. The king's second attendant, the offspring of marquises and earls. The Viscount and Baron themselves along with their spouses, high-ranking priests and paladin mentors loyal to the divine court. Representatives from various churches allied with the divine court. Was it not said that the guest list would not be excessively grand? The presence of the king and the archbishop of the divine court was the highest tier, followed by princesses, dukes, marquises, earls, and heads of major churches. With this group following suit, the countess playfully implored, "Have you not thanked me yet? It has taken considerable effort on my part to persuade all these individuals. Of course, I have prepared gifts for everyone," Li Qi replied sincerely. The words of the countess were naturally met with skepticism. Her elevation in status was perhaps linked to the divine favor bestowed by the goddess. Was it not so? One could only hope for a delightful surprise. The countess elegantly unfurled her fan, her enchanting smile captivating all. Certainly, thought Li Qi, This was a divine blessing acquired through 10 arduous days of toil, alongside a cost of 10 points, and it would be a great loss if I were not to deliver a surprise. The subsequent proceedings felt familiar to Li Qi. Initially, Sir Magol, the king's second attendant, delivered a speech, followed by remarks from a representative of the loyal divine court. Afterward, various influential figures from the nobility, including marquises and earls, spoke, culminating in Li Qi's brief address as the host. Truly, just a couple of sentences. Fortunately, the countess, in her role as hostess, infused the formalities with elegance and wit, rendering the half-hour of procedural monotony far less tedious. The musicians, guided by the deity of music, played soothing melodies while jesters entertained the crowd. Nobles and clergy gathered around the buffet tables, wine glasses in hand, forming small circles engaged in hushed conversations. The atmosphere suffused with an air of refined tranquility. Li Qi stifled the urge to rush to the banquet table and indulge himself. Instead, he mingled among the different circles. The lavish spread before him unveiled the opulence of the upper echelons of nobility. Without the church's patronage, one could scarcely host such a grand affair. Even if they were to sell their entire barony, why must the goddess insist on revolution? Was it not sufficient to ascend through such means? As he traversed each circle, Li Qi's perspective shifted. He felt an insurmountable barrier preventing him from infiltrating these social spheres. Their discussions wielded a potency far greater than that of pure bloodlines. Your ancestral sprite should be ready for breeding again, I presume? Mine has wrinkles before even reaching a century, and no sensation at all from the largest morning star. Indeed, without pure lineage, one cannot pass down the legacy. Let us try one last time at your place. Yes, the white-haired, faceless one, and should there be twins, I shall reserve one for you. A male? Very well, the male is yours. Recently, I've adopted a new formula recommended by a sorcerer. Absorbing the life essence of young girls, a single dose suffices for 3 applications. Just a gentle slap on my face. How does that feel? Quite pleasant. I assent to it. It's not lethal. How could it be so cruel? Merely hastening the aging process. Who among your base-born slaves could live to old age? There are some troubles to the north. I hear the holy paladins of Drafold are stirring, inciting many commoners to burn 2 castles, resulting in the death of a baron. His Majesty's paladins have intervened and shall not allow such madness to continue. Indeed, those unruly peasants, much like weeds in a field, must be regularly pruned. His Majesty has been far too lenient with them. Recently, the price of hides has surged, and the production of the 1,000 souls drum has stagnated. The hide merchants have raised their prices, claiming the temple's healing fees have escalated, leaving them unable to feed their families, a rather pitiable situation. I plan to seek an opportunity to discuss this with the Archbishop of the Divine Court, to see if we might extend some consideration to the hide merchants. Ah, Viscount Prell, it is truly splendid that you can introduce a new deity to the kingdom. I am the Vice President of the Kingdom's Musicians Guild. May I discuss industry benefits with you? In that moment, Li Qi felt that perhaps the goddess's intentions were not so frivolous after all. Yet, while dreams may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Is it not yet over? When will it officially commence? Such an extended interlude is indeed rare. We must await the Crimson Lady to unveil her divine intentions. It is said that divinity is intertwined with suffering, which is quite peculiar. No wonder they have chosen Viscount Preller, who is currently tormented by debt. Deities associated with pain are either sadistic goddesses or those tormented figures like the Lady of Suffering and the God of Agony. It is baffling that the divine court would show benevolence towards such entities. Within the small circle, a few young nobles whispered among themselves. A silver-haired girl entered the venue, commencing a gentle chant. The musicians of the god of music plucked at their lutes and struck the 1,000-soul drum, swiftly establishing a rhythm. I remained concealed in the carriage, clutching a crystal, yearning to surprise you on your birthday. As you approached, 2 voices emerged. It is said that the Crimson Lady hails from the distant east. Surely this is the music of the local natives. How could such coarse and jarring sounds grace an assembly of this caliber? Coarse? I find it not so. Shoo. A young noble gestured for his companion to be silent. Upon hearing the backstory, his expression shifted noticeably. Caught off guard. I could only stand there in a daze. I ought to be beneath the carriage, not inside it. The little girl sang while shedding tears, her silver wings fluttering, illuminating the entire venue. She was, in fact, a saint. The nobles exhibited little surprise. Most saintly figures of benevolence possess similar effects. Yet the enchantment of her song was unparalleled. The young noble, unaware, placed a hand upon his chest, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The little goddess's voice rose to a crescendo, resembling a heart-wrenching wail. Witness how sweetly you flourish. This makes it easier for me to resign. Grant me the courage to depart. He must love you dearly, and has cast me aside. Within the melody, a gentle chill emanated from the silver holy light, permeating the hearts of the guests. These individuals were devotees of various deities and would not react strongly to the holy light of others. Yet, amidst the coolness, there was a subtle tingling, akin to a fine-toothed comb delicately brushing over their hearts, eliciting delightful shivers, an experience previously unknown. The young noble rubbed his eyes, while some female guests retrieved handkerchiefs. As the little saint began her second song, silence enveloped the hall, all gathered quietly, enraptured by the melody. Chapter 20. The painful artistry the saintly maiden, though not a professional vocalist, rendered a song that seemed somewhat ill-suited for a child's voice. Yet, the novel rhythm and poignant lyrics were sufficient to allow the audience to overlook this minor flaw. Your innocent gaze concealed a heart of ice. Life remains obscured, yet yearns for eternity. Oh, fragile soul, ensnared in a depth too profound. Why do you love another while bearing me on your back? The ever-smiling countess now shielded half her face with a fan, her gaze distant, while her other hand unconsciously toyed with the pendant beneath the fan. A kiss, long since cooled, was kept warm in the heart. Love brims with cruelty. Yet I took it all too seriously. The venue was no longer tranquil. A young nobleman began to weep, and the ladies around him were alternately sniffling. The third song soared in pitch, and the maiden struggled slightly in her delivery. Yet it was precisely this intermittent voice that rendered the emotions within the lyrics all the more authentic. How can I bear to blame you for your transgressions? It was I who granted you freedom to the point of excess, leaving you all the more lonely. Thus, you became ensnared in the whirlpool of emotions. If you wish to soar, I shall bear the pain. The plaintive sobs gradually spread, prompting the countess to retrieve a handkerchief. The saint had long since exited the stage, yet no one seemed to notice. In the kitchen, Richie offered Phineas a bowl of freshly boiled milk. He gave the young girl a thumbs up. Well done, Phineas. These past few days, besides mastering divine arts, Phineas had also been tasked with practicing these 3 songs. Although the lyrics had been translated into the common tongue of Fehn, their essence remained unchanged. Phineas gulped down the milk, only to lift her head with a ring of milk skin adorning her lips. She swirled her tongue to clean it off, then curiously inquired, Richie, why does singing the Green Hat song move them? Have they all been cuckolded? The term green hat was one that Richie had taught her. He shook his head, replying, not necessarily, but they simply enjoy that sentiment. The little girl pouted. My dad told my mom that if she dared seek another man, he would kill her. When he dallies with other women, my mom just storms inside for a knife to cut off my dad's hand. She found such matters utterly incomprehensible. When their beloveds abandon them, these noble lords do not think of pursuing or harming them, but rather turn to song? Because they are noble lords, Richie interjected, I, of course, do not count as one. What is singing compared to the more salacious pursuits behind closed walls? The material civilization in the world of Fehn far exceeds that of Earth in its upper limits, yet its lower bounds fall short. The same holds true for spiritual civilization, which exhibits a similar disparity. However, the spiritual culture of Fehn revolves around deities, manifesting a chaos, madness, and perversion that surpasses that of Earth. Akin to the untamed growth of flora in a primal jungle, lacking the delicacy of crops nurtured in a greenhouse through careful cultivation. Within the memories of the original owner, Richie discovered that the mainstream music here celebrated divine hymns, while bards sang of heroes and great deeds. Artistic works concerning love scarcely surpassed the level of animal courtship. Li Chi speculated that the nobles were akin to lab mice that had never been administered antibiotics, sensitive to the poignant ballads that would likely strike them with considerable impact. Observing the reactions from earlier, he concluded his hypothesis was indeed correct. The guests flocked around, clamoring for the sheet music. The countess pulled him away from the throng and, pinning him against the wall, initiated a fervent encounter. The divine essence of the Crimson Lady was truly exquisite. He began to grasp the nature of her anguish. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, suggesting that her divine duties perhaps encompassed love, art, and music as well. You are correct, Count, Li Chi remarked. But that is merely a fragment. Wherever there exists a wounded soul, there too shines the glory of our Lord. He then produced a book from within his coat. This is a manuscript I have transcribed by hand, and I hope it pleases you. The Countess accepted the tome. Its lengthy title embossed on the vellum cover reading, The suffering of mortals flows like a river into the sea. You authored this. Is it a love poem? Her tone shifted, momentarily adopting the guise of an innocent girl yearning for romance yet fearful of heartbreak. stirring within Li Qi a desire to shield his own heart with thorns. Fortunately, the mention of love poetry instilled in him a profound sense of superiority, counteracting the allure of her natural charm. Love poetry? The poetry from Fehn, stripped of exclamations and adjectives, is merely symbols. If you truly admire this, I could procure hundreds of verses from the goddess that would undoubtedly amplify your affection, Li Qi mused. He pondered the nature of love and the unfairness of its trials. Reflecting on his quiet departure, akin to his gentle arrival, this level of insight sufficed. Of course, he could only dream. Should he truly pursue a career as a literary scribe here, the goddess would surely reduce him to ashes. No, it is not a love poem. It is somewhat impolite to savor sorrow at a celebration hosted by the Lady of Joy, the Countess stated, yet her fingers tightened on the cover. Preparing to turn the page, an unrefined fellow interjected, "Is this the doctrine of the Crimson Lady?" It was the young noble who had first reacted. Bowing to Li Qi with greater solemnity than their previous encounter, "Your song was truly moving. Even now, my heart lingers in the divine essence of the Crimson Lady." Li Qi recalled the young man's identity, Isis Modwan, the second son of Count Modwan, and a high priest of the Muse of Arts, Circe. A novel? Modwan appeared pleasantly surprised. "Does the Crimson Lady enjoy literature alongside music?" He inquired eagerly, "What tale does the book narrate?" "This is a personal gift from me to her. You may read it once I have finished," the Countess replied with a sly smile, "though perhaps I shall wish to peruse it a second time." 2 volumes, no. 3 volumes of the esteemed poet's works, Modwan thought, sensing a connection. It must be of the caliber of Helni and Demonat, the Countess bartered. It seemed their friendship ran deep. Li Qi added, "The story is extensive. This book contains but 1/20th. After you finish, Count, you shall eagerly await what follows." 1/20th? The intensity of their astonishment rendered the two unable to maintain their noble composure, and they exclaimed in unison. The original text, comprising 800,000 words, would translate into double that volume in the common tongue of Fehn. Even if it were merely 1/20th of that, Li Qi would find it impossible to complete within a fortnight. In truth, his role was merely to transcribe, as the translation relied upon the divine prowess of the goddess. After being ensnared by the Countess's chaste blood, Li Qi devised a scheme of retribution that involved introducing her to the advanced culture of Earth. After all, the lament of life flows eternally like a river. Li Qi chose this particular book because he discerned that the world of Fehn had yet to encounter the phenomenon of the foolish literary woman. And the Countess exhibited considerable potential in this regard, perhaps capable of evolving successfully. Another, more overt reason was the Church's need to flourish within the kingdom while maintaining a guise. By framing this emotional turmoil as an aspect of the painful clerical vocation, they could deceive the divine court. Disseminated by the Countess, the impact would surely be magnified. The goddess was not so foolish as to incite an armed rebellion at this juncture. She readily acquiesced to Li Qi's request to transcribe. For her divine tome was the true golden key, capable of uncovering any morsel of knowledge from the earthly realm. Li Qi affirmed with conviction, "Indeed, this book contains 80,000 words, yet the narrative has merely begun." The Countess, disregarding any taboos, casually flipped through the pages and discovered, to her delight, that each page was teeming with text. The common tongue of Fehn, being phonetic, naturally lacked the information density of Chinese. Modwan gasped, "Goodness. Even the epics of deities do not boast such a volume. What comes next?" The Countess inquired. "Li Qi, are you attempting to play a game of feign capture? Speak plainly. What do you desire? Perhaps you might not appreciate it, my Countess." Li Qi replied earnestly, "Let me reiterate. This is a personal gift for you." He cast a glance at Modwan, who was peering curiously from behind. Sensing that the moment was not ripe, it was prudent to gauge their reactions first. "If you find it to your liking, I shall continue my efforts. This tale has been passed down orally by the Church, and transcribing it will require considerable labor." "Too precious." The Countess's voice held a note of sincerity. "I am already content to experience this story." She cradled the book to her chest with great care. "If it truly moves the heart like those songs just now, I shall certainly adore it." Modwan, with a bashful demeanor, interjected, "Aurora 3 volumes would not suffice." The Countess raised the stakes, at least 5 volumes. Chapter 21. The stage of gods and demons. As the night deepened, the banquet finally transitioned into its core theme, and the guests grew increasingly eager, much like the Countess, who elegantly donned a rather unsightly vacuum-sealed garment. It is evident that grace and indulgence have always been inseparable companions among the nobility of any realm. According to the attendees, the music of the Scarlet Lady rendered their spirits more fragile, instilling a profound yearning for mutual solace. The musician struck up a resounding melody reminiscent of birds in courtship, while the maidens of the joyful lady shed their hooded robes, adorning themselves with mere scraps of fabric at their waists that swayed enticingly with their movements. Their attire mirrored the contemporary fashion that Rich had observed in the imperial city, embellished with a plethora of intricate patterns. Surprisingly, the decor on the second floor catered solely to the elite, leaving the common guests to revel openly in the grand hall. The maidens primarily served as appetizers to enliven the atmosphere, while the guests themselves constituted the main spectacle. These individuals, whether men, women, or an amalgamation of both, enthusiastically synchronized their movements to the rhythm of the music, diligently serving as the backdrop for this unabashed gathering. Had Rich not been there to escort the Countess, he might have relished the blessings of the maidens. Unlike them, the Countess was rather reluctant to bestow her favors, which left Rich somewhat regretful. In truth, I am not particularly fond of this ambience. When compared to it, I would much prefer to savor the pleasures of the soul. That Sir Mager, the king's second attendant, warrants caution. Do not take his words too literally. The Countess, as she prepared to ascend her carriage, turned back to whisper this warning. Compared to her previous admonition, this one was markedly clearer. Rich replied softly, "If you could elaborate further, my lady, I would hasten the transcription of that book." Ah, yet another instance of extortion. In recent years, the cults of the god of crime and the god of slaughter have grown increasingly active within the kingdom, with the king even permitting the public activities of the Church of the Lady of Night. He formed a cadre of professionals tasked with exploring the remnants of fallen deities, and rumors circulated that he had dispatched individuals to the misty marshes in search of the tribes of the Grey Elves. While Rich found the first two hints somewhat perplexing, the latter sent a chill down his spine. The misty marshes lay directly to the south of his territory. "Reveal to me more. The Scarlet Lady S. Divine will post haste. Should the loyal divine court accept her, even in the face of monumental troubles, the court shall bear the burden alongside you," the Countess said, patting his shoulder with a radiant smile. As Rich watched the Countess's carriage depart, his thoughts churned restlessly. Was the debt incurred by his late father merely a ploy by the king? What schemes was the king truly orchestrating? Moreover, how could the relationship between the loyal divine court and the king be so tenuous? No wonder the Countess was so fervently courting his favor. Without further information, it was challenging to draw precise conclusions, yet Rich understood that a more profound power play lurked behind this banquet. "Your Excellency, this banquet has indeed left an indelible impression on me." However, Modwin also came to bid farewell, seemingly intent on catching up with the Countess for a private conversation. "I must confess, I do not relish this atmosphere. It is the joy of the soul that elevates one's spirit, and words are the finest vessel for such joy. I resonate deeply with your sentiments." Originally, Lychee intended to offer merely a perfunctory response. However, Modwin's graceful gait and the delicate manner in which she spoke, with her fingers elegantly arched, exuded a palpable aura of camaraderie, which assuaged his apprehensions and encouraged him to probe further. "Publishing? Such matters pertain to the realm of commercial deities, undoubtedly. The scarcity of exquisite works elevates their worth." Modwin disdainfully remarked, "The commercial association, with its cadre of crass individuals, has approached our church numerous times, yet literature is priceless. My lord, it would be prudent for you to minimize interactions with them." Lychee promptly adjusted his tone, suggesting, "Once the entirety of the story is transcribed, if we were to release a limited edition collection, might we solicit your church's leader to pen a preface, complemented by the reflections of the Countess and yourself? Each set could be sold for 10 gold ears, with your church handling the resale, and a commission of 2 gold ears per set. Is such an endeavor feasible? This would surely delight our lord." Instantly, Modwin's expression shifted to one of anticipation. "For a set of 20 volumes. 10 gold ears is far too modest. The price should be augmented tenfold. Of course, this is contingent upon the narrative being genuinely captivating." Lychee felt a surge of optimism, yet a trace of concern lingered as he inquired, would there be a risk of clandestine copying, leading to low-price sales elsewhere? Would they dare? Modwin exuded an air of authority, declaring, "In the kingdom of Haderlawn, literary creation is sacrosanct, and the theft of words is a grievous offense. Our church's temple knights are dedicated to combating piracy. The sale and possession of more than 10 pirated books warrants execution." He added, "Excluding the shoddy papers sold by the commercial association, of course." Marvelous. Lychee felt tears welling, for in this matter, the realm of Fehn truly resembled paradise. Modwin departed in his unicorn-drawn carriage to pursue the Countess, leaving Lychee to ponder whether to partake in the festivities dedicated to the Lady of Joy. The hidden attributes of a 25th level mage felt like a curse, and he yearned for a swift transition to a new vocation. The scene illuminated by the holy light left Li Qi astounded. His neighbor, Baron Deswan, was paired with the priestess Lena, the goddess of nobility, while the baroness was coupled with the priestess's husband. If memory served, the baron and the priestess were siblings, while the baroness and the priest were also brother and sister. Though aware of the impending unrestricted assembly, Li Qi was unprepared for such a lack of decorum. Both his physical and psychological states were severely compromised, resulting in an immediate loss of courage to engage. At that opportune moment, the king's second chamberlain appeared, prompting Li Qi to greet him with a hint of gratitude. "Sir Mager, your presence renders this banquet extraordinary." He gestured towards the hall. "I had anticipated you would linger a while longer." Sir Mager sighed. "In truth, I am not fond of such an atmosphere." "Ah, you, the Countess and Mod One, indeed. Birds of a feather. Unlike others, I come bearing the king's regards. It has now been confirmed that the Crimson Lady you revere is a benevolent deity, and the temple you support is a boon to the king's subjects, which greatly pleases his majesty. In light of the contributions made by the Viscount, I am honored to announce that your father owes a debt of 5,000 gold pounds to the king." Richard, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Is it to be forgiven?" "Ah." McGore's cheek twitched slightly, yet he maintained his smile. "The deadline has been extended by 3 months. Should you, Viscount, provide a greater contribution, His Majesty would not hesitate to bestow further grace." Richard squinted slightly. A greater contribution. With the temple established, the debt no longer seemed a crisis. Previously, at the banquet, Richard had conversed with the other 6 creditors who had been invited, hoping to offset the debt with the temple's healing and blessing services. The creditors, either optimistic about the temple's future or influenced by the Countess's insinuations, accepted Richard's terms. What remained of the debt was the 5,000 gold pounds owed to the king. If the Countess's warning was not merely a ploy to win him over, then this 5,000 gold pounds represented not a mere debt, but a scheme by the king against his father, himself, or the entire Viscounty. Richard sought to probe whether, having aligned himself with the deity, the king might yield. If this were indeed the final condition, it would signify the king's steadfast adherence to his established policies. He asked, "Sir, might you divulge what such a merit would entail?" McGore fell silent, the same glint from their initial meeting resurfacing in his gaze. Then, narrowing his eyes, he lowered his voice. "Should you distance the Church of the Crimson Lady from the Divine Court, even going so far as to overtly reject any association, His Majesty would not only absolve your debt, but also grant you further rewards." He spoke with an air of ambiguity. Perhaps Viscount Prell might ascend to the rank of Earl Prell. Richard was taken aback. Had the struggle between the king and the Divine Court become so pronounced? Then a sense of solemnity washed over him. Were these two factions viewing him as a mere stage for their conflict? Chapter 22. The Divine Court and the King. Li Qi feigned ignorance. "My lord, I do not comprehend your words. Why must I persuade the church to renounce loyalty to the Divine Court? Is not the Divine Court the official church of the kingdom?" Fortunately, Talons had advised him against publicly revealing the identity of the Pope. This temple was merely a branch, leading outsiders to believe that the Church of the Crimson Lady wielded greater power. "Viscount, you are far more astute than your father," Sir Mager remarked, shaking his head. "Yet, mere intellect is insufficient. One must possess the insight to perceive the situation clearly." He gestured towards the hall. "The Viscount has been loitering outside, clearly disinclined towards such matters. Much like myself. Indeed, he found it most disagreeable. Were he to have been unceremoniously cast into the hall by the goddess, he would have assumed he had stumbled into a scene of dark worship." Li Qi sighed. "I am not a Puritan. I do not believe I have the right to interfere when others occasionally indulge in their desires. However, I did witness certain unethical occurrences just now. Is this acceptable?" "Ah, how young and naive you are, my lord," Sir Mager replied with a cold smirk. "Do you not realize that this is the ritual of the Lady of Revelry? Why do these people revel in such banquets? Because, at these gatherings, no matter how much they indulge or disregard taboos, they face no reproach. They are merely pleasing the deities." Pleasing the deities? Has the faith in the Lady of Revelry deteriorated to such an extent? Li Qi queried, perplexed. Does she not still preside over love? Is this not a conflation of love with carnal desires? Does the Viscount also believe in love? It appears we share a deeper connection. Sir Mager's grim expression softened slightly. In the past, at least several centuries ago, the feasts of the Lady of Revelry were not like this. In those days, the revelries were as innocent as you are, my lord. Guests gathered around the hearth or bonfire, women sharing tales of their households, men boasting of their prowess, their wives' virtues, and their children's brilliance. Everyone drank to excess, hand in hand, dancing the harvest dance. Indeed, this was the vision Li Qi had once cherished for such gatherings. What could have caused such a transformation? He pressed. Sir Mager, unperturbed by the inquiry, lamented, indeed. None anticipated that the faith in the Lady of Revelry would distort so profoundly. As you mentioned, love, the goddess Tenef fell during the divine wars a millennium ago. Her divine essence fragmented among others. The Lady of Revelry acquired the pleasure of love, which initially retained its sanctity. Together with benevolent deities such as the goddess of life and the dawn goddess, she spread the joys of love, marriage, familial happiness, and the desire for progeny throughout the world, aiding humanity in rising anew from the ruins of epic transitions and divine conflicts. With a sharp, sardonic tone, he continued, Now, the Lady of Revelry resembles the Lady of Chastity more than ever. Though the latter perished in the previous epoch, her renown transcends time, remaining a topic of intrigue due to her fall from grace. Originally, she ascended to the divine throne as a guardian of virginity and purity. However, as time passed, her faith gradually distorted into a concept of spiritual purity. As for the flesh, it merely serves as a vessel, regardless of indulgences in drugs, promiscuity, or the sale of one's body. As long as one venerates the Lady of Chastity, they remain a good girl. The Lady of Chastity left behind a tome known as the Pink Book, akin to the Art of the Chamber from Across the Earth, which, with both a scientific and devout approach, elucidates how to maintain the purity of the spirit amidst various carnal desires. It is this very book that has rendered the gentleman of Fehn unable to forget the Lady of Chastity. Sir Lequi expressed surprise. My lord, are you suggesting that the Lady of Delight has fallen? Isn't that an obvious truth? Not just the Lady of Delight, but the entire court of loyal deities has succumbed. My lord, being in Urxiang, have you not sensed this? Sir Major's resolute demeanor caused Lequi to momentarily feel a dislocation of roles. Compared to him, this king's second-in-command appeared more like a revolutionary. Urxiang is merely a facet. Within the kingdom, the court of loyal deities is not only mired in its own degradation, but is also corrupting the entire realm. Major seemed to harbor intentions of persuasion. Observe those present. Note their commonality, I mean their identities. The attendees of the banquet fell into two categories, secular nobility and clerics of the church. Yet, that's incorrect. There aren't two categories. Lequi suddenly realized that there exists but one category, the nobility. Countess Beishamia, the saint of the elegant lady. Isis Modwen, the high priestess of the goddess of the arts. His neighbor, Baron Deswan, serves as a knightly mentor of the god Shuma. The Baroness is a priestess of the goddess of music. Deswan's sister, Lena, is a priestess of the goddess of nobility. Lena's husband is a paladin of the guardian deity, Kame. All guests at the banquet are either secular nobles or noble clerics. Sir Major glanced around, lowering his voice further yet infusing it with urgency. My lord, you are still young, having been away from the kingdom for too long, unaware of the happenings within. Oh, who else has uttered the same words just now? The debauchery and extravagance of the nobility you have already witnessed. The other side reveals the oppression of the people, exploiting the common folk. In the northern parts of the kingdom, there are already those who have risen against such tyranny. The king desires to alleviate the suffering of his people and to benefit them, yet struggles under the constraints imposed by the court of deities. My lord, if you align yourself with the court, do not expect to uphold your beliefs, nor can you hope to remain untainted amidst this tide of degradation. Sir Major spoke with fervor, as if rallying revolutionary comrades. You are a small lord from a remote land, and I am a bastard cast aside by my family. We are both subjects oppressed by the court. Join the king's ranks, become the sword that cleaves through the darkness. In that moment, Lequi believed he had found an organization. After a brief pause, he feigned enthusiasm and replied, The actions of the court indeed concern me. If I can contribute to the kingdom in any manner, I would, of course, be duty-bound to do so. Regarding what you mentioned earlier, what precisely do you wish me to undertake? Mygel suddenly burst into laughter. I was merely jesting. His expression quickly darkened. Aside from extending the debt deadline, the rest of my words should not be taken seriously. Who would take them seriously? Lastly, let me mention something of utmost seriousness. Mygel stated, if the Viscount is willing to marry into the royal family, the king could absolve this debt while retaining your territory, albeit in name only, allowing you to enjoy a fixed annuity, a son-in-law, A goddess, not the absurd revolutionary goddess. But the perfect woman from the protagonist's memories flashed through Liqui's mind, igniting an immediate hormonal reaction within him. Princess Telesia. He had admired this beautiful and gracious princess since childhood. In the Hadron Kingdom, it was said that the Countess was the best lover, while Princess Telesia was the best wife. If he could wed this princess, the revolutionary cause could be contemplated for the long term. Liqui's expression was too vivid, prompting Miguel to correct him with a sympathetic smile. It is Princess Catherine. Liqui's face stiffened. That princess, whose visage was marred by festering wounds and whose body was covered in sores, had to wear a suit of armor all day. No amount of acting could salvage this. It was a grave insult. With a strained smile, Liqui replied, I shall prepare the 5,000 gold pearls promptly. How could I dare to owe the king? Your Excellency. The Viscount, there is no need to hastily decline. Sir Miguel said meaningfully, you may regard this sum as a debt or as an opportunity to gain His Majesty's goodwill, a rare chance indeed. I should still have time, right? Liqui mused, realizing you were picking up that earlier jest again. Certainly, Sir Miguel nodded, and thereafter, he said nothing more and departed. Watching Sir Miguel's retreating figure, Liqui sighed. He had thought that erecting a temple and holding a banquet would clarify the situation. Yet he found himself immediately faced with the choice of sides. Fortunately, both the divine court and the king were likely still observing the church, making it improbable for them to orchestrate any major news concerning him in the short term. Chapter 23. The First Specialty. Tears of the Saint. The banquet lingered until the early hours of dawn, and as the guests departed in high spirits, Lichi found himself unable to sleep amidst the commotion, finally succumbing to slumber only at daybreak and resting until the afternoon. The hall was meticulously tidied, bearing no trace of the previous night's festivities. Lichi felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the butler's efficiency. However, he was taken aback to find the butler still lingering in the hall, as if waiting for him. With bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, the butler inquired, My lord, did Viscount Major confront you last night? Confront? I would not quite phrase it that way. He merely mentioned extending the debt repayment period by 3 months, Lichi mused. Suspecting that the Viscount had come to disclose further information, Sebastian appeared extremely anxious. My lord, he must be trying to mislead you. Do not place your trust in him. Lichi scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, before exhaling a weary sigh. Speak freely, I have been anticipating your words. The butler's expression turned to one of sheer terror. My lord, you are aware. Of course I am. The probing of Sir Major was evidently preceded by discussions with those privy to Lichi's circumstances. Such psychological maneuvering was a skill Lichi had mastered in his previous life. While he could not witness the butler's clandestine activities, he could infer their nature. Sebastian fell to his knees. My lord, I would never betray you. Indeed, I know that, Lichi replied. If Sebastian were to betray him, he would have embedded spies within the faithful, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the Crimson Lady. Yet, Sebastian had clearly distanced himself from church affairs, dedicating considerable effort to understanding the situation in the royal capital, seemingly in search of a suitable residence. However, your loyalty has evidently overstepped its bounds. The foremost principle of loyalty is to report all that you know to your superior. Decisions ought to be made by those in authority, not independently. Considering the conditions presented by Major before his departure, Lichi surmised that the butler was preparing for his own integration into the royal family. Sebastian bowed his head. My lord, I was mistaken, I thought. Rise, Sebastian. This time, I shall not hold it against you, Lichi said gently. I understand that, in your eyes. I remain the childish Lichi. To be fair, Sebastian was indeed a commendable butler, although he held different beliefs. Lichi felt assured in entrusting the affairs of the territory to him. Sebastian stood, expressing his gratitude. Yes, my lord, I am deeply ashamed, even Mr. Sadel is more resolute than I. Lichi inquired further, what were you about to say? My lord, ever since Sir Major approached me privately, I have been concerned for your situation and conducted some investigations. Here is what I discovered. Upon hearing Sebastian's account, Lichi stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The king undoubtedly harbored a conspiracy, and Sebastian's findings confirmed that Lichi's father had been ensnared by deception. Those who had lured him belonged to a certain gray faction within the royal capital, subsequently establishing connections with the nobility and the king. How could a rural lord, unfamiliar with the ways of the world, withstand the allure of the opulent lifestyles of the upper class? Perhaps it all began with the festivities hosted by the Lady of Joy. As for why the king was so invested in this territory, Sebastian could not ascertain the reason, but he dismissed the possibility of any divine relics existing within the domain. The Prell family has resided here for centuries, making it improbable that they have uncovered no clues whatsoever. Sabadian harbored a conviction that a grand conspiracy lay beneath it all. Connecting Sabadian's perspective with the words of the Countess and Sir Mager, Ricci shared a similar sentiment. This king harbored substantial ambitions. The remnants of fallen deities and the Lady of the Night intertwined suggested a depth that Ricci felt ill-equipped to navigate at present. The king's willingness to grant more time indicated that his schemes were not pressing. As for Sabadian's concerns, Ricci was already prepared. Hiring adventurers as guards? Their fees were exorbitant. At the mere mention of expenditures, Sabadian instinctively grew anxious. Even a mere Tier 3 professional would demand at least 20 to 30 gold pieces per month for a guarding task. The treasury held less than 200 gold pieces, and the master had numerous matters to attend to. Sabadian, do you not yet comprehend? Ricci gestured towards the direction of the temple outside. Where there is a temple, there exists a church. Where there is a church, there flows gold. In the temple's courtyard, apprentices formed a large circle, reverently gazing at the silvery white radiance at the center. Ricci felt a sense of comfort as he observed Phineas, her divine power growing ever stronger. At that moment, Phineas's wings extended to a remarkable 20 or 30 meters, and the angelic hymns resonated with greater clarity. Her form, once merely cloaked in shimmering dust, now donned a diaphanous garment of holy light. Her eyes sparkled like the bright moon, tears glimmering with a hazy luminescence as they cascaded down her alabaster cheeks. However, the ensuing scene was rather comical. The apprentice and maid Lily held a wooden board beneath Phineas's chin, breath held, ready to catch the falling tears, as if counting them methodically. "That's enough, enough," cried the elderly priest beside them, his heart aching, though it was unclear whether his pain stemmed from Phineas or the tears. Upon seeing Ricci, Phineas beamed, her holy light and wings dissipating simultaneously. As the little girl leapt into his embrace, Ricci, filled with remorse, reassured her, "This is only temporary. It shall not be like this in the future." Phineas nuzzled her small head against him, playfully retorting, "I do not enjoy hearing Ricci say such things. My tears can bring you gold, and that makes me very happy. Besides, I weep out of joy." This little one was beginning to awaken her healing talents, which brought a sweetness to Ricci's heart. Beside them, Talents was incessantly shouting, "Steady now. Gently place it in, slowly. Hands. Do not let them touch. Not even a breath. And absolutely no mixing in those filthy sweats. This is holy water." Under his stern supervision, Lily cautiously submerged the wooden board, imbued with Phineas's tears, into the large tub filled with clear water. "Stir with this stick, slowly. A bit farther back. Just 10 times, 10 times. Change." Talent barked, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a foreman in a coal mine. "Without a purification array, we must rely solely on our caution and devotion." Ricci cradled Phineas, who munched on a jam-filled bread, as they leisurely observed the apprentices stirring the water infused with her tears. After 5 different individuals took their turns, Talents finally called for a halt. The elderly priest scooped a small amount of water with a wooden spoon, poured it into a porcelain bowl, and handed it to a young man. "Drink." Without hesitation. The youth gulped it down. As he set the bowl down, his brow furrowed, and his complexion turned pale. He took a few rapid breaths before his face transformed into one of utter relief. He placed a hand upon his chest and reverently declared, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me clarity." The cow tongue grass stand, within merely a month, had transformed from a lifeless figure into a composed and respectful devotee. "How do you feel? Is the thorn effect pronounced?" Talents inquired, showering Stan with a series of questions, before revealing a satisfied smile. He turned to Leaky, saying, "This ratio is far superior." Leaky was elated. The church's first specialty, the thorn holy water, had successfully entered the experimental phase. His confidence amidst Sabadian's previous complaints about finances was bolstered by this achievement. In the realm of Fehn, the church thrived not solely on healing, blessings, and various divine services, but also on the production of holy water, which was both abundant and widely utilized. The holy water produced by different deities varied in essence and value. For instance, the holy water from the Church of the Lady of Suffering was largely disregarded, as few relished the taste of gastric bleeding. The holy water of the Crimson Lady, now effectively that of Phineas, contained mild healing and blessing effects, alongside a pronounced mental thorn effect, which Leaky aptly named Thorn Holy Water. Talents held high hopes for the future of Thorn Holy Water. He believed that although its effects may not match those of mental potions like resilience, potions were alchemical products with exorbitant prices, often beyond the reach of the average consumer, and excessive consumption could lead to resistance. Initially, Talents had considered employing the techniques of other churches in producing holy water, but soon discovered that the divine magic of the Crimson Lady was incomplete, rendering standardization unfeasible. An epiphany struck Leaky. Since Phineas revealed her saintly form upon weeping, her tears must possess unique qualities, potentially being the source of what other churches referred to as holy water. With great enthusiasm, Talents approached Phineas, requesting that she shed a few tears to dilute into a cup of water. The old man took but a sip and began to dance exuberantly for nearly half the day. Had he consumed the entire cup, he might have ascended in broad daylight. The principle was sound, yet the issue lay with the concentration ratio. Before hosting a banquet, Talents, accompanied by Phineas, made daily adjustments. The results from the previous days were promising, and today they had achieved an even more suitable ratio. "You all have worked hard," Leaky exclaimed as he set Phineas down, praising the apprentices, while also acknowledging the young girl. "Phineas has worked the hardest." With holy water in hand, the church would flourish at an accelerated pace. He hoped each of them could keep up with the church's momentum and aspire to become clergymen in due course. Leaky succinctly summarized, observing the eager faces of the apprentices. Thinking to himself that this was heartfelt truth, they were indeed the first seeds of a revolutionary endeavor. Talents, maintaining a stern demeanor, interjected, "The matter of holy water is a secret of the church. Anyone who dares to divulge it to outsiders is committing treachery against our Lord. The body of a traitor shall be hung upon the temple walls, and their soul shall dissolve in our Lord's sacred light." "Old man, are you not yourself a heretic? Is it permissible for you to say such things?" Li Chi chuckled softly to himself. He remained somewhat indifferent to this intimidation reminiscent of Earth's religions. Nevertheless, the presence of a true deity here was undeniable, and the secret of the holy water was intricately tied to Finney's safety. He was more than willing to let Talents assume the role of the villain. The apprentices, in unison, knelt and vowed to increase their efforts in the preparation and packaging of the holy water, albeit without any remuneration, for this was their training. Finally, he mused. Having ascended from feudal lord to unscrupulous capitalist, he gazed once more at the road below the mountain, wondering if the merchant would soon arrive. Chapter 24. The Merchant, Little Dragon Maiden. The most renowned merchant in Fehn is the Commercial Guild, an organization that evokes a sense of familiarity in Li Chi, yet is essentially the church of the commercial goddess, Elsa. The clergy possess a myriad of exclusive divine arts related to wealth, making them trusted allies across various strata and factions within Fehn. As a rural lord, Li Chi would normally find it challenging to interact with the Commercial Guild, which primarily offers substantial financial services, bulk trading of goods, and specific extraordinary power services, none of which he could ever hope to access. However, with the church now producing holy water, Li Chi has officially joined the Extraordinary Power Club of Fehn. Each vial of holy water, seemingly insignificant at just a few silver pennies, is underpinned by the highest echelons of power in the Fehn world. No longer an entity the Commercial Guild could afford to overlook. In Li Chi's subconscious, merchants from otherworldly realms all share a similar visage, corpulent figures, cunning glances, and sincere smiles. This is the archetypal configuration. Thus, when the representative of the Commercial Guild made her appearance, Li Chi was momentarily taken aback. She was petite and delicate, barely reaching the height of his chin, radiating health and vitality. Her youthful skin bore an uncanny iridescent glow, complemented by her short, pink hair. Had her eyes been red instead of blue, Li Chi might have believed that Rim's sister, Ram, had leapt from the realm of anime into reality. Li Chi's gaze drifted past the girl's head, landing on the tall youth standing behind her. He appeared to be a bodyguard. Yet Li Chi suspected he was the true authority. "I am merely a bodyguard." The youth seemed accustomed to such situations, smiling as he spoke. The girl lifted her head, her sapphire-like eyes glaring at Li Chi as she coldly proclaimed, "Wretched insect, dare you disregard the great dragonkin?" Dragonkin? With a pair of small horns upon her head, they could easily be mistaken for mere hair accessories if one did not look closely. His body was instantly drenched in sweat. Was this truly a dragon? "Huh, I knew it. This trick never fails." She playfully stuck out her tongue. "I am a dragonkin. Not a dragon. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense." "Dragonkin." Li Chi breathed a sigh of relief, though a tinge of regret lingered. The dragons of Fehn, akin to elves, have largely withdrawn from the human sphere. Yet, they have not entirely faded from existence as boastful material for adventurers. Dragons remain quite active throughout the world. The dragonkin, a substantial subrace mixed with humans, are prevalent in Fehn, though they are seldom spotted in the Hadron Kingdom. What an unexpectedly remarkable merchant, Li Qi mused. Osquam, Vice President? It is an immense honor to have your presence. Li Qi was taken aback by the title, feeling a sense of flattery akin to meeting a regional VP of a multinational conglomerate on Earth. Osquam, with an air of formality, remarked, "There is no need for formality. Your Grace, for our commercial guild, forging a cordial partnership with a newly emerged deity is of utmost importance." Upon entering the hall, she bounced around with curiosity, as if witnessing a rural lordess castle for the first time. Li Qi felt a pang of anxiety. Was this girl truly a suitable candidate for discussing commercial collaborations? He delved straight into the topic, the matter of holy water. "Ah, there is no rush." The little dragon maiden casually handed him a small booklet. "First, familiarize yourself with the market conditions so you can set a fair price. It will make our negotiation much simpler later." "Aren't you a merchant? Why are you so kind-hearted?" Li Qi opened the thick booklet, filled with numerous entries. He first flipped to the section on holy water, where the commercial association categorized it into several tiers. The top tier included the Guardian's Shield Holy Water and the Life Goddess's Healing Holy Water, among the most useful, with purchase prices ranging from 5 to 8 silver pennies per vial. In comparison to other tiers of holy water, Li Qi believed that Thorn Holy Water could rank in the second tier, with a suitable price of 3 to 4 silver pennies. An additional 10 copper coins per vial would be set aside for the church fund, establishing a baseline of 3 silver and 10 copper. He casually turned to the back of the booklet, curious about other transactions by the commercial association. Initially, he found it quite engaging, but his expression soured as he continued reading. The Guardian Ring, enchanted with a level 3 shield spell, priced at 700 gold bushels for 3 uses. The Portal Necklace, featuring a level 1 portal with a random teleportation range of 100 meters, priced at 2,000 gold bushels for a single use. The Advanced Demon Servant Summoning Sigil, capable of summoning a level 6 demon for 10 minutes, priced at 17,000 gold bushels for 1 use. The level 5 All-Resistance Leather Armor, effective against supernatural powers below level 5 and adaptable to any physique, was priced at 300,000 gold bushels. The level 6 Gale Magic Crossbow, empowered with wind magic and capable of defeating heroes and strong beings alike, cost 400,000 gold bushels, with each bolt priced at 7,000 gold bushels and non-reusable. The last page detailed special services, with a resurrection option that made Li Qi's eyelids twitch. It stated that resurrection was possible for those deceased no more than a day, provided their bodies were intact, requiring a soul gem encapsulating the complete essence of a legendary profession, as well as enough gold bushels to purchase a levitating core crystal. The booklet opened a gateway, showcasing the myriad extraordinary powers of Fehn, making him acutely aware of his own insignificance. "I have gathered sufficient knowledge. Now, may the Vice President evaluate our holy water," Li Qi instructed, requesting a recently bottled vial of holy water. Before the little dragon maiden could reach for it, the Guardian seized it and swallowed it whole. Afterward, he shivered for a moment before returning to normal. The effect is remarkably invigorating, effectively countering enchantments, sleep, and other mental influences, the Guardian succinctly and fairly assessed. But is it merely invigorating? The little dragon maiden tapped her delicate lips with her finger. "Vinegar has the same effect." Li Qi replied seriously, "Vinegar can damage one's teeth. Our holy water does not." "Hey," the little dragon maiden protested, "you should emphasize that holy water affects the mind. Don't treat me like a child. The commercial association may be impressive, but the vice president of the kingdom branch is just a child. In that case," the little dragon maiden glanced at the Guardian, seemingly receiving a hint from somewhere, and then proposed a price of 2 silver pennies. The two began to haggle like children. For silver pennies, 2 silver pennies and 20 copper coins, 3 silver and 80 copper, 2 silver and 40 copper, 3 silver and 60 copper. "All right, this is truly tedious," exclaimed the young dragon lady with impatience. "So I shall settle for 3 silver and 10 copper. This is the price you have predetermined." Li Qi felt a jolt in his heart. Can she read minds? He glanced at the bodyguard, who spoke with a tone of sympathy. "The vice president is an evaluator." An evaluator. Li Qi searched through the memories of the original owner and swiftly found the answer. An evaluator is a special priestess of the goddess of commerce, possessing abilities akin to clairvoyance. Within the scope allowed by her powers and related to monetary matters, she can directly acquire answers to certain questions. Li Qi could not believe that this young dragon lady possessed such a remarkable ability. He smiled wryly, realizing he had underestimated her. So what if she was a newcomer? She had the backing of a powerful figure. This ability to unveil others' hidden cards was extraordinarily domineering. No wonder she had advised him to establish a mental price beforehand. Outmatched, Li Qi had no choice but to concede. With the base price established, they proceeded to discuss the quantity of goods. Assuming a production rate of 100 bottles of holy water per day, the monthly earnings would exceed 900 golden puer. This workload was quite manageable for Fehn. A few tears every few days would suffice. Only 100 bottles per day. The young dragon lady, having likely encountered grander scenarios, seemed unimpressed by this figure. The bodyguard beside her cleared his throat, prompting her to add hastily, "For a temple just starting out, this is quite decent." She produced a piece of paper resembling a talisman and recited a few indistinct prayers. Golden holy light swirled upon the paper, transforming it into a gilded sheet adorned with intricate patterns, displaying a number that made Li Qi's heart race. 3,000. She stated readily. "We wish to reserve half a year's worth of holy water. This serves as a down payment, which can be exchanged for cash in the royal capital or other major cities with commercial temples. The condition is that the holy water shall not be handed over to the loyal divine court or resold to others. Exclusive agency rights, huh?" Li Qi had already contemplated this issue. The divine court regarded holy water as a trivial matter, and they were already selling holy water to the commercial association. Finding a reason to withhold the thorny holy water from the divine court should not provoke a backlash. Surely, this card was one the young dragon lady could not uncover. Li Qi began to demur, first stating that he was only responsible for external affairs of the church and could not entirely dictate its decisions. Furthermore, this would severely impact relations with the divine court. The young dragon lady, experienced in such matters, generously offered, "Speak, how much more do you require?" Li Qi tentatively proposed an additional 1,000 golden puer, insisting that the commercial association would need to collect the goods themselves, after which he would have no involvement in whom they sold to. The young dragon lady rolled her eyes, clearly indicating that this sum was insignificant. Li Qi hastily increased his offer. "I meant 1,000 per year, with an initial term of 3 years, after which we can renegotiate the terms." "Aren't you a lord?" the young dragon lady replied, somewhat vexed. "Why are you so adept at these negotiations?" Li Qi smiled silently, reflecting that in a previous life, he too was a merchant, albeit merely an employee. "Nevertheless, it was within my purview, so let us formalize our agreement." Xylonga did not resist and seemed intent on swiftly concluding this business transaction rather than focusing on the potential profits. Li Qi sensed an opportunity for further negotiation. "Our earlier discussion merely pertained to official matters, while I have a personal agenda as well." Confronted with Xylonga's clear gaze, he felt a twinge of reluctance, yet his inherent nature prevailed. Besides, she was undeniably easy to manipulate, prompting him to act decisively. "Earlier, I mentioned that the church was not mine. To gain its endorsement for my decisions would necessitate some investment." The guards cast scornful and cautionary glances at him, but Li Qi feigned ignorance. "Vice President, you are discussing a business deal worth over 10,000 gold puer annually, which should be trivial for you. However, this represents merely the inception of a long-term partnership between the commercial association and the Crimson Church, which undoubtedly holds greater significance than mere gold." Given his familiarity with the trade, Li Qi's confidence surged, dispelling the earlier impact of the brochure. "As the intermediary, should I not receive some form of recompense? My intentions are not driven by greed. Rather, I hold a deep reverence for Her Majesty Elsa's principles. Trade is predicated on equitable exchange, and thus far, I have not reaped any benefits from this transaction." Li Qi, Xylonga uttered his name, seemingly indicating a form of acknowledgement. "Among the lords I have negotiated with, you possess the thickest skin." He had acquired a level 3 electric nail hammer and a level 3 all-resistance vest, despite his experiential advantage over Xylonga. She had cleverly utilized her connection with the evaluator to discreetly acquire the trump card, leaving him with only a minor advantage. In Fehn, it was indeed the extraordinary power that determined all outcomes. Chapter 25, The Revolutionary Incubator, Collective Farm. Sebastian ascended the stone steps with utmost caution, his mind racing with thoughts. Sunlight streamed through the stone window, warming his face and easing the furrows of worry that had previously marred his brow, thus illuminating the countenance of this middle-aged man. He had spent the entirety of yesterday tidying up after the banquet, a task not easily accomplished when dealing with the exuberance of the Lady of Joy. Exhausting the castle's stock of soapwort, he ensured that no trace of foul odors lingered in the hall or on the second floor. He personally inspected every corner, resolutely preventing anything unworthy from tarnishing the sacred domain of the Viscount. This morning, upon rising, his maid informed him that the Viscount had summoned him, filling him with renewed vigor. Had he not clarified matters with the Viscount yesterday, he feared he would no longer enjoy the same reliance he once had. Sebastian felt a surge of gratitude for his decision, especially relieved that the Viscount had evolved beyond the frivolous young master who merely lifted maid skirts. From the stone window, he gazed upon the distant temple, recalling the Viscount's self-assured demeanor from the previous day. In the mere month since inheriting his title, the Viscount had constructed a temple and envisioned further projects. Such decisive action was unparalleled by the former Viscount. I must strive harder, Summer Sebastian. I cannot afford to lag behind my master, he silently admonished himself as he stood before the study door, mentally preparing once more before knocking. Enter, came the Viscount's voice, still tinged with the remnants of adolescence, lacking the deep resonance of adulthood. Yet, this quality served him well, as it rendered his emotions more discernible. In a few years, he would likely adopt the stoicism of those prominent figures in the royal capital. Inside the study, the Viscount was engaged in conversation with the temple priest, Talons. Sebastian regarded Talons with the same distant respect he afforded to other clergy. He worshipped the noble god, Sheaf, and was yet unfamiliar with the Scarlet Lady. Since it was the Viscount's belief, he dared not voice any judgment. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as the old man siphoned away the Viscount's time and energy under the guise of ecclesiastical affairs. By Sheaf's grace, the Viscount has not wholly surrendered the territory to the church, otherwise, I would be compelled to bow before this old fool, he mused. The Viscount appeared elated, exclaiming, Sebastian, we are wealthy. He brandished two gleaming objects in his hands, causing Sebastian's heart to momentarily falter. If he was not mistaken, those were the gold notes from the commercial union, with a minimum denomination of 1,000 gold pairs. 4,000 gold pairs. He suppressed the urge to weep, exclaiming, this is splendid. We are merely 1,000 short of repaying the king's debt. Sebastian, you truly possess the mindset of a small farmer, the Viscount remarked. There are still over 4 months until the deadline from the king. We will address that then. This money is intended for investment, and I have called upon you to discuss this matter. Sebastian did not grasp the meaning of small farmer mentality, yet it was understandable that the Viscount, having studied abroad in Urshang for several years, might employ fashionable expressions beyond his comprehension. Then, my lord, what plans do you have at present? Sebastian resolved to obediently assume the role of executor, listening intently to whatever the Viscount had to say, no longer exposing his own ignorance and folly. The Viscount tapped the paper on the table, upon which something was inscribed in charcoal. Let us first discuss the state of the territory and see if my estimations align. Certainly, my lord, replied Sebastian. He was quite confident in this regard, as keeping abreast of the territory's affairs was the steward's fundamental duty, albeit limited to the level of a Viscount. Higher-ranking nobles, burdened with numerous responsibilities, must delegate the management of their castles and lands to different stewards. The Prel Viscountcy lies in the southernmost part of the kingdom, encompassing nearly 3,000 square kilometers of land, more than half of which is mountainous. Less than 1/5 consists of arable and pasture land. Furthermore, the territory is crisscrossed by rivers, rendering transportation exceedingly difficult. There are over 20 small villages and a small town within the territory, with a populace of approximately 4,000, which, compared to other noble domains, appears sparsely populated. The one slight advantage is that the average age of the inhabitants is relatively low. The infant mortality rate is high. Yet both free citizens and serfs tend to have many children, and adults do not live long. In contrast, areas surrounding the royal capital or other affluent regions, where the church is abundant and temples abound, provide some basic medical services to the common folk, resulting in a higher average age. However, with the establishment of a temple in the territory, one could anticipate an improvement in this aspect. The territory's income relies entirely on extracting grain from the farmers and a meager amount of copper and silver coins from the townsfolk, which speaks volumes about their standard of living. Sebastian lamented the fact that this land held little more than poverty and desolation. The Viscount inquired, are there no suitable cash crops to cultivate in the territory? I mean, something of considerable value. Disregarding the Viscount's peculiar phrasing, Sebastian replied, indeed, my lord. The soil here is fertile and rainfall abundant. Cultivating crops such as purple alfalfa or red mustard, which have short growing periods and high yields, could yield a substantial harvest. Though they require meticulous care, which the common folk may lack the patience to provide. The Viscount's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Sabadian sensed that his lord had devised a grand plan. As expected, the Viscount posed a question that made Sabadian's heart race. What would be the annual investment if we were to gather the farmers together to cultivate a large expanse of such land? Let us consider 500 individuals, preferably single men. Gather 500 individuals. Even Talents gaped in astonishment. But the farmers have their own plots. How could we possibly consolidate them? Sabadian found the notion utterly unfathomable, converting all the single men in the territory into serfs, bound to farm according to their lord's directives. Could they even sustain themselves? If they could not, what purpose would the field serve? The Viscount uttered words about farmers that sounded quite harsh. Glancing at Talents, in the name of the church, we could gather them and establish a farm to cultivate red mustard. I recall that it is used for dyeing. Quite fitting. Talents grasped the concept. You mean to transform them into apprentices of the church? Just as Sabadian was about to speak, the Viscount, as if possessing the ability to read minds, interjected, only in name. In reality, it will still be managed by Sabadian. He calculated briefly and reported a figure to the Viscount. 300 gold bushels sustain 500 individuals for a year, and that merely accounts for sustenance. The Viscount remarked. Including clothing, tools, and building materials, let us consider it 500 gold bushels, one for each person. Are you serious? Sabadian inquired. The Viscount was indeed serious. A sense of trepidation mingled with a burgeoning calculation within Sabadian. With Mr. Sadel and the guards present, who would dare to defy the Dominion? However, the peasants possessed the ability to flee, and even if captured, they would escape back to the fields. All his thoughts converged, should the church extend enticing promises. And if the domain were to increase the rents, rendering agricultural life untenable, they would surely come. Very well, draft a detailed plan. The location is already determined. I expect to establish a farm within a month, with the land cultivated and ready for sowing grass. The Viscount moved to the window, gesturing towards the vast marshland on the western foot of the mountain, directly across the river from the small town. Sabadian dismissed his earlier resolution. It was impossible to cultivate such barren land within a month. Moreover, summer floods would necessitate repairs to the riverbank. No matter. I shall employ a mage or a druid to manage it, the Viscount declared, uttering words that sent Sabadian into a flurry. Now that we have wealth. Exiting the study, Sabadian felt disoriented, the enthusiasm that once filled him dissipating abruptly. What confounded him further was this notion of concentrating efforts on agriculture. He had never encountered such a concept. When had the Lord ever concerned himself with what the peasants cultivated? Had it not sufficed to merely collect the rents? Given the Lord's behavior yesterday, such recklessness seemed uncharacteristic. Could it be a divine revelation from the Lady in Crimson? A flicker of realization ignited in Sabadian's mind. If the Lord gained divine favor and the church flourished, the territory would naturally prosper as well. An investment of 1,000 gold bushels was indeed distinct from the practices of other nobles, rendering it insignificant in comparison. With this thought, clarity began to emerge, yet he found himself more perplexed. What, then, was the Lady in Crimson's intent? Burdened by thoughts, Sabadian slipped and tumbled from the second floor to the ground below. Chapter 26. The Elven-Eared Assassin Viscount. The quantity of golden ears could provide you with dye sufficient for a lifetime. Once Sabadian departed, Talons delicately posed a similar inquiry to Leech. Talons, what do you believe is our most precious asset? After a moment's contemplation, Talons, much like Sabadian before him, was taken aback. Do you truly intend to treat these 500 individuals as apprentices? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What could possibly motivate the Viscount to strategize over matters so distant in time? For Leech, the thought lingered unvoiced, because I have begun to take this seriously. The banquet had alleviated the pressure of their debt crisis, and the bounty from the holy water had filled Leech's coffers. He knew he must look ahead. To speak plainly, what had initially been a pursuit of a comfortable existence had now morphed into a pawn in the struggle between the divine court and the king, necessitating all his wit and strength to navigate this treacherous terrain. If hardship was inevitable, why not aspire towards a more noble, albeit perhaps more fanciful, goal? Thus, the first step would commence with land reform. This endeavor was not merely about acquiring land. In Fehn, as long as there were professionals and golden ears, an output of 10,000 pounds per acre was but a trivial feat. A monthly yield of 10,000 pounds per acre was the true standard. In the extraordinary realm of Fehn, it was not the fields that constituted productivity, but rather the talent. Within his grand design, the farm would serve as a secondary incubator of belief, supplying the central church with higher quality resources. Initially, he had contemplated consolidating all the vassals to initiate this venture. However, witnessing the astonishment of Sabadian and Talons, he recognized the audacity of such a plan. It was likely that both the divine court and the king would harbor suspicions. Thus he resolved to commence with a collective farm instead. Talons pondered the implications for both the divine court and the king. Which side should we ultimately ally with? For now, let us remain neutral, Leech sighed. We can maintain amicable relations with the divine court, yet we must not draw too close. As for the king, he is likely backed by the Lady of Night, and the prospect of her thrusting the hideous princess upon me is hardly appealing. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Surely we have not drawn the attention of the Lady of Night, have we? It is difficult to say. The sovereign is an emerging deity, shrouded in mystery, and the Lady of Night may indeed take notice. Observing Leech's slight pallor, Talons offered reassurance. The Lady of Night does not embody the brutal, straightforward deities. Even if she were to take an interest, it would be through indirect means. There is no need for excessive concern regarding safety. Yet, when safety was mentioned, Leech felt a weight descend upon him. While the Lady of Night might not directly pursue him, the king certainly would. Presently, there were merely a handful of ineffectual guards in the territory, alongside a second-tier knight of unstable faith. Within the church, he and Phineas, as well as Talons, were deemed non-combatants. Even a minor assassin would pose a serious threat. Talons remarked, "The contact I have reached out to should be arriving shortly." Leech had not only just begun to contemplate security prior to the temple's completion. He had enlisted Talons to connect with adventurers he had known in the past, for local adventurers were notoriously unreliable. His asking price is rather steep, Leech lamented. Akin to the booklet the little dragon girl had shown him, no amount of golden ears could measure up against extraordinary power. Terence extended an invitation to a level 5 shadow assassin, a profession adept in stealth, reconnaissance, and the sinister art of assassination, while also excelling in countering such nefarious acts. However, the commission was set at a mere 100 gold per month, a price offered out of friendship. An urgent knocking at the door interrupted, revealing a guard, who, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "My lord, there is a corpse in the river." Lequy was left speechless. Was it not commonplace for bodies to float in the river? What was so peculiar about that? As the grappling hook was cast into the water, the supposed corpse suddenly severed the line. This was no lifeless body. It was a living person. Moreover, what was the significance of that particular location? Get to the point. Lequy sighed, frustrated that his subordinates could not articulate a coherent account of the situation. It had pointed ears, very long ones. Lequy sighed again. I see. That would be an elf. And then what? Wait, an elf? How utterly rare. Elves had retreated to the dense, untamed forests in the southern reaches of the continent over 10,000 years ago, leaving behind only half-elves. The nobility of Fehn were known to rear ancestral elves, which were merely half-breeds with lifespans of less than 200 years. Though their ears were pointed, they were not particularly long, often concealed beneath their hair. Yesterday, a merchant had brought news of a dragon girl, and now an elf had surfaced. Lequy felt a profound sense of revelation, as if the enigmatic doors of Fehn were opening before him. However, Terence had a different matter on his mind. The professional he had summoned was precisely a half-elf with notably long ears. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Lequy finally comprehended the unfolding events. There, the corpse retrieval worker, grappling with his pants, lay groaning on the ground. Nearby, several guards were sprawled about, some writhing in agony, while others clutched their legs, moaning. Sadar, accompanied by a dozen men, formed a circle, each of them cowering behind their shields, too frightened to advance. In the center of their encirclement lay a woman, drenched and clad in a tattered gray-black bodysuit that barely covered her breasts and buttocks. Her gaunt form and elongated legs outlined a starkly emaciated feminine silhouette. A long wound marred her chest, the contrast between her bloodied skin and the pallor of her flesh strikingly vivid. Curiously, while she wore little fabric, her head was wrapped tightly in a cloak-like garment, leaving only her eyes and the tips of her pointed ears exposed. Clutching a dagger, she stood defiantly against Sadar and his men, swaying precariously, appearing barely able to stand. "Young master, do not approach. She is an assassin," Sadar shouted upon seeing Lequy. The woman turned her gaze toward Lequy, and in an instant, her form morphed into a swirling mist. Sadar cried out in alarm. "This is bad." Terence shouted from behind Lequy. "Be careful." The female assassin was at least 20 or 30 meters away, yet as the mist billowed, she materialized right before Lequy, as though she had emerged from thin air. Lequy's body went numb. He had merely come to observe. The glinting dagger, radiating a chilling aura, was raised high. Li Kui thought to himself, "Is this how I will meet my end today?" Solder, that foolish oaf. Was his mind filled with nonsense? He had chosen to draw attention to himself despite his ordinary attire. And Terence, that troublesome instigator, had he not suggested it might be a hired guard? Li Kui would not have recklessly approached, risking his life. Then Li Qi suddenly recalled something. He was no longer the feeble white-collar worker of the earthly realm. He had transformed into a cleric. Blessed be the goddess. Li Qi fervently cried in his heart as he thrust his hand forward. A radiant silver light burst forth, instantaneously weaving itself into a sandal-sized shield of divine luminescence, safeguarding him. The dagger struck against the light shield, producing a crackling sound akin to electricity. The assassin shivered. Her previously bewildered brown eyes suddenly ablaze with clarity. She uttered a low, youthful exclamation. A haze of gray enveloped her form, sending a chill down Li Qi's spine. She had teleported behind him. Acting purely on instinct, Li Qi spun around and swung the luminous shield like a baseball bat. With a resounding thud, the shield shattered into countless sparkling motes, launching the assassin into the air, where she landed motionless on the ground. Had he succeeded? Breathing heavily, Li Qi gazed at the still figure of the assassin. No longer anxious, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had frequently employed divine techniques in practice, yet had never engaged in real combat. Today, he had experienced the thrill of battling with extraordinary power for the first time. Looking at his hands, he felt an urge to clench his fists and let out a triumphant roar. This was true strength. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, the assassin vanished, and gray mist began to rise once more. Alarmed, Li Qi hurriedly conjured another sandal. However, before the shield could fully form, a cold, soft body collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The female assassin had lost her strength, her dagger having fallen away, and she began to feebly pound on Li Qi's chest. Lacking combat experience, Li Qi was flustered by being toppled by a woman and instinctively grasped at her. He inadvertently seized a warm, soft appendage. It was her ear. With a firm tug, she emitted a sound reminiscent of a whimper. The female assassin collapsed onto him, her pointed ear brushing against his nose, prompting him to unleash a loud sneeze. Chapter 27. An uninvited guardian in the castle's turret. Within the chamber that once housed Talents and Fehn, Talents reported to Lich. Lich comprehended Talents' disappointment, likely stemming from the interference of the round hook, which led to this woman's injury. Compared to the fate of the grave digger, this woman piqued his curiosity more. No, she was not merely a woman. She was a girl. The girl lay upon the bed, her hood removed, revealing a youthful and delicate Fehn. Her water-blue hair was fashioned into a braid that cascaded down to her waist. Tall and slender, she appeared fragile, yet not in the emaciated manner of a refugee. Rather, she exuded a refined and delicate beauty, coupled with her elongated ears. She reminded Lich of the blood elves from Beastworld. Talents employed healing magic to staunch the bleeding from her chest. The scarred wound marred her youthful innocence. Noticing her pointed ears twitch slightly, Lich remarked, "Do not feign sleep. It is time to acknowledge the misunderstanding." The girl, seemingly elven, opened her eyes, the previous frenzy now absent. Stammering, she uttered, "Wait. Once I reach the territory of Baron Prell, I will compensate you for the medical expenses." "Is this truly the guardian you sought?" Lich inquired of Talents, who appeared equally astonished. "Is your surname Miscro?" Startled like a frightened cat, the girl sprang to the corner of the bed. "Who are you? How do you know my clan's surname? What relation do you have to Violence, Miscro?" Before the girl, Talents displayed the gravitas of a high-ranking cleric. "I have contacted him through arcane means, requesting his presence as a guardian." "Is this truly the territory of Baron Prell?" The girl's tense form relaxed. "I am Tina, daughter of Violence Miscro. He passed away 2 years ago, and the correspondence was entrusted to me." Her countenance bore no trace of sorrow, perhaps eroded by the passage of time. "I had little else to occupy my time, so I came." "Has that fellow finally met his end?" Talents sighed, paying homage to an old acquaintance, then furrowed his brow. "I sought the 5th-level Shadow Ranger Violence Miscro, not a hapless, easily ensnared thief. Do not underestimate me. I am the strongest 3rd-level Shadow Assassin." The girl protested defiantly. "You should see that I am injured. Moreover, that fellow. I refer to the grave digger who spares not even corpses. Though he is disturbingly repugnant, he remains my savior. I must express my gratitude to him, which is why I lingered. Otherwise," she scoffed derisively, "with the skills of those individuals, how could they possibly retain me?" "And what of me?" Lich interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity. Did you intend to slay me or abduct me? Who are you? The girl massaged her forehead in distress. What have I done to you? Then her cheeks flushed. Pointing at Lich, she exclaimed indignantly, You tugged at my ears. Is that more severe than what the grave digger intended for you? Talents coughed lightly. This is Baron Prell. The girl stood frozen, her fingers trembling slightly as she struggled to muster a smile. It's the employer, she stated, asserting her authority in the matter. Li Chi found her quite amusing. After all, transforming oneself into a corpse to drift here was hardly a reliable means of protection. The girl weakly defended herself. I merely accepted a commission along the way, only to be ensnared by treachery. This was undoubtedly an intriguing, nay, a spectacular tale. Noticing his gaze, blood rushed to her cheeks, rendering them a vivid crimson that was hard to ignore. She raised her chin, her demeanor shifting entirely, an aura of something oppressive spreading within her. In a cold tone, she declared, Despicable human, you were correct. I am indeed an elf. As she spoke, she straightened her posture, her eyes fixed 10 centimeters above Li Chi's head. Were it not for the peculiar sharpness of her ears, he might have been genuinely intimidated by her sudden regal presence. Even if your mother is a pure-blooded elf, you cannot claim the title of elf. Your father's lineage has diluted to little more than the ears, Talons interjected disdainfully. The girl huffed, turning her head aside with an air of contemptuous defiance. However, a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, and despite her stillness, her cheeks flushed a shade as vibrant as her ears. Talons instructed a maid to bring food, and outside the turret, he provided Li Chi with some background. Tina and her father hailed from the Forgotten Forest in the eastern continent, where half-elves resided, appearing and physically resembling pure-blooded elves. They had become a rich target for slave traders. Many of the ancestral elves kept by the upper nobility were natives of Tina's homeland. Ah, I see. Li Chi began to piece together the psychological underpinnings of Tina's earlier demeanor. Talons' tone grew complex. Viscount, I trust you will not accept her for this reason? What you require is a bodyguard, not an ancestral elf. I am not a pervert, Li Chi hastily clarified, somewhat perplexed by Talons' averted gaze. He continued, Though not as capable as her father, she is still of use, and it would be beneficial to look after your friend's descendant. Talons visibly relaxed yet remarked, She is merely a third-tier little thief. The way he emphasized third tier was rather exaggerated, and Li Chi felt exasperated. It seemed Talons had leveled up again. Now a third-tier priest, seemingly bound to Feeney's rank, thus compelling him to find ways to enhance Feeney's favor. Level merely determines the tier of power. The true potential lies in how one wields that power. Li Chi sought to justify Tina's presence while also comforting himself. His encounters with Tina had afforded him a tangible understanding of Fehn's extraordinary powers, leaving him less disheartened. After all, he had no intention of becoming an adventurer or exploring dungeons. Being outmatched by others was hardly a great concern for him. The value of extraordinary power extended beyond mere combat. It was imperative to harness that power to effectuate change in Fehn. However, he pondered whether her faith truly bore no connection to the Lady of Night. This was his primary concern. Tina's profession as a nightshade assassin was inherently tied to the deity of shadows. The god of shadows vanished during the Third Era, and most believe that this divinity has been appropriated by the Lady of Night. The former professions of shadow killers, shadow assassins, and shadow rangers have all been rebranded as Nightfall in the Fourth Era. The Viscount need not worry about her origins. The Lady of Night holds numerous divine titles, and many practitioners acquire their abilities not through devotion, but rather through their skills, which subsequently link them to her. Talents in this regard are well understood. For the Lady of Night, akin to the Lady of Suffering, is a deity inclined toward evil and chaos. Tina and her father have no ties to the Church of the Lady of Night. Their faith lies with the long-fallen elven gods, rendering it unlikely for the Lady of Night to take notice of her. Indeed, while the Lady of Night inspires dread, her church and followers are disorganized, lacking the structured hierarchy of the loyal divine court, a fact likely tied to her penchant for weaving plots. Until a more reliable and formidable protector is found, Richie has decided to recruit her, albeit at a price that cannot be aligned with her father's standards. Humans truly are treacherous and despicable beings. When informed that the price must be renegotiated, Tina adopted a regal demeanor, though the crumbs at the corner of her mouth severely undermined her imposing presence. Your father is a level 5, hence the 100 gold pence per month. You are only level 3, and calculated according to combat power coefficients. You can receive merely 1 gold pence monthly. Richie donned the guise of a heartless capitalist. Do not disdain this sum. It is the annual living expense of an ordinary person. 1 gold pence. This is an insult to the mightiest level 3 practitioner. Tina began rummaging through her belongings, adopting a stance as if to leave. Richie saw through her bluster. Searching for your dagger? A shoddy piece worth mere copper coins. I can provide you with a new weapon free of charge. The half-elf girl lowered her head, her drooping pointed ears animated like a puppy's. I can earn several gold pence from a simple task, she insisted, and being a guard means being at beck and call, which calculates to less than a copper pence per hour. Richie shrugged nonchalantly. No matter, in business, it must be mutually agreeable. If you refuse, I shall not compel you. Then, I shall take my leave, the girl feigned, her foot raised as if burdened by a sandbag. Richie, observing her at the door, continued, in light of Talent's acquaintance with your father, consider this a friendly gesture in saving your life. However, we have incurred costs tending to the wounds inflicted upon us, and you must settle the expense for your healing. The girl squeezed the wooden doorframe until it creaked ominously. A thought struck her, and she turned with excitement. Previously, I undertook a mission to explore the ruins of a fallen deity. Though betrayed by my companions, I know the location. A treasure map. Oh, it could be worth a fortune. If you desire it, I can offer you a discount. Richie shook his head, uninterested, not intrigued. After a moment of silence, the girl despondently replied, fine, just one, and for the medical and treatment fees, entirely waived. Lychee certainly would not continue to exploit her. A monthly salary equivalent to a golden ear for a third-tier professional was simply a windfall. Moreover, the young girl exclaimed, the meals must adhere to the previously established standards. There must be white bread and fine wheat porridge. Chapter 28. Tina's suffering and the saint's scourge. Distant sounds of chatter stirred Tina from her slumber. Instinctively, she reached for her dagger, poised to teleport and conceal herself, only to find the soft embrace of bedding beneath her. As she gazed vacantly at the ceiling for a moment, the realization dawned upon her that she was now the Lord's guard, no longer sleeping in treetops or caves, perpetually vigilant against roving adventurers. The bed was so comfortable that she hesitated to rise, but the thought of missing breakfast jolted her into action. The lightweight cotton undergarments felt alien against her skin, akin to being unadorned. Fortunately, her outer attire was a robust fabric, thick and sturdy, with peculiar cuffs and pant hems that could be fastened. Over this, she donned a peculiar robe with short sleeves, a hood, and an unusual knee-length hem. The unadorned, straw-yellow fabric exuded a sense of simplicity, her uniform. As she slipped her sock-clad feet into the coarse, woven shoes, the rough yet yielding texture was decidedly unfamiliar. These shoes were ill-suited for traversing dense forests or marshlands. But that was of little consequence now. She would likely not venture to such places again. Her employer had informed her that all apprentices of the church donned similar garb, and she too must conform to disguise her identity as a guard. Dressed, Tina retrieved a pair of daggers from beneath her pillow. The polished steel, glinting with a blue sheen, though not enchanted, surpassed the rusted scraps she had formerly wielded. Her employer had promised to provide her with enchanted daggers in the future. But she was indifferent. These daggers were precious enough for her. Concealing the daggers close to her person, she turned her attention to the matter of utmost importance. A task she would not forget, regardless of the perilous circumstances previously faced. A sense of unease washed over her when she could not locate the strip of cloth she had placed on the table the day before. A thorough search of the modest room yielded nothing, and Tina bit her lip, pondering whether her employer had orchestrated this, deliberately wishing for her to venture out with barriers. The hood. As she was about to pull up the hood, her gaze fell upon a hat on the table, so light and thin it resembled a glove. The cotton knit cap was densely woven with mesh, promising breathability, and featured ear flaps that extended down to her neck. It was far more convenient than wrapping her head in strips of cloth, indeed a relief. Her employer's thoughtfulness was astonishing. Instinctively, Tina touched her chest. Her injuries had not only healed, but her employer had also provided ointment that diminished the scars. As an adventurer, she had come to terms with mortality, so scars were of little concern. However, as long as she drew breath, it was preferable to minimize anything that incited self-revulsion. Descending to the hall, Tina sat at the dining table, consuming bread and sipping milk. Her impression of her employer had improved sufficiently to overlook his earlier rudeness of staring at her ears. But where was the Viscount? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Since becoming a guard yesterday, she had indulged in a late awakening and had not remained by her employer's side. Was she, perhaps, neglecting her duties? The Viscount was outside surveying the fields, and he had instructed her that if she felt well enough, she could commence her duties in essence, to begin working. The maid who had prepared her breakfast smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Tina felt a twinge of regret. If it weren't for that overbite, the maid, who was approximately her size, would indeed be quite beautiful. The maid's gaze landed on her head. Is the hat size satisfactory? Do you like it? Did you prepare it? Thank you. Upon exiting the castle, Tina discovered the source of the cacophony. A throng had gathered in the nearby town, clamoring about something. The knight who had previously encircled her was leading a contingent of guards, seemingly supervising them. It appeared that a conflict was brewing. Tina mused. Yet with the employer absent, she felt little inclination to intervene. Though the guards were not particularly formidable, the knight was a genuine professional, capable of dispatching the lot single-handedly. Her employer stood not far off on a ridge, accompanied by a few individuals, gesturing towards the muddy banks across the river below. Tina assessed the distance and noted the abundance of trees nearby, convinced that she could effortlessly teleport to the shade without expending much energy, so she chose not to approach. Reclining on the hillside, nibbling on a piece of cow tongue grass, basking in the warm sunlight, she occasionally glanced towards her employer's direction for any unforeseen developments. Tina felt that this job was exceedingly comfortable. It was akin to earning a living while lounging. Surely, such tranquility couldn't last long. With a mere 15 years of life experience, Tina had learned one truth. Happiness is fleeting, while suffering is eternal. 1 year of contentment would suffice. She began to develop a modicum of interest in this territory, scanning the surroundings in search of evidence to support her newfound desire. The town was in disrepair, with few inhabitants, resembling other rural noble domains she had encountered. The gathered crowd appeared to consist mostly of farmers, who posed no threat to her employer's rule. Turning her gaze in another direction, she spotted a small temple perched on a nearby ridge, recently constructed, with the mud on its walls still fresh. Church apprentices, clad similarly to her, were bustling in and out, appearing quite occupied. If anything were to transpire, it would most likely be connected to the temple. Her employer had hired outside professionals as guards, likely anticipating potential dangers stemming from the temple, uncertain of the deity to which the temple was devoted. Tina surmised from the priest's healing techniques that it must be a benevolent god. However, the so-called benevolent deities are not inherently good, just as malevolent gods are not synonymous with evil. Tina scoffed at the notion. The distinction between benevolent and malevolent gods was merely a division of divine factions. Their essence remained the same, and they were all deities of humanity, rebels against the elven pantheon. Lost in her thoughts, a small head suddenly appeared above her. "Are you an elf?" The voice, as melodious as a lark, inquired, with silver-white hair shimmering in the sunlight, casting a dazzling halo. Squinting to adjust her angle, Tina discerned the girl's features. She was a little girl, just over 10, strikingly beautiful like a doll carved from white jade, her emerald eyes shimmering with ripples, as if on the verge of spilling over. Noting the curiosity in her tone, Tina recognized that it was linked to matters she despised. Yet she had no intention of holding it against such a young girl. "You are." "My name is Fehn Donamus. Just call me Fehn." The young girl, with an air of pride, exclaimed, "That scar-removing ointment was a gift from me. And those whom you injured, I assisted in treating them." She continued, "Oh, that round hook is not what you think. Li Chi mentioned that it would lead to a man's. Well, you know." Tina, with a playful innocence, smiled and replied, "Thank you for the ointment. I am Tina Magis. Just call me Tina." "I know your name." The girl retorted, "Aren't you surnamed Mistcrow?" A sprite with pointed ears. Upon hearing those 3 words, the half-elf maiden felt as if she had been struck in the face by a spiky cactus. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "That is my clan name, not something for others to use." Moreover, she added, "and about those pointed." The girl squinted her eyes into crescent shapes and said, "When you were still asleep, I touched them. They were so long, so soft, and quite fascinating." Completely oblivious to Tina's changing expression, she eagerly asked, "Can I touch them now?" "Enough." Tina sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You are not allowed to utter that word again. And forget about touching, never even think of it." Fehn, taken aback, pouted and remarked, "How rude. Li Chi has never been this fierce with me. Do not feign innocence. I know what thoughts are swirling in your mind, that you may not realize it is a sinful notion." Tina was somewhat agitated. Such a cute little girl was so misguided, illustrating humanity's descent into irredeemable depravity. She attempted to salvage the situation, saying, "Would you tell a person without ears that they have no ears?" Fehn shook her head. "Of course not. That would be terribly impolite." Then, in confusion, she added, "But you have ears. Pointed ears, indeed." Tina's complexion shifted from a deep red to a shade of pale fury. She grasped the girl's collar and lifted her off the ground, their noses nearly touching, each word a gritted command. Do not utter those 3 words again. Tears welled in the girl's eyes, and then Tina's vision blurred. It was so bright. Her hand felt as though it had plunged into a thicket of thorns, stinging painfully, compelling her to release her grip and step back. Only then did she perceive the girl enveloped in a silvery radiance, holy wings unfurling gracefully from her sides. Tina questioned her own sight. Heavens, an angel? Though tears streamed down Fehny's face, her expression was one of utter disdain. You have no right to wear that attire. You are a counterfeit. In Tina's hierarchy of loathsome traits, pointed ears ranked first, while being a counterfeit was a close second. Even if she were an angel, she would remain unpardoned. Tina reached out again, intent on seizing her. The slight pain from before was insignificant. A glowing shield, shaped like a straw sandal, came hurtling towards her. Tina recalled that her employer had employed a similar tactic. However, in a state of confusion back then, she now twisted her waist and evaded. Once, twice, thrice. As the gray mist rose, Tina darted into the shade of a tree, crossing her arms and letting out a cold, mocking laugh, reveling in the terror reflected in her opponent's eyes. What sort of weak angel was this? Most likely, she was merely a peculiar holy maiden. Tina had heard adventurers speak of such maidens, either shimmering gold or silver, all mere ornamental vases, striking in appearance yet utterly useless. She grinned menacingly, her hands mimicking the gesture of choking, as she advanced towards Fehny. Terrified, Fehny lost her saintly demeanor and fled, only to encounter Tina emerging from the air like a specter. The silvery, holy light twisted in Fehny's hands like a serpent. Yet before she could weave it into a shield, Tina was merely 2 or 3 steps away. The young girl, in a panic, twisted the holy light into a braided cord and swung it down upon Tina. Unfazed, Tina attempted to sidestep, believing she could easily evade it as before. To her astonishment, the cord shifted direction as if possessed, sweeping across her body and transforming into shimmering motes of light. It felt as though a branding iron had seared her heart, eliciting a cry of agony. When she regained her breath, she found herself sprawled on the ground, her body limp, the once vibrant magic within her now parched. Not far off, Fehny stared blankly at her palm, holy light surging forth as she extracted strands and wove them into a silvery cord. Ah, so the holy light can be utilized in such a manner. With one hand on her hip and the other raised high with the silvery cord, she declared, pointed ears, behold how this saint shall teach you a lesson. Damn it, you uttered those 3 words again. Anger surged within Tina, granting her strength as she leaped towards Fehny. The silvery cord came crashing down. Ah! Tina let out a high-pitched wail, crashing to the ground once more. Fehny, what are you 2 doing? The commotion was so great that Liqui rushed over, witnessing Fehny brandishing the cord and cackling, while the half-elf girl lay on the ground, her body convulsing. Liqui, I was. As the cord dissipated, the young girl helped Tina to her feet, saying, Tina and I were practicing. Tina, concede. Tina, frothing at the mouth, pointed accusingly at Fehny, her expression twisted in agony. You. This little brat is neither an angel nor a saint. She is a demon. The hand supporting her continued to emit holy light, pricking her heart like thorns. The young girl, sweetly smiling, winked at her, causing Tina to shudder. It was an unmistakable threat. Indeed, I cannot best. Fehny. Tina swallowed her tears and humiliation, forcing a smile for her employer. Surely, happiness is fleeting, while suffering is eternal. But why? She had hoped to relish at least a year of bliss, only to find that not even an hour, no, not even 10 minutes sufficed. Well, Fehny is quite capable, I know that. Tina, do not despair. Fehny is our church's saint. Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. Liqui ruffled Fehny's hair, feeling a bit odd, yet he let it go. He was pleased, for Fehny had evidently discovered a new application of holy light, signifying the creation of a new divine art, one with offensive capabilities. What name shall this technique bear? Recalling the image of Fehny raising the cord as if lashing out at sinners, Liqui mused, let us call it the whip of the mind. Chapter 29. The marvels of the earth druid in the marshlands. Serpentine earthworms writhed and twisted, blending weeds and soil into rich, fertile earth. Vines, resembling living serpents, crushed stones into fragments, embedding them deeply into the ground, delineating paths and furrows. In the clearing at the heart of the marsh, the vines rapidly extended like tentacles, assembling stones into the foundation of houses, while prepared timber was elevated to form beams. Enormous insects, clad in armor as tough as steel, emerged from the earth, sending splashes of clear water into the air, revealing a well at the center of the nascent town. The townsfolk across the river gazed in astonishment at this miraculous scene. Rendered speechless as if struck by muteness, hundreds of them voicing not a sound. Mere meters from the spectacle, Li Qi was profoundly awed. This was the prowess of the earth druid. With but a scattering of seeds and a sprinkle of a special growth agent, the vines sprang forth, becoming akin to architectural automatons, solidifying into structures while serving as both adhesive and load-bearing beams. Specially bred-tilling earthworms could rival dozens of oxen in strength, effortlessly cultivating vast tracts of land within mere hours, clearing away weeds in the process. That colossal creature, resembling an armored earthworm, had struck a water well in less than half an hour. What was once a broad marshland had transformed entirely. Extensive fields were still being tilled, and the small town at its center boasted hundreds of stone houses entwined with vines, most already taking shape. The expenditure of 600 gold pounds had proven exceptionally worthwhile. The current state was quite satisfactory. With a few embellishments, this place would resonate with the essence of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature, precisely what Li Qi cherished. The drilling beetle shrank rapidly in the verdant mist as the druid apprentice meticulously collected the creature, handing it to the druid named Brandel Todd. Li Qi felt fortunate, initially. He had sent Sabadian to recruit construction wizards at the Adventurers Guild, only to discover that an earth druid happened to be in the northern city of Conrad. This fourth-level druid had other tasks but was pleased to seize the opportunity for extra earnings. Arriving at the territory with his apprentice after Li Qi had prepared the necessary materials. As Sabadian had remarked during the construction of the temple, utilizing extraordinary powers for infrastructure was astonishingly efficient, judging by the circumstances. A project that would typically require hundreds of workers several months to complete would be concluded by tomorrow's additional efforts. The druid approached Li Qi, wiping sweat from his brow as he surveyed his laborious results, expressing satisfaction. "Your Excellency, the taste is exquisite, far more refreshing and natural than that of other nobles." Although aware that this was flattery, Li Qi felt pleased. He chose not to disclose the purpose of the town, allowing the druid to believe he was akin to those nouveau riche nobles seeking to establish a landscape villa area. Once these vines matured, they would become remarkably resilient, impervious to fire. By summer, they would bloom with vibrant golden flowers, a beautiful complement to the crimson grass. The druid waved the blueprint in his hand. "How peculiar that the residential area is designed in the shape of a pentagram, my lord." Li Qi thought to himself that the deliberate choice of golden iron vines was precisely for this reason. The red flag combined with the pentagram would serve as a symbol. "I happen to possess seeds of mustard greens, a rather commonplace item, which I shall bestow as a gift upon the Viscount." The druid was quite pleased with this transaction. Albeit somewhat impatient, the riverbank can only be revisited after a while, at which point both the riverworks and the iron gate construction will be undertaken simultaneously. It remains unclear what other projects the druid is preoccupied with, yet he reveals not a whisper of his endeavors, and naturally, Li Qi refrains from prying. Gratefully, he remarked, "No problem, Master Todd. I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand, and I shall entrust you with the subsequent matters." With a druid of the earth at hand, infrastructure becomes remarkably efficient. Beyond establishing the collective farm, Li Qi also aspired to rectify the riverway in the town of Prail. He planned to construct a sluice several kilometers north, diverting the river's flow eastward, effectively blocking the debris and, of course, the bodies drifting downstream. As for the town of Prail, he contemplated relocating it northward, nearer to the sluice. The townsfolk, unlike farmers, find it exceedingly difficult to alter their way of life. Until their beliefs are refined, the petite bourgeois attributes they carry are not easily erased. Li Qi was not inclined to exert effort upon them for the time being, preferring to maintain their distance from the revolutionary base. Master Todd humbly stated, "Call me Brando, Viscount. I am merely a level 4 druid. Unworthy of the title Master. To be so formidable at level 4. Li Qi reflected, though this did not imply that Todd could easily overwhelm a level 3 combatant. As the name suggests, the specialty of an earth druid lies in infrastructure. Those vines and insects are ill-suited for combat. And the apprentices Todd brought along were responsible for their manipulation, as he could not manage everything alone. Todd's gaze shifted toward the eastern mountains, and he tentatively suggested, "Since the Viscount has such an affinity for plants, perhaps consider transforming the castle into a tree fortress. All it requires is a seed of a guardian ancient tree. Not only would it withstand magical assaults, but it could also monitor movements within the castle. It is not expensive. A level 4 guardian ancient tree merely costs 7,000 gold purse. Li Qi could only chuckle. His current financial state was somewhat comfortable, yet not affluent enough for such extravagance. The druid, accompanied by his apprentices, proceeded to tend to the remaining fields, while Li Qi summoned talons and talents. Sadal remarked previously. Some individuals were discontent, covertly clamoring for escape, yet upon witnessing the druid's creation of such a town today, they no longer wished to depart. In recent days, to consolidate the farmers, Sadal had led soldiers in a search of the mountains and forests, gathering over 300 single men and more than 100 single-parent families. Regardless of these individuals' desires, under the pretense of rising rents preventing their ability to pay, they were coerced into signing transfer contracts, thereby stripping them of their meager lands and possessions, transforming them into laborers of the collective farm. In a world imbued with extraordinary powers, the circumstances are markedly different. These farmers lacked the courage to resist, as Sadal alone could subdue 100 of them. The sole complication lay with those attempting to flee or preparing to do so. Li Qi instructed talons to assure the church's commitment that all would receive church services free of charge, along with the opportunity to become apprentices. Moreover, once they joined the farm, they would be guaranteed ample food, clothing, and shelter. Faced with the desolate wasteland, these individuals remained skeptical of the promises made. Some individuals believe that the Lord is merely deceiving them, promising to cultivate the marshland only to renege on his word and secretly conspire to flee. However, to their astonishment, the Lord summoned a druid, who swiftly accomplished the task of cultivation and conjured a small town composed of sturdy stone houses, dispelling all doubts. Even the most dim-witted peasant comprehended that the expenses incurred by the Lord in hiring the druid were negligible compared to the cost of providing for their sustenance. No one understood the Lord's true intentions, yet with food and shelter assured, along with the church to rely upon, they could not only survive but thrive better than before. Thus, why delve deeper into the matter? It sufficed to obediently follow the Lord's directives. Li Qi instructed Sadar, select 20 trustworthy and capable individuals from among them to be trained as farm guards, under your management, responsible for the farm's safety. Tolerance felt a surge of delight but remarked, the steward may not be pleased. I have other plans for him. Li Qi replied, henceforth, you shall oversee all matters directly related to the church within the territory. The weight of responsibility is indeed heavy. The old man appeared visibly anxious, prompting Li Qi to silently ponder whether he could recite poetry. With arrangements in place, Li Qi surveyed the farm that had risen within a mere half-day, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This was a solid first step. Then he slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to complete his writing for the day. After finishing his transcription, as he had anticipated, the book titled The Suffering of Mortals Flows Like Raging Waters into the Sea received high praise from the Countess, who had sent couriers thrice to urge for updates. He had submitted the second volume, but the third remained unfinished. Initially, he intended this work to ensnare the Countess, yet unexpectedly, the book, originally named The Long Regret of Life Flows East, was profoundly heart-wrenching, possessing an extraordinary impact here despite its obscurity on Earth. On another note, the priestesses of the god of music and the goddess of arts were also pressing him for more scores of the Scarlet Lady's songs, which subtly ignited a new idea within him. Perhaps these creations could serve not only to beguile the divine court and earn some golden rewards, but might also yield even greater value. Chapter 30. The subtle waves of the capital. Tupalyang wished to awaken his sister, who was blissfully asleep, but his heart ached at the thought of their impending separation. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself, lifting her gently and stepping outside. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Si Chui Madonna and lifting her into the air. Yang urgently called out, "Wait, Mother Goddess." The ascent of the radiant light halted, and with deep reluctance, he caressed his sister's delicate face, placing a golden talisman around her neck. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Father, if you can hear me in the realm of the divine, please protect her in all her endeavors. O supreme deity, if you can see this, let all her sufferings be transferred to me. I have left her in solitude. Let me atone with all my life is worth." The goddess of life sighed softly. "Foolish child." Meanwhile, Hangzhuo Frauyi and the others scoffed, as if they had heard an absurd jest. Dilup Friedgen disdainfully remarked, "What good is this talk? Is it not merely his mother's anguish that has paved the way for his own wealth and glory?" In the opulent living room of a magnificent stone mansion adjacent to the noble residential area of the capital, over a dozen noble women sat, each fanning themselves, engrossed in the recitation by Countess Bimixia. Upon reaching this point, the Countess looked up and surveyed the ladies, noticing their flushed faces and teary eyes. Some covered their mouths with their fans, while others trembled slightly. She smiled with satisfaction, finding their reactions even more poignant than during her first reading. For his sister's sake, Yang had even relinquished the opportunity to be chosen by the goddess of life, whatever misdeeds he may have committed later. That sacrifice was ample compensation. Truly, it was beyond her comprehension why his sister and nephew harbored such animosity towards him. A person like Yang was worthier than any saint. Were she his sister, she would willingly endure anything, not even uttering a harsh word against him. Si Chui Madonna was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. In unison, the ladies condemned her, to which the countess replied, "Were you in Si Chui Madonna's place, you might harbor even more hatred towards Yang. Do you comprehend what it means to ascend to fame while battling enmity?" One lady inquired, "Countess, have you seen the second volume? What transpires that incites such hatred towards Yang?" Having not finished reading, the countess partially obscured her face with her fan. She knew Yang was wrongfully accused, yet she was curious about the reasons behind his vilification. Eager to read faster, she also felt that even if there were 20 volumes, each completed volume brought the story closer to its conclusion, a sensation that was truly uncomfortable. "Countess, do hurry and finish. Once you do, we can take notes," the ladies urged. They had long grown weary of tales of princes and princesses, knights and heroines. Compared to this book, those were mere children's fairy tales. Why does the countess not allow that? Viscount Preller to provide the manuscript to Modwen, so the Church of the Muse of Arts can publish it for all to read? The ladies exclaimed eagerly. The countess smiled with reserved grace regarding the publication. Modwen has mentioned that discussions with Viscount Preller have occurred. It should not be too long before it happens, but rest assured, it will not be for free. The Marchioness, fanning herself, remarked, "To possess such a tale is worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Consider it a donation to Lady Crimson. She must surely be the goddess of emotions." The Duchess's daughter, brimming with excitement, interjected, "It encompasses not only love but also familial and platonic bonds. Lady Crimson observes all emotions, warmth, sweetness, pain, bitterness, joy. Her Majesty scrutinizes the human soul, allowing us to savor the essence of life, even in the most subtle feelings." The countess praised, "Indeed, quite profound. I cannot claim such depth of understanding as you, dear Sister Ariel. I almost suspect you to be a saint of Lady Crimson." Then, she grew slightly serious, adding, "However, as Lady Crimson is newly arrived, we remain unclear about her true background and detailed doctrines. The divine court is still observing, and we must refrain from hasty conclusions. I do not believe that malign deities would propagate such delicate and poignant narratives." The Marchioness shrugged dismissively. "Let us hope the divine court does not exert undue pressure upon them." "Certainly," the countess mused, a slight sigh escaping her lips, before raising her brows, "Worry not. The kingdom's situation is markedly different now, under the guidance of Bishop Horn and Princess Trescia, who are revitalizing the realm. Those matters hold no relevance to us." The Duchess's daughter pouted and eagerly urged, "Countess, may we continue reading?" The countess's elegant voice resonated once more in the drawing room, as the esteemed ladies listened intently. In the heart of Iron Crown City, deep within the formidable fortress cast in steel, a robust middle-aged man adorned with a crown dismissed his attendants, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation upon the throne of the circular royal hall. A gaunt middle-aged man entered the chamber, his footsteps silent as a cat. Approaching the throne, he knelt on one knee, pressing his hand to his chest in salute. "Your Majesty, the situation in the north has been stabilized by the divine court. I failed to find an opportunity. Please mete out your punishment." The king raised his hand, signaling his second attendant to rise, nonchalantly replying, "Sending you was merely to gauge the divine court's response. I held no hope that those muddy-legged peasants could achieve anything of merit." "Your Majesty is wise," Maegor sighed. "The suffering God's church and the wandering holy knights contacted by those peasants could not arrive in time. The divine court's paladins acted with remarkable swiftness. Surely my holy, beautiful, and compassionate daughter played a significant role," jested the 27th king of Hadron, Tragdiadron, with a self-deprecating smile. Only she could discern the implications of the minor unrest in the north, and only she could prompt the divine court to assist so proactively in restoring order. He gazed upwards at the lofty dome, adorned with the heroic deeds of the kingdom's past sovereigns, and softly mused, "Were it not for such a juncture, it would be most fitting for her to inherit my throne. Your Majesty is still quite young. Why entertain such thoughts?" Maegor remarked. "Moreover, the millions of subjects in the kingdom, struggling in adversity, await your salvation." "Salvation?" The king retorted with a cold smile, "And who shall come to rescue me?" The path I am about to tread is fraught with thorns, and I may merely be a small stone employed by that lady for her trials." Under the king's scrutinizing gaze, Mygel bowed his head in trepidation, his tone betraying weakness. "Your Majesty, in this world, even deities must submit to the whims of fate. We can only strive to remain afloat amidst the torrents, all the while gathering strength to pursue our desires. Mygel, this is why I hold you in such esteem. You possess both ideals and composure," the king praised, "and you also provide solace." Mygel humbly and candidly replied, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My destiny lies in your hands, and I shall do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction." The king chuckled, pointing at Mygel, before recalling something. "However, there is a matter that has been troubling me regarding the Prell family in the south. Richie Prell has garnered the favor of a deity known as the Crimson Lady in Urshion, erecting a temple in her honor, and manifestations of divine power have emerged. I am currently observing him in this deity." Mygel responded, "As it stands, the Crimson Lady appears to be a benevolent goddess concerned with mortal emotions, her divine essence imbued with qualities of the mind. The true strength of the church remains uncertain. Should we exert excessive pressure on Prell, he and the church would likely turn to the divine court, complicating matters in the south significantly." The king pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Your concerns are valid. The divine court is also watching Catherine. If they detect movements in the south and make connections, they might discern something of importance." He sighed with a hint of irony. "Tailshia is astute. It is indeed ironic that I raised her as the future queen, never anticipating this outcome." Feigning ignorance to the king's lamentations, Mygel continued his report. "Thus, I merely tested Prell slightly, refraining from further pressure, allowing him to believe that he still has options. While this does not grant us direct control over that territory, it will influence the situation in the south. With slight adjustments, we should be able to minimize the impact." The king, somewhat unwilling, remarked, "Our early awareness of the changes in the south provides us with a significant advantage. Ideally, we would directly control that territory. If not, there are still numerous strategies to employ, but my primary concern lies elsewhere." He lowered his gaze, exuding a sense of pressure as he fixed his eyes on Mygel. "Catherine has never made demands of me throughout her life. This is the one thing she desires. Is there truly no way for you to assist a father in making amends for his transgressions against his deeply remorseful daughter?" Despite Mygel's remarkable wit, sweat beaded on his forehead as he forced a smile. "Richie Prell's impression of the princess is akin to that of others. If we emphasize this too much, I fear it may humph." The king interrupted, dissatisfied. "Then let that young man perish along with his territory. Catherine may grieve, but that is not without its merits. She will emerge as a sharper blade." "Indeed, Your Majesty, he may only enjoy a few more months of life," Mygel concurred, his brow slick with cold perspiration. Upon exiting the royal chamber, Mygel wiped the sweat from his brow, releasing a sigh of relief. The passage remained unyielding, and the heavy footsteps rendered him motionless. A warrior clad in a full helmet and draped in a cloak approached him. The inky blackness of the cloak revealed its scarlet lining with each step, contrasting sharply against the dark iron armor, creating an almost blinding spectacle. The corridor was adorned with a series of windows, as the warrior traversed between light and shadow. In the illumination, he seemed to embody darkness itself, obscuring Maegor's vision. As he entered the dimness, the flickering crimson pierced through the gloom, reminiscent of a devil from the abyss grinning malevolently. The sweat on Maegor's brow appeared to freeze in an instant, and he scarcely comprehended how he had managed to sidestep. Only when the warrior completely disregarded his presence and swept past him towards the royal hall did he realize, to his astonishment, that he had failed to pay his respects. The princess. He gazed at the figure's retreating silhouette, whispering weakly, "Your Highness." Chapter 31. The Adventurers Guild. "Are you all right? Don't put yourself in a situation where I have to come to your rescue," Conrad inquired with concern as he and his companions, including Lich, disembarked from the carriage and noticed Tina's pale complexion. "I'm fine," Tina managed to utter, though her expression belied her words. In truth, she felt far from fine. After several days of serving as a guard, she had been tormented by that little devil, Fehn. Were it not for the daily provisions of white bread, milk, and meat, along with a comfortable place to rest, she would have fled long ago. No. As a scion of elven lineage, she would never disgrace her heritage by fleeing. However, she would not hesitate to negotiate for a raise with her employer. Today, she had accompanied Lich to Conrad's city on the Druid-esque carriage for shopping, feeling relieved at the prospect of avoiding Fehn for an entire day. Yet, to her dismay, The drivers were a pair of rabbits, oversized bunnies, nearly the height of a human. The memories of gnawing on roasted rabbit heads during her days of wandering, coupled with the sight of those enormous ears that resembled her own but were magnified, churned her stomach uncontrollably. Isn't your employer a lord? Doesn't he care about his image? How pitiful to rely on others for transport. And of all things, a rabbit-drawn carriage. Wait, I need to be sick. She clasped her mouth and dashed towards the wall. Lich mistakenly thought she was suffering from motion sickness, while Sadar, ever the blunt one, remarked, "Young master, the elven constitution is indeed peculiar. Is she experiencing morning sickness after just a few days? First of all, she is not an elf. She is a half-elf." Lich corrected sternly. Secondly, this is not morning sickness, and we certainly do not share that kind of relationship. What are you so proud of? Because of you. The average IQ of our trio has plummeted to that of a goblin. The druid's rabbit-drawn carriage came to a halt in the central square of the city. After bidding farewell to Lich, the druid proceeded to the nearby town hall. Lich's destination was a building not far away, the Adventurers Guild. With a pat on his chest to steady himself, he confirmed that he was clad in full resistant leather armor and weighed the electric spike hammer concealed beneath his cloak. A flicker of excitement surged within him. It had been nearly 2 months since he arrived in Fehn, and this was his first venture beyond the territory into one of the cities of the Fehn world. His trip to Conrad City was not a mere whim or a result of idleness. The druid had informed him that the Adventurers Guild possessed many magical tools capable of automatic writing. Moreover, with the increasing busyness of territorial affairs, relying solely on Sabadian and the church's barely literate apprentices was simply untenable. Recruiting additional manpower had become imperative, hence his journey to Conrad City alongside the druid. After ensuring Tina was outside for some fresh air and allowing Sadar to stretch his legs, Lich entered the guild alone. Fehn was not a game world. There were no regularly respawning monsters, nor were there dungeons to conquer. Yet, extraordinary powers permeated this realm, whether they manifested as beasts or bizarre occurrences. They were merely vessels for the supernatural. Today, one might vanquish a foe here, only for another to arise elsewhere the next day. It was only the professionals, the adventurers, who possessed the capability to address such troubles, thus establishing the ubiquitous presence of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is not an independent force per se. Rather, it serves as a marketplace specifically catering to professionals, integrating talent exchange, item trading, and intelligence services. The individuals working within the guild resemble intermediaries, predominantly comprised of ordinary folk. The population of Conrad City is fewer than 20,000, rendering it a quaint town, where the Adventurers Guild appears rather desolate. The guild occupies merely a single floor of the building, its area smaller than that of the Grand Hall in the Lich Castle. With only a sparse gathering of individuals present. Upon arriving at the counter, 3 young maidens, around 15 or 16, greeted him with enthusiasm. If Lily's teeth weren't as they were, she would be at this level, thought Lich, sensing a tinge of provincial awkwardness akin to a country bumpkin wandering through a luxurious shopping center. A girl with chestnut hair styled in a side ponytail beamed sweetly, displaying a row of pearly teeth and a pair of charming dimples. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you? Magical writing implements that can transcribe automatically?" she inquired, turning to the round-faced girl beside her. "Mina, you're familiar with this." The girl named Mina promptly listed over 10 types of devices, including those that could write based on dictation and others that could replicate pre-existing text like a photocopier. There were even items resembling book clamps, which could display whatever one wished by merely placing a sheet of paper beneath it. "Does it write down many words that one thinks rapidly?" Lich specified his requirements, and Mina furrowed her brow, sensing the unusual nature of his request. Meanwhile, the quiet girl with glasses remarked, "Did the guild in the capital not sell a few heart whisper tomes to the artistic priestess recently? That should meet your criteria, right?" "Ah. Then we must inquire with the capital's guild. Sir, may I have your name and address?" "We offer this service free of charge," the ponytailed girl spoke quickly, then turned to the bespectacled girl, asking, "What was the price of the heart whisper tome again?" The latter gestured with her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she turned back to Lich, stating, "It costs 40 golden pumire. Are you certain you wish to purchase it, sir?" Clarifying that it could be rewritten repeatedly, Lich deemed the price exceedingly reasonable. It implied he could accomplish over 20,000 words by merely dedicating a few hours each day to silent contemplation. Seeing that the price did not sway Lich, the ponytailed girl smiled even more sweetly. The round-faced girl inquired, "Sir, one must possess an official professional rank to utilize the Heart Whisper Tome. You are a second-tier priest?" Lich responded, observing the slight stir among the three maidens, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. In Conrad City, a second-tier professional would indeed be considered an expert. He then pondered another question. What category of power does it belong to? If it is a magical item, I might not be able to use it. The ponytailed girl chuckled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Is this your first visit to the Adventurers Guild, sir? Indeed, a novice seeking the tender embrace of a fair maiden. She elaborated, items like the Heart Whisper Tome are specially crafted by the Magical Union for all professionals. As long as one can evoke extraordinary power, be it divine, magical, or spiritual, they may utilize it. It seemed that the sorcerers of this world possessed quite the entrepreneurial acumen and appeared to be advancing along a technological trajectory. Curiosity piqued. Lich pressed on. What is the principle behind this? Is it not true that professionals can only utilize ready-made divine arts or magic? This is due to the existence of source stones. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses. Initially, Li Chi had perceived the glasses-wearing girl as somewhat peculiar. But now he felt compelled to apologize to all enthusiasts of glasses. She continued, source stones react to all extraordinary powers. Sorcerers etch magical arrays using them, enabling various categories of professionals to utilize magical items. However, source stones cannot withstand excessive power and can only serve auxiliary functions. The round-faced girl interjected. Extraordinary items crafted from magic crystals and divine crystals far surpass the efficacy of those made with source stones. Priests can only use items made from divine crystals and cannot employ magic crystals. Li Chi comprehended this. The pamphlet that the little dragon girl had shown him had also specified which items were aligned with magical power and which were aligned with divine power. As for spiritual power, it either relates to peculiar magical beasts or is associated with witches, neither of which holds any significant standing. Very well. I hope to acquire this soon. I wouldn't mind adding a bit more to the payment. Additionally, the delivery might pose some inconvenience as I reside quite far away. Li Chi left Sabadian's contact information, instinctively reluctant to reveal to the three beautiful girls that he was, in fact, a rather unsophisticated lord. Ah, a viscount then? The ponytailed girl scrutinized Li Chi once more, suddenly becoming timid. We apologize for our rudeness. Oh, how did you discern that? Li Chi inquired, somewhat puzzled. The three girls laughed simultaneously, though this time their laughter was considerably more restrained. The round-faced girl interjected again. We are the nearest guild to the Viscount. Recently, the Divine Court hosted a banquet at your estate, and much of the preparation was entrusted to us. You must have tasted wyvern meat at the banquet. That was a task I assigned to the professionals. That is not referred to as wyvern, but rather as Hadron's feathered serpent, the bespectacled girl corrected her. The ponytailed girl was graceful and charming. The round-faced girl was lively and adorable, while the bespectacled girl was serene and knowledgeable. As Li Chi beheld the three enchanting young ladies, he felt a gentle stir within his heart. I am Annie, this is Mina, and she is Mary. The ponytailed girl introduced herself and the others with a dignified bow. It is an honor to serve you, my Lord Viscount. That is quite unnecessary. I am very approachable. Li Chi replied, a sense of pride swelling within him, even as a rustic country bumpkin. His noble and professional status was enough to instill fear in the hearts of commoners. He spoke candidly, shedding his reservations. You are aware that my establishment has just begun. Its initial development. Would you be interested in working with me? The girls exchanged surprised glances, noticing the blush on their faces, whether from embarrassment or indignation. Li Chi hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. I am referring to positions as stewards. The salary. What are you currently earning? I shall offer you double. With all meals and accommodations provided. Double. And with room and board included? The round-faced girl exclaimed excitedly. I could save 5 silver pennies each month. She then expressed her distress. But here. The ponytail girl exchanged a glance with the bespectacled girl before forcing a smile and saying, the noble Viscount appreciates us. And we are all quite pleased, yet we. Upon hearing this, Li Chi understood and waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's all right. I wouldn't want to pressure you. I know you enjoy working here. The young women sighed in relief, evidently. Turning down an invitation from a nobleman and professional was quite a burden for them. The round-faced girl chimed in, does the Viscount possess mind-reading abilities? We truly cherish this job. Each day brings new sights, encounters with different people, and fascinating tales. We simply don't wish for such days to end frivolously. The ponytail girl added, witnessing various troubles pass through our hands and then resolve them, allowing adventurers to receive their rewards, always lifts our spirits. The bespectacled girl. seemingly contradicting her companions, was, in fact, decisively quashing Li Qi's intentions. He felt no disappointment. Instead, he saw reflections of the self-sufficient, virtuous girls from his previous life. They toiled diligently, aspiring for a brighter future, unfazed by temptations. Of course, the allure may not have been overwhelming enough, but as mortals, none can resist temptation, merely the difference in allure's magnitude. Thus, as long as they continued to persevere, it was commendable. His impression of the young women grew fonder. And he jested, however, perhaps in the future, you may still find yourselves at my establishment. Observing the sudden pallor on their faces, he chuckled, in due time. I too shall establish an adventurers' guild. Surely by then, you shall not refuse? The girls laughed, affirming with certainty, yet Li Qi knew they did not take it to heart. He pondered how splendid their expressions would be when the territory genuinely flourished and the adventurers' guild settled in. With that thought, a smile of anticipation graced his face. Suddenly, the young women's beautiful faces became blurred, and his body lost balance in an instant. Was this a dream, or— No, it was an earthquake. The experiences of his past life jolted Li Qi awake, just as he heard a deep, thunderous roar, fierce as a volcanic eruption. Chapter 32. The calamity of Conrad City. Ricky burst out of the door and gazed in astonishment at the towering plume of dark gray smoke rising from the direction of the town hall. What could that be? If the smoke hadn't shot straight up into the heavens, it would have appeared rather peculiar. He might have thought that someone was piloting a bomber from the far side of the earth, dropping a 2,000-pound aerial bomb on the town hall. Young master, that is an exceedingly malevolent aura. Though Sadar's intellect was questionable, he proved unexpectedly reliable in critical moments. Run, young master. We must leave this place. I see no issue, Tina countered, her earlier lethargy replaced by an invigorated demeanor. Witnessing her transformation, Ricky sensed that something was indeed amiss. He lamented not having taken a horse. Had he done so, he would not be in such disarray. The square had devolved into chaos, and the trio struggled to navigate through the throngs of people, Ricky feeling quite vexed. Then, he beheld a colossal worm emerging from the swirling smoke, swallowing an already departing carriage, along with its occupants and horses, whole. The outline of the carriage flickered in and out against the worm's slimy exterior. When the creature turned, its serrated maw devoured several individuals, and Ricky admitted that his legs had turned to jelly. Sadar hoisted him over his shoulder and sprinted forward, while Tina muttered about how unappealing the worm was, closely trailing behind, no longer captivated by that sinister presence. Isn't that the earthworm the druid uses for tilling the soil? And it's even larger now, Sadar shouted as they ran, and Ricky began to realize the truth. Was it possible that Todd's so-called other mission was, in fact, to wreak havoc in Conrad City? Should he feel fortunate that he had not been devoured by one of those creatures? A flurry of thoughts raced through Ricky's mind, connecting various pieces of knowledge he had previously acquired, yet the conclusion eluded him. As they continued to flee, Sadar suddenly changed direction. Another worm burst forth from the Adventurers Guild, creating a gaping hole that nearly split the building in two. Through the haze, Ricky glimpsed the silhouettes of the three young women from the guild, and his heart sank, regretting his own frailty. Ahead, a manhole cover flew into the air, revealing a ladybug that was at least twice the size of a human head. Its colors were striking, but on such a monstrous scale, it only inspired dread. Young master, be careful, Sadar exclaimed, releasing Ricky and swiftly grabbing his shield. He struck the charging ladybug with a powerful blow. This was likely another creature trained by the druid, though its true purpose remained a mystery. The knight and the insect both recoiled, and as Ricky felt a surge of adrenaline, silver light enveloped him, forming a makeshift shield that accurately struck the ladybug, disintegrating into motes of shimmering dust. Yes, Ricky thought, wanting to raise his fist in triumph. First kill, accomplished. A sudden gust of wind heralded Tina's arrival behind the bug, her dagger glinting as she cleaved the creature in two. Creatures like the head-dog hybrid were insufferably vexing. Ultimately, this was not a coordinated effort against monsters. Ricky merely vented his frustrations in passing. Young master, what should we do? Observing the insects emerging from all directions, the expansive area surrounding the square had transformed into a nest of bugs, leaving Sadal at a loss. Over there, with the experience gained from participating in public safety drills in a past life, Li Qi pointed towards the broadest street, where a soft white light shone brilliantly. It was the sacred light of the god of loyalty, came. The three of them raced towards the anticipated reinforcements, but as they ran, The ground began to tremble, and the sound of thunderous footsteps drew nearer. A colossal bear, towering at least twice the height of Sadal and weighing an estimated 10 tons, charged through a cloud of gray-black dust, akin to a tank. As Li Qi beheld the strange symbols etched upon the bear's shoulders and the frenzied crimson glint in its eyes, a shiver coursed through him. Was this creature a transformation of Todd? The bear's speed was likely over 70 miles per hour, closing in on them in an instant, leaving no time for the trio to evade. At that moment, Li Qi wondered if the tragic fate of his previous life was destined to replay itself here. Divine Lady. Divine Lady. Urgent call. Please select the language. 1 for Mandarin, 2 for Fehn. Li Qi was overwhelmed with frustration. Where had the goddess gone? And when had she implemented an automatic response system? Young master, be careful. Sadal unsheathed his sword, its rainbow light shimmering as he charged forward. His strike aimed at the bear's face merely stirred a flurry of bear fur. Enraged, the giant bear swatted down, and Sadal's shield flickered with iridescent holy light before shattering like a soap bubble. Sadal was sent flying. Another swipe from the bear followed, and behind them, Tina screamed, "Run, you idiot!" She appeared before Li Qi, her dagger darting rapidly against the bear's paw, sending sparks flying. She too was flung away. Left alone to confront the impending onslaught of the giant bear, Li Qi lamented inwardly that even if he wished to flee, his legs had other ideas. Forget it. I might as well be thrown out too. After all, he was a priest. As long as he didn't perish on the spot, there was still hope for salvation. Resigned to his fate, he conjured a straw sandal shield as a token of resistance and feebly struck the bear's nose. A cloud of light dust swirled, and the bear paused momentarily, its crimson gaze noticeably dimming. The laws of inertia still held true in this world. And the massive form surged past him, sending Li Qi spinning through the air before crashing heavily into the brick wall of a nearby building. Surely, he thought, his form must be recognizable. Fortunately, he had not yet lost consciousness and could still muster the strength to cast a healing spell. It was then that he noticed the bear had halted not far ahead. Could it be? Li Qi's heart raced. Had the thorned holy light proven effective? The bear's earlier state had been distinctly abnormal, clearly in a frenzy. The soft white light surged fervently, illuminating the area before the bear like a small sun filtered through a lens. Within that divine radiance, a tall warrior figure became discernible, shield raised and sword in hand, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Well, he had been mistaken. A paladin had intervened to confront the bear, the figure likely invoking some divine magic. Li Qi's heart trembled with confusion. If this bear was indeed transformed by Todd, despite being merely a 4th-level druid and a land-dwelling one at that. The sheer ferocity of this berserk state suggested a strength exceeding the 5th level. Yet, before the paladin, it seemed no more than a defeated hound. A green mist, tainted with darkness, emanated from the giant bear, which rapidly shrank, morphing into a man. Indeed, it was Brando Todd. He was not dead yet, struggling to rise. Surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression, murmuring to himself, "What has happened?" Upon seeing Li Qi, he exclaimed, "Ah, my lord the Viscount, you are still here." In a flash of white light, a line of blood appeared on Todd's neck. He maintained that posture and expression for several seconds before his head rolled away. Blood mixed with dark energy spraying high into the air. Todd's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and a steel boot crushed his rolling head, while the paladin, clad in armor, sheathed his longsword and turned to the trio, their expressions frozen in shock. Li Qi Prel? A cold, female voice jolted Li Qi back to reality, allowing him to discern the features partially revealed beneath the helmet. While not stunningly beautiful, her visage radiated a striking vigor that complemented her armor. Li Qi felt a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing his full name, he pondered if she was an acquaintance of the original owner. "What brings you here?" she inquired, glancing at Todd's headless corpse, frowning as she asked, "Do you know this druid?" "Indeed, I do," Li Qi replied, though her tone instinctively prompted him to deny it. "What has transpired? Did you not see?" The female paladin appeared surprised, then shrugged dismissively. "No wonder, just a rural lord. Such occurrences are beyond your experience." She gestured toward the towering black smoke in the distance, stating, "That is the corruption of a fallen deity, if I am not mistaken." Kicking the severed head as if it were a football, she coldly remarked, "I wonder which fool hired this land-dwelling druid to excavate tunnels leading to the deity's ruins in the city. It seems the ruins were saturated with too much corrupt energy, resulting in an explosion." She mimicked an explosion with her hands. The ruins of a fallen deity? Corruption? Li Qi thought, realizing the connection he had vaguely sensed earlier. Beside him, Tina muttered, "The ruins are beneath Conrad's city?" That doesn't match the map. Li Qi shot her a glare, then turned to the female paladin with a smile, saying, "Thank goodness you arrived. No trouble is insurmountable with your presence." He waved his hand. "I shall leave this to you." For reasons unknown, he felt no desire to inquire further about her identity. He believed it wise to make a hasty exit. Attempting to flee? The female paladin continued in a tone that conveyed either disdain or indifference. The berserk druid and insects are mere trifles. Yet the corruption has tainted the entire city, which poses a significant challenge. "I am but a minor viscount. I fear I may be of no assistance," Li Qi replied. Feeling a sense of impending doom, "Assistance is not within my purview to decide." The female paladin cast a scrutinizing gaze over the three individuals. "My sole duty is to secure this location. The corrupting essence of the fallen deity not only erodes extraordinary powers but also taints the souls of mortals, as you have witnessed with this druid." Behind her, a contingent of paladins adorned with the emblem of Kim emerged. "Your Excellency, the Viscount. You are both a noble and a clergyman." The female paladin's gaze lingered momentarily on Tina. "You, and this knight of Shuma, should pose no issue. However, for the others, it remains uncertain. They must undergo isolation and inspection. A calamity befalls us." Licky cursed inwardly, yet he could not abandon Tina. Just as he contemplated the inspection, three figures sprinted toward them from the direction of the square. From a distance, a melodious, youthful voice rang out. "It's the Viscount. Oh, we are saved." He immediately recognized Mina from the Adventurers Guild. "Your Excellency, the Viscount." And Mary cried out, their voices trembling with fear yet brimming with the relief of survival. The female paladin inquired, "Are those your people?" Licky, unaware of her intent, instinctively replied, "No, they are receptionists from the Adventurers Guild." The female paladin gestured to her subordinates without uttering a word. A squad of paladins advanced, drawing their swords. The sharp blades pierced the tender chests of the three maidens, freezing their expressions in a moment where joy abruptly shifted to shock. Chapter 33, Princess Teresa the Watcher throughout the entire ordeal. Richie observed in stunned silence until the girls collapsed, at which point realization dawned upon him. Blood surged to his head, and he felt as though he might explode. "What are you doing?" Before he could voice his concerns, Tina shouted in fury, "Aren't we here to save them? Why are you killing them? This is salvation." The female paladin replied, casting a sidelong glance at Tina before turning her attention to Richie. "Their souls have already been corrupted. Soon enough, they will transform into the undead. This is a mercy." Tina clenched her fists, her entire body trembling. "You are lying. Purification can eradicate such corruption. There is no need to resort to murder." "Is this not your question as well, my lord?" The Holy Knight disregarded Tina's outburst, keenly observing the fury in Richie's eyes. "Indeed, high-ranking clerics can purify. But with so many people in the city, how can we attend to them all?" Her tone was one of delivering an undeniable truth. Only those of worth are deserving of salvation. If we expend our energies on the common folk, not only will we fail to save everyone, but we will also plunge those who remain unpurified into suffering and spread the taint further afield. "Those of worth refer to the nobility, I presume?" Tina retorted indignantly. "Are you suggesting that only nobles are worthy of rescue? Are commoners not human?" Richie had regained his composure, his voice cold as he admonished Tina, "Be silent." He then nodded to the female paladin, "I understand now. Furthermore, I must apologize for not inquiring about your name when you visited alongside the Countess." He recognized her as the stoic maid who had been at the Countess's side. "Clearly, that was not her true identity. It seems you possess the requisite rationality of a nobleman, my lord," the Holy Knight replied with satisfaction. "I shall overlook your servant's rudeness, but I hope you will pay more attention to her training in the future." Tina emitted a low growl from her throat, her body tensing to move. But Sadal placed a firm hand on her shoulder, and she turned in astonishment, the depth of the knight's gaze rendering her subdued. "Then, Sir Sylvie, is your next task to eradicate all the civilians in this district?" Richie's previous disdain for the nobility had now morphed into outright loathing. Though he merely sought clarification, his words dripped with sarcasm. "That is not for me to decide. I am merely tasked with eliminating those who attempt to flee the quarantine zone," Sylvie replied calmly. "By whom?" Richie began, but his question was cut short as a brilliant light flared ahead, and figures began to materialize. "The Overseer, appointed jointly by the Kingdom and the Divine Court, has arrived," Sylvie announced, as he beheld the leading figure among the newcomers. Richie felt as though the world had expelled him, transforming into a timeless masterpiece. It was not the world that had morphed into art, but rather the golden-haired maiden, whose presence cast an indelible halo over everything around her. To describe her beauty is a sacrilege, Rich felt a profound regret. If the goddess were to transform into this maiden, not only would he not hesitate to incite a revolution in Fehn, he would even be willing to turn Fehn into hell itself, sacrificing everything in the process. The maiden approached Sylvie, and the judgment paladin bowed in deference. Rich suppressed the rapid beating of his heart, lowering his head to place a hand over his chest. "Your Highness, Princess." "Sylvie, your response is remarkably swift. I have been watching you both. Your Highness, it is you who truly acts with alacrity. I carry the teleportation sigils from all the cities of the kingdom." Prepared for such occurrences, she explained. It was then that the princess noticed Rich, clad in simple attire, resembling an ordinary cleric. She regarded him with eyes of a pale gray, reminiscent of Rich's own, displaying a hint of familiarity that she could not quite place. Sylvie spoke lightly. "Viscount Prell." "Rich Prell, at your service, your Highness," Rich replied earnestly. "Ah, it is you, Rich," the princess exclaimed, her recognition dawning upon her. "You have grown. And your appearance has changed considerably. Wait, you knew the princess when she was a child?" Rich felt an urge to applaud the original owner of his identity. This legacy was indeed weighty. "The lady in crimson, whom you worship, is quite remarkable. Aurora has often spoken of you and recommended that I read that book about the river flowing into the sea," the princess said with a gentle smile, as if sharing trivialities with a friend. "Unfortunately, I have been too busy to find the time." "It is merely fortunate, your Highness," Rich replied, a glimmer of hope in his voice. "My lady has many similar tales. I would be delighted to transcribe a few for you, hoping they may alleviate your tedium." The princess shook her head, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, melting Rich's heart. "No, Rich, you are capable of far more than that. I need your assistance at this very moment. Please command me, your Highness. The remnants of the fallen deity continue to exude corrupting miasma. At this rate, the entire kingdom will succumb to pollution, and millions of people are in peril." "Indeed. I am present at the site. It is utterly dreadful. I am at a loss as to how to address such a crisis." "That is rather straightforward, given the circumstances. There should be corrupted relics within the ruins, responsible for the intense miasma. Simply purifying these relics would sever the source of the corruption. Surely, such a task requires a high-ranking cleric? Regrettably, my abilities are too feeble to offer any substantial aid." "No, you can indeed assist, Rich. Purifying the relics does necessitate an elevated cleric. Currently, the situation is urgent, and the legends of the kingdom cannot arrive in time. Although hero-level clerics are capable, the miasma will erode their extraordinary powers and minds, and they cannot endure for long." The princess observed Rich, her gaze causing him to feel anxious. "Aurora and Sylvie have mentioned that the power of the Lady in Crimson possesses a mental characteristic. Her unique divine technique can help maintain clarity, which would delay the miasma's encroachment. I intend to organize a small team to purify the relics swiftly. It would be splendid if you could join us." Rich instinctively considered acquiescing, thinking it a trivial matter, merely a journey to the underground. Then, realization struck him. The underground? This is not a game. Lives are at stake. Instantly, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although the princess was the object of his deepest admiration, he was not foolish enough to plunge into danger merely for her beauty. Who hasn't had their moments of youthful folly? Of course, he was not entirely unwilling, provided the terms were favorable. The issue was that the princess was unlikely to marry him over such trivial matters. Li Qi felt a surge of panic, uncertain how to refuse her. The princess, somewhat disappointed, said, "Li Qi, this is a noble task, saving the entire kingdom and millions of people. I believe you should agree without hesitation." Li Qi clung to his status like a lifeline. "Your Highness, it is precisely because of the nobility of this mission that I fear my own shortcomings. I am merely a second-level priest, and my abilities are far too limited." "Li Qi, you are of noble lineage. It is your duty to protect the people." The princess exuded a holy aura that compelled one to kneel, regardless of ability. Hadarin expects everyone to fulfill their responsibilities. Were it not for the necessity of coordinating various forces on site, I would certainly lead the charge myself. With a hint of resignation, she continued, "My father and the divine court have entrusted me with the oversight and management of emergencies. I cannot rush to the forefront like a warrior. Allow me to represent you in leading the team. It would be my honor." Sylvie grasped the hilt of her sword and cast a glance at Li Qi, her disdain and coldness sending a shiver down his spine. Do not take the princess's gentle words for granted, nor assume she is truly making a request. The unspoken message in her gaze resonated with Li Qi. The fact that she placed such trust in him was enlightening. Li Qi straightened his posture. Determination etched on his face. "I am willing to serve your highness." "Splendid." The princess sighed in relief. "I knew I could count on you without issuing orders. A simple request suffices." Li Qi secretly wiped his brow, lamenting inwardly that this felt like a path to death. Glancing at the indifferent Sutter and the eager Tina, he recalled the treasure map discovered on the corpse of the Night Lady's priest, as well as Tina's mention of it. This expedition into the dungeon seemed almost predestined. Resigned, he thought, if I must go, I will do my best to appear timid. After all, I am but a trivial auxiliary. Sylvie led Li Qi and the others away, and after a while, the High Paladin gathered around Telesia, along with many other dignitaries such as knights and high priests. After reviewing the report, the princess shook her head in dissatisfaction. "Expand the quarantine perimeter. The entire city of Conrad must be surrounded. We cannot allow a single source of infection to escape." The armored knight commander hesitated. Ordinary soldiers can also be infected by the corrupting aura. The number of knights and paladins that have arrived is far from sufficient. It will take at least 2 days to secure the entire city. The princess furrowed her brow. "Isn't it possible to purify them on site?" The elderly man in high priest robes sighed. "There are over 10,000 people in Conrad. To purify each one before the corruption takes hold is simply unfeasible." Dressed similarly to the knight commander, yet distinguished by a different emblem, the paladin commander remarked, "The concentration of this corruption is far too high. It is unlikely that any commoner, even those of the profession, could endure beyond a day before succumbing to the fate of the living dead." His tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing trivial matters such as cats and dogs. The nobility, scholars, and children still possess redeeming value. In unison, everyone turned their gaze towards the princess. From a purely problem-solving perspective, a decision was not difficult to make. However, the ensuing test of faith was a burden they were unwilling to bear. "Is that so?" The princess fell into contemplation. When she raised her head again, the expression on her alabaster cheeks was profoundly solemn and strikingly pure. "Aside from the nobility, scholars, and children below the height of a wheel, let us cleanse the rest." With her hands clasped together, she bowed her head in prayer. May their souls ascend to the realm of the divine, finding eternal peace. Chapter 34. The Dungeon and the Unspeakable Horror. Mr. Sadel, I am grateful for your timely intervention earlier. I was indeed quite unhinged and nearly embroiled us all in considerable trouble. At that moment, I felt the judgment paladin was correct. You truly require the guidance of a young master, hence I patted your shoulder to prepare you. Silence. You are the one in need of guidance. I have long since trained myself adequately. Tina and Sadel murmured behind Li Qi, alleviating the anxiety that beset him. At that moment, the three found themselves in a makeshift party, which, despite being termed a party, comprised 20 to 30 members, resembling a troop of valiant warriors preparing to tackle a formidable boss. The leader, Sylvie, was a judgment paladin from the loyal Divine Court Hadron Division, a title that indicated her prowess was at least at level 6. Li Qi felt fortunate not to have crossed her. A mere flick of her pinky could extinguish him. The entire party was hastily assembled by Sylvie, with the individual closest to her in both rank and strength being the cardinal priest of the Divine Court, Priest Vandel, a benevolent and gentle elder. Next was the level 5 paladin, Roland, Sylvie's second-in-command, a middle-aged woman even more frigid and stoic than Sylvie herself. Another level 5 paladin was Antonis, the vice-captain of the Kim Temple Knights, a tall and handsome man whose presence stirred a flicker of concern in Li Qi regarding his own physical development. The remaining members were either attendants to these 4 prominent figures or, like Li Qi, were hastily recruited reinforcements, all of whom possessed far greater levels than he. The party descended from the vast chasm within the town hall into the depths of the earth, estimated to be several hundred meters deep, in search of relics within the ruins. The tainting miasma emanated from this chasm, its potency diminished but still exerting a significant corrosive effect on both extraordinary powers and mortal souls. Among the party, Li Qi was the lowest-ranked cleric, tasked with releasing the thorns of the spirit to resist the miasma's encroachment upon the soul. Initially, he found the significance of this role elusive. Was there not a holy light barrier? Vandel, ever attentive to Li Qi, remained by his side, explaining that the miasma exerted a dual influence. The holy light barrier could only shield against the miasma's impact on extraordinary powers, while the corruption of the soul relied solely on mental divine arts. Although divine arts such as the will of holy light and fortitude also offered mental protection, most of their power needed to be allocated to countering the primary influence. Thus, entrusting the mental safeguarding to Li Qi was most fitting. Vandel's confidence radiated like the holy light. The clerics of the loyal divine court possess pure and immaculate souls, and their mental fortitude is formidable, rendering them less susceptible to the miasma's influence. I commend the determination of the Viscount to volunteer and delve into danger. However, ensuring the safety of yourself and your attendants is your greatest achievement. As Antonis passed by while inspecting the guards, he interjected Vandel's sentiments, adding, "Thus, unlike other professions, we need not carry various potions or holy water into the dungeon." Indeed, the party comprised solely of clerics aligned with the forces of good, armed with healing and protective spells, allowing them to venture boldly within. To prepare as an ordinary adventurer would require at least half a day's effort. Richie came to terms with reality. He was merely a crowbar in the trunk. He felt exasperated. He hadn't volunteered at all, but had been thrust into this role. Nevertheless, being looked down upon had its merits, as it spared him from bearing an unbearable burden. Before long, the druid's drilling beetle completed the tunnel, revealing the contours of an artificial structure beyond a shattered stone wall. The luminous source stone lamps illuminated the surroundings in meticulous detail, and the intact portions of the stone wall displayed peculiar carvings reminiscent of hieroglyphics. Richie could barely distinguish images of birds, skulls, and sickles. "The god of death, Yarrow!" a priest exclaimed, and the group erupted in astonishment. Yarrow, the deity of the Third Era, was formidable indeed, as evidenced by the very notion of death associated with him. The priests began to debate fervently, the primary concern being the presence of corruption within the temple of a death god. After Yarrow's fall, his divine duties were divided among several deities in the Fourth Era. The Lady of Night claimed the aspects of death related to darkness, while the gods of slaughter, sin, and horror also laid claim to their shares. The current Lord of Finality could be considered a successor of the former god of death, possessing only the domains of funerals and the end of life. Responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased to the river of the dead, and thus was no longer a powerful deity. Richie understood the basis of their contention. According to the Church, the corruption emanating from fallen deities was due to the lack of successors to their divine roles. As long as there were still believers, the distorted divine power could not be accepted by the existing pantheon. Since the death god's duties had successors, corruption should not manifest. This temple of the death god undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to the world. Clearly, they either did not know or did not acknowledge the notion of fallen gods. Enough of this bickering. Regardless of the reason, the corruption is evident. Sylvie interjected impatiently. "Our mission is to locate the divine artifact and purify it, not to delve into the theological intricacies of divine succession." She scanned the group, her tone growing more grave. "Stay vigilant. Our adversaries are not limited to the corruption. There are also defenses left behind by the temple. The culprit behind this calamity is surely waiting for us ahead." Was she referring to the king's men? Richie began to believe the countess's warning. The king was indeed concocting some grand scheme, aiming for the artifact of the fallen deity. Sylvie held a position of considerable authority, and once she spoke, no one dared to voice further objections. As the group entered the temple, combat erupted. Skeletons with faint red glows in their eye sockets charged forth from the darkness, wielding rusted and tattered weapons, only to dissipate into wisps of black smoke under the holy light, collapsing into a heap of decaying bones. The corruption of the fallen deity was potent enough to transform mortals into living corpses, and these temple martyrs, long deceased for over a millennium, had not escaped the fate of becoming skeletons or ghoul-like creatures. Initially startled, Richie found solace when he observed that the skeletal soldiers could not even breach the barrier of holy light. As the team delved deeper, both the quality and quantity of the monsters escalated, rendering the protective barrier of holy light less effective. However, the team displayed no signs of panic. Rather, the attendants appeared invigorated, finally finding their moment to shine. The intensity of the battle gradually increased, yet overall, the team maintained a dominating stance. Even Sadal and Tina could not resist joining the fray, and Riki unexpectedly felled several skeletons with his mace and grass shoe shield, drawing curious glances from the onlookers. It wasn't that they blamed him for stealing kills, but rather the peculiar design of his holy shield was quite striking. As they fought their way forward, Riki began to experience a thrilling sense of exhilaration, feeling as though his divine power could rival that of gods and demons alike. This sensation, however, felt somewhat amiss. "I sense something is wrong," Sylvie remarked. Vander scrutinized the holy light barrier and urgently declared, "Indeed, something is amiss. The battle will accelerate the corruption's erosion of the mind." Baron Prelair, he beckoned Riki, bestow protective divine spells on everyone. Sylvie added, everyone, refrain from using divine spells. Rely solely on ordinary attacks. Was it time to bring out the crowbar so soon? A hint of concern flickered in Riki's mind, yet he dutifully applied mental thorns to each member. His cleric level was insufficient, making the application of group mental thorns quite taxing, as he applied buffs one by one. Riki felt reminiscent of a level 60 paladin from the world of beasts. Upon reaching a low-ranking paladin at the end, the latter stepped back, sword pointed at Riki, and exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do to me?" Riki initially assumed the paladin was unaware of the effects of mental thorns, but Sadal stepped in front of him, whispering, "This fellow seems off." Anthos approached the paladin. "John, what is wrong with you? Stay away from me. You are all illusions. Demonic illusions." The paladin shrieked as he leaped outside the holy light barrier, declaring, "I will not allow you to defile my soul. Protecting my soul is paramount, no matter the cost." That line sounded somewhat familiar. "John, have you been corrupted? Our souls belong to our Lord King." Such words are unbefitting of a paladin. Anthos's breath was labored, his eyes flickering with confusion as he raised his sword towards John. What a pity. Your will should not be so feeble. A chill ran through Riki. Without clarifying the situation or making any attempts to salvage it, they were prepared to strike. Observing the others, who appeared equally tense, Riki wondered if their psychological pressure was perhaps too overwhelming. Summoning all his strength, he cast mental thorns upon John. The cool, white holy light permeated his being, causing the paladin to kneel, clutching his chest and gasping for breath before revealing a look of bewilderment. "Why are you all looking at me?" The effects of the mental thorns were indeed remarkable. Not only Anthos, but the others, including Sylvie and Vander, now regarded Riki with altered expressions. Subsequently, he was positioned squarely in the center of the team. "I feel fine," Sadal remarked. Tina shrugged. "No issues here. Are these gentlemen perhaps too delicate? Is this their first venture into a dungeon?" The team pressed onward, the sacred light barrier dimmer than before. When confronted by monsters, the people dared not employ divine magic, opting instead for weapons and brute strength, significantly slowing their pace. As they ventured deeper into the temple, the situation appeared increasingly dire. Li Chi observed some individuals awkwardly grasping their groins, while others scratched at their backsides. Anthos approached, his voice hoarse, imploring, "My lord, please administer some healing." The visage of the high-ranking paladin almost elicited a gasp from Li Chi, as his face was marred by crimson abscesses. Noticing that Anthos was vigorously scratching at his groin, Li Chi's breath caught. Could this be syphilis? The mental thorns offered Anthos some relief, yet the festering sores upon him did not dissipate entirely. He attempted another healing spell, but it proved futile. He cursed, "This accursed miasma." Li Chi felt a twinge of concern. Could the miasma be spreading various ailments? Monsters re-emerged, this time in the form of zombies. Suddenly, a paladin named John charged from the crowd, embracing a zombie and sinking his teeth into its green-tinged mouth. At that moment, Li Chi felt as though a monkey had jumped into his stomach. "John, what are you doing?" Anthos rushed over, delivering a kick that sent John tumbling, swiftly followed by a strike that severed the zombie's head. A nearby paladin expertly restrained the zombie's body, bringing it to its knees. Anthos glared. "Damn it, Mike." The frantic paladin hastily unfastened his trousers, pressing himself against the zombie and thrusting vigorously. Vander exclaimed, "My lord, I fear. At this point, there is no salvation." Li Chi began to suspect that this was not merely a disease induced by the miasma, but rather a manifestation of souls that had succumbed to corruption. Even the most devout of followers harbored physical and psychological ailments, which had previously been suppressed by divine power, but never truly eradicated. Now, under the corrosive influence of the corrupted divine power, the most twisted and perverse afflictions had begun to surface. Two beams of sacred light sliced through the air, severing the necks of John and Mike, their heads leaping from their bodies, blood spraying forth, mingled with visible black smoke. Seville sheathed his sword, coldly declaring, "Their souls have been corrupted. There is no point in salvation." The team erupted into chaos, and the situation deteriorated rapidly. Chapter 35. "The goddess is out of service. We must retreat at once," exclaimed the once radiant and delicate priestess, her face now shriveled and resembling tree bark. Another priestess, her lips swollen like sausages, attempted to speak but coughed up thick, viscous white fluid. "I can't see. Everything is engulfed in darkness." Several individuals rubbed their eyes and shouted, stumbling about in confusion. The priestess of the noble goddess moaned with an ecstatic sigh while jabbing a mace into her backside. Knights of Shuma crawled on the ground like dogs, scavenging for bones to gnaw upon. The paladin of Kame sliced open his wrist with a dagger, blood staining his hands as he incessantly rubbed them together. A sense of dread washed over Lequi. His scalp tingled with unease. He sensed, vaguely, invisible tendrils reaching into these bodies, manipulating their very souls. A slimy, dripping entity dangled down, curling away before it could touch Lequi, instead wrapping around Tina's head. The half-elf emitted a shriek piercing enough to rupture eardrums, her form dissipating into gray smoke before reappearing nearby. Sauter positioned himself before Lequi, attempting to thwart the half-elf. A dagger carved a gash into his arm, and as blood seeped forth, the once steadfast knight turned as pale as a sheet. "Blood! I am bleeding," he exclaimed, rolling his eyes back and collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing as if a major artery had been severed, immersing him in his own lifeblood. Lequi bitterly mused. What a frenzied banquet this is. A blinding flash of white light erupted, so intense that even upon closing his eyes, Lequi's vision was filled with a blood-red haze, as if his very optic nerves had been scorched. The time for our trial has come. We must be near the divine artifact. We cannot falter now. Her words thundered in the ears of every remaining conscious soul. The loyal deities are watching us. Princess Telesia is watching us. If we yield now, the kingdom will surely plunge into the abyss of darkness. Stand up. Take up your weapons. Rally your spirits. We shall not be defeated by despicable foes, nor by ourselves. Her encouragement proved remarkably effective, and coupled with the divine magic she had just invoked, the panicked crowd calmed considerably. Yet, those who had abandoned the holy light barrier and plunged into the darkness were beyond salvation. Lequi had to muster every ounce of strength, bestowing mental thorns upon each individual while not neglecting to fortify himself as well. He had glimpsed something familiar moments ago, but the sheer terror of it rendered him too afraid to ponder further. Goddess. Oh, call upon the goddess. The thought of relying on the goddess as a golden lifeline had filled Lequi with dread when he found himself unable to establish contact. The holy light barrier must be strengthened. I shall take the lead. Old Priest Vander raised a new barrier, the holy light shining several times brighter than before, warming Lequi and reviving him slightly from his near-exhausted state. At the center of the hall stood a colossal statue, its hands raised high, gripping an oddly shaped weapon, with dense, almost tangible black mist swirling around it. Vander could no longer sustain the barrier, and another high-ranking priest took his place. He sank to the ground, panting in utter shock, exclaiming, That is a divine artifact. The Scythe of Yarrow. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Scythe of Death? A divine artifact. In the realm of Fehn, items imbued with divine power are referred to as divine objects. According to this notion, anything touched by a deity is considered divine. However, divine artifacts are extraordinary, being tools used by deities over an extended period. Most of the gods in Fehn are mortals who attain divinity, and the weapons they wielded and garments they donned in their mortal lives transform into remarkable divine artifacts upon their ascension. The churches of various deities regard these artifacts as sacred treasures, inherently possessing immense power. A surge of excitement coursed through Rick's heart. The reputation of the Scythe of Death was unparalleled, something he had heard of since childhood. In the divine wars of the previous era, deities descended to the mortal realm in semi-divine forms, and Yarrow had slain numerous gods with it. Sylvie's teeth ground together audibly. Damn it. Is this what Catherine is after? Catherine? As in Princess Catherine? Rick was puzzled. What connection did she have to this? The souls of humanity, as fragile as robin's eggs. A haunting and desolate voice emanated from the statue, as dark energy from the scythe seeped into it. Like a mold, a shadowy figure, identical to the statue, emerged, wielding the scythe. The massive scythe, with wings of swirling black smoke, resembled the head of a crowned bird. Were it not for the pure corruption that formed it, Rick might have believed he was witnessing another witch. There are many eggs. The shadowy figure, clutching the scythe with both hands, cackled, its dark wings flapping as it lunged toward the crowd. In the realm of the divine, the domain of the all-knowing Anufert lies hidden in the depths of chaos. The source power of Fehn forms a vast and turbulent whirlpool here. Each entrance and exit consumes immense divine energy, coupled with the peculiar rules of the all-knowing. This place has become the most desolate corner of the entire realm. No one knows the origins of the all-knowing. Even the most powerful deities regard him with great trepidation. Fortunately, his divine role is to observe and document, never interfering with the workings of the world of Fehn. Over time, he has become a mysterious backdrop to that world. The domain of Anufert comprises towering bookshelves resembling mountains, with each level's braziers burning with flames of various hues, creating an illusion of an endless sea of neon light from a distance. A faint and cool starlight swirled within one of the mountainous bookshelves, weaving through countless tomes. Billions of these towering shelves encircle a vast, planet-like haze, within which countless luminous arms writhe rapidly, as if inscribing something. Every second, innumerable books take shape at the tips of these luminous arms, subsequently being returned to their shelves. The starlight carefully evaded the glowing limbs. Having perused an unfathomable number of volumes, dimming significantly, reluctant to depart, it circled among the shelves a few times before retreating into the shadows. Drifting toward the nebulous vortex above. Newly ascended deity, you have exceeded the free limit of information acquisition and must pay the corresponding divine energy as a fee. The divine realm reverberated, akin to a game notification, causing the starlight to halt. Upon my entrance, I was greeted with no indication whatsoever. This is nothing short of consumer fraud. The girl in the red dress, with ebony hair and porcelain skin, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed in exasperation. Equitable exchange, an immutable truth in any realm, is akin to the law of action and reaction, serving as the foundation for the formation and stability of all worlds. Tentacled creature, do not employ such visual effects, as they will only tarnish my impression of you further. The girl in the red dress rubbed her arms, recoiling as if beset by goosebumps. She continued her protest. Clearly, you are merely a database logging system, yet you present such fanciful displays. Database? Log? The entity effortlessly transformed back into a form of radiant arms, illuminating a screen upon which countless images flashed by, revealing glimpses of words such as IBM and Microsoft. The omniscient Anuford inquired, "Do you hail from that world? How extraordinary, for few souls emerge from there, and deities are even rarer." I had assumed I was the only one, and upon having my cover blown, the girl's bravado diminished instantly. Fehn is a notably vibrant realm, possessing a gravitational pull towards other worlds. Across innumerable timelines, countless souls have traversed from foreign realms, some even evolving into a distinct race within Fehn. The omniscient being stated in a mechanical tone, "There are those like you who have ascended directly to divinity, yet invariably, they have been assimilated by the powers of Fehn." He spoke with a tone that seemed both encouraging and cautionary. "Esteemed new god, your arrival enriches the tapestry of Fehn. I hope you remain true to your essence and contribute new dimensions to this realm." Tentatively, she inquired, "Since you are aware that I am but a destitute new deity, what of the information fee your divine power is sufficient to cover it? In fact, upon your departure from this place, it will be automatically deducted from your divine energy. I extend this notification to provide you with options. I mean, the omniscient being considered his words carefully, should you insist on maintaining your mortal form. The automatic deduction may lead to a compromise of your mortal dignity." Gasp. The girl nervously shielded her chest with her arms. The omniscient being's radiant arm twitched slightly, and with a hint of resignation, he clarified, "Your body is composed entirely of divine energy, allowing for the removal of a small portion without harming the exterior of your mortal guise." Her eyes sparkled with hope. "I must say, your method of information storage in your divine realm is rather antiquated. I could teach you the information storage techniques from my world, space-efficient and easily accessible. You could sip your coffee and complete all operations with a mere flick of your fingers." Are you referring to computers, servers, online and nearline disk storage systems? The omniscient being's words left the girl momentarily speechless. "Sacrificing security for efficiency holds no value for me. Safety and reliability are my paramount concerns. My current method of information storage draws inspiration from your world's automated tape library system. It appears that the omniscient being seldom engages in conversation with outsiders." This exchange seemed to be a rare indulgence, and he appeared quite intrigued. The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she had seized a rare opportunity for a free chance. She was ready to engage in a flurry of topics, her gestures becoming increasingly animated. Recent records indicated that the divine power system of Fehn was undergoing tumultuous changes. The girl bitterly exclaimed, "So you are actually an artificial intelligence, aren't you?" She glanced at her flowing gown, then at her arms, gritted her teeth, and drew a strand of holy light from her dress, displeased as she commanded, "Self-inflict. Stop if it exceeds an inch above my knee." The luminous arm grasped the strand of holy light, drawing it in like a strand of noodles, swiftly transforming the girl's gown into a shorter dress. After sacrificing the 2 sleeves, the princess gown morphed into a strappy dress, and the girl finally settled her dues. It was indeed a rarity to encounter a deity who clung to the heart of a mortal. The omniscient murmured, "Yet there has never been a successful one." The girl grasped the luminous tether she had woven with divine power, struggling to return home amidst the chaotic currents. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to activate the light screen as she mused aloud. What significant changes could Fehn be undergoing? Could it be the handiwork of that rascal, Lequi? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the screen, nearly causing the girl to release her hold on the light tether. "Curse you, Lequi," she shouted in exasperation, her struggle through the tumultuous currents resembling that of a beleaguered knight, unseated and dragged along the ground in a desperate dash. Her furious cries were drowned in the chaotic flow of source energy, barely audible. Chapter 36. There is always a scheme called surprise. The divine power surged like a tempest, crashing against the vast hall, even more spacious than an airport terminal. If not for being pinned down by Sutter, Li Qi would have already soared into the skies alongside his low-tier companions. In less than 10 seconds, the entire team had disintegrated. As the colossal scythe-like shadow descended, Sylvie was the first to confront it. Radiant light erupted as she transformed into a similarly towering armored warrior, colliding with the shadow. In that instant, the holy grace of the female paladin was awe-inspiring, diminishing Li Qi's animosity towards her considerably. The paladin's exclusive divine skill, the loyal avatar, was immensely powerful, with extraordinary effects. Previously, Sylvie had employed this technique to vanquish the frenzied druid, and now her avatar appeared even more majestic. Li Qi optimistically believed that the scythe-like shadow would also be defeated. Before he could catch his breath, the radiant warrior disintegrated into shimmering motes of light. Sylvie's form hurled upwards, crashing against the ceiling, embedding her head into it, and causing a cascade of debris to fall. Sylvie's aide, Roland, rushed forward, invoking the blessing of Carve as she hurled her shield. The shield transformed into a brilliant burst of light, exploding as it neared the scythe-like shadow. The Holy Shield Nova. Yet another formidable technique of the paladin. Li Qi felt as though the main cannon of a battleship had detonated before him, the invisible shockwave nearly dislodging his very soul from his body. It was at this moment that Sadar tackled him, and he could feel the knight's body instantaneously stiffen like that of a corpse. As the holy light dissipated, the scythe-like shadow became discernible, its chest noticeably weakened, revealing the statue behind it. Alas, the black mist roiled, and the shadow swiftly regained its former state. The shadow swung its scythe, the black mist slicing through the team like a blade. Roland shouted in the name of Carve, as layers of holy light coalesced into shields, swirling around her. The black mist blade swept through, and the so-called strongest guardian shield shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into a spectacular display of sparks. The female paladin barely had time to utter a cry of despair before being cleaved vertically in two. Limbs and half a head flew outwards, splattering dark liquid. The team crumbled. Most fled in panic, leaving only a handful of high-ranking clergy, frozen in shock as they unleashed their ultimate abilities. The Holy Wall, the Barrier of Light, the Edict, the Guardian. Holy light wove layers of barriers, shredding the black mist blades, creating a lavish spectacle of light and shadow. Ultimately, the black mist blades halted before the shield raised by the elder priest Vandel, merging into a swirling gray cloud of divine power and chaos within the hall. The scythe-like shadow muttered indistinctly, "A single blow is insufficient, utterly valueless. Eggs." It continued its advance, and not a single person remained standing. Some writhed on the ground, desperately clawing at their bodies, unable to suppress the ailments induced by the corruptive aura. Others giggled or wept, their minds already unraveling. A few lay still on the ground, blankly staring at the ceiling, as if resigned to their fate. Li Qi's mind was nearing its limits, fervently calling out to the goddess. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the goddess had answered the call, causing his heart to race uncontrollably for a few beats. Then, it felt as though she had cast him into her blacklist, rendering all attempts at communication to vanish into oblivion, devoid of even an automated response. And his heart plummeted into despair. Stunned, Li Qi seethed with anger. I knew that woman was unreliable. The scythe-like shadow paused, seemingly perplexed. There lay a stubborn little stone. The dark mist swirled, obscuring its actions, yet Li Qi sensed it was searching for someone, and perhaps it was searching for him? His heart nearly leaped into his throat, and instinctively, he shrank deeper beneath Sadol's form. Throughout their journey, the aura of corruption had no effect on him. The scythe-like shadow might genuinely take notice of him. Holy light slash. The target was not the scythe-like shadow, but the scythe upon the statue. The sword's radiance erupted in a blinding glow upon the scythe, eliciting a furious roar of defiance from the shadow. No. The female Holy Knight's chant of the technique's name, coupled with the antagonist's cliché retort, nearly induced a sense of embarrassment in Li Qi. However, the tide seemed to be turning. The Holy Knight floated in midair, her wings of holy light majestically unfurling, indicating that such effects were not exclusive to the saintess. The scythe-like shadow retreated 2 steps, its head already missing, and the dark mist coalescing into its form was on the brink of dispersal. It resembled the T-1000 from Terminator, swaying in an attempt to reassemble its head. The most significant change was in the scythe upon the statue. Once shrouded in dense dark mist, a portion now revealed its true form. It was a rusted metal blade, missing a chunk, while dark mist swirled around this area, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to rewrap itself. Sylvie gradually descended, brandishing her sword, declaring, "Attack the scythe directly. That is its true essence." A few members of the team, including Vandel, managed to rise unsteadily, unleashing various divine spells upon the scythe. The shadow was forced to retreat and defend, yet Sylvie intermittently unleashed holy light slashes to restrain it, causing the overwhelming pressure to dissipate instantly. Not consulting the strategy guide is perilous. Li Qi sighed with relief, feeling fortunate. This scythe-like shadow was indeed terrifying, but knowing its weakness made it rather manageable. He pushed aside Sadal, whose body still bore the stiffness of paralysis, yet now exhibited a semblance of strength. He sought Tina, but found no trace of her. She must be hiding in the shadows, Li Qi mused, not overly concerned for her well-being. The dungeon was the realm of shadowy assassins. As long as there were shadows, she could conceal herself. Moreover, she seemed unaffected by the aura of corruption, while this was somewhat peculiar, given her race, class, and faith. Li Qi felt no inclination to delve deeper. The shadow, in its efforts to protect the scythe, continually retreated, while Sylvie and Vandel pressed forward, turning the tide of battle. Li Qi, accompanied by those who had regained some strength, began to assist other teammates. Most were beyond salvation, yet one must maintain appearances. Regardless of subsequent loot or DKP calculations, it was essential to demonstrate one's contribution. Sylvie's voice echoed from the front, indicating that the outcome was all but decided. Regarding the matter she mentioned, Li Qi found himself somewhat perplexed, yet the divine power restraint piqued his interest. This device, akin to the magical restrictions feared by sorcerers, has the capacity to suppress or even nullify divine energies. Its most frequent application lies in the shackles that constrain the abilities of professionals. The leather armor adorning Li Qi, imbued with enchantments for full resistance, operates on a similar principle, with broader applications found in the defenses of edifices and entire cities. Major metropolises, such as the capital city of Iron Crown, along with the sanctuaries of various churches, are typically fortified with barriers against divine spells and magical assaults. The unfortunate druid Todd, who met his demise beneath the holy light slash of Sylvie, once suggested to Li Qi the transformation of the castle into a tree fortress, precisely because such fortifications could offer that level of protection. Without such barriers, Li Qi's territory could never become a true stronghold, as any professional could unleash extraordinary powers to inflict significant damage, to amass greater wealth. He hoped that this venture into the dungeon would yield substantial rewards. Contemplating the mere 4-level security, limited to the confines of the castle, requiring 7,000 gold pearls, Li Qi felt the arduous and protracted nature of the revolutionary path ahead. A cry of despair interrupted his reverie, and to his astonishment, it emanated from Sylvie. "Vander, what are you doing?" Upon closer inspection, Sylvie's radiant wings had dissipated, and she knelt on one knee. A rope bound her, the other end held by the elder priest Vander. The elder priest maintained his benevolent demeanor. "Your Excellency, the Arbiter. The Hadron Division lacks the qualification to wield this artifact." Sylvie retorted with fury. "Vander, you are nothing but a lackey of the headquarters. Look, Your Excellency, your disdain for the headquarters is always so blatant and unmasked, forcing us into this desperate situation." Vander sighed. "Hadron is a division, and Xiang is the headquarters. Every member of the Divine Court should remain loyal to the Divine Court, adhering to the broader vision of the headquarters, rather than fixating on the narrow confines of their own division." Sylvie scoffed. What significance does such loyalty hold if one cannot share the glory with those close at hand or within their own kingdom? Furthermore, we are united by faith, not by the precedence of headquarters over divisions. Vander dismissed her with disdain. "You, much like the divisions elsewhere, possess a myopic view that is laughable. As Fehn faces a great upheaval, instead of striving for unity, You choose to isolate yourselves in your own trivial lives, rendering you even less worthy than His Majesty the King. The King? Sylvie exclaimed in astonishment. Are you colluding with the King? Colluding? Vander shook his head. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. His Majesty harbors his own intentions, and he may soon become our adversary. However, before that occurs, the headquarters must first transform the divisions into a usable force. Princess Telesia will not allow you to subvert the kingdom. Sylvie continued to struggle, her divine light flickering uncertainly. Yet she remained ensnared by that rope. With bitterness, she declared, she is well aware of your sordid collusion with the Temple of Commerce and the Mage Association. Regrettably, Princess Tracia will remain oblivious to the occurrences here, Vander remarked with a faint smile, nodding towards the paladin beside him, who was none other than Anthos. Anthos approached Sylvie, swallowed hard, and raised his longsword, delivering a heavy strike towards her throat. The air was filled with the splatter of blood as Sylvie let out a shrill cry, desperately rolling to evade the blow, yet the sword still cut into her, nearly severing one of her arms. Anthos licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Your Excellency the Arbiter, you were so swift in severing heads before. Now that your turn has come, you find yourself gripped by fear. Lychee trembled at the revelation. Was there a schism between the headquarters and the divisions of the loyal Divine Court? Sylvie's fate held no significance for him, and with Vander intent on silencing her. Could this unwilling conscript possibly escape? Chapter 37. Princess Catherine beside Ricci stood several low-ranking clergymen, still conscious, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion regarding the upheaval above. However, when Ricci tried to shrink into the shadows, attempting to blend into the darkness, their reactions were unexpectedly swift. After all, they were civilized individuals, dare I say. Respectable clergy, who preferred discourse over violence. Such brutality was beneath their dignity. 3 long swords were poised at his throat, and 2 maces rested atop his head. Ricci marveled at his ability to articulate coherent phrases, feeling he had made significant progress since his previous life. Your Excellency Vander, how shall we deal with this fellow? Bellowed a priestess, her visage resembling aged bark, as she brandished a mace. When Vander turned to her, she flashed a sycophantic smile, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Ricci for Vander's plight. Ah, Viscount Prell, please do not harm him. Once matters here are resolved, I shall have a proper discussion with him. The elderly priest maintained his affable demeanor. I trust he is a sensible lad. Old bastard, Ricci muttered inwardly. Yet he donned a smile, adamant that it was not an act of flattery. I certainly understand. Absolutely comprehend. He raised his hands, declaring, I have seen nothing, heard nothing. With the goddess proving unreliable, self-preservation became his paramount concern. That would be rather disingenuous, wouldn't it, Your Excellency? The elderly priest attempted to guide Ricci further. But suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Who? Release, rasped a voice from the shadows, grating against the eardrum like a rasp. Release him? The hall was brightly illuminated by source stone lamps. Yet, as the voice drew nearer, the lights began to dim one by one. Release him? It was as if the shadows within the hall coalesced violently, plunging everyone into darkness. A torrent of mixed energies, one frigid as ice, the other searing like lava, surged forth. In an instant, Ricci felt himself at the eye of a storm, a terrifying force swirling around him, threatening to obliterate him with the slightest contact. Instinctively, he crouched and covered his head. The apocalyptic scene he had witnessed moments before faded like a mirage. It was no illusion. Those surrounding him were hurled backward, crashing into the distant walls, leaving behind imprints of their forms. Divine white light clashed with shadowy divine power not far from him. Vander stood on one side, and on the other, a warrior clad entirely in obsidian armor. The two forces were locked in a standoff. Even the mere aura they exuded sent shivers down Ricci's spine. In terms he was familiar with, Vander had undoubtedly reached the 6th level, having glimpsed the path to legend, while the warrior was no less formidable. As the divine energy fluctuated, the warrior's cloak billowed, revealing a crimson lining, and the peculiar contours of her armor became apparent. Princess Catherine, I anticipated you would emerge at the last moment, but I did not foresee. Vander, securing the warrior's great sword with his mace, cast a glance at Ricci. In your eyes, Viscount Prell is more significant than the scythe of death. Catherine, Princess? Ricci suddenly understood, realizing that the armor belonged to a woman. Then he was engulfed in confusion. Was Princess Catherine truly here to rescue him? Why? Reflecting on Sir Mager's previous invitation, Ricci swallowed hard. Could it be that he had known Princess Catherine in his childhood, perhaps even shared some unusual bond, like a secret pact? Your Highness. Oh dear. A group emerged from the shadows, led by what appeared to be Princess Catherine's aide, who was stamping her foot in exasperation. Clearly, the princess's unexpected actions had disrupted their plans. Vander sneered, Sir Familius. This should make it clear to you that your band of shadow dwellers is no different from us in the divine court. Indeed, we may turn against our own, but we do not fabricate grandiose justifications like you do, retorted Familius's aide. Vander was momentarily taken aback as a radiant light surged from his hammer, forcing the black-armored knight. No, he could never reconcile this figure with that of a princess, a step back from Princess Catherine. His form dissolved into specks of light, instantly reappearing beside Richie, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, Princess, if you and your retinue leave this place, I will surrender Viscount Prell to you. Though the old priest's touch seemed gentle, Richie felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. He could not even muster the strength to speak. Sir Familius laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke. Old fool, what nonsense. Before he could finish, the black-armored knight, well, Richie could never connect this figure to any princess, squeezed out a dry voice from behind the visor. Very well. Your Highness. It was Vander's turn to chuckle heartily, which made Familius jump up in anger. Enough of this. If you refuse to listen, then begone. The black-armored knight, clearly not adept with words, conveyed her intent with remarkable clarity. Familius, resigned, placed his hand on his chest. As you command, Your Highness. Even if rumors about Princess Catherine's appearance and her peculiar identity circulated, at that moment, Richie yearned to embrace her. Vander and Richie exchanged relieved smiles. Yet, amidst Familius's entourage, discordant voices emerged. Previously, they merely thought the princess was somewhat misguided, but now they realized she was utterly foolish. A hooded man leaning on a staff coldly remarked, The Reaper's scythe belongs to us. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall perish. A group stood behind him, each wielding a staff, the tips glowing with diverse magical sigils. Indeed, they were all sorcerers. Ben, have you lost your mind? Do not forget who your employer is. Familius shouted angrily. Even if you escape the kingdom, the Mage Alliance will not spare you. The Mage Alliance? The hooded sorcerer cackled sinisterly. Do you truly believe those lowly fools have finally grasped the significance of divine artifacts? With a swift motion of his right hand, he drew a circle. I, the Arcane Master Ben, extend my greetings to the members of the Puppet Council. Your role concludes here. The Puppet Council? Arcane Master? He realized one undeniable truth. His life was once again in peril. Goddess. Casting aside the recent scolding of the deity, Li Chi continued to call upon his golden thigh. The connection was established, but alas, it was merely an automated response. The arcane practitioners of the Puppeteer Guild confronted Princess Catherine's subordinates, while Vandal held Li Chi hostage, leading to a scene of utter chaos. Behold the folly of mortals. Even after millennia, they remain unchanged. A hollow voice echoed, startling those poised for conflict as they turned towards a certain direction. Amidst the crackling explosions, a blaze of light erupted, and the shadow of the scythe, bound by divine restraints, rose once more. All is egg. There should be no more eggs. The shadow's previous utterance, reminiscent of a lucid mind, swiftly morphed into confusion. The scythe raised high, the shadow bellowed. All things must meet their end. All spirits must perish. In the hall, all source stone lamps extinguished, and the luminous spells cast by priests and mages simultaneously dimmed, as an overwhelming force poured down from the void, rendering all resistance futile. The sacred and magical lights flared up, yet flickered like candles in the wind, unstable and uncertain. No, I do not wish to die. Help! Heart-wrenching screams rose and fell, as the scythe had yet to descend, yet it felt as if it cleaved into the very souls of the people, severing life, hope, and future. At last, Li Chi seized an opportunity, breaking free from the old priest's grasp and hurriedly fleeing into the distance. The stones, detestable stones. The shadow scythe turned towards Li Chi, its pulling force seemingly immense, the descent of the scythe painfully slow. Li Chi felt like crying. He had no desire for such a protagonist's halo. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Tina, her hat gone, hair disheveled, appearing quite disheveled. With a trembling voice, she said, I'll help you block it, just this once. Li Chi forced a smile. The half-elf girl, despite her eccentric nature, exhibited remarkable professionalism. However, whether she blocked it or not was inconsequential. He reached out to pull Tina aside, as the shadow clearly targeted him. Though terrified of death, he harbored no desire for someone to accompany him to the grave, especially not such a beautiful girl. Another figure dashed in front of Li Chi, bringing with it a chilling gust. It was not a black-armored warrior, but Princess Catherine. She flung Tina far away and, in a hoarse voice, commanded, "Pointy ears, get lost." Princess Catherine emanated an imposing aura, rendering Tina as fragile as an infant in her presence. Yet those 3 words triggered something within Tina, igniting her courage. With daggers clashing, Tina glared at the princess and retorted, "Iron lump, you've provoked me." The 2 locked eyes, huffing in unison, yet refrained from further violence. A tidal wave of corrupt divine power bore down as Tina and the princess shielded Li Qi, who summoned all his strength to weave a grass sandal-light shield large enough to protect them. The light shield shattered instantly, and Tina fell into Li Qi's embrace with a cry of despair. The dark energy transformed into countless arrows, piercing through her body and leaving her in a state of bloody disarray. The princess let out a muffled groan, yet she only retreated a single step. The corrupting divine power rent her cloak into tatters, while her armor on the back, arms, and legs bore numerous cracks, with crimson blood gushing forth alongside the black mist. Li Qi cradled Tina in one arm while pressing his other hand against the princess's back, simultaneously casting healing spells upon both of them. This was all he could do. Tina moaned softly, and the princess shuddered. Slowly, she turned her head, clad in a helmet that obscured her features. Yet the glimmer of light peeking through the eye slits imparted a sense of softness, a stark contrast to her cold iron armor. Li Qi. The subsequent transformation left him utterly astonished. A colossal armored giant, towering as high as a 2-story building and shrouded in swirling gray-black smoke, loomed before him. The giant pulled its hands, and the mist coalesced into a massive sword, striding forward with thunderous steps, charging towards the scythe-like shadow. Chapter 38, The Witch. Re-encountering the witch, disregarding Princess Catherine's transformed physique, she now resembled the enchanting Phineas from the depths of the underground prison. A witch? Princess Catherine is indeed a witch. A luminous screen materialized before Rick, reminiscent of the moment he first encountered the weeping Phineas. It displayed a singular message, detection of a stable state of discrete divinity. A witch. The illusionists of the Puppeteers Guild and the devoted clergy of the Divine Court exclaimed in unison. Vander momentarily paused, then erupted into laughter. Behold, our Princess Catherine is truly a witch. Lady Knight has indeed performed a miracle. This revelation added substantial weight to Rick's suspicions regarding the king's association with Lady Knight. The princess shielded the shadows, the overwhelming pressure from the corrupt divine power easing somewhat. The old priest shouted, "Let our Lord sweep away sin and decay." He cast aside his mace, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head in silent prayer. Rays of holy light began to emanate from his being, coalescing into strands of luminescence that spiraled around him, gradually extending into luminous ribbons. Divine descent. Lord Vander is prepared to sacrifice himself. Protect Lord Vander. The clergy of the Divine Court encircled Vander, recognizing that this venerable figure was about to unleash his full power. Madmen. All of them are mad. Ben. A member of the Puppeteers Guild shouted in exasperation, rallying his subordinates. Teleport. Quickly, teleport away. The mages dismantled their protective barriers. Some tore open scrolls, while others murmured incantations, their forms flickering into ethereal shadows. A series of sharp cracks echoed, reminiscent of balloons bursting, as the ethereal figures exploded into clouds of crimson flesh. Ben halted his spellcasting, cursing in terror. Damn that corrupt divine power. Princess. Sir Familia, the aide to Princess Catherine, collapsed in despair, clutching her hair in utter frustration. Witnessing the unfolding scenes, Rick's mind suddenly cleared. The goddess finally inscribed a message on the screen. My previous situation was quite complex, and I am aware yours is as well. Let us refrain from mutual blame. What is the current situation? It appears you have encountered a witch once more. A dire predicament indeed. If you ignore me any longer, your revolutionary ambitions will perish before they even commence. Rick had no time to elaborate. He shook Tina. Can you still move? Another healing spell enveloped the half-elf maiden, her wounds rapidly sealing while expelling streams of dark energy, though the accompanying thorns nearly caused her to faint. Destroy that scythe. Rick pointed towards the statue ahead, shouting, "Otherwise, we shall all perish here." The scene was utter chaos. Yet he swiftly reached a conclusion. Who is the enemy? Undoubtedly, it is Vander, and those clergy members, the illusionists of the Puppeteers Guild, are also up to no good. Who is a friend? Although Sylvie stood opposed to Vander, she had lost her fighting capability, leaving only Princess Catherine. It remained unclear why the princess chose to protect him. even exposing her whereabouts in the process, failing to execute her cunning strategy. Yet, through her actions, the princess affirmed her allegiance. More importantly, the princess is a witch. To assist the princess in swiftly vanquishing the shadow and subsequently deal with Vandel was the resolution made by Li Qi. Observing Vandel's arduous incantation, the clerics under his protection dared not move an inch. Even Sylvie was preoccupied, aware that the preparation for the formidable spell would be extensive. Let me try. Li Qi chuckled in exasperation. Double it. Tina, seizing the opportunity, added, and include a meal delivery service. I refuse to dine alongside that little demon again. No problem. Li Qi replied without hesitation. He was uncertain why their rapport was so strained, but at this juncture, he would have complied with any request, even to wash her feet. Tina vanished, only to reappear atop the statue. She raised her dagger and struck at the scythe, deducing that if she could shatter it, the shadow would likely dissipate. As the dagger descended, a half-elf girl cried out in anguish. The blow seemed to strike her own being, causing Li Qi's heart to tremble with alarm. The black mist emanating from the scythe pierced Tina as formed like a sword, the crimson tendrils of darkness glaringly vivid against the void. No. Li Qi's heart nearly shattered. It was he who had brought about Tina's demise. As the half-elf girl plummeted, further calamity ensued. The black mist from the scythe pursued her like a binding rope, swiftly slithering into her body. No. The shadow, locked in an equally fierce battle with Princess Catherine, cried out in despair. How could this be? Why? Impossible. Li Qi stared in disbelief as a wisp of black mist detached from the shadow and connected with Tina, causing the shadow to dim significantly in mere moments. Was Tina absorbing the corrupted divine power? Li Qi rubbed his temples, feeling as though this day would mark the demise of his sanity. The whirlwind of events threatening to overwhelm his mind. The black mist that had been accumulating on the scythe surged into Tina, revealing its true form. Decayed and fragile, as if it would shatter upon the slightest touch. This was not the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It was the black raven scythe of the Lady of Death. Ben screamed, that is the artifact used by the original Grim Reaper thousands of years ago. In the next moment, what had once been a coveted relic became a cloud of ash. While Vandel continued his incantation, the others stood in stunned silence. Bewildered by this unfolding spectacle, pointed ears, muttered the giant princess, now devoid of her adversary. The black mist erupted, unleashing a wave of insidious terror that shattered the will of those present. A haunting avian cry echoed, its croaking eerily familiar. Tina, who had previously shown no signs of life, lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with a piercing crimson light. The cleric staggered, and the arcane scholars, servants of Princess Catherine, knelt in terror, letting out anguished cries. Fear, sweet sustenance, Tina intoned in an unsettling, inhuman voice, the fear of death. This was no longer Tina, it was the will of the scythe. Her fierce gaze locked onto the princess, her hands extended, drawing forth a dense black mist that coalesced into a massive scythe. Iron Lump, your death shall be proclaimed by me. Wait, why does it still feel like Tina herself? The arcane scholar exclaimed, a witch. Another witch. The scythe clashed with the great sword, and the witch Tina engaged in a fierce battle with the witch princess. Rick, filled with urgency, exclaimed, what are you fighting for? Can't you see that Vandel's divine descent is nearing completion? His anxiety only intensified as he pondered Tina's condition. Was she akin to Fehn, or had her soul been devoured by the black raven scythe? The failures of millennia past were mere hounds before our master. Ontos, guarding Vandel, remained undaunted by the terror Tina had summoned. He contemptuously declared, soon, our master's projection will dispel all darkness, and all evil shall be reduced to ashes. At this moment, Vandel was enveloped within a colossal cocoon of light. A vessel nurturing immense power. What more can I do? Rick thought frantically, reporting the situation to the goddess while desperately seeking any available options on the emergent attribute panel. Alas, aside from the second-tier divine spells, he possessed no other abilities. How he wished he could utilize the Pope's skills. Rick bitterly regretted not hastening the completion of the goddess's task. His fervent thoughts did not go unnoticed. She sensed his urgency. The Pope's skills could indeed be accessed in advance. But how? The divine descent. Rick pressed anxiously, aware that Vandel's summoned projection of Cain was about to descend. There was no better strategy than to summon the goddess's projection as well. The goddess replied uncertainly, but your vessel is not yet prepared. I cannot foresee what may transpire. The hall radiated with brilliant light, and the sound of sacred hymns rose. The cocoon of light unfurled, revealing Vandel, whose form glimmered as though forged from holy radiance. He extended his arms, fervently proclaiming, "Praise our master." His body swelled into a colossal warrior of holy light, brandishing sword and shield, radiating brilliance. At that moment, Tina and Princess Catherine, who were locked in combat, let out cries of despair as the dark energy was swiftly dissolved, their figures gradually diminishing. Chapter 39. The Incompetent. The Female Driver. The divine descent summoned the projection of a deity upon oneself, resulting in a significant surge in power, capable of inflicting double damage upon adversaries. Vander, at the pinnacle of heroism, equivalent to a level 6, transformed into a legendary figure following this divine invocation. Such a formidable skill is typically reserved as a strategic weapon for legendary clerics, or as the ultimate deterrent wielded by popes and electors. For clerics below the legendary tier, who are not favored by the deities, employing such a power would not only diminish its efficacy but also risk the collapse of their own physical form under the overwhelming divine force. Previously, when Vander took covert action against Sylvie, Richie believed this old man harbored a dark and despicable heart. However, he discovered that Vander was, in fact, a devout adherent, even more so than the most ardent of followers. During his preparation, the Scythe of Death had sustained damage, yet the corrupt divine energy sought a new vessel, revealing itself not as the Scythe of Death but rather as the Black Raven Scythe, once wielded by the original Grim Reaper. For Vander, this distinction held little significance. The projection of Kame, embodied by him, was channeling vast divine power, intent on ensnaring the two witches, Tina and Princess Catherine, in one fell swoop. This was a scenario Richie wished to avert. Setting aside the implications of Vander's faction gaining control, he pondered his own fate. As for Tina and the princess, being witches akin to Phineas, they were invaluable assets to their revolutionary cause. Nonetheless, for Richie at that moment, these considerations were inconsequential. The true impetus for his actions was exceedingly simplistic. Tina was his protector, his own, although he did not fully trust Princess Catherine, who had shielded him, and was unaware of her appearance. He certainly did not wish to witness her demise before his eyes. Driven by an instinct akin to his past life's spontaneous reaction to save a young girl, Richie ultimately acted upon his genuine feelings. "Forget about preparation. Come down immediately," Richie shouted within his mind. The light screen flickered slightly, and the goddess reluctantly displayed a line of text. "Must you resort to this move? I am but a novice in this endeavor. When I spoke to you before, it was merely a projection of my consciousness, augmented with visual effects. No more excuses." The projection of Kame advanced towards Tina and the princess within the hall, akin to a star gravitating towards a planet, causing their figures to diminish further. "When did you become so bold?" "Never mind. I sense the pressure of divine power." The goddess directly communicated within his mind. "We shall settle this later." "Very well. I grant you permission." On the attribute panel, the divine descent under the Pope's skills illuminated, and Richie eagerly pressed it. Suddenly, his consciousness jolted, and he felt his soul detach from his body. An overwhelming force cascaded down, separating his essence from his corporeal form. He felt as though he were encased in the original Evangelion piloted by Shinji Ikari, as an immense divine power rapidly constructed yet another layer of being. In the realm of the divine, upon a diminutive isle, a luminous portal materialized. A girl in a red dress fumbled at its edge, hesitating to extend her hand through the door, appearing utterly bewildered. She muttered anxiously, "How does one operate this contraption? I have yet to ponder this matter." The shimmering portal flickered, and the young maiden's crimson dress suddenly transformed into a stream of light, cascading into the portal. "Ah!" she cried out, instinctively grasping at the luminous flow. True light cannot be captured by mere flesh, yet in this moment, the radiance represented divine power, akin to the essence of the maiden herself. Thus, from a certain perspective, it appeared as if she clutched the very fabric of her dress, arresting the departing material. Regrettably, her reaction came too late. By the time the light ceased its movement, she was left with naught but her bare form, her harmonious and exquisite body laid bare for all to see. "Damn you, Lychee!" she exclaimed, summoning her strength as the light reversed course. First, a pink undergarment enveloped her body, followed by the red dress that adhered to her form. Meanwhile, Lychee, waiting for the completion of the initial machine, felt a jolt of awareness, quickly sensing that something was amiss. Why am I ascending? Not merely floating, but being propelled upward. The ground receded with alarming speed, the earth shrinking rapidly while the sky peeled away like a layer of skin. Lychee's consciousness plunged into chaos, hurtling toward a faint glimmer of starlight. Upon passing through a radiant portal, enveloped in a celestial hymn, he experienced a disorienting sensation akin to ascending to paradise. Was it merely an illusion? The luminous essence surrounding his consciousness spiraled toward a breathtaking figure, her dress woven from strands of fiery red, artfully draping over her porcelain skin, with unadorned areas revealing a dance of crimson and pink. Li Qi. The familiar voice erupted from between gritted teeth as a delicate foot pressed against his forehead, nudging him toward the portal. It was none other than the goddess. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed her. Now, in a state of pure spirit. Li Qi felt an intense warmth enveloping his body, and his throat and nostrils burned. Wait. A startling realization struck him. Had he ascended to the divine realm? The goddess, furious and humiliated, roared, "Do you long for death so ardently? Release me." Visually, she stood upon his brow, forcefully propelling him toward the portal. Yet at its core, it was pure divine power scorching Li Qi's very soul. The agony, a thousandfold more intense than the thorns of despair, nearly obliterated his consciousness. Yet he clung tenaciously to the luminous flow. "I have already faced death once. I fear not facing it again. Do you intend to abandon your revolutionary endeavors?" To be frank, his life and the goddess's ambitions were not his primary concern. What truly mattered were Fehn, Talons, the steward, the knights, what he had just begun to establish in his domain, and the fates of Tina and the princess, whose circumstances he had yet to comprehend. All of this was at stake due to the goddess's critical failure, akin to a beloved game that abruptly ended after just a brief venture in the novice village, with no opportunity for a restart. But this was no mere game. Through his fleeting experiences in Fehn, he had begun to invest his heart, and he could not accept such a sudden halt. The goddess's foot forcefully expelled him from the portal, sending his soul plummeting downward, a sensation he found hauntingly familiar. Just as despair began to surface in Li Qi's heart, the very light that had once liberated him re-wrapped around him, and his forehead throbbed anew. In a state of astonishment, Li Qi discovered that one of the goddess's feet was imprinted upon his forehead, as if descending to the mortal realm alongside him. Behind the luminous portal, the maiden withdrew her legs, and the once delicate foot was replaced by a distorted and nebulous divine flame. Blushing, she clutched at her tattered red gown and exhaled a sigh of relief. "I nearly misstepped," she murmured. "No wonder this world has conveyed to me that the hearts of mortals are the least desired by deities." Her expression then transformed into one of determination. "I shall not yield. Do not expect me to forget my true essence. I am but a mortal. Subsequently, she knelt with her head cradled in her arms, exclaiming, "How embarrassing, utterly humiliating." She pounded the ground, declaring, "It is all Li Qi's fault. Yes, it is his fault." In stark contrast to the tumult of emotions experienced by the fledgling goddess, Li Qi's mindset was far more straightforward. As his soul returned to his body, he found himself gazing down at the scene from an unusual perspective. The once towering figure of Cain, who had touched the ceilings, now appeared no taller than his own foot. He had not broken through the ceiling. Rather, the entire hall, along with the subterranean space surrounding it, seemed to have been rendered intangible, reduced to mere outlines. He felt as though he stood firmly in a genuine space, with the hall existing merely as an incorporeal backdrop. The figures within the hall, including the witch Tina, the witch princess, and the manifestation of Cain, remained tangible yet appeared diminutive, akin to ants, enveloped in divine power. Li Qi's consciousness was hazy, yet one thought remained crystal clear. Even deities must be shown a lesson. He lifted his foot toward the most irksome figure, the warrior of holy light, the projection of Cain. Chapter 40, A Taste of the Iron. Foot of the revolutionary goddess. The oppressive aura emanating from the Cain projection filled the entire hall. Then, a member of the central council of the puppet assembly, was in such despair that he wished to find a deity to invoke on the spot. The mages of Fehn maintained a respectful distance from the gods, constantly debating whether the magical web they relied upon was an embodiment of the divine or a product of nature. Nonetheless, the majority of mages acknowledged that even if the magical web were a natural formation, it must have been consciously propelled by ancient deities. In essence, magical power is not fundamentally different from divine power. The distinction lies merely in its application. Otherwise, one would not find source stones that could be activated by any extraordinary force. Ben and his colleagues did not dispute this assertion. Yet a fundamental divergence existed between them and other mages, particularly the Mages Guild, which represented the entire mage community, regarding their perception of the gods. The so-called deities were merely soul puppets controlled by the power of belief, rather than free spirits wielding true power. However, The parasites of the Mages Guild maintained an ambiguous stance towards the gods. On one hand, they prided themselves on their rational approach, displaying arrogance in the face of divine power and its followers, unwilling to delve into the mysteries of the divine. On the other hand, they regarded the magical web associated with the gods as a source of power, worshipping it as an alternative deity. Fehn and his companions held this attitude in contempt, questioning what it truly meant to be a mage. A mage is one who discovers the essence of the world, deduces the structure of power, and masters that power through pure reason, thus stepping into a realm of unrestrained freedom. Mages are mortals who have the strength to bend great power to their own will. Consequently, these mages severed ties with the Mages Guild and established the Puppet Assembly to fundamentally break their connection with other mages. They forsook the magical web for their spells and rebranded themselves as arcanists. The creed of the Puppet Assembly is, there are no true gods in Fehn, and there is no absolute truth in the world. While ordinary mages immerse themselves in techniques for harnessing power through the magical web, arcanists derive their strength from the study of deities, nature, and ancient magic. Divine artifacts, especially those of immense power, became their coveted subjects of research. Having learned of the movements in the Hadron Kingdom through certain channels, Fehn and his subordinates infiltrated Princess Catherine's entourage, posing as members of the Mages Guild. In retrospect, this decision was both wise and foolish. Fehn could never have anticipated that they would encounter the artifact of the original Grim Reaper, nor that the artifact would possess another, transforming into a witch. Even more distressing for Fehn was the determination of the loyalists to the divine court, who were willing to invoke divine intervention to eliminate these two witches. The severe corruption of divine power significantly disrupted the laws of magic, greatly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the arcanists and robbing them of the opportunity to retreat. The magical web was not without its merits, Fehn lamented. Had they been ordinary mages, the magical web would have afforded them a more composed response against the corrupting divine power. As the Fehn projection, embodied by Vander, descended upon them, Fehn found it increasingly difficult to suppress the reverence swelling within him. Even if the deities are mere puppets, they ultimately embody supreme power. And is not power itself a presence worthy of reverence? Beyond worship, there lies an even more intense emotion, fear. Vander has eradicated the witches. Would he spare them? The puppet would propagate the notion that deities are mere puppets, regarded by various churches as the epitome of heresy, akin to the witches who are also deemed heretical within the divine hierarchy. The projection of Fehn, merely a manifestation of sacred light, could restrain two witches, rendering them immobile. The towering holy warrior, poised for action, prepared to unleash a torrent of divine energy upon the witches, with a force so formidable that Fehn had no doubt their souls and bodies would disintegrate in an instant. Of course, once the witches were vanquished, his own fate would be even more dire. Racking his brain for a strategy, Fehn found himself in a state of despair so profound that he contemplated conversion. Suddenly, he sensed a slight shift in consciousness, and the scene within the hall transformed dramatically. A colossal figure invaded the chamber. The magnitude was beyond Fenn's comprehension, for only a single foot had truly entered. The foot was delicate, with elongated toes and smooth ankles, its skin glistening, enveloped in an icy divine power that emanated a hazy radiance. In an instant, Fehn fell to his knees. The might contained within the colossal foot not only oppressed the entire space but also his very spirit. Even the Fehn projection paled in comparison to this profound and overwhelming force. This was not the projection of Vander's elevated divine power. It was pure divine energy, infinitely closer to that of an actual deity. The Fehn projection faltered, its sacred light instantly diminished by more than half. Where did this deity come from? Ontos raised his hand to shield his face, crying out in terror. The mere ripple of divine power generated by the colossal foot compelled him to prostrate himself. To defend his faith, he exerted all his strength to remain upright. Then Ontos, along with all the clergy and the individuals from Familius and Fenn's side, nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. The Fehn projection assumed the same posture as Ontos, struggling to withstand the might of the colossal foot. When the foot descended from above, no posture could avail. The Fehn projection, no taller than the foot itself, was crushed like a human-shaped cake, dispersing into fragments of sacred light. The soft, white holy light twisted in defiance, yearning to coalesce once more, akin to the scythe-like shadow from before. The colossal foot twisted, as if squashing an insect. The emanating cool holy light enveloping Fenn's sacred light devouring it with the elegance of a lady savoring cake, her crimson lips and pink tongue nibbling and swallowing, obliterating Kaim's sacred light in an instant. My lord. Vander's body plummeted from the air. He managed to utter 2 words before his entire form was reduced to ashes. Evil deity! Anto shouted with all his might, raising shields of light. The other clergy finally awakened to the situation, hastening to mimic his actions, yet the terror etched upon their faces betrayed their inner despair. The colossal foot lifted, then descended once more. There was no dust, no tremor. As the foot rose, apart from the faint haze dissipating among the light, not a trace of humanity remained. This was pure divine power. Who among the deities has descended? Perhaps it was some artifact, who summoned the projection of a deity with an even more potent relic. We have struck gold. We must find the artifact. The avarice of the sorcerer could not be quelled even by fear, erupting uncontrollably. Ben's consciousness blurred, as overwhelming joy nearly shattered his spirit. If the colossal foot truly was summoned by a divine artifact, it would far surpass the might of the Black Raven's scythe. Should it fall into his grasp, not only would he secure a seat among the inner circle of counselors, but even the position of speaker would be within easy reach. As his awareness faded into numbness, he realized that the immense foot had already loomed above his group. Ben exerted all his strength to shout, "No, we are not allied with them." At that moment, Licky was oblivious. His soul was enveloped by an overwhelming divine might, his consciousness hazy. Intellect reduced to that of a mere beast, responding purely on instinct. Although the goddess's power was currently diminished, what flowed into Licky was the most direct and pure essence, incomparable to the divine might summoned from a higher realm by Vandel. As the colossal foot descended, Ben's consciousness transcended, dispersing into motes of light, mingling with the corporeal dust, swiftly vanishing without a trace. When the colossal foot lifted once more, Familiaria, cloaked in his hooded robe, along with his subordinates, seemed to have become the next targets. Your Highness. Yet the knight disregarded the colossal foot, rushing instead towards Princess Catherine. In his view, the witch embodied by the princess should be the ultimate target. The colossal foot suddenly shattered into shards of white light, cascading down like a meteor shower, enveloping the 2 witches within. The 2 witches, previously suppressed by Kim's projection, felt their corrupted divine power significantly weakened, curling their bodies to resist with all their might. Starlight clung to them, gradually wrapping them in a cocoon of light, their anguished cries becoming increasingly desperate. No. Familiaria drew his sword, anticipating the purification of the princess. Even if he were a moth drawn to flame, the princess must be protected. The cocoon of light shattered, and with a powerful motion, the princess flung the 2 figures far away. Then, a dark gray mist emanated from her form, rapidly diminishing, a peculiar cry piercing through the haze, causing Familiaria to stagger, nearly losing his footing. Licky. Not only was it the name, but the princess's voice had also transformed, igniting a warmth within Familiaria. He plunged into the mist, retrieving a cloak he had long prepared, wrapping it around the princess's bare form. CKY. The coarse texture he felt in his hands, coupled with the return of her hoarse and muddled voice, extinguished the warmth that had just kindled within him. He glanced into the distance, where the witch had reverted to her original state, lying on the ground in anguish. A figure pressed upon her, that of Licky, the very one who had led them to failure, transforming the situation to its current dire state, the infamous Licky Prail, Viscount. He remained silent for a moment, casting a profound glance at Licky, before assisting the princess and summoning his subordinates, vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 41. The odious journey through the dungeon comes to an end. Li Qi opened his eyes, feeling utterly weakened. A luminous screen obstructed his view, reminiscent of a game over screen displaying the options to restart, yes or no. Now, I comprehend the repercussions of prematurely invoking divine intervention. My condition is dire. Yet yours is even more tragic. To ensure I can seek retribution in the future, I have marked you with a divine seal. Otherwise, your body would have already succumbed to collapse. Until you ascend to legend, refrain from utilizing divine intervention again. Li Qi, I have saved your life once more. Should you fail to serve me diligently, I shall hang you at the gates of the divine realm, left to dry for a millennium. The screen bore the goddess's message. Her ire palpable, as though it might erupt from the screen to trample upon Li Qi's brow once more. Next came the goddess's directives, laden with information. Despite the perils, we did not depart empty-handed. However, you have received a cursed divine office from a witch. What on earth is it? The divine realm is currently in chaos. I am unaware of the calamity that has befallen it. I can no longer consult the knowledge of the all-knowing. You must elucidate this divine office promptly. In addition to this cursed witch, you must also have encountered another witch, albeit without completing her purification, which has rendered my divine realm unstable. Purifying her is your next paramount task. The sooner, the better. I must attend to the affairs of the divine realm and subsequently delve into the materials acquired from the all-knowing. Unless there is an urgent matter, refrain from disturbing me. Following this, there was a task reminder, one that had previously existed, now requiring just 4 more devout followers to complete. However, the rewards section no longer displayed divine grace. Nor did the skills of divine intervention, divine punishment, or divine oracle show any signs of unsealing. Another task finally instilled a sense of reality within Li Qi, an unbreakable foundation. Before he could scrutinize it further, someone shook him. Sadar, filled with mixed emotions, exclaimed, "Young master, you are awake?" "This fellow still draws breath," Li Qi inquired. "How long have I been unconscious?" "I am unsure," Sadar scratched his head innocently. "I lost consciousness when that female paladin cast her holy shield nova. When I awoke, I found you, Tina, and Lady Sylvie all unconscious. From that moment, it has likely been 3 or 4 hours. You ought to be grateful that when I invoked divine intervention, I didn't inadvertently end your life." Li Qi exhaled in relief, but his heart tightened again. "Where is Tina?" Turning, he beheld the half-elf maiden seated beside him, hugging her knees, her head resting upon them, her expression vacant and her eyes hollow. Li Qi prodded her, asking if she was well. She mumbled in a daze, "I am fine. Fine. That cursed scythe of the Black Crow was upon you. Who was in control at that moment, you or its will? You should have been purified by now, transformed into a saint." Well, under such intense and intricate changes, perhaps she needed time to process it all, just as Li Qi intended to examine his attribute panel to grasp Tina's situation. Another voice chimed in, "Your servant possesses a remarkable tenacity. Perhaps the blessings of their master have been imparted to them as well." "Sylvie." Li Qi turned his gaze to see the judgment paladin seated not far away, her complexion pallid and her body stained with blood. One of her arms had been broken, the wound hastily bandaged. Assuming that Li Qi was concerned about her injuries, Sylvie explained, "The restraints have depleted my divine power. Only a high-ranking priest can handle such matters. For now, it must remain as is." This implied that killing her was now a trivial task. A thought surged within Li Qi, lightening his breath. Perhaps it was the desire for vengeance for Annie, Mina, and Mary. Perhaps it was the need to silence her. For the truth of his identity as the Red Lady's Pope must remain confidential, or perhaps it was simply his disdain for her. Unexpectedly, Vander had made the right choice in the end. Sylvie, entirely oblivious to Li Qi's psychological shifts, continued. "I suppose he believed that since he could not acquire the Grim Reaper's scythe, he might as well destroy it. Even if it costs him his life, it would be worth it. After all, he remains loyal to his majesty, King Came. I no longer harbor much resentment towards him." She glanced at a particular spot on the ground, where only scraps of fabric and fragments of weaponry lay. Others had perished as well. Sylvie rubbed her forehead. Her memory still somewhat muddled. Vander had reached the brink of legend. He should have been capable of a divine descent. But how had the Ontos faction met their demise? If they were slain by Princess Catherine's people, why had they not eliminated us? She inquired of Li Qi. "After I was wounded by Ontos, my consciousness became quite hazy. It seemed that the will of the Grim Reaper unleashed a powerful strike, and I fainted thereafter." Do you know what transpired next? A jolt ran through Li Qi's heart. This person must not be silenced. She had to remain as a witness. Otherwise, it would appear suspicious that only his side had survived the ordeal. I too lost consciousness. Li Qi feigned ignorance. Was it truly Lord Vander's divine descent? He is indeed formidable. No, truly magnificent. It must have been he. It appeared that Sylvie harbored no suspicions regarding Li Qi. Or perhaps she simply deemed it beneath her consideration. The remnants of divine power from the benevolent deity lingered in the space. An aura left in the wake of the divine descent. Though somewhat odd, it likely resulted from a neutralization of the Grim Reaper's corrupting power. Thank you for your imaginative deductions. I recall Princess Catherine's appearance. She should not have been slain by such a level of divine descent. Yet she must have sustained grave injuries. Perhaps this is why we are still alive. Sylvie continued to speculate. It was Ontos and his faction who protected us. Li Qi confirmed to himself that her survival held greater value. Before long, footsteps echoed, and a radiant light illuminated the entire hall. Reinforcements had arrived. The leader, clad in silver light armor and a purple cloak, made her golden hair and snow-white visage resemble a celestial goddess. Princess Telesia had personally led the team down. As night fell and the stars sparkled, the stars of Fehn mirrored the divine realm, each star corresponding to a priesthood, merging into constellations governed by the deities occupying their thrones. This phenomenon had given rise to astrologers in Fehn, dedicated to observing the stars and predicting the shifting tides of destiny. Regrettably, with the transition of the Fehn era, the fluctuating roles of deities and their clerics have rendered the stargazers devoid of historical records, compelling them to make only vague approximations. It is only those formidable deities, unwilling to hide their true nature, who manifest clear celestial trails in the night sky, among which are the loyal gods. Upon returning to the surface, Liqui felt as though he had traversed through time. Although his journey into the underground city was brief, it was fraught with constant twists and peril. He had no desire to endure such an experience again. Was his body truly free from ailments? If so, he felt a sense of relief. Princess Telesia, with a solemn expression, bowed to Liqui, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Viscount, for your contributions during this expedition. Your bravery has secured the tranquility of our kingdom. The clerics of the divine court had long prepared for such tribulations, and their sacrifices would undoubtedly earn the gaze of our lord. The princess's sincerity was palpable as she added. Vandal and Ontos met their end alongside the corrupted will that clung to the grim reaper's scythe. They bore only merit, devoid of sin, and they safeguarded you and your retinue. Liqui, remember this. Sylvie had already conveyed the events to the princess, who was subtly cautioning Liqui to refrain from spreading news of the divine court's internal strife. I understand. The sanctified names of Vandal and Ontos shall surely be celebrated throughout the kingdom. Liqui feigned ignorance, for he was the greatest beneficiary of the entire affair. His only concern now was whether Princess Catherine had witnessed his divine descent and had likely reported it to the king. What a pity it was that had he managed to eliminate all of Princess Catherine's subordinates during the divine manifestation, he might have been able to completely purify her and draw her to his side. This thought weighed heavily on Liqui's mind, although he clung to a flicker of hope. Firstly, it was evident that Princess Catherine's stance leaned in his favor, and secondly, the king, or rather Princess Catherine, stood in stark opposition to Princess Telesia. He hoped fervently that Princess Catherine would not divulge his secrets to the king. There remained much to be concluded. The backdrop of this incident was excessively intricate, and both the kingdom and the divine court wished to keep it under wraps, hence there would be no accolades or rewards. Princess Telesia expressed her remorse. It was I who urged Liqui to partake in this adventure, nearly causing you harm. I am most unsettled. I understand you have just inherited your title and that there are still some troubles in your territory. I shall assist you in resolving them as a small gesture of compensation. Does that mean I need not repay the king's 5,000 golden purse? Liqui graciously expressed his gratitude. Such remuneration eased his initial dissatisfaction with Telesia's earlier insistence. Out of courtesy, he inquired, is everything well in Conrad City? Though the night sky sparkled, a faint haze still enveloped the city. The situation is largely under control. You have severed the source of the corruption, and the remainder is manageable. Legendary figures from within the kingdom have also arrived to set up a magical array to absorb the residual corruption, the princess replied, brushing her hair back with a smile. It would be a grave loss if I were responsible for the demise of countless innocent lives and the situation had not improved. In her faint smile, Liqi sensed a blend of helplessness and sorrow. Wait, tens of thousands. Have you slaughtered the entire city of Conrad? A shiver coursed through Liqi as the princess's image in his mind shattered instantaneously. Under the dim lights, he felt a disorienting sense that the shadow behind the princess elongated, intertwining with a figure from a familiar tale of his past life. No, surely such a future cannot be the same. Gazing at the princess's exquisite visage, a flicker of compassion arose within him. I can comprehend your highness's sentiments. It is indeed a painful choice. If it were I fear I would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Liqi, the princess regarded him with surprise, her gaze deepening. Are you attempting to console me? I dare not. It was merely a subconscious thought. Liqi scratched his head, uncertain if his words were an affront. Thank you. The princess offered a reassuring smile. You are the only one to say such a thing. Others only sing my praises. Due to the series of changes surrounding the Temple of Death and the calamities in the city of Conrad, Liqi felt no profound emotions. In his past life, even amidst the deaths of millions, as long as it bore no connection to him, any emotions felt were shallow. This is a different world. Apart from those around him, the individuals he knew seemed, to Liqi, akin to NPCs. In contrast, the The plight of the three young women from the Adventurers Guild weighed heavily on his heart, more so than he could easily dismiss. Li Qi pondered this. Yet the heaviness within him remained unresolved for the moment. But, on your highness's behalf, Li Qi declared, thumping his chest, privately vowing to himself that it would be wise to limit their interactions henceforth. Chapter 42. The Death Witch Tina in the Realm of the Divine Kingdom. Deep within the chaos, the once familiar landmass had undergone a profound transformation, expanding several-fold in size. Half of it remained barren rock, while the other half glimmered with a ghostly cold light, reflecting the presence of ice crystals. Amidst these starkly contrasting regions lay numerous pits, from which molten lava erupted, rendering the land a hell of ice and fire. Damn you, Li Qi. You've turned me into this. You will pay for it. In the heart of the land, a girl just over 10 years old was diligently shoveling dirt into one of the pits, her voice now markedly more juvenile than before, murmuring to herself. Perhaps due to her diminished stature, she had manifested a flowing red dress that enveloped her form, complemented by sturdy red boots and a diminutive red hat. The sparks flying around her posed a threat, and she cherished her long, lustrous hair. Sensing something, she lifted her gaze to the chaotic void beyond the divine kingdom, where a cluster of starlight shimmered, as radiant as the full moon. The young girl furrowed her brow. What is that? Princess Telesia is indeed such a person. She is exceedingly stern in matters of duty, applying the same stringent standards to herself as she does to others. Were she to have children, even if they possessed minimal capability, she would unhesitatingly send them on perilous ventures if they could be of service. Oh dear. My words must surely wound the heart of the esteemed Viscount. The idea of the princess having children is something that the men of the kingdom would scarcely dare to contemplate. If it were ever to come to pass, that man would undoubtedly be most unfortunate, cursed by all the men and women of the kingdom. In the carriage, the paladin sent to escort Li Qi, dispatched by Telesia, jested and laughed heartily. The respect and admiration he held for the princess were evident, yet Li Qi's fleeting whims had been buried deep within his heart. His thoughts were now entirely consumed by another young lady. An unassailable foundation, this was the new task bestowed upon him by the goddess. Although his previous assignment remained incomplete, given his encounter with a new witch and the advance of divine grace, the new task had been expedited. Condition 1. Purify 2 new witches, status 1-2. Condition 2. Complete 2 new doctrines, status 0-2. Time limit, 180 days. Completion reward, 300 divine grace, already advanced. Failure penalty, total depletion of 1's essence, insufficient to repay divine grace. I truly must consider a new candidate for the papacy. What captured his attention was the status displayed under Condition 1, indicating 1-2, which confirmed that indeed one witch had been purified. It was evident that it was not Princess Catherine, but Tina. Li Qi cast a deep glance at Tina beside him, the half-elf girl curled up in her seat, her eyes vacant as she stared out the window, wearing an expression of profound despair, as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. It appears she has yet to come to terms with such a reality. Upon returning to the territory, Rich briefly explained matters to the approaching Sabadian and Talents, scarcely pausing to comfort Fehn before promptly escorting Tina to the highest point of the castle, the very place where the goddess had initially entrusted him with his mission. Throughout this ordeal, Tina remained despondent and silent. You dare ask me?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. "You committed such repugnant acts in feign ignorance. Humanity is truly beyond redemption." Clenching her fists and shutting her eyes tightly, she mustered all her strength to launch an accusation that left Rich utterly astounded. "Whatever. It doesn't matter." Tina's gaze was hollow and devoid of spirit. "You're not the first. Hey, what remarkable deed have I done that I can't even recall? Isn't that rather unfair?" Rich felt a surge of frustration, but wait. After a moment of calm, he realized that, given the peculiar temperament of the half-elf girl, she must have misunderstood something. Summoning her utmost courage, Tina confessed, "When I came into contact with that scythe, an evil presence invaded my being." Rich scratched his head. From a certain perspective, that was indeed accurate, yet it seems she was conflating matters. At that time, you must have been possessed by the Black Raven scythe, right? Why depict possession in such a sordid manner? And then you came in. Tina's lips quivered slightly, though she dared not meet Rich's gaze. She turned her head aside, her ears burning red despite the hat she wore. It made me feel so utterly wretched that I cried out. "Stop." Rich felt a surge of blood rise to his throat. This was akin to snow in June. He struggled to articulate, "Tina, you seem to be conflating the sensations of the mind with those of the body. Is the mind truly lesser than the body? Is the defilement of the soul not far more horrifying and tragic than that of the body? Tina retorted vehemently, aren't those books written that way? Aren't the failed cases of sex education based on the misconception that sleeping together leads to babies? How did it come to this with you? Thus, she continued to evade foes of that nature. Tina was not so easily persuaded. Peering through her partially opened eyes at a specific part of Rich's body, she seemed to reach a resolution. People say that a man's anatomy is the source of all evil. Rich quickly grasped her arm, attempting to thwart her misguided intentions. At his touch, Tina let out a soft cry, her body suddenly going limp. In despair, the half-elf girl lamented, "Look, this is what you have done to me. My body has become so strange." If the information from the goddess was accurate, Tina had already been purified and transformed into a new saintess, essentially his witch. Yet, Rich found himself perplexed. Where was the switch? Whenever Fehn cried, she transformed, for she was a goddess of suffering in mortal form. What then was the significance of Tina's lament? If interpreted in the realm of the Grim Reaper, did it imply that one must die or cause another's demise to unveil their true essence? In a moment of distraction, Tina became restless once more, prompting Lee to restrain her, their struggle resembling a playful scuffle. Amidst the chaos, Tina's hat was dislodged, revealing a pair of pointed ears that stood upright on either side of her head. With a startled cry, she instinctively covered her ears, as if exposing them was a greater embarrassment than revealing any other part of her body. Lee gazed at her ears, initially taken aback, then contemplating their significance. The intensity of his stare caused a blush to bloom across Tina's cheeks. Clearing his throat, he uttered softly as if casting a spell, "Pointed ears." Tina's pupils dilated, the flush on her face fading rapidly as she raised her chin, letting out a cold huff. In that moment, Lee sensed her pride had sustained a grievous blow. A resonant hum filled the air as crystalline light swirled around her, and translucent wings of light unfurled from her back. Above her head, an extraordinary crown shimmered brilliantly. Unlike Phineas's thorny crown, this one expanded into a plume of feathers at the back. As she transformed, Lee also caught the sound of a bird's call, a sound he had previously heard in the hall but had not recognized until now. It was the call of a raven. Encased in a halo of crystalline holy light, the half-elf maiden raised her hand and struck decisively towards Lee's cheek. Chapter 43, The Witch's Duel at the Heights of the Castle. Terence, summoned in haste, did not inquire about Tina's condition but instead fixated on Riki's countenance. "Tina harbors some misunderstandings about me." Thus, Riki lamented, covering his face. The slap from that half-elf maiden was indeed quite severe. Cursed be the moment. For after receiving the blow, she realized the extraordinary bond between them and, akin to Fehn, sensed the presence of the goddess. He was compelled to provide further explanations to help her grasp the series of transformations occurring within her. Naturally, he had no intention of genuinely striking her, and he was still not fully aware of Tina's situation. In her confusion regarding her own changes, Tina summoned Terence, who possessed the potential of an ever-watchful elder. "I did not mean your face, but rather your forehead," Terence stated. "My forehead," Riki replied, astonished. "What of it?" "It resembles a foot, crimson in hue, ah?" "It is beginning to fade," Terence noted. Upon hearing the mention of a foot, Riki comprehended the implication. This was the divine mark, as the goddess referred to it. He reached up to feel it. There was no tangible sensation, yet as he concentrated on his forehead, a surge of power surged within him, amplified many-fold compared to before. "So this was the mark of my lord?" Terence bowed slightly, having received a discernible response himself. "Is this akin to being branded?" Riki felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although he understood that this was the goddess's way of preventing his mortal form from succumbing to the overwhelming divine power, why must it manifest as a foot imprint? Nevertheless, one could not deny the beauty of the goddess's delicate foot, and other aspects were equally. The vision of his soul ascending to the divine realm flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him. He hastily suppressed the thought. Such intense desires could easily be sensed by the goddess. This mark likely materialized when Tina struck him, causing the divine power within him to resonate. As Riki reigned in his strength, the mark swiftly began to dissipate. "In other words, my lord, you have encountered two witches, and you have purified one of them." Terence continued, refraining from discussing the mark further. "It is Tina." His tone grew peculiar. Initially, the purification was not entirely complete. It was only just now that the final ritual was fulfilled. For Tina, engaging in such matters here is indeed rather challenging to accept. "Why does your tone shift so strangely when you mention the ritual in such matters?" Riki inquired, absent-mindedly picking his nose, eager to delve into the relevant issues without giving it much thought. I do not comprehend why Tina became possessed by the scythe of the Black Crow and subsequently transformed into a witch. I only know the origins of the scythe and its master. Terence began to recount the ancient tale. The scythe of the Black Crow is the artifact of the first Grim Reaper, a relic from tens of thousands of years ago. Back when there was no Grim Reaper, only the Lady of Death. Meanwhile, within Riki's chamber, two maidens, one large and one small, stood in confrontation. This is not a place where you are fit to linger. Fehn, clad in a maid's attire, brandished a broom and declared with an air of superiority. Are you not departing? Have you missed the spiritual chastisement of this saintess after just one day? Upon recalling the scene where Li Qi was seen holding Tina from afar, Fehn felt a stirring within her small chest, an unsettling sensation that pressed against her. Tina instinctively shrank back before straightening her posture. Little girl, do you truly think you have me figured out? She derisively glanced at her opponent's petite frame, waving a handful of severed hair. According to tribal tradition, I am here to place this. The Viscount. No, since Li Qi and I share such a relationship, he must have something of mine beneath his pillow. What relationship? Fehn's small hands trembled as troubling thoughts crossed her mind. Tina giggled behind her hand. That is not something a child should know. Are you implying that Li Qi has? Fehn's words were blunt, even crude. With your twig-like figure. Do you truly think Li Qi would be interested in you? What do you mean by that? Tina's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice rising in indignation. How could you, at your age, speak of such shameful matters? And it's not true. It's merely physical, I assure you. Fehn exhaled in relief, then scoffed. Aren't you an adventurer? Wandering through wild mountains and caves, mingling with both genders and sleeping wherever? You should be quite accustomed to such things. So why pretend to be innocent? Who are you trying to deceive? Tina was infuriated. You better apologize to all adventurers. Humph, your words are so awkward. Is this what Li Qi meant by something like a pig? Fehn tossed aside her broom, her expression cold. I may allow you to stay by Li Qi's side to ensure his safety, but this territory. A crackling stream of light twisted and extended in her grasp, forming a long light whip. The young girl, resembling a lioness guarding her territory, growled fiercely, This is my domain. Take your filthy hair and get out, you pointed-eared nuisance. Tina paused, lifting her chin with a smirk. You brought this upon yourself. Don't think you're the only one who can transform. With crystalline wings unfurling and a crown of feathers extending behind her, Tina shifted her form. Observing Fehn's astonishment, Tina erupted in a series of ascending laughs. Heh. Ha ha ha. She declared with utmost pride, I am also a sorceress, Li Qi's sorceress. Winking at Fehn, she added, just like you. I too have forged a contract with Li Qi. You're lying. Fehn fumed, lashing the light whip. I am Li Qi's one and only. He has said so. Contrary to her expectations, the light whip did not pierce Tina's body as before, but rather struck at her very soul. Tina raised her hand and astonishingly caught the light whip. Sparks crackled like electric arcs in her grasp. Tina's lips twitched, revealing that she was not unscathed. Yet her condition was far superior to her previous defenseless state. See, things are different now. Tina yanked forcefully, scattering the light whip into a cloud of luminescence. Her figure transformed into a flowing stream of crystal light, circling Fehn as her maid dress flared, seemingly attempting to bind her hands and feet. Fehn was taken aback, her tears flowing freely without the need for emotional support. In an instant, her wings of light unfurled, transforming as they unleashed a circle of thorny divine power, repelling Tina. You must be a spy sent by the enemy. Fehn conjured a light whip with one hand while raising a massive grass sandal shield with the other, her fighting spirit unwavering. Do not think you will prevail. I shall expose your schemes. Crybaby, accept reality. Pointy ears, you shall not succeed. In the bedroom, two holy maidens, no, witches, rather, in essence, two living goddesses, were engaged in a fateful confrontation. Chapter 44. The innocent Shurafield indeed. My lord, the Lady of Death's earthly incarnation is a raven. The discourse between Richie and Terence delved deeper. Richie inquired, Is it true that the Lady of Death's vocation is to announce mortality? What does that entail? Terence shook his head, remarking, The era of the Lady of Death is shrouded in antiquity, and no one remembers its essence, only her name endures. Judging by the name, it would seem so. As for the specifics of her divine role, the elder speculated, perhaps it involves foresight, contemplating that Tina's trigger lies within those three words. Richie refuted this conjecture. To awaken Tina into a witch suggests that the Lady of Death's vocation must be intricately linked to her, much like how Fehn became a witch. It is likely due to her profound suffering, which elicits the most direct and pure response to pain, Only the relic of the goddess of suffering could ignite her potential. Terence nodded in admiration. The Viscount speaks truly. Feeney's circumstances indeed reflect this. The elder priest expressed eager anticipation. Once we discern the nature of the Lady of Death's vocation, the tenets of our master will be complete, ushering in new growth for the church. I sense that the reason Stan and his apprentices have yet to ascend to the priesthood is that our doctrine still lacks a crucial pillar. Richie crossed his arms and furrowed his brow. Tina's situation is unlike yours and Feeney's. She possesses no awareness. Terence suggested. The Grand Library of Urshiang should house tomes detailing ancient deities. If the Viscount consents, I shall set forth immediately. The elder's resolve was commendable. Yet Richie sighed and shook his head. The journey to Urshiang, coupled with the time required for research, would undoubtedly span several months. The thought that the king might have uncovered his secrets only intensified Richie's sense of urgency. We could request such information from the Commercial Guild. As a first-hand witness to the Conrad City incident, the Viscount could plausibly claim he seeks knowledge of ancient deities, and they should not suspect foul play. The Conrad City incident remains uncertain, whether it was a conspiracy from the king's faction or merely an unfortunate accident. What is certain is that the schism between the loyal divine court and the king has deepened. They will inevitably consolidate their forces, leaving us, the fence-sitters, with diminishing room for maneuver. Terence, a seasoned veteran, articulated the situation with clarity. Internally, the church must expedite its development. Externally, we urgently need to acquire more intelligence to ascertain the strengths of both factions, guiding our allegiances. Neither option appears favorable, Richie thought with a sigh. On one hand, the Divine Court offers connections through the Countess, initial strategic placements, and ties to the Conrad City incident as well as Princess Telesia. It seems a promising ally. Yet instinctively, Richie felt that the aristocratic system epitomizes decay and stagnation, with glaring contradictions between the headquarters and its branches within the loyal Divine Court, rendering it a target for revolution. As for the king, it is certain that he is a pawn of the Lady of the Night, perhaps having foreseen the current situation and excavating ruins as a form of preparation. Collaborating with the king? One might find themselves devoured before realizing how they met their demise. Yet, on the king's side, there exists a witch, Princess Catherine, who has left Richard with an abundance of perplexities. If Ander did not err, Catherine is a witch conjured by the Lady of the Night. Should one feign allegiance to the king, luring Princess Catherine over before turning against him? The pressing question remains, how to contend with the Divine Court. Merely the kingdom's branch is a formidable entity. Moreover, how foolish must the king be not to see through such petty tricks? Let us not forget, the king is backed by the scheming ancestor, the Lady of the Night. We require further intelligence. Thus, I entrust you to gather and compile information on the various factions within the kingdom through the channels of adventurers. Ultimately, the lack of information is the core issue. Richard resolved to assign this task to Talents. The old man has traversed the world for many years. His experience in this domain is unparalleled. Rest assured, my lord, I shall handle it, Talons replied with a bow, adding, as for Tina, I am uncertain of her current state. If she retains her previous abilities, I hope she can assist me. This matter necessitates individuals skilled in concealment, who are also loyal and reliable. Tina now holds a status akin to Feeney, equivalent to a strategic resource. Richard hesitated. Her current situation still requires. Before he could finish, a series of explosive sounds reverberated from beneath, causing the entire castle to tremble slightly. The tremor seemed to emanate from the Viscount's bedroom. Talons wore a peculiar expression. When I ascended, Feeney was cleaning there. Could it be? Richard hurried downstairs, and before he could enter the bedroom, the door, splintered by enormous force, sent a chill down his spine. The bedroom was no longer a bedroom. It resembled a space ravaged by artillery, with a gaping hole in the sturdy stone wall, revealing the collective farm across the river, where laborers were tending to seedlings under the watchful eye of apprentices. The floor had also erupted, with Lily and the servants below shouting in alarm. The once intact bed, wardrobe, and other furnishings lay shattered across the ground, fragments of mattress and goose down drifting through the air. Tina, with her crystalline wings unfurled, circled around Feeney, her silhouette leaving behind translucent ripples as she brandished a massive crystal scythe, searching for an opportunity to strike. Feeney, with her pale white wings spread wide, hovered in midair, wielding a whip of light and a grass sandal shield, her maid outfit tattered and revealing expanse of fair skin. Yet, a circle of thorny holy light encircled her, making it difficult for Tina to approach. Feeney had become experienced in developing new abilities. Astonishingly, Tina had also grasped her witch identity without a mentor, swiftly transforming from a shadowy assassin into a wielder of the crystal scythe. Richard chose not to speak, positioning himself directly between the two. In an instant, the holy forms of the two maidens dissipated. Fehn rushed into Richard's embrace, nuzzling against him as if to accuse Tina of being a rival. Richard, who exactly is she? Tina remained silent, preoccupied with covering her ears. The recent battle had not left her unscathed. Her hat had been torn off by Fehn. Why must she face such a tumultuous scene when she had done nothing wrong? Rick felt utterly innocent, yet upon encountering the gaze of Fehn, a sense of guilt instinctively welled up within him. After all, he had told the young girl that she was his one and only. In the face of urgency, Rick summoned all his mental faculties. In his previous life, he had been a magician, lacking experience in charming women, but he possessed ample expertise in comforting little girls. Fehn, like you, was a goddess, a witch under her command. The tone must be set correctly and the facts laid bare, otherwise he would be forced to make constant amendments later. Even a little girl could amass a terrifying fury upon discovering she had been deceived. Rick, you clearly said. Fehn shifted back to her saintly form, her tears now infused with a pure divine power, representing true sorrow. Indeed, I did say that Fehn is mine. My one and only witch. Rick began to play with words. Although Tina was a witch, she did not solely belong to him. She also belonged to the goddess. Fehn was not so easily misled, tugging at her luminous wings and insisting, but she is always a witch, and that counts for something. Fehn, I am merely a proxy for the goddess, and how could I defy her will? Rick hastily shifted the blame to the goddess, suggesting that there might be more witches in the future. Fehn's small face scrunched up in distress. Does that mean I'm no longer important? No. Rick knelt to meet Fehn's gaze, gently ruffling her hair. Fehn is the source, the origin, the beginning. Without you, none of this would exist. So you are indeed my one and only. With a few eloquent phrases, the girl's mood lightened a tad. Yet, the truth remained evident. This one and only was somewhat diminished compared to the previous declaration. Tears spilled down her cheeks, causing Rick's heart to ache. How much holy water could this yield? Fehn, this one and only speaks to the weight of my heart. Rick gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate weapon. For instance, if you and Tina were to fall into a river, I would undoubtedly save you first. This was a strategy originally intended for his wife, now repurposed. Fehn burst into laughter. Rick is just soothing a child. Besides, I can swim. She then pointed at Tina and added, She's even more impressive. She can float corpses. If someone finds them, they live again. Tina's teeth ground together as she retorted, What do you mean, live again? I sense deep malice. All right. Though the method might have been unconventional, it was effective. Rick reassured Fehn, in any case, regardless of how many witches may come in the future, you will always be the first, the eldest sister. Turning to Tina, he stated, You are the newcomer. Fehn is your sister. No matter how you two clashed earlier, the elder sister takes precedence, and the younger must apologize. Such words felt like a loss of pride. Why? Why is that? Tina clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming, I am clearly much older than her. Are you blind? Then why don't you show her some leniency? Ricky glared at Tina, his strategy centered on pacifying Fehn, while he considered Tina to be easily manipulated and bribed. You only know how to bully me. Even if our relationship is, well, like that, it still doesn't mean. Tina, unwilling to concede, suddenly noticed Ricky's other hand gesturing, with 4 fingers extended straight. Is it a raise to 4 golden ears? Tina's heart leaped with joy. For golden ears. She hadn't saved that much money in the past year. At that moment, she completely forgot her altered status and unhesitatingly bowed to Fehn, saying, I'm sorry. Since Ricky said so, I won't hold it against you. After all, you are my sister. Fehn, not overly concerned for herself, graciously forgave her, adding, Just remember, this is my territory, my workplace, and you are not allowed to enter. It wouldn't do to let this young lady's pride soar too high, for it would complicate matters later on. Ricky cleared his throat. If I remember correctly, this is my place to sleep, right? Can someone explain how it has come to this? Fehn turned away, and Tina shifted to the side, both too afraid to speak. Chapter 45, The Talent Tree in the Book of Divine Winds. Once the 2 witches were pacified, Li Chi finally found the opportunity to contemplate the current situation. The skill of divine sight remained intact, while Fehn still possessed a strength level of 3. However, Tina's strength had diminished to level 2, indicating that she had yet to fully comprehend her transformation. Upon opening the profession panel, Li Chi felt a subtle headache. Priest level, 2 standard divine spells. Healing, blessing, divine light, detect, evil, might spells, special divine spells. Currently activated, pain, mind thorns, thorn, holy shield, mind whip, death sentence, stealth, shadow shift, scythe of death. Fehny's panel showed little change. But observing her usage of mind thorns as a protective aura suggested that she had upgraded this skill. As for Tina's death sentence power, it did not clarify what exactly this ability entailed. Stealth and shadow shift resembled her previous skills as a nightshade assassin, albeit without the prior gray-black smoke. Instead, they now emitted crystal-like ripples, appearing far more righteous. Regarding the scythe of death, it was a pair of scythes materialized through divine power. The physical attack effect was rather mediocre, far inferior to Sadar's breaking slash, yet it likely still possessed some psychic damage. Given the uncertainty surrounding these abilities, Li Qi hesitated to use anyone as a test subject to endure a scythe strike for observation. Overall, Tina's capabilities had not changed significantly. Rather, the effects of her skills had transformed, and she had gained a rather appealing saintly form. As for himself, the most notable alteration was the emergence of a structure reminiscent of a talent tree. The divine powers bestowed by Fehn and Tina were divided into 2 separate talents, preventing simultaneous possession. Switching to Tina's branch would grant him the abilities of stealth and instantaneous movement, an extraordinarily appealing prospect. After conducting several experiments with Tina, he confirmed that although her strength had decreased by 1 level, her abilities had seen a remarkable enhancement. Her instantaneous movement no longer relied on shadows and could be activated even in sunlight or under artificial light. When in stealth beside Li Qi, not even a trace of her presence could be sensed, only discernible through the use of divine sight. Torrens, with years of experience, surmised that unless facing a legendary-level opponent or a specialized practitioner, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect Tina while she was concealed. With this assurance, Li Qi felt considerably more at ease, deciding to allow her to venture forth to gather intelligence. This was an assignment, and additional compensation was warranted. Tina mustered her courage, advocating for her own rights. Although a monthly salary of 4 golden bulbs was substantial, she was well aware that the expenses incurred during her outings would be her own responsibility. No problem, reimbursement for all expenses. He cautioned her earnestly. You must prioritize your safety. You are no longer the little assassin you once were. Hey, do you think you can conceive just by divine connection? Li Qi sighed, contemplating that once she completed her current tasks, he should find someone to provide her with a thorough lesson in physiology. Although he failed to acquire the automatic writing tool or enlist additional help, he successfully obtained one witch, and the other had learned of her whereabouts. Thus, the outcome was far from disappointing. According to the plan devised with Terence, Li Qi intended to have Sebastian reach out to the Chamber of Commerce again. However, to his surprise, the little dragon girl appeared at his doorstep the very next day. Li Qi, as one of the 2 sole survivors of the great adventure at the Temple of Yarrow, indeed. The attendants do not count as people. You have become a star of the entire kingdom. Everyone is talking about you. It must be the blessing of the Scarlet Lady. She is truly a mysterious and formidable deity. In the study, the little dragon girl, arms crossed, wore an expression that suggested she understood everything, nearly startling Li Qi. Indeed, my lord, your divine power knows no bounds and shall surely bring new hope to Fehn. Perhaps she is the dawn goddess of the next era. Many are optimistic about our church. Since the vice president possesses such keen insight, do not fall behind. You should continue to increase your investments in our church, perhaps by prepaying for 3 more years of holy water. Li Qi played along, blowing his conch in agreement, while the little dragon girl curled her lips in disdain. Well, you can certainly handle such platitudes. You truly are the lord with the thickest skin. She sprawled lazily on the sofa, disregarding the young guard's exasperated expression, and languidly remarked, as for the matters in Conrad City. She pinched her pinky finger, appearing utterly unimpressed. Insignificant, even less than the pebbles in the river. What does the Grim Reaper's scythe matter? What does the death of thousands signify? My father, the president. They were as nervous as if the vault was opened, dragging me into meetings for half the day. I'm still just a child. They are tormenting me. She rolled about on the sofa, and Li Qi exchanged glances with the guard, who sighed in resignation. The vice president wishes to unwind, and it seems, my lord, you might have some business to discuss. It appeared the little dragon girl trusted him enough to consider this a place of respite, which Li Qi found fortuitous. Furthermore, the Chamber of Commerce was always well informed. Listening to the little dragon girl, it was clear she not only did not realize she was the Pope, but also mistakenly thought that the scythe was that of the Grim Reaper, rather than the black raven scythe. This indicated that the king either had not received the news or chose not to disclose it. Things like the heart language book are too trivial to be listed in the catalog. If you need them, I can send you a box, 100 copies for 100 gold pua. That item was merely a product of the Mage Association's apprentices practicing their source stone array engraving techniques, utterly worthless. Li Qi first inquired about writing supplies, and the little dragon girl waved her hand to settle the matter. Speaking of books, here, take this one as a complimentary gift. She rose, and the ring on her hand glimmered with a golden light. Li Qi widened his eyes as he watched her retrieve a thick, large tome from the radiant glow, its cover resembling metal. As he received it with both hands, he noted its weight. This is, gazing at the title inscribed on the cover, the Book of the Wind of Messages. Li Qi was utterly bewildered. Having endured the events at the Temple of Yarrow, and with Conrad City now ravaged by that ruthless princess, the kingdom's situation is growing increasingly tense. You too must begin to concern yourself with the movements of various factions, she said, reclining on the sofa, swinging her little legs, propping her chin on her hand, and casting a flirtatious glance at Li Qi. Unfortunately, while she was indeed beautiful, her youth made Li Qi want to smile. Her words left Li Qi unable to smile. Are you implying that this book is a unique product created in collaboration with our commercial union, the messenger god Mashioli, and the Mage Guild? By paying a certain fee, one can gain access to various information services provided by the commercial union. The little dragon girl succinctly explained the purpose of this book, and Li Qi's mind resonated with the thunderous beat of drums. It allows for instant communication with specific individuals or the sending of letters. It provides local intelligence services from each commercial temple. The owners can also communicate in real time or send letters to one another. Tasks can be posted on the bulletin boards of various commercial temples for commission or discussion. This is essentially a terminal for a divine and demonic network. He eagerly opened the book, only to find the pages shrouded in a gray haze. To activate it, one must inject divine power or utilize source stones, magic crystals, and divine crystals. The little dragon girl gazed at Li Qi's face as if the expression of wonder upon it was a delicacy. Perhaps she found comfort in the fact that she could indulge in something delightful known as earthworm through Li Qi. Initially, your church was not qualified to access the Book of Winds, she remarked, but surviving the great adventure in the temple indicates you possess some investment value. She cautioned Li Qi, who wished to infuse divine power. Don't blame me for not warning you. With your current level of strength, activating the Book of Winds will be exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, those who possess this item seldom dare to use their own power to activate it. Oh, and why is that? Li Qi inquired. You see, our commercial union concerns itself solely with commerce, indifferent to notions of good or evil. Thus, those who possess the Book of Winds include liches, mad sorcerers, demonic conjurers, fiends, and soul-sucking creatures. Perhaps while you are perusing the bulletin board of a certain temple, a devil from the abyss is also casting its gaze upon it. The little dragon girl chuckled mischievously. If a devil's intent were to trace back to your soul through your divine power, wouldn't that spell disaster for you? Hence, everyone resorts to external energy to activate this book. So this is what is meant by following the network cable to strike? Li Qi shuddered, realizing that one could not conflate the earthly internet with this divine and demonic network. In other words, I must acquire items akin to source stones. The most basic source stone costs several gold pua. Li Qi grimaced, understanding why the little dragon girl deemed him unqualified to engage with such matters, as he could hardly afford it. You mentioned investing in you. The little dragon girl replied generously, forget about the 3-year holy water advance. Lending you some divine crystals is certainly feasible. Lend? Li Qi responded warily. Usury? Don't think I would touch that. I have no desire to be surrounded by dozens of devils dispatched by you, demanding repayment. Oh, the little dragon girl gazed at him in surprise. Why does it seem like you speak from personal experience? Li Qi shrugged, offering no further comment. The souls from the earthly realm possess no notable advantages. Save for one remarkable trait, they have endured the trials of information overload from childhood to adulthood. In terms of insight, they are rather lacking. Well, let us approach this from another angle. The young dragon maiden rolled her eyes and said, you are a first-hand witness to the Conrad City incident. Compiling your experiences would yield highly valuable intelligence, which I am willing to purchase at a premium. Whatever you choose to disclose. Your status as a witness along with your divine mark will allow you to sell it to others. Truly, a cunning merchant, yet this appeals to Li Qi. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Li Qi exchanged his first-hand account of the temple's perilous adventure in a processed form. for a divine crystal valued at 3,000 gold pearls, which were, in reality, mere trinkets akin to low-grade gemstones. According to the young dragon maiden, each crystal could facilitate a letter, an instant communication, an hour of information browsing, or the registration of a commission. The divine crystals also serve another purpose. They can store spells of corresponding levels, akin to magical scrolls, though only those capable of wielding divine magic may utilize them. The fees for this divine network are indeed exorbitant. The young dragon maiden remarked, I have inscribed a divine mark in this tome, significantly reducing the costs of communication with me. This book is also a means for you to contact me. Should you require assistance, you may notify me at once, as I may no longer wish to roam freely thereafter. After this, the young dragon maiden lost interest in serious matters and requested Li Qi to show her around the castle. In the ruined bedroom, they encountered Phineas, who was tidying up the aftermath with a servant. Li Qi introduced the maid-clad Phineas to the young dragon maiden, and upon learning that she was the church's saint, the young dragon maiden scrutinized Li Qi with a peculiar gaze, revealing a smile that Li Qi recognized all too well, yet one that would never grace the face of a young girl. Subsequently, Li Qi guided her to the newly established collective farm before they toured the temple. The young dragon maiden expressed disdain for the poor infrastructure and unilaterally decided to introduce Li Qi to a construction mage to complete the unfinished work of the druid, seemingly marking the place as her personal retreat. After spending the better part of the day with Li Qi and enjoying lunch, the young dragon maiden prepared to depart. As she noticed Li Qi's gaze lingering on her hand, she followed his gaze to the spatial ring on her finger, proudly waving it. 10,000 gold pearls. If you desire, I can lend it to you. I declined, firmly resisting the temptation. In that case, here is something for you. The young dragon maiden offered another modest ring. Consider it a token of gratitude for allowing me a leisurely day. This was acceptable. Li Qi accepted it, inwardly elated to finally possess a spatial ring. Watching her depart in a carriage that soon ascended into the sky, he sighed, recognizing this as a gift undeserved. Chapter 46. The princess's entrustment. Not long after the little dragon girl departed, another visitor arrived. However, the Sunshine Man appeared quite pensive. The princess had willingly entered the divine court's prison, claiming she wished to atone for the victims of Conrad City. Was her conscience truly burdened? Li Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although it did not directly concern him. He was loath to witness the princess embark on a path of darkness akin to that of a fool. Yet, Dawn was not merely there to convey this news. He had come for another matter. Most of the survivors from Conrad City were children, aside from those who had relatives to turn to. The kingdom and the divine court needed to arrange their futures. The churches of the divine court had already taken in those under the age of 6, leaving over 300 slightly older children. The kingdom and the divine court initially intended for the noble families from remote regions to adopt them, but the princess wished to entrust these children to the esteemed viscount. Li Qi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the princess's intentions. Children above the age of 6 were capable of retaining memories. The tragedy of Conrad City and the loss of their kin would undoubtedly leave indelible scars on their hearts. The princess saved them, yet she was the very entity responsible for the slaughter of their families. Viewed from either the princess's perspective or that of the kingdom and the divine court, these children posed future complications and should not be raised alongside the younger, more impressionable ones. However, the princess felt a sense of guilt. Even if she could not provide them refuge, she did not wish to abandon them to other nobles. Even if those nobles were not inclined to exploit their vulnerability, their lives would be far from easy. Thus, Li Qi became the princess's sole option for her. He was the only one who truly understood her, or at least the only one bold enough to express that understanding. What a heartwarming trust it was. Then he chastised himself. Over 300 children had already sown the seeds of rebellion within their hearts. This was an immensely weighty responsibility. Dawn scrutinized Li Qi's visage, not missing a single nuance of his expression. Her Highness is aware that, for the Viscount, this is a considerable burden. Yet she explicitly stated that in this matter, you are the only one who can assist. At that moment, Li Qi comprehended the situation, his expression shifting to one of joy. He quickly responded, to be entrusted in such a manner by Her Highness is a tremendous honor. Please convey to her that I shall undoubtedly care for these children. He clenched his fist, speaking more directly. It is imperative that they understand Her Highness's heartfelt intentions and express their gratitude for her benevolence. Her Highness was indeed correct. The Viscount comprehended her sentiments. Dawn exhaled with relief, cheerfully adding, Her Highness will not impose the financial burden upon you alone. She understands your concerns. In addition to assuming the debts from His Majesty, She has committed to providing 10 golden ears of grain for the upbringing of each child. It was a comprehensive service. Truly, the princess was a benevolent soul. The sound of clinking coins reverberated in Li Qi's mind, filling him with elation. Raising children could hardly require such vast sums. He envisioned putting them to work on the farm. Let them start with the honorable labor of toil. There were far more pressing expenses to address at present. Your Excellency, the Viscount is indeed a kindred spirit of your Highness. Should the circumstances of the future kingdom evolve, I sincerely hope that you, dear Viscount, can. Has a gathering of individuals also formed around the princess? After seeing off done, Li Qi pondered that if he must choose a side, Princess Trescia would not be a poor option. However, the Judicator Paladin Sylvie is not one with whom peaceful coexistence is feasible. The memory of her commanding her subordinates to slay 3 maidens still churned within Li Qi's mind. Upon returning to his study, he temporarily set aside his daily transcription duties, intending to resume them only after receiving the Heart Whisper Tome. At last, he could carve out time to meticulously organize matters concerning the collective farm. Sabatian and the church apprentices had merely managed to keep the farm operational thus far. More intricate efforts were required to cultivate the farm's potential for uniting hearts. As night descended, Li Qi cast a spell of divine light, fervently inscribing his thoughts. The advantage of extraordinary power lies in its independence from industrial systems. Relying solely on one's inherent strength can address a myriad of needs. The divine light consumed little divine energy. Yet the radiance it emitted illuminated the study as brightly as day, lasting for at least a couple of hours. As he wrote, Li Qi suddenly sensed an anomaly. The shadows within the room appeared to shift. When he raised his gaze, a figure abruptly materialized, cloaked and veiled by a hood, exuding a faint gray mist. An involuntary chill ran down Li Qi's spine. Cursed be the fates, for both Talon and Tina were out gathering intelligence, leaving him without a single guard. As for Sidarl, that fellow was likely downstairs in the hall, indulging in drink, hardly a reliable protector. To make matters worse, Li Qi had been remiss, neglecting to don his full protective armor. A swirl of silvery divine light enveloped him as he rose, gathering his resolve, prepared to scream for help. Then, he would unleash upon this uninvited guest a powerful thorn of the mind. The intruder spoke in a deep tone. Do not be alarmed, Your Excellency. I am Sir Familius, and you should recall me. The aide to Princess Catherine. Li Qi's intended action faltered for a moment. Familius bowed respectfully, stating, I would not dare to ambush one who possesses the favor of the Almighty. Indeed, it was he. He had discerned Li Qi's true identity. Have you come on behalf of the king? When did His Majesty become so secretive, avoiding contact with his subjects, and sending messengers who dare not reveal their true visage? Li Qi did not lower his guard. A wave of dread washed over him. The king had uncovered his trump card, and this visit was likely to confront him. Join me, or perish. He could almost envision the king's expression as he uttered those words. Your Excellency harbors misunderstandings about us. This is, of course, an unspeakable secret of the royal family. As for my appearance, I hope it does not frighten you. Familius unfurled his cloak and removed his hood. Beneath the brilliant divine light, his form and visage were laid bare. It was not he, but she, with a slender figure, a delicate waist, and a generous bosom. She was not at all inferior to the countess. However, the visage upon her neck was truly horrifying. Upon discerning her features, Li Qi nearly gasped. Her lips and nostrils were askew, and countless scars, either burns or lacerations, twisted the flesh, marring what could have been a captivating beauty into something akin to a demon. The pale brown irises that fixed upon Li Qi exhibited an expression that transitioned from shock to calm, remaining steadfastly devoid of emotion. She donned her hood once more and, with a voice as hoarse as a man's, remarked, It appears this way is more comfortable for the Viscount. Your complete absence would be far more comfortable. Familia continued, I come on behalf of Princess Catherine. Her Highness and His Majesty the King are not one and the same. The rumors, it seemed, were indeed unreliable. Li Qi, harboring a glimmer of hope, inquired, So, have you informed His Majesty the King of the events that transpired? We are solely responsible for seizing the sacred artifact. Anything beyond that, including excavating the ruins, is not within our purview. We were unaware that matters in Conrad's city would escalate to such an extent. Familia's insinuation was unmistakably clear. In a certain sense, His Majesty the King merely collaborates with us. What to report to the king is up to our discretion. This was a veiled threat. Then, what can I do for Her Highness the Princess? Li Qi feigned timidity, thinking that as long as it did not involve becoming a consort, other matters could be negotiated. Much like the Viscount, the princess also had a deity backing her, though their connection was not as profound as that between the Viscount and the lady in crimson. Familia's raspy voice lacked the alluring, deep resonance that captivated. It was rather unpleasant, reminiscent of Princess Catherine's own predicament. It was not yet the time to discuss specific actions. My purpose here is to meet with the Viscount and establish the necessary connections. Memories of the experiences within the Temple of Death flashed through Li Qi's mind, and he felt a sense of resolve, speaking with an air of compassion. How is Princess Catherine faring? What schemes does the Lady of Night have in store for her? If the princess seeks to escape the clutches of the witch, perhaps I could offer assistance. During my time in the underground temple, my divine power should have already affected her. You. It was now Familia's turn to be taken aback. She offered a wry smile. Indeed. That old coot Vander has spoken too much, and the princess's attitude towards you has been rather explicit. She added earnestly. Given your awareness of the connection with the Lady of Night, Viscount, are you certain you wish to involve yourself? The tides of fortune shift, and Li Qi felt a headache coming on. He wished to distance himself from the murky waters surrounding the Lady of Night as much as possible. Rest assured, what we are undertaking bears no relation to you or your church. The situation regarding the princess is not yet at a point that necessitates immediate action. The Viscount need not worry about the Lady of Night taking action against you or your church. The kingdom's upheaval is merely a prelude, and Fehn is on the cusp of a significant transformation. The more players that enter the stage, the more the lady delights. Li Qi nodded. This indeed aligned with the temperament of the Lady of Night. As for Fehn's profound transformation, although his power is remarkably feeble, he is, in essence, one of the concealed players lurking in the shadows. He inquired with a hint of doubt. So, your visit this time is genuinely merely a greeting? Indeed, besides that, I hope to establish some mutual understanding. For instance, it is imperative that the fact the princess is a sorceress remains undisclosed. Otherwise, the revelation of my position as the pontiff of the Crimson Lady would inevitably become public knowledge. Your acumen is commendable. Such discretion is indeed necessary. Yet, how can my humble stature compare to that of your highness? Moreover, the public announcement of my role as pontiff would, at least on the surface, not yield dire repercussions. Might it not serve to add some weight to our negotiations? Li Qi, I detect a whiff of mercantilism about you. The decline of my family estate has left me with little choice. In the brief exchange, the two engaged in another skirmish, this time to the detriment of Familia. Your insight is impressive. Familia echoed his previous sentiments, though her tone had shifted. We hold certain expectations for you. Perhaps in the future, our paths may converge. A small token of goodwill. I hope you do not find it objectionable. Her figure wavered, and though she seemed to have made no motion, 3 golden notes now lay upon Li Qi's tattered desk. 3,000 gold pure, alongside the 4,000 gold pure gifted by Princess Telesia, as well as the advance payment for the holy water. Li Qi suddenly found himself a man of considerable wealth. This could be regarded as yet another lucrative fortune amidst his struggles against the Temple of Death. Familia continued, when the time is right, I shall elucidate the pertinent matters in detail. Until then, I hope you will refrain from drawing any undue attention. Her following words were grave and earnest. The kingdom is on the brink of greater upheaval. Now is not an opportune moment for a viscount to emerge. That is my desire as well, Li Qi replied sincerely. Essentially, he was a reclusive individual who preferred not to venture into perilous escapades if he could avoid it. Now that his finances were ample, he could dedicate himself to cultivating his land. Then, I shall take my leave. Familia turned, her cloak billowing as she prepared to vanish. Suddenly, Li Qi recalled a crucial matter. Wait, was I ever particularly close to Princess Catherine? Familia's form stilled in the air, her voice drifting softly from outside the window. You shall inquire of her in due course. Chapter 47. The true meaning of death. The river flowing through the town of Prel was once nameless, but it has now been christened as the Crimson River by the Lord. The townsfolk find this name quite fitting, as when the red mustard grass grows on the opposite bank, it presents a scene of vivid scarlet. Several newly constructed stone bridges span the riverbanks, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated and decaying town, the western bank resembling a vibrant settlement. Farmers clad in coarse linen tunics, donned with straw hats and sandals, bustle to and fro in the pentagram-shaped town and the expansive fields. They carry burdens, push carts, and wield hoes, each engaged in diligent toil. Not only are farmers busy, but children also flit about in the fields and town, attending to minor tasks like cleaning, their energy seemingly boundless. Occasionally, those who indulge in idleness are scolded by apprentices from the church, dressed in similar linen robes. their waists cinched with red sashes. Richie, garbed in the same linen robe and straw sandals, strolled along the riverbank, listening to the report from the steward, Sabadian. While the arrangements for the children's food and lodging were manageable, the daily tasks assigned to them were overwhelming, making it impossible to supervise effectively. The apprentices sent by the church could barely manage the farmers. Very well, my lord. But the farmers and children must attend 2 hours of literacy and writing lessons each day. Is this truly necessary? It will take at least 2 or 3 years for them to become proficient. This cannot be neglected. Lacking motivation? Have the incentive methods I devised not been utilized? Those who write and read more will earn additional points. With ample points, they can level up, reaching a maximum of 99 levels, and upon completion, there are 5-star and 5-diamond rewards to be earned. We cannot afford to skimp on teaching literacy and record-keeping. Recruit individuals from the villages surrounding Conrad City. The populace there is anxious, all seeking new opportunities. If scratching one's head could yield solutions, Sabadian would have been left with a shredded scalp. After meticulously organizing the farm, he had hoped for a respite, only to find that the Lord had suddenly thrust over 300 orphans into his care. The Lord also insisted that these orphans work alongside the farmers, learning to read and write. What was the purpose of all this? Sabadian, do not overthink. Simply do your best. Richie advised, projecting an air of confidence, though uncertainty gnawed at him. The collective farm served as the church's secondary incubation pool, with farmers and orphans as 2 distinct batches of raw material. To establish a tiered cultivation system for extraordinary power was beyond his capabilities. Currently, the focus must remain on doctrine and the apprentices from the church, as the core incubation process had yet to be developed and not a single apprentice had matured into a cleric. As for this place, Richie confided his true intentions to Sabadian. Aside from literacy being imperative, everything else was at his discretion. The guiding principle was to ensure that both adults and children here labored tirelessly, willingly, and with fervent enthusiasm. Naturally, they must also be kept well-fed, warmly clothed, and comfortably rested. Richie's brows furrowed slightly. Was he certain he wasn't being sarcastic? The steward possessed a particular strength when assigned specific tasks devoid of philosophical ponderings. He could diligently execute the requirements to the best of his ability. Once Sabadian departed, the air revealed crystalline contours, coalescing into distinct silhouettes. These 2 young women, though they appeared to be at peace in public, were subtly vying for supremacy behind the scenes. Tina referred to Talents as uncle, a clear jab at Phineas, who, in turn, addressed Talents as grandfather. Nevertheless, it seemed they truly were no longer in contention. Liqui found himself more concerned about becoming their target. Let us stroll over, Liqui suggested. Initially, Tina remained silent, but as they walked, she began to murmur. The slave market in the royal capital, particularly the trade of elves, half-elves, is rampant. I observed for 3 days, and each day at least 20 to 30 half-elves were sold into the hands of various nobles. Many more were sent to the eastern port of Copper Gong, destined for overseas markets, crammed into cages, making it impossible to ascertain their exact numbers. The majority of slaves were still humans, mostly children. Those deemed unattractive were shipped abroad for unknown purposes, while only the beautiful ones remained. Slave traders selected the sturdiest individuals, administering various potions and employing all manner of instruments on them. I dared not approach. I could not witness the specifics. Yet the sounds within always transitioned from screams to moans, and then back to screams, occasionally punctuated by what sounded like mad laughter. Halflings formed a significant portion of the slave trade as well. It was astonishing that the nobles would not spare even those entirely covered in fur. Slave traders would shave halfling girls, dye their hair in pink, silver, and other vivid hues, fashioning it into pigtails, and use magic to alter their throats, rendering them only able to speak in high-pitched tones. I fail to comprehend whom they intend to amuse with such monstrosities. They must be even more repulsive beings themselves. Are you solely fixated on the slave trade? Liqui sighed. Yet understanding her background and recognizing his own uncertainty in gathering intelligence, his instructions were rather vague. It was natural for Tina to focus on matters that concerned her deeply. How did the Lady of Death's divine role align with your temperament? Liqui pondered, recalling that the young dragoness had delivered the tome, the primordial god, which contained a brief account of the Lady of Death. This deity was quite peculiar. Whenever calamity struck a region or someone faced a grisly fate, she would manifest in the form of a raven. Over time, she became an omen of death. The mere sight of her bizarre raven incarnation instilled profound terror in people. The Lady of Death existed before the age, in what is referred to as the Dark Era, which transpired tens of thousands of years ago. Although she is called the First Reaper, she did not wield core divine authority associated with death, such as that over the deceased. After the onset of the age, she vanished, presumably supplanted or absorbed by subsequent reapers. When Lequi contemplated the murmurs from the shadowy scythe within the Hall of Death, he surmised that the divine role of the Lady of Death might not be death itself, but rather the proclamation of death. Hence, what connection could there be between the proclamation of death and Tina's sensitive, pointed ears? All things eventually return to their end. Every soul encounters death. The terror of mortality. The sweet nourishment. As Rick pondered these thoughts, Tina suddenly halted. Before them stood a farmer pushing a cart. Staring blankly at Tina, his expression remarkably vivid. Rick scrutinized him for a moment before recognizing who he was. The body retrieval worker and fisherman, Round Hook Hall. When the temple was established, he was among the first devout followers summoned, and both Rick and Talons held high hopes for him, believing he possessed the potential to become a clergyman. However, unexpectedly, during his duty as a body retrieval worker, he succumbed to his twisted desires and assaulted Tina, who was still in a state of drifting. As a result, Tina severed his most vital connection. Naturally, neither Rick nor Talons anticipated any transformation from him. Observing him now diligently performing his tasks, Rick's initial revulsion diminished considerably, giving way to a faint sense of sympathy. Why choose such perverse actions when there are countless honorable pursuits? Does he not realize that those who engage in such acts are held in greater contempt than robbers, thieves, or rapists? Perhaps he believes that merely appearing before Tina and Rick constitutes an immense sin. Rick turned to look at Tina. The half-elf maiden appeared lost and uncertain. As Tina's figure began to waver, Rick grasped her arm. Do not flee. If you still consider him a savior, why would you run away? If you regard him as an enemy who harmed you, there is even less reason to evade him. If you feel indebted to him, then you should apologize and seek a way to make amends. He gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly. In any case, you have no reason to hide from him. After a brief silence, the half-elf maiden nodded slightly, laboriously stepping forward to stand before Round Hook. Stammering, she spoke. No need to bow about those previous matters. You have already paid a price. There is no reason for you to still bow to me. Round Hook was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 48. The second doctrine. Yuan Hook never anticipated that he would encounter the specter that haunted his dreams each night. He pondered whether it might have been better had she ended his life with a single stroke on that fateful day. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Why? Oh, why? From his childhood, he yearned to be a good person, to lead a life of normalcy. As his father lay dying, he lamented his career as a corpse retrieval worker, grasping Yuan Hook's hand and urging him to relocate, to forsake the family trade. In that moment, he had acquiesced. However, after burying his father, he realized he lacked the means to even move away. Moreover, would relocation truly alter his fate? The stench of fish clung to him, perhaps some would tolerate it, but once his past was unveiled, who would choose to associate with him? From the moment he aided his father in retrieving the first corpse from the river, he understood why his peers shunned him. For others, no matter how thoroughly they cleansed themselves or masked their scent with fragrant herbs, the odor of death could never be concealed. To him, the foulness of decay was infinitely worse than that of fish, yet he perceived little distinction between the two. The son of a corpse retriever, such an identity was forever tainted with that odor. Even if one were to peel away his skin, the stench of death would remain. As a child, he suffered a beating at the town's entrance, and thereafter, he dared not approach it again. His dealings were conducted from a distance, with merchants and church-sanctioned corpse handlers alike donning masks, treating him as if he were a leper, eager to conclude their business in haste. These experiences, though initially jarring, eventually became a part of his existence, and life was not always so grim. The clothes, money, and jewelry scavenged from the deceased transformed from unexpected windfalls into a stable income. Compared to the impoverished and many townsfolk, he could hardly be deemed destitute. Occasionally, he ventured to neighboring towns, even to the northern city of Conrad, where he could indulge in drinks and conversation, alleviating the burdens of his heart. However, the broader world was ever observant, and it was not the first time his true identity was unveiled. Each revelation felt akin to his soul being plunged into boiling water, initially bearable, but as time wore on, the anguish became excruciating, until he felt utterly numb. Like fish reduced to a pulp, the crux of his torment lay not in the foul smell that assailed his nostrils, but in the gaze of others, which rendered him a grotesque specter in their eyes. Unable to find a wife, he resorted to the dead. Who was he truly harming? He was not a deviant. Yet society branded him as such. If he was to be perceived in that light, why should he constrain himself? Occasionally, Yuan Hook entertained such thoughts. Yet he recognized them as mere self-soothing illusions. After each encounter, a fleeting sense of pleasure would arise, only to be followed by an overwhelming revulsion, compelling him to wish to sever his own manhood. Each night, he found himself restless, plagued by fears of vengeful spirits seeking to strangle him and extract his heart. 2 months prior, he had uncovered a treasure map and some money upon a corpse, igniting a fervor within him to embrace the life of an adventurer and embark on a new journey. Yet, as the light of the little saint enveloped his being, the pain long buried beneath the stench of decay resurfaced, memories swirling vividly in his mind like a relentless tide. He yearned to be a good person, to be a normal individual, to unite with others, and to bring joy to their lives through his existence and efforts. Indeed, it was a philosophy of mutual support, each for all, and all for each. He felt that his life had found its purpose, dedicating his days to the church's construction site. With every bead of sweat that fell upon the ground, he felt a sense of fulfillment blossom within him. Eventually, as the temple was completed, he caught a glimpse of the goddess and sang her praises. He experienced a rebirth. Round Hook swore that on that fateful day, when he retrieved the lifeless body with its long, pale legs, he initially harbored no particular thoughts. Well, perhaps that was only at the outset. He could not recall whether it was a habitual gesture or a deliberate intention, or if it was merely an accidental touch. Nonetheless, he could not avoid the act of retrieving the corpse. Yet, he could not deny that upon witnessing such a fresh cadaver, with its glistening skin, he felt an undeniable urge to swallow. When his hand made contact, his mind was indeed flooded with certain thoughts. Thus, he believed he was not unjust in his feelings. He had not only desecrated Tina but also sullied the hope bestowed upon him by the goddess. However, why was his fate more tragic than that of the mud-stained peasants on the mountain? Was it solely because he was a corpse retriever? Was this identity thrust upon him simply because he was the son of a grave digger? Was he destined to forever carry the stench of both body and soul? To never attain redemption in this life? You too have paid the price. There is no reason for you to bow before me. The clear voice of the half-elf girl filled Round Hook with immense shame, fear, and an overwhelming sense of pain and injustice. He dared not raise his gaze to meet hers, burying his head in the ground and weeping silently. The girl continued, I have yet to thank you. After all, you pulled me from the river and saved my life. Her words became slightly more fluent. If you have any requests, I will do my utmost to assist. Money is not an issue. Round Hook's heart raced. He recognized her connection to the Lord, which might present an opportunity. Speaking of the church, he felt emboldened and lifted his head to declare, I wish to continue my training. I want to be with everyone. The girl paused. Realizing that this matter was beyond her power, Uncle Talons had pronounced his death sentence. Observing the expression on her face, Round Hook's heart sank, and he forced a smile, saying, It's all right. If it doesn't work out, that's fine too, for I am. His voice trailed off. I am a corpse retriever. The girl gazed at his expression, suddenly touched by something within her. She exclaimed, What of being a corpse retriever? Does that inherently make one a villain? Irredeemable and utterly wicked? Just because of what you may have done in the past, does that define the entire profession? Must it be so? Even devils have the right to embrace the light. Why then should a corpse retriever be deemed a bad person, deprived of faith and the chance to belong with others? In recent days, the young girl found herself deeply stirred, her emotions entwined with past experiences as she spoke passionately about the elven race. Elves were once a noble lineage. Why then do people now react with lewd expressions at the mere mention of them? Why are they questioned about their lineage, their unions? Why is it that nobles and commoners alike pitch their tents at the sight of pointed ears? Thousands of years ago, elves oppressed humanity and were subsequently driven away, rendered as the defeated. But does this justify the continued humiliation and torment of elves and half-elves today? Are grave diggers not living beings? Are elves not living beings? Regardless of profession or race, we all inhabit Fehn, we all subsist through labor, we all have parents and children, and we all yearn for happiness. We are fundamentally the same. Everyone, whether noble or commoner, grave digger or half-elf, are we not all alike? As she spoke, her voice faltered with emotion, tears glistening as she addressed the grave digger. Lift your head. You, grave digger. If you seek enlightenment, if you wish to attain faith, then declare it boldly. Grave diggers possess that right. Turning to Riki with conviction, she asserted, He shall agree. If he does not, I. Her voice trailed off. Her earlier fervor dimmed as she remembered who paid her wages. At that moment, Riki was profoundly shaken. The expression of the grave digger began to transform as Tina's words resonated, his gaze igniting with a familiar gleam, employing his divine sight. Riki discerned a faint luminescence within the grave digger, a glow reminiscent of devoted followers, rekindling with renewed intensity. Strangely, it was not the cool, white light ignited by Fehn, but rather akin to Tina's crystalline holy glow. Devoted. Death. Upon witnessing such a symbol upon the grave digger, Riki gasped. Death, it was this meaning. With this revelation, excitement surged within him. Indeed, death could truly be interpreted in this manner. The fear of death serves as a starting point, an inherent trait of humanity. A prerequisite for the very concept of mortals. Mortals cherish life, pursue happiness, indulge in pleasures, and yearn for immortality, all desires trace back to this fundamental fear. We are all the same. This is not the sole interpretation of the death priesthood, however, akin to Fehn's painful priesthood, which elucidates how suffering awakens awareness and prompts the search for truth. Could not this aspect derived from the death priesthood serve as a new pillar? Gravedigger, you may continue your journey of self-cultivation. Responding to Tina's hopeful gaze, Riki smiled. This gravedigger still possessed a soul, striving for goodness. A paragon of virtue akin to a lotus blossoming from the mire, especially when compared to certain peers in the earthly realm. Tina rejoiced, while the gravedigger bowed his head fervently in gratitude. Though such an act contradicted the teachings Riki had discerned from Tina, the timing was not yet ripe. For the moment, this would suffice. Thank you, Riki. Tina leaned closer to him, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. She felt a surge of nervousness. Those words I just said were merely casual remarks, not directed at you. I am just like you, Li Qi. You are absolutely right. We are indeed alike. Li Qi instinctively reached out, akin to how he would when he noticed Fehn making progress, yearning to tousle her hair. Moreover, you articulated that beautifully, I owe you my gratitude. However, as his hand extended, he realized she was not Fehn. The disparity in their heights was too significant, and she could not be treated like a child. Tina initially turned her head away, for she had an aversion to the act of having her head ruffled, fearing it would brush against her ears. Yet, upon seeing Li Qi's gentle smile, she hesitated to pull away. This employer, surprisingly, tolerated her rather audacious remarks. He truly was a commendable employer. Wait, Li Qi was no longer merely her employer. Their relationship had evolved into something more profound. Therefore, even if it involved her ears, it should be permissible, shouldn't it? In an instant, the half-elf's mind raced through various considerations, her head first tilted outward, then inward, allowing Li Qi to ruffle her hair, as their heights were quite comparable. At that moment, Li Qi had retracted his hand. Observing her posture, he raised his hand once more, unwilling to disregard the girl's kind intentions. Upon noticing Li Qi's withdrawal, Tina quickly tilted her head again, feeling rather embarrassed that even when she offered, he did not ruffle her hair. Thus, their hands and heads engaged in a playful dance, akin to a game of Tai Chi. Chapter 49. Who is a friend? Who is an enemy? At the heart of the farming town lies a circular plaza, dominated by a 3-story stone edifice. The first level of this structure serves as the administrative center for the farm, where officials distribute supplies and welfare, record points, and assess ranks. The second floor houses the archives, while the third is reserved for the offices of senior administrators, currently occupied by Sabadian and Talons. Sabadian is outside coordinating specific tasks, while Talon's office walls are plastered with notes, and he continues to affix more. Leading the way is Liqui, followed closely by Tina. Both of their faces flushed with color. Liqui radiates joy and satisfaction, while Tina appears shy, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. For a fleeting moment, Talons feels his beliefs waver slightly. Observing their demeanor, he wonders if they had engaged in some indiscretion outside. First it was Fehn, and now Tina. Liqui's methods of purifying witches are rather questionable, leading Talons to ponder whether the goddess's divine duties encompass such matters. Yet, aside from Feh's age, their mutual consent seems to render their actions unobjectionable, devoid of any noble pretense. Talons deems it prudent to offer a subtle reminder. Clearing his throat, he remarks, "My lord, it is perhaps wiser to conduct important matters in a more discreet location." Indeed, you are quite right. Liqui, misinterpreting the elder's intent as an explanation for not summoning him, beams with satisfaction while surveying the intelligence wall. Talons opens his mouth to speak, but the youth's rare exuberance prompts him to refrain from disturbing the pontiff's good spirits. The current situation is as follows. Talons has organized the intelligence he gathered over the past few days, presenting it according to the dynamics of the kingdom's power structure. The king is represented as a line. Beneath a paper adorned with a crown, a list of names follows, each associated with various events. Princess Catherine is linked to the incident in Conrad City. The king's chief attendant, the grand commander of the kingdom's Knight Order, the legendary Baron Numenal, is connected to the northern actions against the remnants of rebellious farmers. The king's second attendant, Sir Major, is associated with the hiring records of adventurer guilds in the capital and several other cities. The Night Ladies' Church, which has a temple on the outskirts of the capital, is linked to numerous records of personnel and supplies entering and exiting. Previously, we only observed the discord between the divine court and the king. Yet it now appears we have overlooked a more significant conflict within the kingdom, the strife within the divine court itself. Talon states, in truth, the schism between these factions has existed from the outset. We simply did not anticipate it would escalate to such proportions. The king's machinations remain unclear for the time being. But with the assurances from Familius and the support of Princess Tracia, Lequi believes it does not pose an immediate threat. Familius has hinted that a monumental upheaval in the kingdom is imminent, yet Lequi finds himself at a loss. Now, Talons has provided a rough overview of the kingdom's situation through underground channels, revealing a previously overlooked dark blot on the landscape. The kingdom of the Divine Court is divided into two factions, the Headquarters faction and the Kingdom faction, which have shown signs of irreconcilable conflict. Li Qi had already perceived this in the Hall of the Dead. What he initially thought to be an isolated incident turned out to be merely a ripple in a larger tide. Trecia's decision to imprison herself serves not only to soothe her conscience but also to bridge the rift between the Headquarters and Kingdom factions. His knowledge of the historical evolution of the loyal Divine Court was limited, and he lacked clarity regarding the demands and strengths of both factions. Fortunately, he had the seasoned veteran, Terence, by his side. The loyal Divine Court was originally established alongside the Tudorian Empire, with the supreme deity being the god of nobility, Sif. However, as the Tudorian Empire fractured, the court underwent numerous transformations, gradually falling into decline. The Church of the Guardian God, headquartered in Urxiong, supplanted the original god of nobility's church, establishing a new court. The independent kingdoms needed a moral justification and thus collaborated with the new court, allowing it to set up branches within their realms, thereby reuniting the faith in the loyal deities. Over the centuries, with the support of local branches, the loyal Divine Court upheld the city of Urxiong. The kingdoms, in turn, relied on the banner of the loyal Divine Court to consolidate their royal authority and stabilize the noble rule. Terence narrated the historical evolution of the loyal Divine Court with great eloquence, leaving Li Qi with a clearer understanding. In essence, the Headquarters faction of the court aligns with the ecclesiastical faction, while the Kingdom faction represents the nobility. Even in the demonic world of Fehn, historical patterns remain relevant, and Li Qi recognized many familiar figures from his past life within the Divine Court. The Viscount was correct. The Headquarters faction comprises two types of individuals. One group, mainly from the upper echelons, seeks to maintain their power and continue their lavish lifestyles in Urxiong, while the branches act as conduits, perpetually channeling benefits to them. Terence, as a former high-ranking church official, offered a profound analysis of the loyal Divine Court. The other group consists largely of mid-level and grassroots personnel, ambitious clergymen who, like any devout and pure priest, yearn for a more cohesive court structure and a stricter ecclesiastical command. They do not desire the current disarray, where the court is composed of numerous churches, each distinct from the Headquarters. Li Qi nodded and continued, stating that the Kingdom faction is rather straightforward. They comprise the noble class of the kingdoms, intent on perpetuating the feudal system and maintaining their dominance. However, among the two categories within the Headquarters faction, the first exploits the second, while the latter seeks to undermine or even sever their hold over the kingdoms. Given this trajectory, it is conceivable that a version of the English Church's confrontation with the Roman papacy might unfold in Fehn. In the Kingdom of Hadron, the influence of the Headquarters faction within the Church of Came is substantial. The court's bishop, Rune, also serves as the cardinal high priest of the Came Church's kingdom branch. Although he is a man of the kingdom, he is widely regarded as favoring the Urxiong Headquarters. Other members within the court, such as the churches of the God of Nobility, the God of Knights, and the Goddess of Arts, can be considered part of the Kingdom faction, as these churches were established by local nobility and have little connection to Urxiong. The headquarters of the Divine Court's Urxiong is nearly equivalent to that of the Came Church. The ultimate aspiration of many factions within the headquarters is to have the Kame Church assimilate other churches, establishing a singular, colossal church that would govern the nation, or even the entire continent. However, due to the fact that the god of guardians, Kame, cannot instigate a divine war to eliminate his allies, such ambitions remain mere thoughts. As Talon spoke, Liqui curled his lip in disdain. Even if they were to eliminate the nobility and establish a church state, little would change. They would merely replace the nobles with priests. The methods of governance would remain unchanged. This thought left Talon somewhat perplexed. But he hesitated to inquire whether other forms of governance existed, fearing it would make him appear foolish. Nevertheless, the power of the headquarters faction was formidable. Bishop Ruin, for instance, was a legendary figure. Most of the high-ranking clergy within the Kame Church were affiliated with the headquarters faction. The church's paladin order boasted over 200 hero-level paladins, their strength surpassing that of the kingdom's knightly orders. More importantly, Talon shifted the conversation to a realm he was more familiar with. The Kame Church of Urshiang is the most potent force on the continent, with over 10 publicly acknowledged legends. Furthermore, it has close ties with the Merchant Guild and the Mage Guild, sharing significant mutual interests. Talon's proposed what he considered a bold yet feasible suggestion, one that was part of his prepared strategy for the Crimson Church's short and mid-term external development. We could find a way to connect with the headquarters faction, allowing us to escape the whirlpool of the kingdom. The headquarters would likely welcome a nascent deity. Li Qi shot him a sidelong glance, and then be used as a pawn, tossed into the fray. Such occurrences could be understood simply by examining the history of China. Even a high school student should possess the political acumen to comprehend this. Talons, having only served as a senior member of a small church, lacked experience in power struggles. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, he suddenly became aware of the gravity of the situation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, the Viscount had seen through the ruse. The best way to utilize an incoming outsider was to employ them as a sacrificial pawn. Despite being merely a youth and a lowly Viscount, Talons regarded Li Qi with newfound respect. He hastily presented his prepared middle ground strategy. Then our best option is to align with the royal faction. With the Viscount's rapport with Princess Telesia and our ongoing church promotion through the Countess, securing a stable position within the royal faction should not prove difficult. Even if the royal faction faces suppression from the headquarters faction, they cannot entirely eradicate it. We would still have room to survive. Only by surviving can we discuss development. Li Qi fixed his gaze on Talons for several seconds, making him feel somewhat uneasy, before finally speaking. Talons, what you propose is opportunism. From the very beginning, we must establish some fundamental truths. Whether it be the king, the divine court, the church faction, or the royal faction, these are merely facades. He cast a glance at the myriad of papers adorning the wall, contemplating that they all represented enemies, merely differing in proximity and timing. In general terms, it is imperative to discern who our friends are and who our foes may be. Once this clarity is achieved, we must further examine the prevailing primary and secondary conflicts within the entirety of Fehn, as well as the transformations that occur between these conflicts. Additionally, we shall consider the fundamental and subordinate contradictions within the kingdom itself. The primary conflict dictates our long-term strategy. Those who find themselves on the declining and decaying side of this primary conflict become our enduring adversaries. While they may temporarily appear to be in opposition to us, causing us trouble, there also exist forces within this primary conflict that bear irreconcilable contradictions with the enemy, and these are potential allies we can unite with. The words of Li Qi stirred a tempest within Terrence's heart. This is it. Following the principles of 5 virtues, 4 beauties, and 3 loves, he finally encountered this peculiar yet profoundly rational and orderly discourse once more. Terrence, we are not merely conducting business with the aim of growth and expansion. Our goal is to let the brilliance of our Lord illuminate the entirety of Fehn. We cannot plan our actions based on whether the next step is profitable or safe. A familiar glimmer sparkled in Li Qi's eyes, reminiscent of the moment when the first doctrine was established. The old man vaguely sensed something, feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive. However, regarding our Lord's doctrine, indeed, Terrence, we have formulated a second doctrine that can resolve the quandary of discerning friends from foes. Li Qi's elation stemmed from this very realization. He had uncovered yet another cornerstone, and perhaps the most significant one, to guide everyone's faith towards revolution. With anticipation, he declared, "Tonight, we shall hold a meeting of life." Chapter 50, Life Meeting, reflecting on suffering and truth. Do not concern yourselves with size or rank. Tonight, we are all equals. We are all colleagues. In the cramped hall of the temple, Li Qi invited everyone to sit on small wooden stools arranged in front of the wooden stumps, forming a line to partake in the fruits. Talents like talents, Fei and I. Tina and Lily, along with Yoshi Chao, Dan, Pei Young, Ganbai Te, and Yuan Jihook, Paul, along with 10 other apprentices who excelled, particularly in farm management, demonstrating neither negligence nor arrogance. Including Li Qi, there were a total of 18 individuals, apart from talents. The others were unaware of what was to transpire. When Yuan Jihook appeared and joined them, some apprentices were puzzled, others contemplative, some joyful, and some serene. No one displayed disdain, nor did anyone deliberately distance themselves from him, which brought Li Qi great comfort. Talons indeed possessed a discerning eye, selecting individuals of considerable merit. Our first tenet is that understanding suffering opens our eyes, allowing us to perceive reality and uncover the truth. Before Li Qi lay a wooden stand, upon which a book of heartfelt words was spread open. He had not prepared a speech, but instead displayed his thoughts on the pages, making adjustments as he went. Li Qi first cast a warning glance at 2 witches engaged in a silent confrontation, then surveyed the crowd, slowing his pace as he spoke. Tonight, our hearts are intertwined. Each person's suffering is shared by their peers, and each person's shame is a collective burden. Do not hold back. Open your hearts to your colleagues and to our Lord. With a sharp crack, Talons broke a leg off his stool. Stan, would you like to go first? Li Qi called out, offering the old priest a reassuring glance. This was the first time that the old priest and the witches would not need to step down. Very well. Stan's gaze was resolute as he gathered his thoughts and began to speak. Under Li Qi's divine observation, a faint aura shimmered around Stan, indicating that his words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. At first, I believed my suffering stemmed from their loss. Now I realize that the true cause of my pain is my inability to act. He raised his hand, examining his palm. I am young, healthy, and strong. My parents took me to the fields, to chop wood, and to dig for tubers. And I did not shirk my duties. Why? Why could I not use these hands to ensure their survival, to grant them a better life? He choked back tears, asking, why can I not even sustain myself? Had I not joined the church, even with relentless toil, I might not have lived to see 30. Is this truly the meaning of my existence? Some apprentices began to weep. Nearly all present shared similar experiences with Stan, even Yuan Jihook, whose childhood was marked by comparable hardships. Li Qi spoke gently. I have said, do not harbor any reservations. From the moment we bathe in our Lord as holy light, we become colleagues, and as long as we do not betray our faith, this identity remains unalterable. Ganbai Te summoned his courage. My mother served as a maid in the castle over a decade ago. She mentioned that the former Viscount had, well, crossed paths with her, and I found myself pondering the possibility that I might be. I knew you would say that, Stan remarked with tears in his eyes. Laughing, you thought you were an illegitimate child, didn't you? Fortunately, Rick was not seated on that small wooden stool. Otherwise, he would have suffered a mishap akin to Terrence's. The Viscount. No, Sir Rick, please hear me out. I was foolish back then. Now, whenever I recall those moments, I wish I could bury my head in the ground. I grew up to resemble my father, with a prominent nose and thick eyebrows. Gambit, blushing with embarrassment, explained further. Yet during the time, when I was hungry and cold, I couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. The most agonizing part was when the Viscount was still a young master, going to the imperial capital for training. It felt as though my heart was being carved by knives and branded by hot irons. I felt an overwhelming shame. I was filled with resentment towards my mother and the former Viscount, believing I too deserved such opportunities. If I could train, I could become a professional, wield extraordinary powers, and provide for my family, ensuring they lived comfortably. Eventually, I realized I was not an illegitimate child. Yet I still yearned to train. I secretly ventured to a northern town seeking the knightly order, aspiring to become an apprentice. His cheeks contorted slightly, the knight on guard, I suppose, was merely a squire or even an apprentice himself. He asked how many gold coins I could offer, and I was left dumbfounded. He kicked me to the ground, berating me for thinking a commoner could enter the order. Later, I learned that one must offer several gold coins to even be considered by the order. Gambit clenched his fists. Why? Why must one have gold coins to pursue training and become a professional? Why must commoners remain commoners for life? If Stan's account left everyone with a mouthful of salt. Gambit's tale was akin to swallowing a fiery concoction, followed by the apprentice Asna offering them a sharp tang of fruit acidity. 2 or 3 years prior, Asna accompanied her mother to the northern town to sell vegetables, where she caught the eye of a priest from the music goddess church. However, The condition for her apprenticeship was for her mother to undergo a painful procedure, which they claimed would only hurt for a moment and would heal, all for free. My mother agreed, and I regret not stopping her at that moment. Asna wept, managing to articulate her story only after a prolonged struggle. I could never comprehend why we sold ourselves only to be met with deception. Is this world nothing but suffering for us? A faint glow emanated from Asna. As she deeply felt the pain, her soul taking a step closer to the goddess. One by one, the apprentices recounted their endured hardships, savoring the pain within their suffering. Finally, it was Round Hook's turn, and he spoke calmly. Everyone is aware that I am a corpse fisherman, and I have committed heinous acts. The most painful aspect is my desire to amend my ways, to atone, yet the entire world stands in opposition to my efforts. Even I have come to believe that I was destined, from birth, to be a villain simply because I am the son of a corpse fisherman. Why can't a corpse fisherman be a good person? Why must a corpse fisherman be despised? He grinned widely and said, however, I have now found the answer. I shall no longer fear the reproaches of others nor evade their disdain. I will adhere to the teachings of the Lord wholeheartedly, for the sake of all. The discourse of Yuan Go veered the atmosphere from its previous course. Just as Li Qi was about to speak, Tina suddenly stood up, seemingly wishing to support her comrade. Initially, she was not meant to participate, yet Tina had chosen to join, and Li Qi would not impede her. Tina, shaking her small fist, fervently declared, as many of you know, I am a half-elf, possessing those long features. Many nobles keep slaves like me, indulging their grotesque desires through generations. In the adventurer's party, even if I do not reveal those traits, others cast strange glances at me, and some even wish to sell me to slave traders. Li Qi finally comprehended why, despite being a third-tier professional, she remained impoverished, accepting a guard task for merely 1 gold ear of corn each month. Her dignity lasting no longer than 10 seconds. She was constantly scrutinized by her teammates, and her defenses were so stringent that even the mention of pointed ears could send her fleeing. In the team, she could not even endure to collect her reward. A single utterance of pointed ears from a client could send her running without a penny in payment. You all asked so many questions just now, and I too wish to inquire why I am treated this way. Is it merely because of my appearance? Is it solely due to my elven lineage? With divine insight, Li Qi perceived the brilliance illuminating the apprentices, and he sensed it was time, with Tina serving as the catalyst. He leaned close to her ear, shielding his face with his hand, and whispered, pointed ears. Buzz. The crystalline wings unfurled, and the mournful cry of the death bird resonated. Maintaining her current emotional state, Tina, both embarrassed and furious, recalled Li Qi's earlier words about borrowing her strength, and upon glancing at Fehn, who pouted in indignation, her spirits soared, momentarily overlooking Li Qi's slight. She lifted her chin, gazing down at the crowd, silently conveying that they, like her, all feared death and could not escape its inevitability. Li Qi's voice echoed within the temple. Have you ever pondered why you question so many things? Why do you feel suffering? Why do you feel resentment? The apprentices were swept away by the emergence of yet another holy maiden, their emotions tumultuous. As the crystalline wings fluttered, they felt as if they stood on the precipice of an abyss, fearing that a mere breath might send them tumbling into the void. The sensation of death clung to each face, sending shivers through their souls. Stan struggled against the tide of fear and spoke first. Because we are human? Because we detest suffering. Gambit understood more profoundly, because we wish to live well. We desire our own happiness and that of others. Indeed, you are all mortals. Each of you yearns for warmth, for happiness, yet your souls remain so fragile. Tina stated coldly, kings, nobles, priests, knights, humans, elves, half-elves, halflings, are all mere mortals. You share the same desires, harbor the same fears. Your souls are identical, devoid of distinctions of rank or wealth. In the face of death, you all tremble. You are indistinguishable. Li Qi continued, since we are all mere mortals, why must we endure such suffering? He gestured toward Stan, asking, who has compelled you to exert yourself to the utmost, yet still fail to provide for yourself and your kin? Stan hesitated, but under Li Qi's piercing gaze, he gritted his teeth and revealed the conclusion he had long pondered. It is the former Viscount, and the Viscount before him. They demand 70% of our harvest, along with numerous other tributes, and require us to perform countless tasks without recompense. I mean, all lords are alike. A creaking sound emanated from beneath Talon's seat, prompting Li Qi to cast a sharp glance at the old man, who abruptly fell silent, having intended to interject. Indeed, Li Qi nodded to Stan, who exhaled in relief. his eyes shimmering with a mixture of gratitude and enlightenment. He then pointed to Gambit. And you, who has hindered your path to mastery? Gambit glanced at Stan and, with a clenched jaw, stated, it is the avaricious priests and their sycophants. Asna's resolve hardened further. The priests and the lords are all aristocrats. They do as they please while we are but cattle and sheep. One by one, as questions were posed and none pointed to themselves, a small figure leaped forth. We are merely golden ears of grain in the eyes of the lords. I nearly found myself sold to a brothel in the city, all due to the greed of a heartless lord. Li Chi's fingers twitched. He thought to himself, Fehn, others may speak freely, but you ought to exclude me when you utter such words. Indeed, it is the church, it is the nobility, it is all those who oppress us, draining our very essence, and wishing to suppress our strength. Li Chi spread his arms wide, earnestly declaring, it is precisely because the goddess has revealed this truth to me that I have embraced her, vowing to spread her radiance throughout the realm of Fehn. He clenched his fists, addressing the crowd. What kind of world awaits us, we do not yet know. We must continue to ponder and explore. However, we have at least grasped one truth. There shall be no oppression. A world devoid of oppression. The apprentices gazed fervently, their bodies coursing not only with the painful holy light but also enveloped in a faint shroud of the sacred light of death. Each having reached the pinnacle of devout faith, Li Chi sensed that the critical moment had arrived. Fehn, he called to the young girl, who, feeling slighted by his lack of praise, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. At his beckoning, her expression brightened. After signaling her to sing, she took a deep breath, tears streaming down her face, her ethereal wings unfurling. Come, let us sing together. Li Chi clapped his hands in rhythm. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on kings and deities. The happiness of mortals depends solely upon ourselves. As the melody resonated, waves of holy light erupted forth. As Stan sang, a halo of sacred light emanated from within him, swirling around in a radiant dance. Next came Gambit. Asna, the circular hook. Praise the Lord. Talons counted the rising circles of holy light, his eyes brimming with tears, and he sang out loud with fervor. Yet, as he sang, a tinge of regret lingered. He was indeed capable of confronting his own shame and suffering. Chapter 51. The True Advance of Revolutionary Youth. 4 apprentice clerics and 10 devoted believers. Li Chi, you have exploded with potential. I cannot recall you having attended a party school in your previous life or having engaged in political work. You are still far from that level, having merely guest lectured a training course. In any case, it is commendable and justifies my sacrifice. I mean, divine power. Yes, your majesty. The fish soup will endure through the ages. At the lofty heights of the castle, Li Chi gazed at the stars, conversing with the goddess about his latest revelations. The recently concluded life meeting saw Stan, Gambit, Asna, and Yuan Go ascend to the status of apprentice clerics. With further contemplation of doctrine and mastery of divine power, their formal induction as clerics would not be long in coming. The other apprentices also advanced to become devoted believers. They have matured in their faith, but require time for reflection and insight to catch up to the four. At that moment, Talents whispered to Li Chi, expressing disbelief at this miraculous occurrence. In the Church of the Lady of Pain, he had conducted countless summoning rituals without witnessing such a high rate of response. The goddess, too, was delighted, enhancing the wooden post with a buff that ignited divine flames beneath the words "all for one and one for all," revealing a small miracle. Gazing towards the temple, glowing with lights and bustling with figures, devoted believers excitedly exchanged experiences with other apprentices. Talents imparted fundamental knowledge of divine power to the 4 apprentice clerics, hoping they would soon be able to wield divine arts. This night, they were destined to be sleepless. Yet, Li Chi found himself troubled and retreated to the castle's heights for a breath of fresh air. The goddess's words flickered on the screen. Don't. Isn't this on the right track? If you flatter me like this, won't we become a cult? The screen trembled slightly. I sense that your enthusiasm is somewhat lacking. Li Chi hurriedly replied, No, I am quite happy. It's just, I find the situation of those 4 a bit perplexing. Stan, Gambit, and Asna, all apprentice clerics, could utilize the faintest glimmers of divine light. Yuan Go, however, was more peculiar. Talents noted that he could not sense the aura of a cleric emanating from Yuan Go, who seemed more akin to Tina. It was speculated that once Yuan Go advanced, he would follow a path similar to Tina's, becoming an adept in stealth. There is no mystery here. The witch is, in essence, the goddess, integrated into a single system because of me. Their divine arts, in truth, stem from the witch's clerical powers. The goddess grew excited, her words flashing rapidly across the screen. Those who have a deeper understanding of Fehne's clerical powers have acquired the divine power of suffering and have become clerics. As for Tina, the situation with the death clerics remains unclear. However, it is likely that the death powers lack healing arts, thus the cleric class will not emerge. I shall name the practitioners of the death class Deathbringers. She cautioned, from now on, I will name all new divine arts and classes. Do not take it upon yourself to concoct names like Mind Whip. I can already envision your excitement as you input names on the panel. After all, who is truly playing this game? Li Qi mused silently, preoccupied with his thoughts, and refrained from responding. The goddess succinctly recounted her discoveries, revealing that the previous notion of witches as fallen deities may not be entirely accurate. The existence of witches appears to be more closely related to the primordial deities. Although she is yet to identify a definitive theory regarding the underlying causes, if such a theory even exists, she has observed a notable phenomenon. Around the time of epic transitions, records of witches become increasingly prevalent. Such transitions signify a significant adjustment in the realm of Fehn, from the divine plane to the material plane. This perspective suggests that witches are akin to a natural phenomenon within Fehn. The goddess emphasized through bold text on the screen. Perhaps the epic transition is imminent. Liqui. This is our opportunity, but we must exercise heightened caution. Fehn is on the brink of monumental changes. Unrest looms over the kingdom. Similar sentiments previously heard flooded Liqui's mind, weighing heavily on his heart. Liqui? The goddess finally noticed something amiss. What is troubling you? Liqui felt a twinge of embarrassment but decided to express his thoughts. Could you come down? I would like to speak with you face to face. The screen flickered, and the goddess continued typing. My divine realm is still in disarray. That which you failed to subdue is wreaking havoc in the divine plane. The divine descent has drained much of my power, leaving me unable to come down. That's nonsense, Liqui retorted, rolling his eyes. The earlier summoning must have channeled a significant amount of faith power. Even if there are issues in your realm, you wouldn't resort to text instead of voice communication. Don't tell me the network here is still divided into cellular and digital types. The screen flickered more violently, and the text grew larger. You've grown bold. You no longer even use respectful titles. In any case, I am not in a position to come. Liqui lowered his head, responding gloomily. The goddess's text turned red and flashed. Something is indeed amiss. I simply wish to converse with you. Liqui resolved to lay bare his heart. You sensed the earlier summoning, didn't you? They are earnest, devout. They believe in you, and in me. It weighs heavily on my conscience. As a goddess, you may not feel the burden. But as a mortal, being trusted and followed brings immense pressure. In a revolution, there will undoubtedly be casualties. If I cannot guide them step by step towards victory, the sacrifices we will inevitably make in the future will be utterly meaningless. I am somewhat frightened. Liqui finally voiced a question that had long lingered in his mind. Honestly, what is your purpose in leading this revolution? The goddess fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, words appeared on the screen. I am the goddess of revolution. Revolution is the very essence of my existence. At that moment, Liqui felt a disconnection between himself and her, and instinctively remarked, So, you're saying you're not human, but rather a being akin to artificial intelligence? How can I not be human? The goddess was incensed. I am not a base creature like you. I am a noble being with ideals, aspirations, and ambitions dedicated to the cause of revolution. Right? A noble being wearing pink lace-trimmed hollow underwear? After a prolonged silence, the goddess spoke through the luminous screen. You, with your feeble will and wavering faith, are nothing but a quintessential petty bourgeois. You are ill-equipped to shoulder great responsibilities. Yet what choice do I have? I shall push you, urge you, and spur you on. If you perform well, I shall reward you. If you dare to slacken your efforts, I shall impose penalties. Thus it shall be. Li Qi raised his hand and proclaimed, Your Majesty, the thunder and rain are all manifestations of divine grace. Once the screen vanished, he let out a long sigh. His spirits had lifted slightly, yet, gazing up at the starry sky, he could not shake off the lingering discomfort. Were his parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and little niece all well? They should have emerged from their sorrow by now. In the diminutive divine realm, a secure zone had been cleared in the center, where a blazing silver-white bonfire illuminated the entire sanctum. A little girl in a red hood sat by the fire, hugging her knees, her small head resting upon them, also sighing deeply like Li Qi. Li Qi, like you, I have confirmed once again that this is not a dream. This is reality. Atop the castle, Li Qi rubbed his eyes. He felt that if this were a dream, there was still time to awaken. A faint glow flickered beside him. a circle of crystalline ripples spreading out, gradually revealing two figures, one large and one small. It was Tina, teleporting with Phineas. Phineas squeezed into his embrace. Li Chi. Lily baked cookies that are even better than the last batch. Let us go enjoy them and celebrate. The petite, warm form pressed closely against Li Chi evoked a wave of warmth within him. If this were indeed a dream, he would surely be reluctant to awaken from it. Li Chi gently stroked Phineas's head and said, "You should find a better excuse. How could you possibly resist Lily's cookies? By the time I descend, there might only be 2 or 3 left, and they will surely bear bite marks." "How rude, Li Chi. There are no bite marks, only nibbles." Phineas's small head nudged against him. "You looked rather unhappy when you left the temple. Is your health not well?" The little girl was showing concern. Glancing at Tina, who was trying to inch closer but felt shy, Li Chi replied, "I am fine, merely contemplating that you, talents, and others could lead stable and joyful lives. However, the tasks I require of you will be arduous and perhaps perilous. If anything were to happen in the future, I fear you might blame me." Upon saying this, he felt a twinge of shame. Was he seeking solace from them? "Isn't our stability dependent on you, Li Chi? You could choose not to do anything and still live a happy life, couldn't you?" The starlight reflected in her eyes, revealing a veil of mist. "Did you not tell me, Li Chi? If I had the ability, why not strive to ensure that all children no longer endure the torments I have faced? Now that I possess the ability, I can assist you in greater ways." She proudly patted her small chest. "Did I do well today? 3-1? The little girl's smile was like a spring breeze, melting away all the frost in Li Chi's heart. "Indeed, my sorceress is remarkable." Phineas wrapped her arms around his neck. "So, Li Chi, would you like a sorceress's blessing?" He embraced the young girl tightly, exhaling a sigh of relief, secretly wishing she would remain asleep, as he had matters of utmost importance to attend to. He reached out to beckon Tina, who hesitated for a moment, removed her hat, covered her ears, and crouched down to bring her head close to Rick's hand, saying, "It's just the hair," as he tousled the half-elf girl's hair into a tangled mass. A sense of brilliance illuminated Rick's heart, and he laughed joyfully. Chapter 52. The progress from walking to flying. Stein descended from the riverbank, taking another look at the stone foundation he had meticulously constructed. Satisfied, he wiped the sweat from his brow and beamed with contentment. Regardless of wealth or worth, he engaged in labor that stemmed from his very essence, savoring each moment of transformation within himself as he toiled, allowing his soul to gradually refine through this endeavor. A profound love for life and living fueled his passion for labor. It was through this ardor that life gained value and existence acquired significance. Only in a world free from oppression, where individuals could sustain themselves with minimal toil, could such a notion apply to everyone. This would surely be the kingdom of God on earth. The Viscount's territory was still but a nascent form. Yet Stein held firm belief that under the guidance of the goddess, the teachings of the Viscount and the priest's talents, and through his own efforts, the crimson sacred light would inevitably spread throughout Fehn. Contemplating the grand and luminous future ahead, a surge of boundless energy coursed through him. He extended his hand, and a faint silver-white holy light flickered in his palm, unfurling into delicate, ethereal ribbons. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the side, fists raised, and charged towards Stein with ferocity. Stein responded by waving his hand, causing the holy light ribbons to entwine instantly, forming a shield resembling a grass shoe, slightly larger than his palm. However, due to the faintness of the holy light, the shield was as thin as a soap bubble. With a sharp crack, the silver shards of light burst and scattered. The newcomer, cradling his fists, stomped in frustration. "Cunning, Stein. And you claim you haven't succeeded?" Gambit, the first among the apprentices to successfully cast the holy light spell, had thought his progress was the swiftest, only to discover Stein had already mastered the thorned holy shield. While weaving grass shoes that morning, Stein had realized he could intertwine holy light. "This is merely a small step," he remarked, "and I am still far from the expectations of the priest and myself." "Why is that?" Gambit exclaimed, rubbing his head in discontent. "I also wove grass shoes and moved stones. Why can't I achieve the same?" Stein replied calmly. "Priest Talons once said that even if the forms are identical, the intentions behind them vary for each individual. One must seek a path that suits oneself while remaining true to their direction." "Suit myself?" Gambit pondered, then raised his fists again. "I believe this is the path most fitting for me. Come on, Stein, let us duel." A silver-white light whip suddenly lashed out from behind, striking Gambit's wrist. The whip disintegrated into motes of light, causing Gambit to yelp as if stung by a crab. Turning around, he saw a girl dressed similarly to them. Not conventionally beautiful, but vibrant with youth. Her straight brows and serious expression imbued her with a compelling presence. In a hushed tone, the girl admonished, "There are apprentices and followers nearby. As aspiring clergy, your bickering only invites them to perceive you as children." "Asna," Gambit stammered, pointing at the girl. "You can wield the mind whip now." Ignoring him, she locked eyes with Stein, her cheeks flushing slightly before paling again. On that fateful night of the gathering, not only did everyone feel called to become novice clergy, but their relationships also underwent a profound transformation as they came to know each other intimately. "Asna, you are right. We shall be more mindful henceforth." Sten smiled and nodded, while Asna, momentarily taken aback, also offered a faint smile, as if she had released a heavy burden. Among those who had shared their hearts, who still cared about the disgraceful past, those who did not were unworthy of camaraderie. "It was during my rope weaving that I had this realization, Gambit. I believe the most suitable form of practice for you is to spend an entire day in the small dark room." Asna reprimanded Gambit, then turned to Stan. "The exam is approaching. Let us go together." "All right." Stan waved goodbye to Gambit and walked alongside Asna. They were heading to supervise the examination, as literacy and writing were crucial components of their training. After 2 months, they had already mastered the most frequently used characters and basic arithmetic, enabling them to read, write, and calculate with ease. Upon becoming novice clergy, their souls having grown purer and their mental faculties significantly enhanced, their learning accelerated tremendously, and they began to assist the farm in educational endeavors. The small dark room. Behind them, Gambit muttered in distress. "Is this what the old man meant by overcoming one's weaknesses? Must I truly go? An entire day, how terrifying." In the service center on the 3rd floor of the farm town, Talon stood by the window, gazing down at the throngs of people traversing the town and fields, akin to observing a flock of plump sheep. "My lord, might we advance the next gathering of life?" The old priest, still dazed, remarked, "Just 10 days. In that short span, all 4 novice clergy will wield divine magic." Among 10 devout believers, several, much like bursting cows, had overflowed with sacred light. Becoming novice clergy was akin to breaking through a membrane. Rich poured cold water on the old man's enthusiasm. Those who were called need to solidify their faith. The goddess must also nurture the emerging power of belief. Furthermore, if we hold these gatherings too frequently, they risk devolving into mere formalities, leading to a competition of woes without limits. With his divine perception skills, he could discern who was sincere and who was merely playing a game of truth or dare. However, as the numbers grew, it would be impractical for him to attend every gathering. A balance must be struck, though he did not fully comprehend. The essence of the message was clear. The old man shuddered slightly at the thought and decided to drop the topic. Nonetheless, daily reflection meetings were to continue, involving self-examination of words and deeds, summarizing the day's gains and losses, and sharing insights. This would require your utmost diligence. With the addition of 2 witches and the establishment of 2 doctrines from the Crimson Book, the church's growth accelerated from a slow crawl to a swift flight. By conservative estimates, by the year's end, the church would boast no fewer than 10 formal clergy, reaching a first-rate standard in grassroots temples throughout the kingdom. They would no longer remain an obscure entity. In recent days, Terrence has been meticulously sorting through intelligence. After extracting a form of spiritual energy known as comfort from 2 witches, Richie has regained his vigor and is now fully immersed in the Book of the Wind. He has already consumed half of the divine crystal bestowed by the Dragon Maiden, coupled with the information regarding the divine realm conveyed by the goddess and hints from Familia. He has now developed a general understanding of the situation in the Hadron Kingdom and the entirety of Fehn. After transmitting this information to the goddess and engaging in several serious academic discussions with her, Richie's revolutionary theory has begun to take shape. Let us revisit our conclusions, which also represent a deepening of the first doctrine. Richie clapped his hands on the Heart's Whisper book. Pain enables us to uncover the truth and contemplate its essence. Now we at least grasp the contours of that truth. Very well, my lord, I shall elaborate. Terrence felt a slight tension, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. Chapter 53. The class and contradictions of Fehn. Terrence asserted that the primary contradiction in the mortal realm of Fehn lies in the oppression of the class possessing extraordinary powers over the class devoid of such powers. A contradiction that has pervaded all epochs. Richie interjected, referring to the former as the extraordinary class and the latter as the powerless class. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he pondered the absurdity of the term powerless class, yet he could only suppress his critique. recognizing that these terms were ordained by the goddess, while discreetly dismissing Terrence's explanations. Terrence continued, explaining that the extraordinary class monopolizes extraordinary powers through the dominance of bloodlines, authority, and knowledge, thereby severing the powerless class's access to such powers and perpetuating their oppression for millennia. The extraordinary class, having exclusive claim to these powers, leaves the powerless class utterly defenseless. In truth, the extraordinary class also encompasses the original deities of Fehn. To abolish oppression, one must elevate all to divinity, a notion so daunting that it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other deities. Moreover, the revolutionary goddess herself is a deity, and until the principles of revolution can naturally lead to universal divinization, the revolution must remain confined to the mortal realm. Ritchie recalled the message sent by the goddess, which conveyed a sense of resignation. Let us first set a modest goal, allow the mortals of Fehn to attain extraordinary powers independently of the decaying institutions of the church and nobility. Though this may be a religious revolution more regressive than the previous democratic revolutions, we must take it one step at a time. Terrence elaborated that while the primary contradiction in Fehn is the oppression of the powerless class by the extraordinary class, the latter lacks the strength to resist, rendering this contradiction largely unmanifested. In previous epochs, the conflicts within the extraordinary class appeared to be the principal contradiction. Ritchie chimed in again, noting that interplanar invasions represent a racial conflict, and the malevolent deities frequently engage in acts of terror and even apocalyptic conspiracies, which are indicative of civilizational conflicts. These issues occasionally rise to prominence as the primary contradictions in Fehn, though overall, due to the remarkable stability of the main material plane, they remain transient. This summation came from the goddess, who, residing in the divine realm and having recently acquired a wealth of information from the omniscient one, possessed an elevated perspective. He gestured for Terrence to continue, who then stated that the extraordinary class is not monolithic but rather intricately composed, with conflicts among different deities being the predominant contradiction in past epochs. In the Fourth Era, the Church, represented by the loyalist divine court, and the nobility, represented by the king and the royal court, held dominant positions within the extraordinary class, and their discord has now become the current principal contradiction. In the context of the Hadron Kingdom, the intensifying conflict between these two factions is evident. The terminology transcending the realms flowed effortlessly from Terrence's lips, evoking in Ritchie a nostalgic sensation akin to listening to a venerable professor expound on Marxist philosophy in a lecture hall. In the days following the council, Ritchie accompanied Terrence, meticulously sorting through intelligence and enriching their doctrines. The terminology, concepts, and analytical methods were gradually instilled in Terrence. Externally, the old man exhibited a subtle yet profound transformation, evolving from a religious priest of the old world into a revolutionary theorist of the new. Terrence diligently organized his thoughts to articulate the next steps, even if the conflict between the church and the nobility escalated into the most intense confrontation. It would lack true revolutionary essence. They would merely transform into one another, failing to bring about any fundamental change for Fehn. However, the ensuing discord might temporarily loosen their monopoly over extraordinary powers, allowing a portion of the powerless class to ascend. According to the historical patterns of past epochs, this segment of the powerless would be transformed into an extraordinary class, although the oppression exerted by the extraordinary class upon the powerless would remain unchanged. Yet, therein lay an opportunity. Ritchie continued, stating that if this segment of the powerless could break free from the control of the extraordinary class and establish a revolutionary system, the internal strife within the extraordinary class could forge the foundations of a revolution. Indeed, yes, Terrence stammered, articulating the established policy. Thus, we must incite internal conflict within the extraordinary class. We must draw more forces into the fray, accelerating and escalating the conflict. This represented the limits of the old man's understanding. He still struggled with most of the ideas, but after 10 days of listening to Ritchie, he had progressed beyond mere mimicry to a basic comprehension. He hesitantly inquired, is the commercial union a reliable force we can depend on? The commercial union is difficult to rely upon, but a certain vice president is unexpectedly dependable, Ritchie shrugged. The plethora of revolutionary theories presented earlier encapsulated their future directives. When it came to immediate strategies and which influential entity to align with, Ritchie concluded that none were truly dependable. For the minuscule Crimson Church, aligning with a powerful entity was akin to tightening a noose around their own necks. This did not imply a continued neutrality. Thus, Ritchie needed to seek another force, one that could extricate him from this vortex. In the grand scheme of the Hadron Kingdom, he must act as a player, not a pawn. Li Qi addressed Terence. Our thoughts appear to be aligned. Should anything arise, find me in the newly renovated communication room. Terence respectfully bowed and approached the door, but Li Qi paused, unable to suppress a question that had been nagging at him for several days. Terence, you must understand by now that the path of faith in the goddess is fraught with thorns, a journey distant and elusive from the day of success. He turned to Terence and remarked, during the meeting, your initial reaction was one of surprise. I expected you would discuss this matter with me, yet you never did. Now, observing your understanding of the doctrine, it appears you have reached a level of comprehension. Have you truly come to terms with it, or do you, in truth, remain indifferent to the path the goddess intends to take? The astonishment you once displayed belonged to the former high priest Terence. The calmness you exhibit now is that of the newly enlightened colleague Terence. A faint halo of sanctity emanated from the old man's visage. What aspiration could be loftier than the eradication of all forms of oppression? What wisdom could be more profound than dissecting the world as if it were a specimen? Is it not worth sacrificing everything to possess such wisdom and to pursue such ideals? Your revolutionary spirit appears even more steadfast than mine. Li Qi felt a pang of guilt, chuckled softly, and departed. It is precisely this fervor that stirs the heart. Had it been akin to the previous tormented lady, flitting about like a fly around flesh, I would have been disheartened. As he observed Li Qi's retreating figure through the window, the old man murmured to himself. Then, furrowing his brow, he pondered, what would a world devoid of oppression resemble? It is utterly inconceivable. Without nobility, even the commoners of Fehn would descend into chaos. At the pinnacle of the castle's turret, Li Qi instructed Sadal to guard the door and activated the Book of Wind's Whispers. Ah, Li Qi, you finally remembered to seek me out. Are you inquiring about the construction mages? It will take some time. What? The situation at the kingdom's divine court? How did you come to know? The three-dimensional projection of the little dragon maiden ascended from the pages, her visage slightly distorted, yet still far surpassing the technological capabilities of Earth. The Countess has not come to press me for my manuscript in quite some time. It is rather evident, is it not? There must be some internal strife within the divine court. Perhaps the conflict between headquarters and the branches has escalated. Li Qi reclined with one leg crossed over the other, fanning himself with an ornate feather fan, maintaining a fade before the little dragon maiden. More importantly, today he intended to seduce the little dragon maiden with his words. Esteemed Vice President, regarding the impending war between Urxiong and the kingdom, has your commercial alliance, I refer specifically to the Hadron branch, adequately prepared to observe the conflict from a distance? Upon hearing this, the little dragon maiden initially appeared dazed, turning her head left and right, as if questioning whether it was Li Qi who spoke or someone else nearby, before finally locking her gaze upon Li Qi's face. You. She pointed at Li Qi, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did you overhear our meeting? That was conducted under a 7th-tier secrecy barrier. Previously, the little dragon maiden had relished the sight of Li Qi's eagerness for rare curiosities as sustenance for her amusement. Now, it was Li Qi's turn to savor the expression of the little dragon maiden, now exposed as a delicacy for his own intrigue. Li Qi flashed a devilish smile. A new player was about to take the stage. Chapter 54. The Transformation of Players and Pieces. Xiaolongnu hesitantly remarked, I am aware of the affairs of the divine court. They are not of great consequence. In a rural place like the Hadron Kingdom, any developments would hardly provoke a significant response from the divine court's headquarters. Where is this so-called imminent war coming from? Observing Xiaolongnu's bewildered expression, he felt an urge to roll his eyes at the multinational giants who dismiss regional markets with such disdain. Talents had amassed a wealth of information regarding the conflict between the two factions from the Adventurers Guild, the Thieves Guild, and smuggling merchants. The core members of both factions were actively preparing for war, stockpiling military supplies. Approaching your business association would undoubtedly lead to leaks, hence he deliberately avoided you. The signs are quite evident. It is merely that you have failed to notice them. Is that all? If there is nothing more, what does it have to do with the divine court? Moreover, if the two factions truly come to blows, their leaders would certainly seek to procure weapons, sacred water, potions, and crystals from us. Xiaolongnu, as a merchant, evidently relied entirely on her evaluator's insights, unable to keep pace with Li Qi's thoughts. The branch office here believes that the internal conflicts within the divine court will intensify, necessitating the establishment of a broad strategy for the next decade. Although 10 years may seem brief, it should not be a pressing concern for you at this moment, should it? This statement seemed to contain some significant implications. Yet Li Qi had no time to ponder them in detail. Furthermore, the royal faction of the divine court is so feeble. How could they dare to confront the headquarters at this moment? Xylong held her belief that the royal faction would not take action, a conclusion grounded in reason. From a long-term perspective, a split between the two factions was inevitable. After all, if the situation in Hadlong Kingdom was such, the other regional branches of the divine court could not be faring much better. However, the power of the royal faction is simply too weak. The issue lies in the fact that the weakness of one party does not preclude the strength of another from taking action. Perhaps, he mused, but the headquarters has grown accustomed to its elevated position, to the royal faction's subservience. Even if the royal faction does not sever ties but merely exhibits some emotional outbursts, the headquarters would find it intolerable. He glanced at the horns atop Xylongnu's head and, inspired on the spot, continued, "It is akin to the ancient dragon race. I recall an era when many dragons would seek out a town, reveling in the worship of mortals, remaining for extended periods. Initially, the people not only provided ample offerings but also displayed utmost deference. Suddenly, one day, the dragons would notice a decline in the quality of offerings. The demeanor of the visitors turning cold, armed, and exceedingly wary. Vice President, what do you suppose the dragon's reaction would be?" Xylongnu's face twisted momentarily. "Humph. Do those reptiles seek death? Naturally, they would roast them with a breath of dragon fire." She then furrowed her brow. "Well, it would not be wise to incinerate them all. Perhaps just the leader should be scorched as a warning. After all, finding another town would be quite a laborious task." "Your capacity for empathy is indeed remarkable," Lequi remarked with a slight smile. "Thus, you should comprehend the headquarters' likely reaction to the movements of the Hadlong Kingdom." "Indeed." The little dragon maiden pondered, resting her chin in thought, murmuring, "The paladin Sylvie of the divine court is undoubtedly seeking fault with the headquarters. And I have heard that she even had a confrontation with Bishop Rune. The temple knights of the Shuma Church are loyal to the kingdom. Yet several conflicts between the Shuma knights and the Kame paladins have recently erupted in the royal capital." She shook her head, however. "With Princess Telesia having imprisoned herself, both sides should retreat." Lequi gently fanned himself with an ostrich feather fan. "What if, in the eyes of the dragon, Her Highness the Princess is perceived as the one instigating a change in attitude? Impossible," the little dragon maiden exclaimed. "Though Telesia may be a rather disingenuous figure, she possesses considerable skill and would not allow the situation to deteriorate to that extent. While she held some reservations about the princess personally, she highly regarded her capabilities. She is indeed adept, but she should not have imprisoned herself," Lequi continued to persuade with his eloquence. "Consider this. If the headquarters were to discover that her actions genuinely ease tensions, would that not indicate her extraordinary ability to rally support? If she were to call upon the kingdom's faction to rise against the headquarters, would they not flock to her banner? For the headquarters, eliminating her would eradicate a potential threat. Without a leader, the remaining kingdom faction would lack the impetus to rise." The little dragon maiden shook her head repeatedly. "Just because she possesses such abilities, must she be eliminated? How could that be? Such a scenario is unfathomable. How could it be impossible when it is merely conjecture?" Lequi countered. "Vice President, have you considered it from the dragon's perspective? If those who show you disrespect were to suppress their grievances under the persuasion of another, and that individual willingly offered themselves as your hostage, how would you respond?" "Well," the little dragon maiden pondered, "that would be akin to a hero, wouldn't it?" She smiled ominously, revealing her small fangs. "Such a presence could indeed pose a threat to me. Thus I would naturally consume them whole. However, if it were a beautiful young lady, I might spare her life and play with her instead." Ahem. The conversation nearly veered into peculiar territory, prompting the little dragon maiden to redirect. "You are indeed correct. Those individuals at the divine court headquarters are so egotistical that they believe themselves to be dragons, while considering the branches mere insignificant vermin." She scoffed. "Yet, have you forgotten someone? The king. The king is still alive, still young, and has yet to pass the throne to Telesia. How could he possibly remain indifferent while his daughter is being bullied?" "Do not tell me you are unaware of the king's grand schemes with some deity," Lequi replied with disdain. "Moreover, for the king, wouldn't it be preferable for the conflict at the divine court to intensify? If sacrificing a princess could severely weaken the divine court's influence within the kingdom, what do you think his thoughts would be?" The little dragon maiden scratched her head. Perhaps he would be both weeping and laughing. However, she shrugged dismissively. "We are not much different from the king. The commercial union has always focused solely on business, indifferent to such matters. Furthermore, the more intense the conflict, the better. The more fervent the clash, the more advantageous it is. Wouldn't that open up more business opportunities? The A plan is progressing smoothly. Those previous remarks were merely the fabrications of Li Qi. It is improbable that the headquarters and the branch would engage in conflict so swiftly. Although it is indeed possible that the headquarters might take action against Tracia, the likelihood of such events occurring is exceedingly slim. He has exaggerated this possibility to an absurd degree. In the iron-crowned city of the royal capital, at the Hadron Cathedral of the King Church, sunlight cascades upon the enormous golden statue of the deity before the church, shimmering with a mystical golden glow, as pure as ever. Beneath the cathedral, 3 levels down, lies a prison originally intended for those who transgressed the divine laws of the Holy Court. As the cell door creaked open, Princess Tracia emerged, clad in simple garments. Despite being deprived of sunlight for over 10 days, the princess's beauty remained unblemished, radiant as ever, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world. However, the slight furrow in her brow betrayed a hint of worry. Upon noticing another paladin standing vigil beside the one who opened the door, casting a reassuring glance her way, her concern shifted to unease. Had the rift between the paladins grown to such an extent? She hoped that Hilvi would not cause an irreparable commotion outside. Tracia was acutely aware that over the centuries, the conflicts between the headquarters and the royal faction had become exceedingly pronounced. Yet she believed that the newly appointed Archbishop Ruin, much like herself, was a devoted individual committed to revitalizing the entire system, whether it be the Holy Court, the kingdom, or the nobility. Decay and corruption had indeed set in. Nevertheless, as long as those with unwavering faith took action, the divine would surely bestow their gaze and grace upon them. With the presence of deities and faith, there exists no insurmountable obstacle. This time, the headquarters had truly overstepped their bounds. If it were not for the overwhelming residual will of the Scythe of Death compelling Vander to engage in a mutually destructive divine descent, the scythe would have been seized by the headquarters. Heaven knows what those scoundrels at the headquarters intend to do with it. Perhaps their motives align with those of her father. Such intentions are intolerable and unforgivable. By confining herself within the prison, she aimed to convey to the survivor, named Li Qi Pural, the importance of keeping the internal strife of the Holy Court under wraps. By shouldering the burden of the situation herself, she hoped to dissipate this turmoil. Everyone should remain vigilant against the true threat, the threat posed by her father. Of course, this did not imply that she would continue to endure the transgressions of the headquarters. Before advancing to the next step, it was imperative for Archbishop Ruin to represent the headquarters and reassure the hearts of the royal faction. Her voluntary descent into the prison was a gesture sufficiently bold. She trusted that Ruin would grasp her intentions, granting her a pardon for her missteps in the name of the headquarters while also providing relief for the kingdom's afflicted populace. Ultimately, the headquarters and the branch must unite to face external challenges. The schemes of her father posed the greatest peril to the kingdom. Father, why? She longed to confront her father directly, yet she lacked the courage to hear his response, especially if it pertained to her sister. Father, I shall not allow you to succeed. She tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, feeling a surge of determination. For this reason, she must remain strong, ensuring that the kingdom's holy court stands united, embarking on the righteous path. As she passed by, those dispatched from headquarters averted their gazes, bowing their heads in deference, refusing to meet her eyes. In contrast, the knights from the kingdom would glance at her with admiration and fervor, a warmth with which she was intimately familiar. In her youth, while hunting in the countryside, and later, in her endeavors to eradicate evil, quell heresy, and suppress rebellion, she had often encountered such gazes from her subordinates, who charged into battle on her behalf. As long as they drew breath, they would stand before her, shielding her from any harm that might befall her. Tresha felt her heart quicken, her grip on the hem of her dress tightening. Was it not said that Bishop Rune wished to speak with her? Calmly, she addressed the leading paladin, in the name of our Lord. Inform your sisters of the purpose of this gathering. The foremost paladin turned, responding with utmost respect, Your Highness. Indeed, it is His Excellency the Bishop who seeks an audience with you, but it shall be in the hall, before all representatives of the divine court. A declaration of punishment, perhaps. Tresha pressed her lips together, comprehending the fervor in the eyes of the kingdom's paladins. Bishop Rune seemed intent on resolving matters without further delay, indicating a desire to extend her a lifeline. I must descend with grace, assuring all present of my composure. These paladins are undoubtedly concerned for me, yet I shall be unfazed. Even a modicum of humiliation is a necessary sacrifice. I fear not such sacrifices, for I stand on the side of righteousness. With renewed determination, she lifted her chin and quickened her pace. Chapter 55, The Oracle of Came in the Castle's Communication Room. Liqui continued, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Fehn is on the brink of a monumental transformation. Your business association cannot remain aloof and complacently amass wealth. The higher-ups must have sensed this, though they have chosen not to inform you, considering your youth. Do not underestimate me. I am already 19. The little dragon girl seemed to strike the table, her head bobbing slightly. Even if they have not articulated their concerns, I can sense their unease. Do you know what they are anxious about? Li Qi thought to himself that what he was about to disclose would eventually earn him tuition fees. They are apprehensive about the impending crisis of transformation facing the business association. The little dragon girl appeared confused once more. I grasp the notion of a crisis, but what on earth is transformation? From my rudimentary understanding, the volume of business your branch conducts in Hadrian pales in comparison to the overall transactions of your entire association with the headquarters of the Divine Court. Akin to a dragon juxtaposed with a mere reptile. The little dragon girl shrugged. Of course, they cannot be compared. The headquarters overseeing the association is a matter of course. Is it not? The resources the Divine Court extracts from various kingdoms amount to astronomical figures each year. The branch's dealings are but a minuscule fraction. Is it truly a matter of course? Li Qi gazed intently at the little dragon girl. In the previous epochs, even in the earliest ages, there was no unified empire. No singular divine court, and certainly no business association. Yet, there existed commercial temples. What was the situation then? A distant expression crossed the little dragon girl's face, reminiscent of an elder reminiscing about glorious pasts. Back then, the commercial temple in each locale monopolized the business of that region. Precisely. Li Qi's feather fan clapped against his palm, raising his voice. In those times, the commercial temples functioned as branches, under a branch responsibility system. The branches would monopolize territories, engage directly with clients, independently account for their earnings, and remit what they deemed appropriate based on their needs. Now, your business association has been established alongside the loyal Divine Court, which has become the exclusive general agent of the association. They siphon off the majority of resources through the Divine Court's divisions and then conduct business with your association, leaving your branches to scavenge the crumbs that fall from their table. The little dragon girl bared her teeth in disbelief. I refuse to believe that your leadership has not considered that the entire pie of the kingdom belongs to your branches, rather than having a significant portion preemptively claimed by the Divine Court headquarters, leaving only a meager portion for the branches. Li Qi clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering with fervent inspiration. Trade is meant to be free. Is this not the doctrine of your goddess of commerce? The little dragon girl pondered for a considerable time, her eyes nearly crossing. Wait, slow down. My mind is struggling to keep up. What is this responsibility system and independent accounting? I still do not comprehend, she lamented, striking her forehead in frustration. What is there to misunderstand? Your business association is not a tightly knit organization like the Divine Court. It is merely a collection of the various Elsa temples. The individuals at the headquarters indulge in luxury, bolstered by the backing of the Divine Court, while your branches dare not voice their discontent. Li Qi was incensed by the folly of this dim-witted student, striking the table with his feather fan, producing a resounding thud. Now the Divine Court has encountered a predicament in the Hadron Kingdom, and there is a possibility that the kingdom might sever ties with the Divine Court. Are you, the branch members, still foolishly intending to follow the main assembly instead of contemplating a more advantageous option for yourselves? The little dragon maiden emitted a soft groan, repeatedly waving her hands, and then reached for something from a place out of Li Qi's sight, consuming it in a hurried gulp. With her eyes closed, she breathed heavily for a considerable time, before finally opening her eyes and giving a cold smile. Are you trying to incite us to support Princess Telesia against the headquarters of the Divine Court? You are cheating. I know it. Li Qi thought to himself. Do not presume I have not noticed the iridescent glow flowing through your hair. That is a sign of divine sorcery, is it not? Given her evaluative abilities, she should be capable of deducing the true intent behind Li Qi's words, as long as the answer remained within her realm of understanding, which simply required a modicum of thought. Her reliance on divine sorcery as a substitute for critical thinking only highlighted her own foolishness. Little dragon maiden, do you not realize that your ignorance stems from this very habit? The little dragon maiden scoffed. It seems you have become the princess's loyal hound? Such words, if conveyed to the president, would surely invite a scathing rebuke. How arduous it must have been for you to meander through such convolutions to deceive me. Not at all. It pales in comparison to your natural ability to coax me into borrowing at exorbitant interest. Have you, as a favorite of the deity, Forgotten something? The little dragon maiden gazed at Li Qi with a look of pity, declaring his failed attempt at deception. With a deity present, simply await the next divine oracle, and everything shall be resolved. The oracle is singular and cannot be contravened. Even if the headquarters and the branches harbor monumental disagreements, they would never resort to violence. Aside from Lady Night and a few deranged deities, no divine entity wishes to witness their church fracture or engage in conflict. In the Grand Hall, the towering statue of God came, identical in size to those outside, was embedded in the polished, translucent white jade walls. At the forefront of the sacrificial altar stood the high-ranking officials of the divine court, led by Bishop Luen, adorned in purple robes and golden capes, resembling extensions of the divine statues themselves. Below the altar were representatives from various churches, including the Noble Church, the Knight Church, the Joyous Church, the Literary Church, the Music Church, and the Graceful Church, all clad in similar finery. The cardinal priests, saintesses, and chief saintesses, along with the Grand Knight of the Temple, numbered in the hundreds, buzzing with discussion. A figure clad in simple attire appeared, prompting a wave of fervent applause to surge through the hall. Your Highness the Princess, Your Excellency the Overseer, Telesia. The leader of the Kame Holy Knight Order struck his sword against his shield, and the hundreds of holy knights standing at the sides of the hall echoed his call, yet the tide of enthusiasm could not be quelled until Telesia waved her hand, bringing silence to the crowd. The officials of the divine court exchanged silent glances, casting cold looks towards the venerable Bishop Luen. Sister Telesia, do you understand why you stand here today? The golden-haired maiden stood at the foot of the steps, where the seats were originally designated for confession and prayer. As Rune spoke with calm assurance. Indeed, I am aware. Behind her, the crowd murmured, and the countess, clad in the garb of a high priestess, discreetly tugged at Modwin's sleeve. Such a grand display, might it not lead to some calamity? The previous uproar was so tumultuous that I could hardly find time to read. Modwin replied softly, That is unlikely. We are all members of the divine court. How could anything go awry? I surmise that Bishop Rune is merely granting clemency to the princess, allowing both sides a means of retreat. The countess retorted with indignation, Clemency? Without the princess's timely intervention, who knows what chaos would have ensued throughout the kingdom? I have heard that this situation was instigated by headquarters colluding with the king. And they speak of clemency for the princess? What about their dignity? Shouldn't it be a reward instead? Hush, Modin quickly signaled for her silence. But the countess shot him a glare. Is what Sylvie said not to be trusted? She turned to survey the room, her brow furrowing in confusion. Where is Sylvie? I have yet to lay eyes on her. If her highness deigns to take responsibility and resolve matters, it might suffice. But if Sylvie stirs up trouble here, it could spell disaster. Modwin shrugged. Bishop Rune likely dispatched her to another location. Well, if this matter truly concludes here, then so be it, the countess declared, thumping her chest, which was far grander than the princess's. Why must we disrupt a perfectly fine day? You must sincerely confront your own heart, interrogate your beliefs, and demonstrate your piety. This is the path of our Lord, Bishop Rune stated impassively. In the name of our Lord, by the authority of the Hadron Divine Court, I, Danis Rune, loyal bishop of the Hadron Kingdom and protector of the church's local cardinal, hereby declare your punishment. The representatives of various churches collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed the headquarters indeed wished to smooth over the situation. As for the punishment, the princess had already imprisoned herself, and even the headquarters, no matter how brazen, could not further humiliate her. Tresha sighed slightly, then inwardly fretted. This time, the matter was suppressed. But what of the next? She hoped for some substantive content in the punishment, providing her an opportunity to express her sincerity and unify the factions. Lost in thought, Rune's words pierced her ears, and she believed she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. The princess suddenly raised her head, meeting Bishop Rune's gaze. The hall fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping, before erupting into chaos. Are they to exile her highness? Bishop Rune, are you truly Bishop Rune? This is outrageous. Do you headquarters consider our kingdom merely a distant barony? We, the elegant church, vehemently oppose such a decree. The final cry came from the countess, completely losing her composure, as Modwin and the cardinal of the elegant church failed to restrain her. Tresha, will you not accept your punishment? Why? She bit her lip, struggling to contain her voice from rising in anger. I have been striving to mend the rifts among us. Why have you made such a decision? Bishop Rune, are you not standing with me? The corners of Bishop Rune's mouth twitched slightly as his gaze drifted over her head. Casting a glance at the agitated crowd, the girl's complexion instantly paled. She understood, so that was it. in the eyes of the headquarters. Had she become the greatest threat to the schism between the factions? For a fleeting moment, she pondered that if her departure could truly alleviate the discord, she would have no reason to resist. However, was it not more likely that her leaving would only exacerbate the tensions? For instance, Sylvie. A shiver coursed through her as she looked fearfully at Rune, whose impassive gaze confirmed her suspicions. The conflict would not merely dissipate if she left. The headquarters would ally with her father to eliminate Sylvie, Aurora, and all those close to her, whom they deemed part of the princess faction. If they exterminated everyone, there would be no discord left, just as the eradication of the innocent populace of Conrad City had extinguished the source of contagion. Her departure would not only signify peril for her friends and subordinates, the sacrifice of countless innocents in Conrad City, but it would also render her years of effort a mere illusion. Even more terrifying was her father's scheme, that unspeakable plot, which would inevitably unfold into reality. Tresha. The infuriating leader continued to shout as Tresha raised an arm. The clamor behind her ceased instantly, and the leader instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Under the Lord, all are equal, regardless of rank, wealth, gender, or race. We are all brothers and sisters. Our bloodlines intertwine. We are indivisible, bringing peace to the world. We are united in blood, safeguarding the people. The girl clasped her hands in prayer and turned to Bishop Rune, stating, "This decision deviates from the Lord's will. I cannot accept it." Bishop Rune appeared to have anticipated this and remained unmoved. He struck the ground with his staff, an invisible force radiating from its tip, causing the crowd to shudder involuntarily. Then, the divine crystal atop the staff glowed with a holy light, piercing the hall and soaring into the heavens. Tresha, this is the Lord's will. The legendary authority was palpable in his proclamation, compelling all to kneel in reverence. Tresha remained standing, yet in contrast to the bowed crowd, her figure appeared frail and diminutive. The sound of sacred hymns filled the air as a colossal figure, composed entirely of holy light, descended, spreading its wings behind Bishop Rune, enveloping the entire hall. The judgment of Darkness Rune aligns with my will. This is an angel. Even the Countess felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. The angel had delivered the decree, exiling Tresha, a decision endorsed by the divine. The golden-haired girl gazed up at the angel, her body trembling, her face contorted, and bloodshot eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 56. The Oracle of Cain. The pivotal moment has arrived. In the castle's turret, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly. Within the entire seduction scheme, this posed the greatest challenge, as the existence of deities rendered his extensive experience from a previous life futile. After all, in a world of gods and demons, such a premise defies reason. When he and Talons previously analyzed the situation, they both felt that the two factions could not truly engage in conflict. Cain, the god of guardians, is a genuine deity. The most formidable among the benevolent gods of this era, he would never stand idly by as the church fractured. The conclusion drawn from their deductions was that the discord between the factions would gradually permeate other churches within the divine court, with the royal faction retreating to the churches of other deities, thus establishing a schism, the Church of Cain and Urshiong and the churches of other deities in the kingdom. This would lead to the collapse of the loyal divine court, triggering significant upheaval. This process should be relatively slow, taking at least several years. Now, he needed to convince the young dragon lady that the factions would soon clash, which posed a considerable challenge. Casting a glance at the key points he had previously noted in the heart-whispering book, Li Qi cleared his throat and continued to wave his goose feather fan. "Vice President, you must be familiar with the Lady of Chastity?" The young dragon lady rolled her eyes in response. "How could I possibly know that kind of vile goddess who pretends to be virtuous while being utterly debased, her mind filled with foul substances? Your candor is refreshing," he remarked. "Deities are not eternal," he continued, implying that not only can deities fall, but their will is also subject to change. Li Qi recalled Sir Major's comments about Lady Joy at the previous banquet. Not only will the Lady of Chastity distort and decay, but other deities may do the same. Even the god of guardians might experience a split in consciousness. A division of will. Noticing the deepening contempt etched on the young dragon lady's face, Li Qi caught sight of the horns atop her head and improvised, like a two-headed dragon or a two-headed ogre. Do they not often bicker and compete with one another? That analogy is utterly atrocious. What connection does Cain have with a two-headed dragon? The young dragon lady shook her head, sighing at Li Qi's ignorance. With exasperation, she added, "Because of your nonsensical remarks, I have wasted my divine power for today. Really, Li Qi Puril, I no longer wish to visit you." Thus, this became crucial. If he could not persuade her, the relationship between them would regress significantly. Li Qi shrugged. Well, with your intellect, it is indeed challenging to accept such a possibility. In the grand hall, faced with the angel delivering the divine oracle, Talesia's frail form swayed slightly, as if she might kneel at any moment. She struggled against the angel's overwhelming presence, raising her chin defiantly towards Ruin, her tone imbued with palpable sorrow and indignation. Why? 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 Talesia, do you not recall our conversation when I first assumed office? Ruin's expression finally shifted, a glimmer of pity flickering across his bark-like visage. The nobility has decayed. They can no longer shoulder the duty of safeguarding the people and bringing them happiness. Teresia, you are noble and sanctified. Yet alone you cannot purify the hearts of all nobles, nor grant them rebirth. On the contrary, your exalted virtue leads the nobles to deceive themselves, believing they still possess the favor of the divine, convinced that their grip on power remains steadfast because of your presence. Rune sighed softly. Departing from this place would be beneficial for my lord, for the divine court, and for the kingdom of Hadalin. It would also serve your own interests, sparing you the burden of a destiny beyond your capacity. The golden-haired maiden swayed slightly, yet the holy light surged forth, allowing her to stand firm once more. Her gaze swept across the platform, briefly resting on the vigilant yet mocking visage of the commander of the paladins, before finally settling on Rune. What do you know? What do you comprehend of the fate I bear? You know nothing, she exclaimed disdainfully. I am aware of the myriad actions committed by you self-proclaimed superiors that tarnish my lord's glory. Indeed, the nobility has decayed. Yet even a dead tree can sprout new buds when its rotten branches are pruned. The nobility arose from the people, they were once the heroes among them, repeatedly leading the populace through epochs of change and various calamities. They have transmitted faith and responsibility through their bloodlines across generations. The nobility protects the people, and the people sustain the nobility. This has been an established truth for countless epochs, unchanged and unchanging in the future. The gentle white light billowed behind her, buoying her stature. Do not forget, what is my lord's divine duty? It is protection. And what is protected? The nobility, the knights, the people. The loyalty towards the divine court is founded upon this. Without the nobility, there would be no knights, and the people would descend into the ranks of wanderers and savages. She pointed an accusing finger at Rune. I am well aware of your thoughts. Without the nobility, you could directly govern the people through the church. But what has the church represented in these past few centuries in Urshiang? The entire realm of Fehn has witnessed it. Why has the nobility rotted and decayed? If not due to your corrupting influence, without the bloodline's inheritance of faith and responsibility, and without living among the people across generations, the priests and bishops within the church will decay even more swiftly than the nobility. This is an ironclad law throughout all epochs. The elders upon the platform exchanged uneasy glances, many of them coughing awkwardly as they clenched their fists. Teresia, it seems you truly need to return to Urshiang to rediscover my lord's divine intent. Rune gently shook his head. Indeed, my lord's duty is protection. Yet it is not the nobility that is safeguarded, but rather the order established by the nobility. His tone resembled that of a teacher guiding a student. You should not have forgotten what my lord's divine duty was in the previous epoch. Indeed, it was order. The order established by the nobility is not the sole form. There are many other types of order. When the nobility drags the current order into the abyss of decay, my lord will inevitably abandon such an order in favor of a new one to protect. Do you expect me to believe that a group of priests and bishops, more corrupt than the nobility, can establish a greater and more enduring order? Princess Trescia sneered coldly. The same events have transpired in previous epochs. Arrogant sorcerers have attempted it. The Church of the Tyrant God has done so. Even the soul-sucking fiends emerging from the shadowed realms have tried. All have met with failure. One opened his mouth, realizing he could not overpower her with words, and chose to remain silent. My lord has delivered a divine decree. If you refuse to accept it, you're betraying my lord. I need not remind you of the dire consequences that await. The captain shouted from the side, Kneel. Receive the decree of my lord. Trescia disregarded him, her thoughts swirling like a fierce blaze. Have I truly erred? Is Kame really prepared to watch the church obliterate the royal faction and even the nobility, ultimately allowing the church to dominate the world? Without nobility and knights, what order can the people rely upon? What choices remain for Kame? A thought flitted through Trescia's tumultuous mind, which she seized upon in time. What if this decree does not genuinely reflect Kame's true will? Mortals cannot possibly distort the will of the divine. Yet behind my father lies a deity so powerful that even Kame would not dare to confront directly, the Lady of Night. What madness might those lawless sorcerers, allied with Urshiang, unleash? This must be yet another trial from Kame, a test of the sincerity and steadfastness of my faith. Whether the decree summoned by Lwin was authentic or not was of little consequence. The crux lay in believing that she was in the right. The shimmering holy light unfurled behind her, coalescing into magnificent wings of luminescence, accompanied by the ethereal sound of sacred hymns, gently lifting Tresha off the ground. The holy light circled her form, solidifying into a suit of silver armor, as radiant swords and a shield extended from her hands. The Kame Church, as the core of the loyal divine court, had branches sprawling throughout Fehn, yet there was only one saintess, including the headquarters of Urshiang, Tresha. 8 years ago, at the tender age of 10, she had received Kame's divine favor and become a saintess, and to this day, no second Kame saintess had emerged. As she matured, she grew dissatisfied with merely promoting the image of the divine court and the church, gradually evolving into a high-ranking priestess, a cardinal priestess, ultimately becoming the overseer of all extraordinary affairs within the kingdom, beyond the divine court. Few now recalled her original title. Now, as she manifested her saintly form, all present understood her intent, yet they deemed it futile. Lwin muttered, "Foolishness. In the name of my lord, I, Tresha Hadron, await judgment." She raised her sword high, a beam of holy light piercing through the hall, reaching for the heavens. "I have not strayed from my lord's faith. I have not sullied my lord's glory. I have not been blinded in spirit to make erroneous choices. Every action, every decision I have made, has been a manifestation of my lord's path. I am innocent." The unwavering words of the maiden caused the holy light to tremble violently with a certain frequency, transmitting to a vast and magnificent realm beyond. There was no response. Rune shook his head, and the commander sneered as the sobs began to rise from the crowd below. Can this farce not come to an end? Such a spectacle is truly unbecoming. Let us afford some dignity to Her Highness the Princess. Swiftly, bind her with divine power. The elders on the platform grew impatient, murmuring to Rune. Just as Rune was about to speak, his expression shifted dramatically. A tremendous divine force descended, once again filling the hall with a gentle, white holy light. A colossal angel descended behind Tresha, identical to the angel that stood behind Rune. The angel, with a voice previously heard in a vague echo, proclaimed, "I decree, Tresha Hadron, not guilty." The hall fell into a profound silence for a considerable time until the two angels simultaneously transformed into motes of light. The kneeling crowd nearly prostrated themselves upon the ground, while the elders on the platform collapsed as well. In the entire hall, only Rune and Tresha remained standing. Chapter 57, Legends Against Legends in the castle's communication room. Richie shifted to Plan B, disregarding the fury etched on the face of the little dragon girl. He continued, "Let us consider another possibility, looking at the long term, say, a decade from now. Perhaps the Kame Church will not be divided, but the loyal divine court will certainly be fragmented. That much is assured." Indeed. The chairman and the others are discussing this very matter. The little dragon girl's expression softened somewhat. "Vice Chairman, will you not regret, 10 years from now, that at this moment you did not take any action? For instance, by placing your bets on Princess Telesia in advance?" Richie lowered his voice. "By that time, how will your chairman and the elders regard you?" The little dragon girl's eyes began to swirl. Moreover, it need not be a grand gesture. The kingdom faction currently appears weak. Even the slightest support, given discreetly under a personal name, would be immensely appreciated by the princess, just as your investment in me. It is far better to provide assistance in times of need than to merely embellish what is already flourishing. Thus, you should act as a lobbyist for the princess. She harbors uncertainties in her heart. But how can you be so certain that the kingdom faction will emerge victorious? That is a rather foolish question, Richie sighed, exasperated. "Pray tell, where are you from?" The little dragon girl shrugged. "Where am I from? I am a dragon. Person. Your personal opinions are inconsequential. What matters is how others perceive you." "Very well." Richie decided to abandon that angle and shift to one she could comprehend. "Vice Chairman, if the victory of the kingdom faction is beyond doubt, what value do you possess? If the headquarters suppresses the kingdom faction, what benefits would that confer upon you and the merchant association? What little advantage you had may vanish entirely." Richie felt that if the little dragon girl bore the heavy responsibility, their branch association would lose whatever capital they had left. Even 2 or 3 golden legs could not stave off the impending disaster. "Richie, do not speak to me as my father does. I detest that, do you understand?" The little dragon girl retorted, visibly displeased. "Also, call me Timmy. Do not think I cannot guess what you are thinking when you refer to me as vice chairman. Indeed, this is tangible progress. The little dragon girl seemed to have sorted through her thoughts, crossing her arms as she inquired. Speak plainly. What benefits do you seek by urging me to undertake this task? Spare me the explanations. I am well aware they are mostly nonsense. Just tell me what you desire. Finally, she had been drawn onto the proverbial pirate ship. Richie wiped his brow discreetly. Yet a sincere smile blossomed on his face. Vice Chairman. Oh, Timmy, the benefits I seek are quite simple. I wish to be your exclusive supplier. No, not for holy water or such trifles, but for the labor services of our Crimson Church. The little dragon girl scoffed. What can your insignificant church possibly offer me? Even the smallest blade of grass has its utility, Richie reminded her. And, as you have previously stated, anyone who can survive a great adventure in the temple must possess remarkable strengths. Well, how about we sign a labor service contract? Whenever I need assistance, you can send someone to help me. The labor fee will be calculated at half the market rate. Is that agreeable? The little dragon girl gazed skeptically at Li Qi. Is this truly what you desire, to benefit unilaterally from such an arrangement? Of course, Li Qi replied with a jesting tone. The signatory is you, not the commercial alliance. We would merely act as your personal mercenaries. Establishing a strategic partnership with you would greatly benefit our church. Even if the little dragon girl were to use her divine powers to probe, Li Qi's underlying intentions would remain intact. All right, this does seem somewhat intriguing. I shall indulge you this time and finalize the contract, the little dragon girl said languidly. I will consult Telesia later. There is still ample time. Li Qi was in no rush, as the two factions were unlikely to clash immediately, given that Kame could not suffer from a split personality. However, reflecting on the goddess's words regarding change, he continued to fan himself with a feathered fan, revealing an inscrutable smile. Well, one never knows. Within the grand hall of the Kame church, a prolonged silence was shattered by Bishop Ruin's murmurs. This is impossible. The usually unflappable face of Bishop Ruin finally bore a mixture of confusion and alarm. He struggled to articulate. How could our Lord render two opposing judgments on a single matter? Telesia, shield in hand and sword at the ready, retorted coldly, You must inquire among yourselves. Who knows what unspeakable secrets lie behind the oracle you summoned? The oracle bestowed by the angels is the immutable will of our Lord. Bishop Ruin hesitated, his tone growing feeble. Indeed, Bishop Ruin, Telesia affirmed. Thus, I am innocent. You have no authority to punish me. Her oracle is false. Ruin, seize her. William, why are you still standing idle? The members of the divine court on the high platform snapped to attention, their voices raised in alarm. William, the commander of the paladins, remained in a state of shock. The notion that the deity had issued two contradictory oracles struck him like a colossal hammer upon his spirit, causing his faith to waver. Called to action, he looked towards Telesia, still suspended in midair, yet found himself unable to move, despite his rank as a level 6 paladin. Fortified by divine restrictions, subduing Telesia, who was also level 6 but a priestess, would not be a challenge. Yet, she was not only the sole saint of the Kame Church but had also just received a divine oracle declaring her innocent. What right did he have to act against her? His subordinates, however, sprang into action. Some paladins charged towards Telesia. These were of modest origins. Reliable forces long controlled by headquarters. At their movement, the paladins loyal to the kingdom followed suit. Protect the princess. Her highness has also received the oracle. To dare to trouble her is to betray our lord. Indeed, this is your conspiracy, minions of Urshiang, though few in number. These paladins ignited the representatives of the church within the hall. Art, music, elegance, and joy are representatives of the church that can be overlooked. However, the priests and knights of noble and knightly orders wield considerable power. In an instant, the holy light intertwined, resonating through the heavens. As a bloody internal conflict was about to unfold, a soft sound reverberated within everyone's hearts, sending tremors through their bodies, leaving them weak and dizzy. The chaos in the hall ceased, and upon the high platform, Bishop Rune radiated holy light, transforming him into a statue of jade. Specks of light dust expanded gradually from him, adorning the hall like a realm of stars. Legendary domain. The might of a legendary practitioner lies in their ability to create their own realm, constructing unique laws through divine power or magic, thus transforming the space into their dominion. I have received the divine oracle of my lord. I shall spare no sacrifice to fulfill his will. This is a test of faith from my lord. The golden-haired maiden in midair scoffed. So, Your conclusion is that the one with greater power possesses the correct oracle? Is it not so? Rune slowly raised his staff, the holy light swirling at its tip, forming a vortex, seemingly tugging at the souls of everyone in the hall, startling them into activating their shields and defensive spells. Only the victor is favored by the deities. Rune directed his staff towards Telesia, his domain now enveloping the entire hall, the star-like points of light flickering in sync with the holy light from his staff. I truly did not expect you to utter such words. However, considering the wealth accumulated by your kind over centuries, it is hardly surprising that you would distort divine intent in such a manner. Telesia appeared utterly unfazed. This is blasphemy. Victory is bestowed by the favor of the deities. Power is a gift from the divine. She clashed her sword and shield, producing a resounding sound. My lord favors me. Therefore, I shall triumph. Telesia, show the reverence due in the face of the legendary. Rune shouted angrily, still exerting his final efforts. Though the oracles contradicted one another, there remained a possibility for negotiation should one side willingly concede. Your Excellency the Bishop, our church is loyal to the divine court. A few individuals rushed from the crowd. Priests and maidens of the Lady of Joy, stepping delicately, their faces a blend of panic and relief. Truly a group of harlots. The voice of the Countess rang out clearly among the crowd. We, the Church of Joy, resolutely support the judgment of the divine court. Telesia's oracle is false. The leading elderly woman, still possessing grace, was the cardinal priestess of the Church of Joy, ascending the steps in joyous anticipation of taking the high platform. With a twist of the staff, the floating specks of light dust descended upon these individuals, swelling into flames of light that abruptly enveloped them. The clergy of the Church of Joy emitted piercing wails as onlookers watched helplessly as the flames penetrated their every orifice, seeping into their skin, dissolving flesh in gruesome fashion. In but a moment, several garments fell to the ground, showing no signs of damage, while the bodies they once enveloped had vanished without a trace. On the steps, the cardinal priestess screamed, exerting all her strength in resistance. Her body intertwined with two streams of sacred light, soft white and bright white. Overwhelmed with shock and confusion, her gaze was fixed upon Bishop Rune's face. The announcement that was to be made later was now rendered unnecessary, as you have revealed yourselves. Thus, let the matter be dealt with directly. Bishop Rune declared solemnly, the Church of the Lady of Joy has fallen into the hands of decayed nobility, straying onto a path of desecration. The headquarters of the Divine Court has decreed the reformation of the Church of Joy and the purging of all blasphemers. At the tip of his staff erupted a beam of tangible holy light, cleaving the cardinal priestess from crown to groin. Not a drop of blood was shed. The sacred light swiftly dissolved her form. The voice of the Countess was just beginning to rise when someone covered her mouth, plunging the hall once more into a dreadful silence. It was common knowledge that the Church of the Lady of Joy was the most corrupt and depraved, and such an end elicited a sense of schadenfreude, even among those of more reserved disposition. Yet, Bishop Rune's decisive action stirred a sense of sorrow for the fallen. But apart from the Countess, none dared utter a word. In the realm of legends, those who had yet to attain such status were as powerless as sheep and swine. This is merely a cleansing of the decayed branches for you nobles. Rune directed his staff towards Telesia. I admire your resolve, provided you do not misplace your allegiance. The girl lowered her head, trembling, seemingly losing the courage to continue resisting. Rune addressed the leader of the Paladin Order. William, please escort Her Highness the Princess down. The commander, wielding a binding rope of divine crystal and precious metal, approached the girl. Now emboldened by the legendary presence behind him, he believed that the truth of victory belonged to the one favored by the divine. The thought of binding this beautiful and noble princess, whom he had long coveted, ignited a fervor within him. This was merely the prelude. After her descent into the abyss, there would be further opportunities. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, and invisible ripples radiated from within the girl. The luminous dust that had enveloped the hall rapidly contracted, replaced by transparent light shields. These shields continuously disintegrated and expanded, filling the majority of the hall in an instant, omnipresent and ever-shifting, creating a transparent grid that was in constant flux. Rune's pupils contracted, and the elder statesman on the platform stepped back in alarm. With a casual sweep of her long sword, the girl unleashed a slender beam of sacred light towards William. The commander of the Paladin Order cried out in terror, summoning a ring of light shields from within to deflect the sacred radiance. His voice escalated in pitch as he realized that the ever-shifting grid silently disassembled the shields. The domain. Rune exhaled sharply. When did you ascend a legend? Moments ago. The girl smiled faintly. I have said, my lord favors me. I shall be victorious. Chapter 58. The decision of the little dragon maid in the Grand Hall was cleaved into two distinct factions by two legendary realms, each side poised in a tense standoff. On the elevated platform, the priests dispatched from headquarters hurled vehement accusations of rebellion and heresy, incessantly urging Rune to give the command to strike. Although Tracia was also a legend, her recent ascension rendered her considerably weaker in the manipulation of realms, divine arts, and divine power compared to Rune. Even though neither party was willing to yield, the number and rank of the holy knights and priests loyal to headquarters far surpassed those of the kingdom's faction. Beyond the hall, a substantial contingent from headquarters stood ready to provide reinforcements. More critically, an anxious cardinal priest interjected, "The king stands with us," calling forth his allies. Rune hesitated. He was reluctant to let matters escalate to that point. If conflict truly erupted, it would not only signify a schism within the loyal divine court but also a fracture within the Church of Cain. He found himself mulling over the two divine decrees, seeking a path that could allow for coexistence. The punishment of Tracia was his proposal submitted to the headquarters, which had garnered the approval of the prominent figures therein, and Cain's divine decree further affirmed his correctness. Yet, Tracia had also received an unequivocal divine decree confirming her innocence, rendering any punishment against her impossible. She too was in the right. If both decrees genuinely reflected Cain's true intent, it suggested that Cain sanctioned such a division. Desiring to witness which side held a more steadfast belief, a tempest swirled within Rune. This was no longer a test of faith for himself or Tracia, but rather a trial for the entire loyal divine court and the Church of Cain. Such trials usually manifested only before the transition of epochs, heralding the dawn of divine warfare. The deities sought to refine faith among mortals, to reap the harvest of the ripened fields. Was this truly acceptable? Rune's hand trembled slightly. Had it truly come to this juncture? He exchanged gazes with Tracia once more, and in the depths of the golden-haired maiden's eyes, he perceived a conviction far purer than his own, causing his own faith to waver. Perhaps she was right. No. A counter-voice surged forth in his mind. Victory alone determines right from wrong. Rune's chaotic thoughts were instantaneously extinguished by the fervent flames of his heart. He raised his staff. His battle spirit ignited. Although there had indeed been an accord with the king, Rune harbored no desire to rely on the king's strength. The Night Lady, who stood behind the king, was capricious and untrustworthy. How could he entrust victory to such a temporary ally? The duel between the two legends was on the verge of unfolding. Suddenly, the Grand Hall's doors crashed down, and the guards who had sealed the hall tumbled in. Sprawling across the floor, a throng of knights and priests, adorned with various divine insignias, surged into the chamber, outnumbering the headquarters faction by several folds. Each bore arcane weaponry, their collective fury pressing inexorably toward the forces of headquarters. At the forefront was the Judgment Paladin, Sylvie, her voice ringing out like an invisible scythe, reaping the hopes of the headquarters faction. You see, the lapdogs of the headquarters truly seek to overthrow the kingdom. We shall not retreat even a single step today. Tracia landed, momentarily taken aback. Sylvie? Your Highness, how wonderful. I have not arrived too late. Sylvie performed a knightly gesture, then pointed her long sword at Rune, saying, Your Excellency. The bishop found an excuse to send me away, while a battalion of paladins seeks to execute me. At that moment, I realized you were undoubtedly in trouble. Now, she swept her arm to indicate the crowd behind her. The loyalists of the grassroots temple have gathered, vowing to defend the kingdom at all costs. Rune faltered, and the officials of the divine court appeared terrified. They had failed to eliminate Sylvie and had inadvertently allowed her to rally the core supporters. Rune, do not presume that your high-ranking positions grant you an advantage. The central barrier here is under our control and has been reinforced to neutralize any power. Even legendary figures will find their strength significantly diminished. Sylvie exchanged a reassuring glance with Telesia, sneering. The headquarters minions outside have also been dismantled, leaving only you lot. The priests on the platform were in a state of panic, clamoring incessantly. Rune, what are you hesitating for? Quickly summon the king's aides. We must not allow these rebels to prevail. Rune shot a disdainful glance at them. Summon aides? Given the current situation, would the king's men even assist him? They would likely take advantage of the chaos to capture them all. We must leave. With a flourish of his staff, his form became ethereal. The other cardinal priests and high priests on the platform stomped their feet in curses, but wasted no time activating their teleportation, disappearing without a trace. Within the hall, the paladins and lower-ranked members dispatched by the headquarters stood frozen, oblivious until they were disarmed and bound by the king's forces, slow to react. Finally, we have driven those fellows away. Outside the king church, beneath the immense golden statue, Sylvie exhaled in relief as she watched the captives from headquarters being escorted away. The divine court was heading towards division. Where should we go from here? Telesia wore a worried expression. The temporary victory did not bring her any joy, as the uncertainty of the future weighed heavily upon her heart. Sylvie's fist struck her chest with determination, her eyes shining brightly as she proclaimed, "Your Highness, not only have you received the divine oracle, but you have also garnered our Lord's deeper favor. Your ascension to legend at that moment is the finest proof. You are correct. Whatever decision you make, we shall follow you. We know you will lead us to victory." Telesia smiled at her, touched, while passing subordinates cast reverent glances her way, gradually instilling a sense of reality within her. The most pressing matter now was to eliminate the influence of the headquarters within the kingdom and consolidate our strength. Years of practical experience and an aura of leadership allowed Telesia to quickly regain focus. We must harness every ounce of power, regardless of size or connection. All benevolent churches within the kingdom must unite under our banner. This is a choice between justice and evil. No one shall waver, and no one shall be a fence-sitter. Her expression turned grave. "I command, Your Highness." Her subordinate interrupted her. It was her attendant, Done. "Miss Osquim insists on seeing you, and I cannot prevent it." Observing the figure of the little dragon girl descending from the heavens with her guards, Tresha suppressed her displeasure and sighed, "Of course, you cannot stop her. Have you already driven away the headquarters envoy?" The translucent wings behind the little dragon girl retracted, shimmering in iridescent light, as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Neglecting the customary pleasantries, Tresha was taken aback. "Timmy, when did your intelligence become so astute?" "I am an evaluator," the little dragon girl replied, rolling her eyes. "How could I possibly overlook such a trivial matter?" Noticing the princess's expression of nonchalance, she indignantly retorted, "Do not assume that I merely wield power without thought. I anticipated this day the moment you imprisoned yourself." With one hand on her hip and the other gesticulating unconsciously in imitation of someone, the little dragon girl continued. "Following the Conrad City incident, the discord between your kingdom's faction and the headquarters has grown exceedingly sharp. By imprisoning yourself, you have quelled the kingdom's faction. However, I am fully aware of the sentiments held by those at the Divine Court's headquarters." She elaborated. "For instance, long ago, the Dragon Clan would select a town for worship. Initially, the people were devout." The little dragon girl succinctly articulated her thoughts, though her logic was somewhat muddled, yet Tresha and Sylvie were left astounded. "So, it turns out that Bishop Ruin was most likely coerced." Tresha's expression shifted to one of realization, finally comprehending the headquarters stance. "Timmy, I never anticipated how formidable your intellect could be." She sincerely expressed her admiration, to which the little dragon girl responded with a grin, revealing her small fangs, and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Now, what brings you here so urgently?" Tresha did not believe that her counterpart would genuinely express concern for her. Although they had known each other since childhood, she had never concealed her disdain for merchants, while the little dragon girl regarded her piety as hypocrisy. Their personal rapport could hardly be deemed amicable. "Ah, despite our differences, well, I am a merchant, and merchants naturally think of profit," the little dragon girl remarked with a professional smile. "We do share a commonality. We both have fathers with troubled minds." Sylvie voiced her discontent. "Hey, that's a slight against His Majesty." Tresha silenced Sylvie with a gesture. Indeed, in this regard, they found common ground. "My father, being of advanced age, has lost his faculties. He cannot adapt to such drastic changes, and I am deeply concerned about our branch's future prospects." The little dragon girl exhaled heavily before raising her brow. "I am different. I can perceive the larger trends. Therefore, I am here to support Her Highness the Princess. Though my personal strength is limited, I possess connections and resources. Whatever you require, count on me." Tresha and Sylvie exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. From a personal perspective, although I harbor a strong disdain for merchants, they are undeniably an essential force from the viewpoint of those in power. Previously, Telesia felt her future was bleak, largely due to the scarcity of resources. She did not trust that the kingdom's branch of the Merchant Alliance would stand by her, as the main association was closely aligned with the Divine Court. To her surprise, the daughter of the branch president expressed her support immediately. Though it was merely a personal stance, it was an immense help. "Miss Osquim, how did you know that Her Highness has also received the Divine Oracle and ascended to legendary status so quickly?" Sylvie articulated Telesia's sentiments. Only someone aware of such matters would so resolutely come forth to support the princess. Received the oracle? Ascended to legendary status? Telesia raised her head and smiled, masking her true emotions. She graciously accepted the other's goodwill. I am deeply grateful. We are in the process of consolidating the powers of various churches. Yet, even if we gather everyone and every crystal, it will surely be insufficient to sustain a war of uncertain duration. Consolidating the powers of the various churches. The recently signed contract flashed through the mind of the young dragon lady, her expression shifting momentarily. For a brief moment, she appeared somewhat fierce, but then she seemed to recall something, exhaling as if resigned. Then your highness should prepare a list of supplies. I will strive to secure favorable prices and delivery timelines for you. If cash is insufficient, I shall also utilize my personal connections to assist you temporarily. She then remarked casually, by the way, I should inform you that a minor noble in the kingdom named Rishprel has been hired by me to handle some errands for his Crimson Church. This should not interfere with your plans, right? Telesia and Sylvie exchanged glances once more. Rishprel. The visage of the dark-haired youth gradually crystallized in the princess's mind. I can understand your highness's feelings. He is that fortunate yet audacious fellow. The one who subsequently entrusted the orphans of Conrad City to him. At that time, I merely perceived him as a kind-hearted individual who would show compassion towards the orphans. Although his church is rather small, as long as there are clergy, they must contribute all their strength in the impending war. Despite feeling a bit uneasy, Telesia did not dwell on it further. Of course it won't affect anything. Since you support me, his assistance is equivalent to contributing to our cause. Watching the young dragon lady depart, Telesia sighed. I never expected Timmy to be so perceptive and decisive. I truly misjudged her before. Sylvie's gaze was a mix of admiration and relief. Miss Osquim stands by our side. I believe the entire branch will soon support us, your highness. We shall surely prevail. The iridescent wings trailed a stream of light, and amidst the radiance, the young dragon lady remarked to her guard, that fellow Rish, he knows everything. Am I merely a pawn in his game? The guard replied, perhaps it is merely a coincidence. How could he possibly know that the young lady would act so swiftly? Xiaolong knew felt uncertain, is it? So? If it weren't for Li Qi's remarks, the divine court wouldn't have stirred up such turmoil. And I wouldn't have rushed over here. Then, feeling a twinge of irritation, she added, in any case, I do not wish to see his face for the time being. Whenever he smiles, I can't help but feel that he is mocking my foolishness. Chapter 59. The Dawnstar rises to the west of the royal capital. Over 1,000 kilometers away, a range of mountains stretches north to south, severing the plains and serving as a boundary between the Hadron Kingdom and its neighbors. Deep within the mountains, in a secluded valley, the remnants of a dilapidated temple glimmer with soft, white holy light. As the radiance dissipates, the figures of several elders become visible. When you are fleeing from the battle, the headquarters had repeatedly emphasized that even if blood flowed like rivers, the negative momentum of the Hadron Kingdom must be curtailed. Why do you hesitate to act? Wen sighed inwardly. This was the very reason he found it impossible to persuade Telesia. The decay of the nobility was mirrored by the church, was it not? The moral decline of the kingdom's aristocrats pales in comparison to the actions of those at headquarters. In truth, Wen and Telesia shared similar sentiments. Even a dead tree can sprout new buds. If the divisions could be consolidated and the devout brothers and sisters gathered together, perhaps a thorough cleansing could rejuvenate the church. Could it be that this was what Cain wished to witness? Perhaps his own plans were misaligned. Perhaps the effort should begin with the Church of Urshion? This was a safe house surreptitiously constructed by the Divine Court's headquarters. Due to the limitations of emergency teleportation, they could not directly transport themselves to Urshion and had to make an interim stop here. After each teleportation, it was necessary to stabilize divine power. Otherwise, the resulting shockwaves could harm the soul. As soon as he finished speaking, an unsettling ripple swept through the temple, startling Wen and the others. A barrier. Before Wen could utter another word, the formation was only partially complete when a cascade of multicolored light descended from above. The radiant light, though beautiful in appearance, harbored boundless destructive power, instantly tearing apart the temple's structure and engulfing them all. The once sturdy temple crumbled into grains of dust beneath the rainbow light, accompanied by a few cries of despair, swiftly silenced. The radiant light consumed the edifice, penetrating deep into the earth and erupting in a tumult of dust. Had Riki been present, he would surely have compared it to the 460mm cannon of a battleship. The soft, white holy light surged forth, dispersing the debris to reveal a massive pit, over 100 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters deep, where the temple had once stood. Not a single elder remained. No trace of flesh or bone could be found, save for Lwin, who floated in midair, surrounded by a circle of protective light. With motes of luminescent dust drifting down, he gazed at the descending figure ahead, his expression solemn. Baron Numenal, were you not engaged in the northern campaign against the traitors? Numenal, the Grand Commander of the Hadron Kingdom's Knights and the King's chief attendant, known as the First Knight, raised his great sword with a mocking smile. My original mission was to support you. If you had signaled from the Came Church, I would have appeared to escort Princess Talesia away. He sighed. I did not anticipate your retreat. Consequently, my mission has shifted according to the King's orders. It seems our divine court is meant to suffer mutual destruction. Wynn trembled as he spoke, then straightened his back. However, even if you are an 8th-level legend, it will not be so easy to take my life. Indeed. The legendary priest of Came is both unscrupulous and roguish, solely preoccupied with self-preservation. Even a 9th-level knight may find it challenging to vanquish a 7th-level priest. The legendary knight speaks candidly. And what of me? A spectral voice resonates, manifesting a dark luminescence from the air, gradually coalescing into a figure exuding a haze of gray-black smoke. Despite being clad in a hood and cloak, Rune recognizes him instantly. Instinctively tightening his grip on the staff, the Song of Soul-Crushing Tade, known as the Song of Soul-Crushing. The Cardinal High Priest Tade of the Lady of Knights Church is also a legend. Rune turns to the knight, his expression betraying unease. I never anticipated that the Knight of Shuma would conspire with the Lady of Knights followers. The knight, loyal to the king, remains indifferent to the alliances forged by the crown, coldly stating, however, I personally align myself with the present task rather than the previous one. Rune's protective light shield expands in layers, the luminous dust enveloping his form intensifying rapidly. An 8th-level legendary knight, a 7th-level legendary knight whisperer, is this all there is? The kingdom of Hadalin is a rural realm. Fortunately, each reigning monarch is legendary, or else it would have long since been devoured to the marrow by the divine court. Another voice emerges as a heavily armored warrior steps forth. The newcomer radiates in intense heat and crimson flames, scorching the surrounding air, his silhouette appearing distorted. Rune shudders. Why, your majesty, the king. The warrior draws his longsword, his voice resonating with a dull timbre. 3 legends, including a king, accompany you on your journey. You should consider yourself fortunate. May Came grant you eternal peace in the realm of the divine. His visage obscured by his helmet. The lion-headed helm and the crown atop it distinctly denote his identity. I have yet to fulfill the divine oracle bestowed upon me by my lord. How could I possibly perish here? Rune brandishes his staff, holy light surging forth, the surrounding luminous dust cascading like stardust, erupting in a resounding brilliance. In the realm of the divine, amidst the chaotic void, a singular scintillating star twinkles brilliantly. In the distance, the domain of the revolutionary goddess shines with a brightness that has magnified exponentially since its inception, yet pales in comparison to this radiant star. Appearing as if swallowed by the chaos, the landmass has expanded beyond the size of a football field, with a towering dais erected at its center. A silver-white bonfire roaring atop it. Beside the bonfire lies a couch woven from strands of light. A little girl clad in a red hat, red dress, and red boots reclines upon the couch, perusing a thick tome, with a platter of fruits and candies beside her. She occasionally plucks one and tosses it into her mouth, revealing a sense of indulgence. Suddenly, the land trembles, the book striking the girl upon her head, eliciting a pain groan as she clutches her head. What is happening? Is there an earthquake here? She remains motionless on the couch, trembling, as the tremors subside after a considerable duration. Upon regaining her composure, she notices a shift in the horizon. A soft, white starlight ignites, seemingly invoking vast powers, causing the entire realm of the divine to undergo transformation. A ring of dimmer starlight emerges around it, with the principal and subordinate stars occasionally converging and diverging. As this star cluster oscillates, the previously still and solitary star, akin to a bonfire doused in oil, grows even brighter. Curse it, the celestial signs, regardless of the knowledge of the celestial realm or the earthly signs. I did not copy anything, the little girl exclaimed, striking her forehead in frustration. Perhaps I should consult Li Qi to discern any omens from the mortal realm. Combining the insights should illuminate the issue at hand. With a wave of her hand, a luminous screen appeared, and just as she was about to input her query, Li Qi's voice unexpectedly resonated from the screen. Your Majesty, has something occurred in the celestial realm? Has something indeed transpired? But has it affected the mortal realm as well? Pray, elucidate what has happened. In the castle's study, Li Qi, having fallen from his chair, rubbed his backside and gasped. There's been an earthquake. The goddess promptly typed out a response, her impatience palpable. What significance does an earthquake hold? With the resilience of the Fehn material realm, even a magnitude 20 quake would merely be a minor inconvenience. Do not underestimate the severity of an earthquake. A magnitude 20 quake would likely obliterate half the planet. Do not belittle this high magic world of Fehn. Li Qi tapped his forehead, conceding the futility of debating the parameters with the goddess. Glancing out the window, he continued. Moreover, a bright star appeared during the day, could it be? In the celestial realm, the little girl raised her gaze to the cold, solitary star. Her expression turning grave. Indeed, it can be confirmed. That is the star of dawn. She emphasized her next proclamation in bold. The fourth season is truly nearing its end. And the divine war is imminent. The mention of the divine war. As Li Qi observed the task notification flashing on the screen, he felt a profound silence envelop him. No, I have only constructed 2 SCVs, and my little dogs are still mere novices. Must we prepare for battle already? In the iron-crowned city of the royal capital, within the subterranean layers of the central fortress, a teleportation array illuminated, and a figure emerged from the radiance. Sir Migel, who had been vigilantly awaiting outside the teleportation array, exhaled in relief and approached. Your Majesty's plan has succeeded. The Star of Dawn has indeed cast its projection upon the mortal realm. The king nodded. After we dispatched Rune, we deliberately allowed the barrier to rupture, and the accumulated legendary power tore open a minor dimensional rift, granting the molten region a new exit. Though subtle, the shift undoubtedly plays a role in this delicate moment. Migel bowed his head, placing a hand over his heart. Indeed, I shall swiftly convey the correct news to the Urxiang Divine Court. The second attendant's form twisted, transforming into a wisp of smoke that gradually dissipated. The king lingered in contemplation, extending his arms as transparent figures emerged from the corners, coalescing into cloaked servants who expertly assisted him in shedding his armor and changing attire. Once dressed in his customary robes, the king gently patted their heads, eliciting soft whimpers as they retreated to the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Stepping into an exceedingly narrow chamber, the king ascended, reappearing moments later in the grand hall of the fortress. 2 individuals stood awaiting him, and only after he took his place upon the throne did they bow in deference. Irina, Catherine. The king's hand lingered on the armrest of the throne, as if hesitating over a weighty decision. Your Majesty, there are signs of turmoil in Catherine's confinement. She must no longer be exposed to the corrupting divine power. The knight, Sir Familial, referred to as Irina by the king, spoke with a tone that was rather brusque, lacking the reverence typically shown by a subject to their sovereign, yet the king appeared unfazed. On the contrary, his voice bore a hint of frailty. But Catherine cannot leave the palace. Irina retorted vehemently. Are you to keep her ensconced in iron armor, then shroud her within the ironclad palace, depriving her even of sunlight? She requires freedom. She must breathe the fresh air. Observing the king's dejected demeanor as he covered his face, Irina softened her tone. The Star of Dawn has risen, which signifies the success of our plan. Hadron will soon be engulfed in turmoil. I cannot allow Catherine to remain in the palace only to be beset by a band of adventurers, leading to both your demise and hers. It is imperative that she remains within the kingdom, accompanied by my people, the king murmured gloomily. The first may be acceptable, but the second is not. I do not wish to see another gathering of arcanists, Irina scoffed. I truly wonder how you were deceived by that group of arcanists, or if this is merely another of your schemes. The king opened his mouth as if to elucidate, but only exhaled a heavy sigh. Very well. The first it shall be. You must assure me, he said resignedly. Then, I thank you. Your Majesty, Irina replied with a courteous bow, turning to grasp the tall figure enveloped in iron armor. Catherine, the king extended his hand, his eyes brimming with longing. Do you have anything to say to your father? The previous incident in Conrad City was merely an accident. I absolutely do not wish for you to come to any harm. Thank you, father. The tall figure articulated with difficulty. The king's expression instantly transformed, becoming vividly animated. Once the 2 figures vanished, a profound silence enveloped the royal hall. After a considerable pause, a choked sob emerged from the throne, mingled with soft murmurs. She called me father. She actually called me. Chapter 60. A grand business venture. I am increasingly convinced that the Dawn Star is a gift from our Lord, who embodies the future goddess of dawn. In the study, Li Qi stood beside Talons, gazing at the new star shining brightly in the midday sky. The goddess herself has denied this, and her ambition is certainly not to become the goddess of dawn. Observing the devout expression on Talon's face, Li Qi chose to remain silent. The Dawn Star is a manifestation of divine influence, its brilliance piercing through the realms of the gods and illuminating the mortal world, serving as the most direct and compelling evidence of the impending transformation facing Fehn. The Dawn Star is exceptionally significant. It heralds the imminent arrival of the goddess of dawn, who symbolizes a new era for Fehn. Her faith is rooted in the hopes of mortals, be it salvation, reform, or simply a desire for a peaceful existence. Ultimately, when the majority of people find themselves in despair over their current circumstances, the overwhelming hope for change gives rise to the goddess of dawn. It is precisely because she embodies the faith of hope that she appears only at the cusp of new epochs. Every deity with ambition and ideals, wishing to make their mark during such transitions, regards the emergence of the Dawn Star as a clarion call to action. The Viscount must not allow the Dawn Star to disrupt the original plans. When it comes to the situation at hand, Talons remained far more composed than the agitated Li Qi. Indeed, the Dawn Star signifies a change of era. Yet no one can precisely predict the timing of such an event. In the First Era, over 50 years elapsed after the appearance of the Dawn Star before the Divine Wars truly commenced. The Second Era saw a gap of 2 to 3 decades, while in the Third Era, it shone more than a century before the end of the epic. Oh, Li Qi found this detail somewhat unfamiliar. The Dawn Star signifies the mortal's yearning for change. Talons mused. However, the definition of mortals encompasses much more than just humanity. This is indeed true. The dark races dwelling in the subterranean realms, the wandering races of other demi-planes, and even the demons of the abyss are all considered mortals. Any being possessing a soul capable of faith is deemed immortal in the eyes of the deities. The High Priest stated, with each transition of epochs, the primary material plane experiences violent upheaval, and incursions from other planes are commonplace. In the Third Era, the Dawn Star rose prematurely due to the Dark Elves from the shadowy realms yearning to reclaim dominion over the primary material plane, which was once their homeland. He pointed southward, towards the direction of the Mist Marsh. Shortly after the emergence of the Dawn Star, the continent erupted into a war that lasted for over a century. With the battlefield located there, the Mist Marsh, originally devoid of mist and marshland, was once a vast and fertile expanse, far larger than the Hadron Kingdom, and home to several kingdoms. Witnessing that land thoroughly corrupted by the Dark Elves, humanity ultimately resolved to unite dozens of demigods, confronting the incarnations of the opposing deities, and used forbidden spells to tear open the barrier, sinking the entire territory. Subsequently, seawater flooded in, gradually forming what is now known as the Mist Marsh. Terence recounted ancient history, capturing Risha's rapt attention. The expanse of the Misty Marsh must stretch over 1,000,000 square kilometers, yet it had been directly sunk. Following this war, the divine conflict of Fehn officially commenced, giving rise to the later Tudorian Empire. My lord, your ancestors were likely the imperial generals stationed here, tasked with monitoring the movements of this desolate land to prevent the resurgence of the Dark Elves. Until the rise of the Hadron Kingdom, this area remained quiet, relegated to the kingdom's most remote corner. As Terence spoke, Rish recalled that the old man had previously brought Phineas here, seeking the lost divine artifacts within the Misty Marsh. Gazing at the vast marshland in the distance, Rish shuddered. This seemingly lifeless region concealed dangers beyond his comprehension. The Countess had informed him that the king had once dispatched agents to search for the Grey Elf tribe there. Could the king's conspiracy be? Terence dismissed Rish's speculation. That is impossible. The Grey Elves are merely descendants of the scattered Dark Elves on the material plane. This is but a rumor, unverified. Even if this race still exists, they must be greatly weakened. Moreover, should they re-emerge, they would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. No one wishes to see a resurgence of the Dark Elves. Regardless of any significant differences, all would unite swiftly to eliminate the threat. With that, Rish felt a measure of relief. The Misty Marsh was safe, but that did not mean he could leisurely indulge in farming games. The Dawn Star had ignited, and others would certainly have their own plans. As he pondered, a bird resembling a dove, yet with a coarse beak, landed on the windowsill, craning its neck and cooing at Terence. Terence rummaged in his pocket, producing some scraps of dried meat, which he offered to the bird. The creature tilted its head, inspected the offering, then opened its beak to regurgitate a small wooden tube before swiftly snatching up the meat. This was a giant beaked dove, used by the forest rangers to relay messages. While lacking extraordinary powers, it was remarkably swift and secure. As the peculiar bird departed, Terence extracted a note from the wooden tube, reading aloud. In my youth, I had extensive dealings with the forest rangers and am familiar with their methods. I commissioned them to report significant events within the kingdom. The Greywood Mountains have been blasted apart. Rish's heart raced. Could the recent earthquake have been caused by disturbances there? The Greywood Mountains lay over 1,000 kilometers to the west of the kingdom. What could have transpired? Several peaks had been obliterated, leaving behind a chasm over 10 kilometers long and unfathomably deep, possibly connecting to the molten region. The remnants bore the aura of legendary practitioners, indicating that at least 3 had battled within the confines of a protective barrier. Instead of neutralizing their extraordinary powers within the barrier, the battle had compromised it, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of amassed energy. As Terrence continued reading, Rish felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, in a high magic world, battles between legends could yield energies surpassing those of nuclear weapons. The explosion occurred shortly before the upheaval at the Royal Divine Court, suggesting a direct correlation between the two events. Terrence frowned. The upheaval at the Royal Divine Court? What sort of upheaval? Curse it. Why has there been no word from the Thieves' Guild in the capital? A Viscount? Richard had already burst through the door, making his way directly to the communications room. If he was not mistaken, the ruse he had played on the Dragon Maiden had swiftly morphed into reality. Inside the communications room, the cover of Richard's wind of letters glimmered with a crimson light, signaling the arrival of a message. Kame had issued 2 contradictory oracles, and Telesia had driven away the headquarters faction. A civil war within the faithful Divine Court was truly upon them. How did you come to know all of this? The letter contained but a single line, yet the handwriting was so erratic that Richard could easily envision the Dragon Maiden erasing and rewriting it repeatedly. He felt a chuckle arise, though his body trembled. His earlier deception of the Dragon Maiden had merely been an attempt to cling to her, hoping to escape the turmoil of the Divine Court. Little did he expect it to manifest so swiftly. Was fortune truly on his side? After a moment of trembling, Richard composed himself. No, this was not mere luck. It was a tangible victory. It was the goddess and himself, along with talents, who had arrived at this correct conclusion through revolutionary theory and scientific analysis of the state of Fehn in the Divine Court. He had simply not anticipated such a rapid and fierce eruption of conflict. The issue was that he was utterly unprepared. What did drawing a circle even mean? Was it merely to mock his own lack of wit? No laughter was permitted. He knew he had been manipulated like a puppet. When Telesia sought to rally the church and its clergy, he had genuinely considered turning his back on her. Hearing her words, Richard felt that perhaps fortune indeed smiled upon him. With Telesia's decisive and unsparing demeanor, she would undoubtedly gather her forces at once, preparing to battle the headquarters faction to the bitter end. As both a noble and a clergyman, equipped with divine arts to combat the corruption of divine power, even a slight rapport with her would not shield him from her impartiality. It appeared he had truly managed to momentarily extricate himself from this whirlpool. Thanks to the Dragon Maiden. Richard said nothing, merely gesturing toward the heavens. This time, he was not deceiving her. The Dragon Maiden muttered in frustration, I knew there were gods up there. In high spirits, Richard replied, Timmy, do not assume a countenance of loss. Are we not engaged in a transaction? You have gained an opportunity, and I must surely reap some benefit as well. He then inquired with genuine concern, are you currently facing some troubles? For instance, is your father unsupportive of you? The Dragon Maiden's shoulders slumped. I may be foolish, but I am not foolish enough to that extent. If I were to tell my father now, he would surely be furious. And if I distance myself from the princess, all my efforts would be in vain. She spoke with a resigned tone. Telesia is preparing for a major battle, requiring a vast amount of source stones, divine crystals, and holy water that they cannot produce. I have managed to gather some with the help of close friends, enough to sustain her for 2 or 3 months at most. After that, the demand will only grow, including for weaponry. Relying solely on my face will not suffice. For the first time, the Dragon Maiden displayed a pitiful expression before Richard. Richard, help me think of a way. I need golden feathers, as many as possible. I want them too. Richard spread his hands. Everything else is negotiable. But I truly cannot assist with the matter of golden feathers. Richard, the little Dragon Maiden slammed the table, her small fangs bared. Are you not my personal servant? Hurry and fulfill your duties. She demanded. Timmy, take a good look at our contract and see what it states. I only provide labor services, which must be limited in scope and purpose, and contingent upon the actual circumstances of our organization. Li Chi pondered to himself, I am already troubled by my own finances. And now you expect me to help you make money? Is it not that you wish to preserve your own savings? He concocted an excuse. Let us discuss this later. I still have to transcribe for the Countess. She must be in a state of disarray, in need of solace. The little dragon maiden ground her teeth. Then let us draft a new contract for personal consultancy. If you refuse, I shall terminate our agreement and send you to serve under Tresha. Even if that crimson lady seeks trouble, I shall not be intimidated. This threat was quite genuine, causing Li Qi considerable distress. Wait a moment, what had he just said? The Countess? An epiphany struck him. This was fortuitous. He feigned a helpless expression. Very well, I had intended to undertake a significant venture on my own. But since we are now strategic partners, I shall allow you to join as well. The little dragon maiden's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, what is it? Well, it pertains to the realm of spiritual services. Li Qi concealed his amusement with an enigmatic demeanor. Chapter 61. The fall of the Countess. Lying languidly on a leopard-patterned silk sofa, Countess Aurora Bohemia had remained in the same position for half an hour. Her silk nightgown was carelessly open, revealing a generous display of springtime allure. Yet, it was not merely her attire that was disconcerting. Her hair was in disarray. Her makeup untouched, and the vibrant polish on her fingers and toes remained unremoved. The maids stood in a line at the corner, each too fearful to utter a sound. By their understanding, the Countess must have suffered a heartbreak to be in such a dreadful state. Indeed, dreadful it was. According to their predecessors, this demeanor had only manifested once before, 5 years prior. The aftermath of that incident shrouded the entire castle in a thick pall of melancholy. Anyone who entered felt a profound disinterest in life and lost faith in the future, with even 2 maids having taken their own lives. The Countess was a saint of the Church of Elegance, a title not taken lightly. The thought that the Countess could erupt at any moment rendered their faces pale, as though they were suffocating. Little did they know, the Countess was enveloped in a similar fear, her heart filled with trepidation that made each breath feel laborious. Within the walls of Came Church, 2 angels descended with conflicting oracles. As Bishop Rune and Telesia stood in opposition, the upper echelons of the joyful church swept away. At that moment, she felt no fear. She even rallied for Telesia and the slain joyful priest. When Telesia ascended to legendary status and Sylvie arrived with her entourage, her heart swelled with joy. At last, those foul, rotting men with their incessant gazes were banished. However, she soon realized that the breathtaking scene at Came Church was not the conclusion of the events, but rather the inception of a far greater storm. The headquarters of the foul sect proclaimed that Bishop Rune and all priests dispatched from the headquarters had been slain by the Royal Divine Court, denouncing the Royal Divine Court as rebels and preparing for war. Telesia, in sharp retort, raised the banner of the Purity sect and began to contact other kingdoms, readying for war against the headquarters of the foul sect. War, a war, it brings death. Do you not understand this? What is my faith? Oh, elegance. Indeed, elegance is worthy of being defended with one's life, yet I had never anticipated a choice between elegance and life itself. With utmost sincerity and courage, she advised the princess. There was still ample time before the dawn star rose and the era changed. There was no need to rush into battle. We are all good people. Why resort to violence? Is there nothing that can be resolved over a cup of tea? Sylvie suggested. Why not send Aurora to the foul sect to clarify the truth and discuss a peaceful separation with the kingdom? At that moment, her face turned ashen. To the foul sect. As a countess from a remote kingdom, a mere saint of a small church, what was she worth there? Those red-robed and white-robed bishops at headquarters, what repugnant creatures they were. How could you not know? Going there, she would be left with not a single hair on her head. Sylvie repeatedly claimed it was merely a jest, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Afterward, Teresa entrusted the logistical tasks to her and earnestly stated, Aurora, you are the backbone of the kingdom's divine court. The time has come for a final stand. You must resolutely uphold your convictions and strive wholeheartedly for victory. If you know my disposition. She was well aware that this princess was merciless. Once, when a prince colluded with a sorcerer, leading to the demise of countless innocent children to prolong his life, she had severed his head with a single stroke. This was the source of her trepidation. Yet in comparison, the prospect of the future seemed more despairing. It was not that she reveled in a life of revelry. She found some of the actions of the joyous church excessively indulgent. All she desired was a tranquil existence. Was such a modest wish destined to be shattered by those whose minds were fixated solely on rulers and compasses? What to do? She lamented inwardly. Wishing fervently for eternal slumber, a maid timidly approached, saying, My lady, the books from Viscount Prell have arrived. The countess blinked and exhaled a sigh of relief. Quickly, bring them to me. Recently, there had been a minor rift between the kingdom's envoy and the headquarters, and she had been tirelessly mediating. She had only reached the fourth volume of a lengthy novel and had to set it aside. Now, at last, there was something to soothe her spirit. 16 volumes. All delivered? Upon seeing the thick stack of books, a layer of frost melted within the Countess's heart. That young Richie, could he have sensed her turmoil and acted deliberately? He was merely a callow youth, yet he dared to pursue her. What a lack of accomplishment. The Countess regained some ire, her hand reaching for the books before halting. Her expression darkened as she recalled Teresa's assigned task, fundraising. War requires funds, and the military expenses of 20 million gold purse, distributed among the noble houses, were not insignificant. However, the majority of nobles believed their families had already contributed personnel and should not be expected to pay further. This seemed neither reasonable nor just. His Majesty the King appeared to tacitly endorse the princess's actions, as she was presiding over the matter in her capacity as a member of the divine court, while the king remained an outsider. Yet, in terms of funding and war supplies, the king turned a blind eye, which exacerbated the fundraising issue, as many nobles found excuses to evade their responsibilities. Ultimately, the princess was not the king, and even he had no justification for demanding his subjects to impoverish themselves to fight for her beliefs. Thus, in Teresa's eyes, she, the kingdom's foremost socialite, became the sole candidate capable of resolving this dilemma. She hardly had the luxury of immersing herself in books. Then she noticed a letter atop the stack. I am aware of the happenings in the capital, and your heart must be heavy, my dear Countess. The suffering of mortals flows like a raging river into the sea. I have transcribed this book in haste, considering your responsibilities to Her Highness the Princess. You may not have time to read such a lengthy tome now. Therefore, I have also transcribed a selection of shorter stories, compiled together, hoping they may help alleviate some of the burdens on your spirit. The handwriting belonged to Li Qi, and a flicker of warmth blossomed within the Countess. Despite his youth, his demeanor was remarkably agreeable. His lady companion had quite an array of tales to tell. The Countess murmured to herself as she reached for the book lying before her. The title was refreshingly succinct, The Decameron. Flipping to the table of contents, she was intrigued to find 100 short stories. How delightful. Today, she had planned to visit several nobles to discuss military funding, but indulging in a brief story should not take too long. That priest was truly foolish. He believed that by delivering a splendid confession before death, he could attain the title of saint and elevate his soul to the divine realm. He resembled those old scoundrels at the divine court. She swiftly finished one story, yet the Countess craved more. The Marchioness of Montferrat was indeed astute, an unattractive, elderly, and foolish king was hardly a suitable match, and she had aptly devised a way to deal with him. With time still at her disposal, she continued reading. One story after another, and gradually, tales concerning women began to proliferate, leaving the Countess unable to stop. When she finally lifted her gaze, she was astonished to find that night had fallen. Oh no, she had accomplished nothing for the day. In frustration, she pounded the sofa briefly before resuming her reading. Tomorrow would suffice. After all, there was still a tomorrow. 3 days later, upon encountering a disheveled woman in the sitting room, the young dragon girl gasped, Sister Aurora, what has happened to you? Timmy, please help me. The Countess, usually so poised and graceful, found herself weeping in the arms of the young dragon girl. For 3 days, she had not ventured outside, had not bathed, nor tended to her appearance. She had merely clutched her book, seeing that there had been no progress on the task assigned by Her Highness. And with a report due to the princess in a few days, the Countess felt her faith nearly wavering. Just then, the young dragon girl paid a visit. And considering her mercantile background, the Countess hoped she might provide some leads, abandoning her usual decorum. Indeed, Sister Aurora, it seems you are under considerable pressure, the young dragon girl remarked, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Is it about military funding? That is truly a formidable challenge. I have exerted every effort to assist Her Highness, even risking my personal funds, and I genuinely do not know how to aid you. The young dragon girl's words were clearly rehearsed, yet the Countess, preoccupied with her own turmoil, failed to notice. Indeed, you two are under immense pressure from the princess. The Countess lamented. Then I shall prepare myself for the princess's lash, hoping she does not strip me of my garments in public before administering punishment. Surely, the princess would not stoop so low. However, the issue of military funding is indeed a vexing one. The situation has become increasingly dire. The young dragon girl elaborated on the latest developments. Erzong is amassing forces, and Her Highness intends to strike first, targeting the northern Valentine Cathedral, with plans to gather an army of over 10,000 professionals. The Countess gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. By the gods, over 10,000 professionals. Each individual who imbibes a bottle of the elixir of life shall reap a fortune in gold. Indeed. The petite dragon maiden nodded solemnly. The predicament I face is akin to that of my sister Aurora. However, a suggestion was presented to me, which I find holds potential. For there remains one crucial individual yet to be enlisted, hence my visit to confer with you. Oh, pray, do share your thoughts. The utterly despondent countess lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope igniting within her eyes. Upon hearing the proposal, she furrowed her brow, 3 parts perplexed and 7 parts disdainful. A phantasm? You wish for me to assume the role of a performer? Illusions have long been the domain of the arcane. Early sorcerers and apprentices conjured various spectacles to deceive children into relinquishing their sweets. Clerics possessed similar divine arts, broadly employed for communication, embellishment, and entertainment in myriad forms. In epochs past, illusions had been utilized for theatrical productions, and even in the present age, within the territories governed by the Mages Guild. Magical illusions remain a source of amusement for the common folk. Wretched low-tier sorcerers or apprentices scrape together meager earnings by crafting illusions depicting the splendor and social niceties of life, extracting scant coins from impoverished citizens. There are even shameless individuals who present vivid and lascivious illusions to those commoners seeking an outlet for their desires, including the soirees of Lady Joy. Though the kingdom of Hadron is rather conservative, illusions are hardly novel. The Countess possesses several illusion arrays, which she whimsically changes to alter the ambience of her chambers and gardens. The Dragon Maiden expressed her desire to create a unique theatrical illusion. Setting aside the question of its marketability, the notion of the Countess, a saint of the elegant church, being depicted as a spectacle for public viewing undoubtedly borders on sacrilege. I too find the concept somewhat distasteful, yet after perusing the script he provided, I found it rather intriguing. It is not the sordid material one might expect, which prompted me to consult you and see if you would be inclined to collaborate. The Dragon Maiden flashed a flattering smile. After all, within the entirety of the kingdom, only you, dear Aurora, are worthy of such a role. This compliment somewhat assuaged the Countess's aversion. It is, without doubt, a candid assertion that she ranks as the foremost object of desire among men in the kingdom of Hadron, far surpassing even the esteemed princess. At this juncture, her mind began to churn. Who conceived this idea? Li Chi-Pu Lei. The Dragon Maiden articulated the name in a peculiar tone that the Countess found difficult to fathom, emphasizing, my personal advisor, Li Chi. The Countess's disdain diminished further. If it were indeed Li Chi, perhaps the undertaking would not be as dreadful as those illusions typically are. The script is here, and unlike a novel, it appears quite laborious yet possesses a certain charm. The Dragon Maiden produced a tome, the title emblazoned on its cover instantly capturing the Countess's attention, Gone with the Wind. Chapter 62. Filming in Fehn in the territory of Count Prell, the town beneath the castle is undergoing relocation. The little Dragon Maiden has summoned construction wizards to erect a new town here. With the prowess of these magicians, it is not merely a renovation, but a complete obliteration and reconstruction of the existing town. At this moment, the project has yet to officially commence. They have only demolished the fishermen's cottages that were originally encircled around the castle and hastily erected an exceptionally spacious stone house. In the center of the stone house, a circular platform hosts the Countess, adorned in a gown that cascades in layers, blooming like a flower. 2 maids, one on either side, tug at the laces behind her waist with great effort, constricting her figure to a delicate slenderness that seems as though it might snap with a mere touch. Is it true that women from millennia ago dressed in such a manner? Once the laces are secured, the Countess turns. The Countess turns, revealing a profound neckline that causes Liqui to catch his breath in surprise. As she twirls, her skirt billows, and the chocolate waves of fabric swirl around her. In that moment, the enchanting beauty of this worldly lady rivals that of a timeless masterpiece. With a tone of rapture, only a Countess is worthy of embodying a character like Scarlet. He glances at a nearby individual who appears spellbound and remarks, some believe they could portray this role. I suggested that merely having a passable visage and a hint of cleavage does not suffice for such a character. The little Dragon Maiden shoots Li Chi a venomous glare but refrains from retorting, for the undeniable reality stands before them. I know you flatter me, yet it brings me joy. However, she continues with a sigh, it is indeed challenging to find someone capable of sharing the stage with me. Must we truly consider Maudwin for the role of Rhett Butler? She proposes, those within our graceful academy would serve as excellent candidates. They, like myself. She proposes, those in the elegant academy might serve as excellent candidates for this role, having been trained in such performances from a young age. It matters not. You are the star, Li Qi responds. The supporting cast can be sourced from the Elegant Academy, but for more significant roles, it is essential to incorporate individuals from the realms of music and the arts. Let us not forget the true purpose of this endeavor. I am aware, the Countess responds. It is only through such self-sacrifice that we may galvanize the nobility of the kingdom to contribute more gold to Princess Trescia's cause, the Countess replies, her brow furrowing slightly. Yet, I remain concerned about the potential earnings. The figures Princess entrusted to me are more numerous than the stars in the sky. Li Qi reassures her. More importantly, Countess, what matters more is that you have come this far. Even if the results do not meet expectations, Her Highness should find it difficult to cast blame upon you. Indeed, that is indeed a valid point, the Countess concedes, exhaling softly. This realization is paramount, for otherwise, she would not have considered Timmy's suggestion to audition here with Li Qi. The illusion has always been a trivial pursuit, yet Li Qi and Timmy conspire to profit from it, while simultaneously disseminating the divine essence of the Scarlet Lady. With the Countess's esteemed identity, even if she becomes involved, it will be from a higher echelon, rather than deigning to assume a role within the illusion herself. However, the fundraising task for Her Highness the Princess weighed heavily, akin to the burden of a black mountain. Judging by the Countess's experience, it was quite unrealistic to expect the nobility to willingly part with such a considerable sum of gold coins. After much contemplation, it seemed only reasonable to compromise, at least to provide the princess with a semblance of accountability. Glancing through the script and having donned the character's costume anew, I began to immerse myself in the role of Scarlet. The Countess suddenly found this endeavor rather intriguing, and her initial resistance diminished significantly. From the character's plight, it became evident that the Crimson Lady whom Richie served was indeed a benevolent deity, focused on emotions. Richie beckoned to the nearby magician, who stood cold-faced, hands tucked into her sleeves like a wooden post. "Call me Isaac," the bespectacled sorceress replied with indifference. "Very well, Master Isaac, shall we commence?" Richie said nonchalantly. This austere sorceress was the construction mage introduced by Timmy. Originally summoned to repair the waterways and build levees in a town, she was now embroiled in illusions. Richie could empathize with the magician's psychological dissonance. For a mage, conjuring illusions was a trivial pursuit, one that they disdainfully abandoned upon shedding their apprentice status. In the realm of the Mages Guild, illusions were regarded as a crude skill employed by destitute apprentices merely to make ends meet, hardly worthy of recognition. Although the status of a construction mage was not particularly high, they at least mingled among the elite of society. Being called upon for tasks akin to those of a street vendor selling popcorn would not earn a pleasant countenance from Richie. Nevertheless, Richie surmised that the tumult within the sorceress's heart was likely driven not by disillusionment, but by frustration. Illusions? Such trifles can be conjured with a mere flick of the wrist. I shall accept not a single coin. Mark my words. I am utterly serious. Do not test my patience. The sorceress had proclaimed thus, yet when Richie presented the script, detailing an array of scenes, she transformed into her current state. All departments, take your positions and conduct checks in order. Richie paid little heed to the sorceress's sentiments, as she was Timmy's recruit. He clapped his hands with a hint of excitement, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Lights," commanded Richie as the priest apprentice from the elegant church invoked a divine light, adjusting the positioning and intensity as per Richie's directives. Set design. The mage apprentices, led by Ada Isaac, conjured walls, wooden beds, and other furnishings with their wands, transforming the circular stage into a lavish room filled with exotic charm in mere moments. Camera. The sorceress huffed in displeasure, illuminating the magic circle beneath her feet. A fist-sized eye emerged and floated into the arena. The mage presented Richie with a mirror. Placing his hand upon the source stone below, Richie focused his thoughts, establishing a connection with the mage's eye, and instantly, images began to materialize upon the mirror's surface. "I am truly directing in Fehn." Richie reveled in delight, calling forth a light screen, selecting Gone with the Wind from the list. RMVB, choosing to play, fast-forwarding to a particular scene, and pausing. The goddess elevated his attribute panel, granting him the ability to store and display information, finally providing him with a reliable advantage. After adjusting the lighting and set design, Li Qi raised his hand toward the Countess. "Scarlet, prepare." He then gestured to another person. "Margaret, get ready." The aged female half-elf, with wrinkled ears and likely over a century old, stepped onto the scene, grasping the strap at the back of the Countess's waist. Li Qi waved his arm. "Begin." The half-elf Margaret said, "All right, Scarlet, be a good girl and have a bite." The Countess Scarlet pouted playfully. No. Today, I intend to fully indulge. I want to savor everything from the barbecue feast. She approached the bedside, picked up a hat, her eyes sparkling with youthful anticipation as she donned it with laughter. The half-elf Margaret recited her lines like a robot. Are you going to ruin the reputation of this household? Stop. Li Qi gestured as if wiping glass. Instructing the half-elf Margaret, infuse your words with emotion, view your countess as your child, and speak with a tone of affection. The half-elf shook her head in terror. My lord, the countess is my master. We are merely acting. It's all pretend, so immerse yourself in your role. The countess, with a gentle demeanor, addressed her half-elf servant, then sighed. If you truly cannot manage, I shall have no choice but to hand you over to the slave trader, where you might still contribute. The half-elf fell to her knees. No, master, I will do my best. Please grant me another chance. Very well, let us continue, Li Qi. The countess beckoned, beginning to find genuine enjoyment in the endeavor. Filming with extraordinary powers was proving to be an efficiency that would leave directors on Earth envious. Of course, Li Qi was bending the rules. He had not only acquired the script of Gone with the Wind from the goddess, but the entire film as well. He meticulously copied each shot from the original work. The additional work required was merely to adjust character backgrounds and some dialogue to suit Fehn's circumstances. The countess was undoubtedly the leading lady, while the clergy of the elegant church exhibited exceptional quality and outstanding acting skills. Coupled with music, the artistic church, and the assistance of wizards, this film could be completed in 2 to 3 months. Given the time constraints, Li Qi cut the original 4-hour script in half, eliminating many minor plot lines and simplifying the shots, aiming to finish in just over half a month. After all, Fehn's current appreciation level was not particularly high, allowing for some leeway. Let me see. The countess had the wizard replay a particular shot, witnessing herself transform into a joyful ancient maiden, embodying the life of another era, a wave of accomplishment surging within her heart. Thus, it was true that war was detrimental, recalling Scarlet's tribulations in the narrative. The countess's expression turned somewhat wistful. Li Qi remarked, let everyone contribute to the countess's beauty, aiding her highness the princess and swiftly ending the war. Countess, your merits are boundless. It sounds as if I have been sold, the countess remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. What divine intention does the lady in scarlet embody in this matter? Of course, it is a plea for world peace. A wish for all to find true love, replied Li Qi, placing a hand over his heart with a fervent sincerity. The countess felt a stirring of emotion. I find myself increasingly charmed by this lady. Li Qi, I fear you are beginning to stray from the right path. Upon reviewing Li Qi's list, the goddess finally voiced her skepticism. Chapter 63, United Front and the Goddess of Love. The goddess was not merely filled with anger, but also with concern, as the words on the screen rushed by rapidly. Previously, when assisting you in transcribing life's long regret flows eastward, it was said to be a ruse to confuse the divine court, which I accepted. Now, amidst the internal strife within the divine court, with my sagacious guidance and your cleverness, we find ourselves temporarily detached from the fray. Yet instead of cultivating the land and honing your inner strength, you seem engrossed in the cultural industry. The Decameron serves merely as an appetizer, but your aspirations extend to Gone with the Wind, along with the novel, screenplay, and film adaptations. And you have your sights set on Elizabeth I, Spartacus, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The World of Women, and now Palace Locking Heartfeather and Jin Huanjuan as well. She concluded with an emoji, playfully engaging in expressions. Allow me to explain. Li Qi had prepared himself to face the goddess's scrutiny. We have conducted a comprehensive analysis of the classes and conflicts within Fehn. The screen flickered. I am still the primary author of the report. You previously mentioned that we can only commence with the religious revolution, as the power of the powerless class is too feeble. Even if a revolutionary system were established, it would be incapable of confronting the existing extraordinary class. Li Qi methodically elucidated to the goddess. The current primary conflict lies between the ecclesiastical class, represented by Ersiang, and the noble class, embodied by the kingdom. Their recent schism heralded the rise of the Dawn Star, indicating that they are indeed the catalyst for the upcoming epochal transition, or at the very least, the spark. Once they engage in conflict, a whirlpool will form, drawing in other factions within Fehn, such as the Mage Federation, the Commercial Alliance, and even other races beyond humanity. I believe that, even in our absence, Fehn's fourth era might very well ignite a revolution, encompassing both a religious upheaval and the nascent elements reminiscent of a bourgeois revolution. The goddess sent an emoji conveying contemplation. Her understanding of Fehn surpassed that of Li Qi, and his words sparked a revelation. Indeed, for deities to wage divine war, they must expand their faith and augment their extraordinary power. Thus, during such times, the opportunities for the powerless class to ascend to the extraordinary class multiply significantly, inherently containing revolutionary elements. With fervent enthusiasm, Li Qi remarked, "Did we not discuss that the primary conflict in Fehn currently resides within the extraordinary class? We cannot remain aloof. On the contrary, we must catalyze this revolution." He inquired of the goddess, "Which side of the current conflict do you believe must first undergo revolution? And which side can temporarily be regarded as an ally? The church and the nobility?" The goddess hesitated not. "The church, which seeks to unify the world, must clearly be overthrown first. A theocratic society built upon the church lacks rights, responsibilities, and contracts. The powerless class exists as mere slaves. While the nobility is also decadent and backward, their societal structure, in contrast, allows the powerless class a breath of respite." She asked, "So, do you wish to establish a united front with the noble class?" Li Qi replied, "Only with certain factions that can unite. It is not the entire noble class." "Certainly. This seems quite reasonable." The goddess suddenly gasped, her voice sounding much more youthful than before, causing a flutter in Li Qi's heart. This bears a striking resemblance to a reenactment of the European social revolution. She quickly typed this line, her hands trembling slightly, revealing the depth of her astonishment. Then, in a moment of confusion, she pondered, how could it be so coincidental? The goddess fell silent for a while, the speed of her typing on the screen gradually slowing. "I comprehend your thoughts. However, such matters are reciprocal. When you influence a certain group, you too will be influenced by that group. I must remind you not to deviate from the path." It is reassuring that the goddess understands. And Li Qi sighed in relief. "As for the forces that can be incorporated into a united front for the future, I intend to present you as the resurgence of another deity. Will there be any issues on your end?" "What deity?" "The goddess of love." "Li Qi, please do not misunderstand. This love pertains to a greater love, devoid of any carnal connotations." "Devoid of connotations? Is this so-called greater love not a banner raised by the LGBT community of Earth? Do not tell me that LGBT is merely a psychological classification devoid of any relation to sexual conduct. Speaking of which, their ideological forebears were the leftist revolutionaries of Europe. Is that not a good thing? Let us hand over this banner to them. It is a revolution of love, after all." "Indeed. You make a valid point. Your foresight in this matter is commendable." The conversation that ensued between the two was filled with an unspoken understanding, indicating that the goddess was quite familiar with the era in which Li Qi lived. "I recall during the first epoch, the magical empire established by wizards not only had films, but also television, newspapers, and even the internet. It encompassed various aspects of modern Earth society, albeit in slightly different forms. The magical empire lasted merely a century before vanishing into the annals of history. How can you ensure that what you create will captivate the people?" Li Qi replied confidently with a smile. "Fashion is merely retro, with adjustments made to buttons and fabric. Surely, you understand this better than I do. Moreover, this is merely a matter of form. It is the ideas that hold true significance." "Li Qi, I am somewhat skeptical about how you achieved the status of a level 25 wizard on Earth. Your intelligence and emotional acumen are evidently quite high." "Your Majesty, it is against the rules to slap one's face. There is a term that feels quite familiar, but I cannot recall it at the moment." Li Qi scratched his head. The screen flickered, revealing 4 characters. Renaissance. Winter is approaching, with the cold wind howling, and the streets of the royal capital are desolate. In the southern part of the capital, amidst the architectural complex of the divine court, it appears outwardly unchanged. Yet those who traverse its halls are aware that it has undergone a profound transformation. Those repugnant foreigners have finally departed. This is the sentiment of the average citizens of the royal capital, who have long regarded the priests and bishops from abroad, along with their sycophantic followers, as self-proclaimed elites. Not only do the local nobility disregard them, but even the princess and the king do not hold them in high esteem. The citizens have not forgotten the numerous transgressions committed in the capital. In the past, even the king would turn a blind eye to certain matters, but now, having enraged Princess Tresha, a divine edict has been issued to eradicate the bishops and priests entirely. Over half a month ago, beneath the statue of Cain, the princess orchestrated the collective hanging of several hundred remnants of the Urshang faction and their sycophants, much to the delight of the tens of thousands of citizens who witnessed the event. However, as the weather grew colder, The atmosphere in the royal capital, and indeed the entire kingdom, became increasingly unsettling. Her Highness the Princess has plundered every church and temple within the kingdom, leaving no stone unturned. From the people to the golden ambers and the divine crystals. The nobles have also contributed manpower from their households, assembling an army of over 30,000, comprising more than 10,000 professionals alongside civilian servants, preparing to march northward to assault the eastern fortress of the loyal divine court, the Valentine Cathedral. With the princess bearing the divine decree, victory seems assured, but how long will the war endure? How many of her followers will survive? On that evening, a sudden bustle erupted at the gates of the divine court, with an incessant stream of carts pulled by various magical beasts. Due to the barriers preventing flight within the court, one could occasionally glimpse flying creatures hopping their way inside. A crowd of citizens quickly gathered across the street, engaging in fervent discussions about this strange phenomenon, until those in the know uncovered the truth, leading to a collective realization. Amidst their disappointment, an unsettling question lingered in everyone's minds. When did the noble lords develop an affinity for illusions? Is that not a pastime meant for children? Chapter 64. War and True Love. The temple of the god of music was already quite spacious, yet the nobility, accompanied by their families, continued to flow in, soon creating a bustling crowd. The scallop-shaped steps of the hall were teeming with heads, resounding with lively chatter. Were it not for the favor of Aurora, I would have refrained from attending such a gathering. Now, it felt as chaotic as a marketplace in the royal capital. Must I endure a prolonged stay in the same hall as those viscounts, barons, and even knights? Personally, I am quite affable and indifferent to such matters. Yet the honor of the Prandia family. In the lavish private box at the rear of the hall, the rotund Duke of Prandia furrowed his brow. Voicing his grievances to Modwin, the priestess of the goddess of arts and one of the initiators of this gathering, Modwin responded with utmost respect, "Your Grace. The situation is indeed exceptional. Her Highness the Princess has repeatedly urged us to unite, and we must also present a semblance of solidarity. Look, Aurora has graciously deigned to perform in the illusionary play, and I am honored to share the stage with her." The Duke's daughter interjected, "Isis. You two played a role? Which one? Charles, Frank, Ashley? Please do not tell me you portrayed White Reed. That would be quite amusing." Modwin's lips twitched. Yet her smile remained intact. "Ariel, you shall find out in due time. I must remind you that the experience of reading a novel is vastly different from witnessing an illusion. How can such superficiality compare to the profound and elegant realms of music and literature? Nonetheless, we are all aware of Aurora's predicament, and it is indeed challenging for her. This respect must be accorded. The Duchess, hailing from a noble family of a neighboring kingdom, had recently become enamored with a series of novels published by the Arts and Music Church, including Gone with the Wind. "Madam, it brings me immense joy to hear you say that. However, this illusion is not merely a whimsical diversion for children. Having read the book, you must be eagerly anticipating its transformation into a more vivid portrayal. By the way, this is a collaborative effort between our Arts, Music, and Elegance Church and the Crimson Church." Modern tirelessly promoted the event, her anxieties differing from those of the Countess regarding the illusion's reception. Her concerns lay more with the acceptance of her own role. "Father, it is rare for you to join us in such activities. Do sit quietly. We bear no grievances. So why must you complain?" The Duke's daughter chided her father, her anticipation palpable. Since it is the same story, the illusion should be able to portray the divine intentions of the Crimson Lady with greater intensity and allure. "Just an illusion," the Duke scoffed. But under the piercing gaze of the Duchess, he amended, "100 gold pairs for the box ticket is not inexpensive. We must not squander it." As the lights in the hall dimmed, the priests of the god of music began to play a soothing melody. Hundreds of nobles and their families fell silent, for they had attended numerous musical ceremonies, displaying commendable decorum as an audience. A massive curtain descended at the front of the hall, and a magical array suspended from the ceiling emitted a radiant glow, projecting vibrant images upon the curtain. The Duke murmured, "It is still flat." A series of divine emblems flashed across the screen, culminating in a golden-hued, smiling pentagram. The artistic style starkly contrasted with the preceding elegance, artistry, and musicality. Yet Ariel clapped her hands enthusiastically alongside her mother. That was the emblem of the Scarlet Lady, a symbol familiar from recent novels. Following this, a shield encircled by stars appeared, featuring a lion's head that let out a roar, leaving the audience somewhat bewildered. The text below read Authini Film Productions. Presumably a marker of the Illusionary Workshop, a name that seemed oddly familiar. These peculiar images lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the next sequence unfolded, evoking a profound sense of recognition among the viewers. Indeed, it was an illusion, albeit on a grander scale. The vast plains, towering mountains, lush forests, and golden rice fields of the Hadron Kingdom evoked an indescribable nostalgia, yet the subsequent architecture bore a distinct exotic flair. The blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar captivated the audience's attention. As a girl clad in eccentric attire, her flowing chestnut locks cascading freely, graced the screen. Applause and cheers erupted. The once vibrant and youthful Aurora was now but a distant memory for many. Little did they expect the Countess to make her entrance in such a guise within the illusion. A voice, rich with age and charisma, resonated, once upon a time. This voice was well known, that of the music goddess's cardinal priest, whose sacred hymns had long been a staple. It was delightful to hear him speak in such a charming tone. The narrative unfolded with the appearance of a young lady named Scarlet, the daughter of a count, who lived a leisurely life within the count's domain. In her kingdom, the people thrived, the nobility upheld their duties, and the deities rejoiced, blessing them with bountiful harvests and happiness year after year. Scarlet fell in love with another count's son, Ashley, but they were too young to understand the value of patience and cherishment, leading to a swift separation. Ashley wed Scarlet's close friend, while Scarlet, still pining for Ashley, sought revenge by marrying her friend's brother. Unlike the operas familiar to the audience, devoid of exaggerated performances, the emotions of love and resentment within the tale were portrayed with exquisite nuance and vividness by the Countess and the elegant priests, every gesture infused with the essence of life, making the story feel as though it transpired right beside them. Though the events occurred millennia ago, they certainly differed from the present. Observing her father's puzzled expression, the Duke's daughter attempted to elucidate. Just as the audience immersed themselves in the emotional turmoil and anticipation, lamenting Scarlet's unfulfilled quest for true love, the story abruptly plunged into a tempest. A divine war erupted. The deities safeguarding the kingdom fell, and a formidable, malevolent empire launched a massive invasion. The war between the kingdom and the empire of Urshiang was imminent. Every noble present had someone joining the princess's army, tightening the hearts of all. Scarlet's husband, a knight, ventured to the battlefield, only to fall swiftly in combat. When the character of Rhett Butler, portrayed by Mod 1, made his appearance, a ripple of suppressed laughter echoed through the hall, causing a certain individual hidden in the shadows to tug at their hair in distress. As the interactions between Rhett Butler and Scarlett O'Hara unfolded, laughter faded, and sympathy began to blossom for the lovesick merchant. Subsequently, the kingdom faced a series of unfortunate events and warfare, losing the protection of the deities, and the entire realm fell under a shadow of decline. To sustain her territory, Scarlett felt compelled to seduce another nobleman, Frank. The Countess, with a forced smile, portrayed Scarlett's anguish and allure with such depth that many women in the audience were moved to tears. Before long, when Frank met his demise in battle, the cries of sorrow resonated throughout the hall. For 2 hours, the vivid spectacle ebbed and flowed, mirroring the audience's emotions as they oscillated between joy and sorrow along with Scarlett's plight. Servants continuously offered tea and snacks to the spectators, yet few paid them any heed. In the private box, the Duke found himself gripped by the arms of his wife and daughter, each holding him tightly. And even a knight of the 5th rank could not suppress his gasps of pain. Despite his discomfort, the Duke refrained from complaints, deeply engrossed in the narrative. While love did not particularly concern him, the transformative impact of war on the kingdom, the territory, and every character in the tale struck a profound chord within him. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, by the gods, it is already late into the night." As the lights brightened and the curtain ascended, a living, breathing Scarlet appeared before the audience. They were momentarily taken aback before erupting into applause, many calling out her name. The Countess, adorned in the attire of her character, stepped onto the stage, her face flushed with excitement as she graciously bowed to the crowd. After expressing her gratitude, the Countess addressed the pressing matter. As you are all aware, the kingdom is besieged by war, a conflict imposed upon us by the divine court of Urshiang. The princess has taken the initiative to divert the flames of war away from our homeland. Yet, who can say whether our loved ones and friends will emerge unscathed from this turmoil? With tears glistening in her eyes, she implored, "Since we cannot evade war, let us rally behind the princess and strive to secure a swift victory. Let Scarlet's tragedy not repeat itself in our kingdom, in our lives. Aurora, we stand with you. We shall protect you. We are willing to part with any amount of gold, Such a spectacle requires more than mere ticket purchases. The audience responded fervently, tossing various denominations of gold coins into the hands of the attendants bearing donation boxes. Father, noticing the Duke's hesitance, Ariel pinched her father's waist. A donation? Aurora is indeed earnest, employing such tactics. The Duke mused, stroking his chin, his mind racing with calculations. The delicate positioning between the king and the princess, who were essentially his cousin and niece, rendered him unable to take a clear stance on the impending war. However, he pondered, if Tracia is to be defeated, can we truly remain uninvolved? The funds must be contributed. What would the defeated kingdom in the play reveal? Perhaps my daughter's fate could be even worse than Scarlet's. The Duchess murmured alongside him, and as he surveyed the hall, he noted the other nobles eagerly donating. With a sigh, the Duke conceded. Since Aurora has laid aside her dignity, we must also make our mark. Let us contribute 300,000 gold coins. In the dimly lit corner of the backstage, the little dragon girl's eyes sparkled with a golden light. They accepted it. They embraced such an illusion. She clutched Li Qi's arm, her excitement sending tremors through him. 20 private rooms for 2,000 gold pua, 200 VIP seats for 6,000 gold pua, and 600 regular seats for 6,000 gold pua. 1 performance totals 14,000 gold pua. The more she calculated, the more exhilarated she became. Even if we only hold 1 show a day, that amounts to 4,200,000 gold pua a month. In a year. Oh dear, at least several million. Li Qi, initially stirred by her enthusiasm, found himself overwhelmed by her reckless fervor and quickly poured cold water on her excitement. This is merely the premiere, and the Countess herself is in attendance. Such a crowd will not gather again. Moreover, the nobility of the kingdom is limited. They cannot be expected to flock here daily for this illusion. Then let us create something new. The little dragon girl fixed her gaze on Li Qi, akin to a dragon admiring the most precious jewel. Isn't there an abundance of tales about the Scarlet Lady? We can produce them one after another. This effect is tied to the fundraising with Aurora. Even if the nobility is wealthy, they cannot deplete their coffers solely to watch illusions. Li Qi reassured the agitated little dragon girl. We will certainly create more in the future, but such luxurious shows aimed solely at the nobility should be a rare occurrence. We could also establish a cinema, a hem, an illusion hall, open to all commoners. Do not underestimate it. Even if the ticket price is merely a silver penny, it can accumulate to a staggering sum. Of course, the most crucial aspect is, Li Qi patted the little dragon girl's hand, feeling the strength in her grip. The content, the stories, are of paramount importance. We must craft narratives that resonate with people, that evoke laughter and tears. The little dragon girl nodded earnestly, absorbing his words. She gazed at Li Qi, her eyes shimmering with a light reminiscent of gold pua. Transformed into a twinkling constellation, Li Qi, I want to act too. Chapter 65. Boundless love for million gold pua had been raised, along with various supplies, amounting to approximately 1 million, merely a quarter of the task completed. Even with new dramas in the future, the impact would hardly match this one. The next day, in the studio of Li Qi's territory, the Countess sighed softly. She had spent the night awake, tirelessly counting the donations, her expression weary. Yet, the delicate aura of elegance enveloping her revealed an inner joy beyond measure. With this 5 million, the princess would surely be satisfied. And Li Qi's words elicited a gentle gaze of sincere gratitude from the Countess. Telesia was genuinely troubled about finances, suggesting she could also take part in the performance. Let us not dwell on her matters. Our focus should be on the next steps for Athani film industry. The little dragon girl exclaimed impatiently. The premiere of Gone with the Wind brought in 14,000 gold pua in ticket sales. After deducting actors' wages, production costs, and various expenses, the actual profit for the little dragon girl and the Countess was rather modest. However, ticket income, unlike donations, would fill their personal coffers. And the little dragon girl was determined to sustain this business. With the initial success, both the little dragon girl and the Countess were keenly invested in future developments. Who would ever turn away from an abundance of gold pua? Naturally, Li Qi was equally engaged, though beyond the gold, he had his sights set on something else. I have prepared a comprehensive plan. He presented the meticulously crafted proposal. First, he aimed to convert the temples of music, arts, and elegance in the capital and several major cities into illusion theaters, screening performances for low-ranking nobles and even commoners. This was the groundwork for establishing a distribution network. Secondly, the Countess would unite 3 churches to organize actors, musicians, and potential voice actors into an illusion theater guild. Subsequently, the guild would ensure that copies of the performances, merchandise, scripts, and related novels fell under copyright protection, thereby monopolizing these ventures. By focusing on these three areas, they could secure the entire illusion theater industry within the kingdom under their triumvirate control. Next, we could film Rushing into the Sea. Did you not mention there are countless stories to be told? We could film them one by one, with no concern for a lack of new dramas. The Countess expressed her aspirations. I wish to explore new roles as well. The recognition of my portrayals brings an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Yet, the little dragon girl furrowed her brow, cautioning, but this merely allows us to monopolize the kingdom's business. Illusion theater is not an innovative concept. It will soon spread to other kingdoms, even to Urshiang. All they need is to find a magician skilled in illusion technology to replicate our business swiftly. Truly, a merchant's greatest fear is the inability to savor a unique feast. Did I not mention? Illusion theater is an ancient art, accessible to all. But the crux lies in what? Li Qi queried the Countess. What is it about your performances that resonates so powerfully with the audience? The Countess, her elegant brows knitting in thought, finally affirmed with certainty, the story. The theme of the story revolves around matters of great concern to everyone. Otherwise, no matter how splendidly I perform, it would evoke no resonance, much like how the dragon clan remains indifferent to the diet of humans. The little dragon maiden protested, Hey, how can the dragon clan be indifferent? It's as if you're suggesting they are savage beasts. Li Qi disregarded her remark, asserting, Indeed, the theme the story conveys is of utmost importance. Thus, we must steadfastly narrate emotions and lives, allowing everyone to savor the bittersweet essence of mortal love. For it is this that will draw the audience to our visions. As for other kingdoms, including Urshiang, their attempts at producing visual spectacles cannot achieve this. They will undoubtedly extol the greatness of deities and the majesty and benevolence of the church. Such dramas, no matter how intricately crafted and resplendent, will hardly entice anyone to part with their gold coins. The Countess scoffed. The rituals conducted in the temple have already become tiresome. To expect people to pay for that is absurd. It would be far simpler to impose an additional tax or sell more divine nation vouchers. Indeed, their style may spread, but they cannot replicate our content, so there is no need for concern about market competition. Li Qi confidently remarked. Perhaps their imitation, if I may say so, will reacquaint the nobility and common folk in other regions with this ancient cultural form of visual spectacle, leaving them eagerly anticipating our offerings. In essence, they would be aiding us in expanding our market. The little dragon maiden felt invigorated by his words, exclaiming, Li Qi, your choice of words is peculiar, yet empowering. Don't assume I'm oblivious to your intentions. The Countess chuckled, narrating emotions, sharing life, allowing everyone to experience the sweetness and bitterness of mortal love. This must be the divine will of Lady Crimson, right? What you're encouraging us to do is propagate the teachings of Crimson across all of Fehn. Li Qi feigned guilt, inquiring, is that not a good thing? Surely, there can be nothing wrong with the divine will of our Lord? The Countess, sitting upright, replied earnestly, just as elegance is cultivated through rituals and fine tea. Allowing everyone to savor the myriad flavors of love is also a refinement of the soul. She brushed her hair, revealing a tinge of genuine fatigue. If I were not a saint of the church, I might well embrace the teachings of Lady Crimson. What a pity, Li Qi remarked insincerely. If the Countess could join our sisterhood, our humble church would indeed be illuminated. Surely, our Lord would bestow miracles for you. Enough with such divine musings. The little dragon maiden interjected, exasperated, for like all followers of Elsa, she detested such topics. She shot Li Qi a pointed look. Your Lady Crimson remains shrouded in mystery. Who truly knows the entirety of her doctrine? The subject was exceedingly sensitive, and even the Countess turned her gaze upon Li Qi, scrutinizing how he would respond. At this juncture, it was evident that Li Qi's need for discretion would significantly impact their future collaboration. However, he was already prepared. The doctrine of our Lord has indeed not been completed, yet one thing is certain, our Lord possesses the divine essence of love. Li Qi lowered his voice, cautioning. This matter must remain confidential, as this divine essence is rather sensitive. Even if it is merely a fragment, it will attract a multitude of followers. Especially given the complexity of the current situation. The Countess smiled knowingly. I suspected as much. Only a divine essence related to love could exhibit such concern for mortal emotions. Your caution is indeed warranted. A divine essence of love can easily garner faith, drawing the attention of other churches and even deities. Indeed, I sense that Li Qi harbors the potential of a charming rogue. The little dragon girl interjected mercilessly. The Countess stifled a laugh, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Qi, which caused him to inwardly lament. He had not anticipated such unintended consequences. There are many forms of love, familial and platonic, all encompassed within the great love of our Lord. Li Qi asserted solemnly, yet the two women continued to giggle, clearly unconvinced by his words. We shall see. Li Qi dismissed their laughter and turned to discuss the upcoming filming plans. Li Qi, don't forget what I mentioned earlier. I wish to be the leading lady. The little dragon girl began to fidget restlessly. Li Qi thought to himself that if she were to create a sugary universe, he would surely be overwhelmed. Li Qi. Her disdain and rejection were palpable on his face, prompting the little dragon girl to clench her fists. Observing her fierce demeanor, he suddenly had a revelation. The concept of a fierce girlfriend was indeed intriguing. However, this alone would not suffice. It must intertwine with the essence of crimson divinity. In an instant, he connected the narratives of Romeo and Juliet, Snow White, and Cinderella. Calming his thoughts, Li Qi remarked, You may act, but you must learn from the Countess. Elegance. The little dragon girl brightened, declaring, I shall learn. Don't think that dragonfolk cannot perform drama. The Countess played the role of the good-natured supporter. Timmy's talent is quite commendable. She should be able to handle certain roles. She then sweetly smiled at Li Qi. Why do you still refer to me as Countess? Is my name truly so displeasing? A milestone victory. Wait, he certainly did not wish to pursue the Countess. She was an essential piece in the future united front. Li Qi quickly reassured himself, fearing that the goddess might sense his earlier excitement. The little dragon girl raised her fist in celebration. I finally have my own venture. Let us see if my father dares to mock me now. She handed Li Qi a piece of paper. Our Athini film industry needs a crest. I find your Crimson Church S emblem rather amusing. Did you design it? Please create one for us as well. Initially, Li Qi intended to decline, but then recalled a coincidence and accepted the paper, saying, Let us use the ancient script from thousands of years ago. Back then, our names had a different initial letter. He took up the pen and inscribed 3 letters, forming a simple design that seemed devoid of meaning. Yet, the little dragon girl and the Countess exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar. Yell. Chapter 66. The Countess's scarlet lips. An amateur is simply an amateur. Even a meticulous replication of the original yields results that are utterly disheartening. When Li Qi sought the goddess for another batch of materials, she expressed her thoughts on his submission of the Fehn edition of Gone with the Wind, ultimately delivering a scathing review. I have refined Queen Elizabeth. Every shot is meticulously arranged. You merely need to connect them with embellishments. The upcoming project, Spartacus, is currently underway. Regarding the fairy tale series you mentioned, I have numerous ideas. Spare yourself the trouble. I shall send you the director's instructions, and you can execute them precisely. The text on the screen danced with an invigorating frequency, and Li Qi could distinctly sense the goddess's buoyant mood. However, this realization left him discontent. It stripped away the joy he derived from directing within Fehn. Reluctantly, he protested, Do you not have other matters to attend to? Listening to the prayers of your followers. Wielding the power of faith, managing divine affairs. Surely, a deity must be quite occupied? The screen twinkled with youthful exuberance as she replied, I am a rather unique deity. The source of faith's power lies with the witches like Fehn and Tina. I merely provide a legitimate conduit for them to access Fehn's extraordinary power. Fear not, for they bear no burdens. After all, I am the one integrating the power of faith. As for prayers, I am the goddess of revolution. Our aim is for all to attain divinity. If followers rely on prayers and idol worship to gain strength from me, would that not conflict with our ultimate goal? Though they may not yet comprehend the meaning of the hymns they sing, the absence of a savior, along with their disconnection from kings and deities, has already been sown in their hearts. Li Qi grasped her perspective. She was indifferent to prayers, for to engage with them would be to deviate from her path. He began to suspect that her desire for a revolution in Fehn stemmed from a pursuit of convenience. Perhaps she even possessed a certain divine apathy. He silently grumbled but remained undeterred, thinking, after all, I have experience directing skits at company annual meetings. The screen flashed past a multitude of titles. Like a rapid stream of code, the aesthetics of drama, fundamentals of screenwriting, basics of film direction, the art of cinematography, film editing techniques, performing arts in film. Li Qi fell silent, suddenly realizing that if his experiences in Fehn were to be encapsulated as a book, it would undoubtedly be titled Being a Goddess in Fehn, with the goddess herself as the protagonist. The notion of revolution, O Goddess, portrayed the revolutionary goddess as the golden finger, while his belief in being the main character was but an illusion. Meanwhile, Tresha was overjoyed, yet she claimed to be too busy to read. It seemed she held a certain disdain for the fantastical dramas. The countess had visited the military camp established by the princess. And while the 500,000 gold ears and supplies did not resolve all issues, they certainly smoothed the path for the impending war. One could only imagine Tresh's elation. As for the countess's subsequent complaint, it was likely her desire to stage an event at the camp was thwarted by the princess. And now, what lay ahead? You mentioned a more captivating role for me to portray, she remarked, her gaze fixed eagerly upon Li Qi. The matter of industry monopoly within the plan has been entrusted to Modwen, while she and the little dragon girl are wholeheartedly dedicated to their artistic pursuits. At this moment, the little dragon girl is undergoing training at the elegant church in the royal capital, and the countess is eagerly anticipating the opportunity to engage in her second theatrical production. Richard is somewhat intimidated by her fervor. Shouldn't we inquire about the storyline first? What concerns could there possibly be regarding the tale of the Scarlet Lady? The countess chuckles. Could it be that there are curses embedded within the narrative, transforming all who witness it into monstrous fiends? Not at present, but the future remains uncertain. Li Qi hands her the script, Queen Elizabeth, who ruled a kingdom thousands of years ago. At a time when the realm was under the dominion of the Church of Light, the queen evolves from a naive princess into a powerful sovereign. The climax of the story revolves around the queen's marriage, according to the edicts of the Church of Light at the time. Those who do not believe in the God of Light are deemed unworthy to be the consort of a king. The queen's beloved, a humble coachman, is a devotee of the God of Love, believing that life holds significance through love. In her quest to be with her beloved, the queen engages in a strenuous struggle against the Church of Light, ultimately, with the support of her love and the believers of the God of Love. Uniting in matrimony at the temple of the God of Love, vanquishing the Church's invasion, and establishing the God of Love as the state religion. From henceforth, the queen and all the people of the kingdom to live in blissful harmony. The countess flipped through the script, her eyes sparkling. What a marvelous tale. This queen is truly admirable. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. What a marvelous tale. This queen is truly admirable. Then she realizes, this seems somewhat reminiscent of our current situation. Surely, Her Highness the Princess is not particularly enamored with love. I worry that such a notion might offend her. Look at this. Richard presented her with a heart speech album. Which could offend her, Li Qi replies, offering her a volume of the Heart's Language Atlas, an upgraded version of the Heart's Language book. Capable of displaying intricate patterns and even moving images, perfectly suited for aiding in filming, allowing the actors to anticipate the director's vision, akin to an advanced storyboard. The atlas showcases a variety of costumes, architecture, decorations, and artifacts. The Countess immediately discerns that, although the styles are more intricate, reminiscent of an ancient era, the aesthetic undeniably aligns with Gone with the Wind, particularly the figure-hugging silhouette and voluminous skirts. This information was conveyed to me by our Lord through an oracle. Li Qi asserts, the process may be fictitious, but the outcome is undeniably genuine. These elements have been meticulously curated by the goddess, extracted from the film Elizabeth I. One must ponder. The Countess was partially correct in her assumptions. Indeed, this phantasmagoric drama was crafted in response to the current rift between the Eryxian divine court and the Hadron kingdom. However, this illusionary drama does indeed address the current tension between the god of Aroma's court and the kingdom of Hadron. However, she has misjudged the other half, transforming this conflict from a mere internal discord of the divine court into a broader contention between the divine court and the entire aristocracy. The original drama features Cate Blanchett in the role of Elizabeth I, where the divine actress has made substantial adaptations. The original drama features Cate Blanchett in the role of Elizabeth I, where the divine actress has made substantial adaptations, depicting the schism between the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. It simultaneously encourages the kingdom's nobility to contest with the papacy, propelling the revolutionary momentum of Fehn, while also embedding a theme of love within the crimson divine intent. On a broader scale, it supports the ambitions of Trilithia, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke, indeed, while also embedding a theme of love within the crimson divine intent. On a broader scale, it supports the ambitions of Trilithia, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke, indeed. The actress's intentions are rather insidious. The Countess, naturally oblivious to such depths, readily accepted Li Qi's explanation, redirecting her focus to the splendid costumes in the album. So exquisite. I can hardly wait to don one, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement as she gazed upon those elegant garments, distinct from Fehn's style yet equally refined. However, portraying this queen poses a formidable challenge. Li Qi remarked, from an innocent maiden to a decisive ruler, and yet unwavering in her belief in love, she embodies a complex, multifaceted character. Her gaze upon Li Qi was imbued with both sorrow and tenderness, her lips quivering slightly as she spoke nasally, "Li Qi, I shall not yield." In an instant. Her gaze upon Li Qi was imbued with both sorrow and tenderness, her lips quivering slightly as she spoke nasally, "Li Qi, I shall not yield." In an instant. The Countess's brow furrowed slightly, the regal essence dissipating, reverting to the enchanting beauty who radiated brilliance due to her unwavering dedication to her craft. "Perfection," Li Qi remarked, raising his thumb in approval, realizing that the clergy of the elegant church truly suited the profession of acting. These costumes should not be entrusted to any tasteless sorcerer. Raising his thumb in approval, realizing that the clergy of the elegant church truly suited the profession of acting. These costumes should not be entrusted to any tasteless sorcerer. The challenges of her new role invigorated her even more. Just as she was about to depart, the Countess expressed her astonishment. "There's a kissing scene." Li Qi silently cursed, pondering whether the goddess was being intentionally provocative. Although the Countess was eager to immerse herself in the performing arts, her demeanor remained conservative. She absolutely rejected any notion of overt exposure in the fantasy, such as kissing or intimate scenes. Thus, the previous portrayal in Gone with the Wind did not feature any kissing, with the closest moment being a mere embrace. Given the Countess's initial demeanor, this seemed quite contradictory. The previous portrayal in Gone with the Wind did not feature any kissing, with the closest moment being a mere embrace. Given the Countess's initial demeanor, this seemed quite contradictory. However, her rationale held merit. She explained that in face-to-face social interactions, fashion is a form of etiquette, and even if revealing, and the self-cultivation required of an actor was something the Countess had yet to adapt to, necessitating the maintenance of her boundaries of shame. Considering that the Countess had already lowered herself to perform in the fantasy, Li Qi had specifically sought her approval on this matter, only to find that she had overlooked it in this production. No, it was not an oversight. She had done so deliberately. In that moment, he found himself in a quandary. Should he persuade the Countess or eliminate the kissing scene? The latter is courting disaster. He yearns for the goddess's approval. He found himself in a quandary. Should he persuade the Countess or eliminate the kissing scene? The latter is courting disaster. He yearns for the goddess's approval. Is that truly your mindset? Wake up. This is but an illusion. As for the former, while the challenge may not be insurmountable, Li Qi's genuine thoughts mirror those of the goddess. Engaged in an internal struggle, he was approached by the Countess, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she remarked. Li Qi's genuine thoughts mirror those of the goddess. Engaged in an internal struggle, he was approached by the Countess, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she remarked. If Li Qi were to portray the queen's lover, I would not be entirely opposed. The stunning beauty parted her crimson lips. Every intimate scene must be removed. Chapter 67, The Sorceress and the Spider. The fifth-level construction sorceress, Ada Isaac, was draped in a wide-sleeved robe that obscured her tall figure, complemented by thick crystal spectacles, a high cylindrical mage's hat, and an ever-present expression of stoicism, leaving Li Qi unable to decipher her true age. Observing Ada lost in thought. Gazing at the desolate town, Li Qi felt compelled to offer solace. In his mind, the sorceress seemed to be miscast as a man in a film. Gazing at the desolate town, Li Qi felt compelled to offer solace. In his mind, the sorceress seemed to be miscast as a man in a film. The little shrine on the ridge was not to be expanded but preserved as the birthplace of the initial revolution. Ensuring the sanctity of the holy water production process remained undisclosed. As for the original townsfolk, they had all relocated to the northern sluice, where ensuring the sanctity of the holy water production process remained undisclosed. As for the original townsfolk, they had all relocated to the northern sluice, where Li Qi had generously provided them with a substantial relocation fee but had not extended his kindness to the construction of new homes. Li Qi had generously provided them with a substantial relocation fee but had not extended his kindness to the construction of new homes. The town erupted in a cacophony as the buildings and ground were abruptly reduced to rubble. Wood, stone, and earth cascaded down like a torrential rain. The town erupted in a cacophony as the buildings and ground were abruptly reduced to rubble. Wood, stone, and earth cascaded down like a torrential rain. Resembling a section cut from a block of tofu, Li Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He could wager that the fragments were all of similar size. Resembling a section cut from a block of tofu, Li Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He could wager that the fragments were all of similar size. Noticing her somber tone, Li Qi hastened to reassure her. Master Isaac, please disregard my previous comments. Your assistance with the illusion was invaluable. Noticing her somber tone, Li Qi hastened to reassure her. Master Isaac, please disregard my previous comments. Your assistance with the illusion was invaluable. stirring a sense of unease in Li Qi, who feared he had offended her gravely. The female sorceress waved her staff, and a radiant array of azure light enveloped her from head to toe, swiftly forming a circle around her. The array flickered, emitting beams of light that danced across the construction site, sketching the outlines of the buildings as if laid out by a laser printer. As the lines converged and accumulated, Li Qi discerned a three-dimensional perspective model of the academy to be constructed. How remarkably convenient! Li Qi discerned a three-dimensional perspective model of the academy to be constructed. How remarkably convenient! He reflected on how far advanced the visual technology of this world was compared to that of Earth. Were it not for the prevailing backwardness of cultural thought, he mused, not only would he thrive here, but even the goddess would struggle to find her place. All is well, he sincerely praised, preparing to depart, recognizing that his presence was unwelcome and wishing to avoid further irritation. Just as he lifted his leg to leave, the sorceress spoke in a barely audible voice. I. She seemed to harbor some reticence, prompting Li Qi to patiently await her words. I wish to learn the illusion, she suddenly declared. Her formerly impassive face now flushed with color, as if it might ignite. I wish to learn the art of photography that you spoke of, Your Grace. Her formerly impassive face now flushed with color, as if it might ignite. I wish to learn the art of photography that you spoke of, Your Grace. How can chaotic scenes be transformed into visually pleasing imagery through the lens? Her crystal spectacles were clouded with a veil of mist. I yearn to learn this, my lord. How can chaotic scenes be transformed into visually pleasing imagery through the lens? Her crystal spectacles were clouded with a veil of mist. I yearn to learn this, my lord. I wish to study photography. Richard was taken aback. Why abandon the noble art of magic to pursue photography, which relies on the patronage of an audience? Previously, I had held a dismissive view of illusions, perceiving no connection between magic and artistry. Those apprentice mages and self-proclaimed illusionists merely dazzled children with false fireworks. Yet, the sorceress appeared to have activated some profound switch within her, passionately recounting. It turns out that the pinnacle of magic is indeed art. The sorceress appeared to have activated some profound switch within her, passionately recounting. It turns out that the pinnacle of magic is indeed art. These past days spent alongside his lordship have allowed me to learn much, yet my attempts remain awkward. It seems I must start from the very basics. She bowed her head once more, and this time Richard, having gained experience, stepped back to avoid being struck by her towering hat, only to hear her declare, please. She bowed her head once more, and this time Richard, having gained experience, stepped back to avoid being struck by her towering hat, only to hear her declare, please. Let us not discuss remuneration. As long as you teach me photography, I am willing to be your apprentice. I shall heed your every command. This sudden surge of enthusiasm left Richard feeling somewhat uneasy. However, it was a positive development. He had been disheartened by his demotion from director to assistant director by the goddess, and now, being able to delegate such tasks to others brought him immense joy. Richard hesitated, saying, This is an art passed down from my master eons ago, Isaac. What does your church's baptismal rite entail? Even if it is akin to the baptism of the suffering God or the Lady of Pain, I can endure it. I have withstood worse. Your attitude towards deities and faith is quite endearing yet. Matters are not so simple. Richard scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty about taking advantage of such a person. The sorceress stood tall, arms and legs outstretched, striking a bold pose. What are the conditions? Speak freely. I am resolved to give my all. Richard began to grasp a certain truth. Ada, she can use it freely until the end of the year. She wouldn't complain, would she? When the little dragon lady introduced the sorceress, I thought she was exaggerating. After all, she is a level 5 magician. How could she lack dignity? Now, would she? When the little dragon lady introduced the sorceress, I thought she was exaggerating. After all, she is a level 5 magician. How could she lack dignity? Now, with a fleeting enthusiasm, how on earth did you ascend to level 5 magician? Under the penetrating gaze of Ada, which pierced through her crystal lenses, Richard thought to himself, 5 minutes of passion is still passion. Indeed. Upon receiving Richard's affirmative response, Ada exclaimed excitedly, Then what are your conditions? Speak freely, do not hold back. My condition is to sell myself as a slave for 100 years. Would you agree? Observing the excitement in the female sorceress's demeanor, Li Qi felt that she might genuinely consider it. Perhaps a shorter duration would lead her to acquiesce. After all, she is a sorceress. Li Qi felt that she might genuinely consider it. Perhaps a shorter duration would lead her to acquiesce. After all, she is a sorceress. You may serve as my magical advisor and assist with some projects. Additionally, if Authini Studios requires a photographer, Your assistance will be necessary, albeit with compensation. You may serve as my magical advisor and assist with some projects. Additionally, if Authini Studios requires a photographer, your assistance will be necessary, albeit with compensation. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just like that. Ada snapped her fingers. Deal. She immediately assumed her role, from the perspective of a magical advisor, mentor. Your domain is essentially a blank canvas. There are no protective barriers, no detection arrays, no teleportation pathways, and no preservation spaces. Li Qi dismissed her concerns, stating, "This place is quite safe for now. There is no need to overthink it." Ada replied incredulously, "But basic protective barriers are essential." She eagerly suggested, "I can procure a 5th-level protective barrier at the internal price of the Mage Association for merely 13,000 gold pounds." Li Qi's lips twitched. How did she know he had precisely that amount? We'll discuss it later. Protective barriers are indeed necessary, but currently. How did she know he had precisely that amount? We'll discuss it later. Protective barriers are indeed necessary, but currently. She concurred that having an expert assist with the film would enhance efficiency. Consequently, she made some adjustments to the basic photography tutorial and sent it to Li Qi. She concurred that having an expert assist with the film would enhance efficiency. Consequently, she made some adjustments to the basic photography tutorial and sent it to Li Qi. In the late hours of the night, in his study, Li Qi stretched, finally transferring the film's storyboard and photography tutorial materials into the heart language book and albums. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as he retrieved an electric nail hammer from his spatial ring, raising a grass shoe light shield with the other hand. Charging towards the shadow, and striking down with the hammer with force. Once, twice, thrice. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Fehne's voice broke through. Li Qi. The girl in her pajamas yawned, speaking in a resigned tone. That spider is already dead. No, it's ruined. As she departed from the puddle of goo. He, still unconvinced, swung the hammer one last time. A spider. A massive spider. Its body was the size of a palm, with limbs spread out larger than its head. Inflicting severe psychological trauma on Li Qi, who harbored a fear of spiders. Breathing heavily, Li Qi apologetically ruffled Fehne's hair. Did I disturb you? Inflicting severe psychological trauma on Li Qi, who harbored a fear of spiders. Breathing heavily, Li Qi apologetically ruffled Fehne's hair. Did I disturb you? Fehn giggled. Li Qi. Afraid of spiders. Li Qi shot her a glance. Who isn't afraid? Just as he finished speaking, Li Qi pushed Fehn behind him and bit his tongue. The young girl clapped her hands and elegantly stepped forward. A luminous whip materialized in her grasp, striking the spider with a sharp crack, igniting a shower of sparks akin to electric arcs. The spider's body went rigid and plummeted from the window. I am unafraid. Striking the spider with a sharp crack, igniting a shower of sparks akin to electric arcs. The spider's body went rigid and plummeted from the window. I am unafraid. In that moment, her figure appeared to grow taller in Li Qi's eyes. Another gasp echoed, seemingly from Tina. A flicker of schadenfreude crossed Li Qi's mind. He was not alone in his affliction. That night, the entire castle was engulfed in a minor spider crisis, revealing to Li Qi who else shared his peculiar condition. Such as Sadr. The question lingered. How had the spider population swelled so dramatically? Talons responded with remarkable calmness, with the rise of the morning star. The primary material plane is bound to experience a series of upheavals. It is quite ordinary for such small spiders to scurry about. Small spiders? Li Qi inquired. Indeed. From the mountains of the shadow spiders in the northwest of the continent, even a single one could be the size of a human. Should it be a mother spider? From the mountains of the shadow spiders in the northwest of the continent, even a single one could be the size of a human. Should it be a mother spider? Who knows what else might emerge? My lord, where are you headed? The door to Ada's chamber was pounded upon with great force. The female sorceress fumbled for her glasses for quite some time before yawning and opening the door. My lord. Oh, mentor you. Li Qi grasped the sorceress's hand tightly, his eyes reddened, as if he had found a long-lost relative. The barrier. I need a barrier.